It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Stepping into a three and hitting a three. Tim Hardaway Jr. Timothy Dwayne Hardaway. 6 on the shot clock. And Kleba. He's ready to let her rip. And knocks down the three off the dish from Luca.
Actually, a shooter.
Be ready. Had a big coming together between O'Neal and Bullock. And Reggie Bullock! Pick and pop three. Be ready, brother. Be ready.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Friday edition. I'm not even going to say Football Friday to start off because last night, Bobby Belt in for RJ Choppy. I made the decision. I sent the text, and I've never done this in a decade, over a decade of hosting the show. I sent the text to Robert over here. You take Thursday Night Football. You take Lamar versus Brady. You take Ravens. Beginning of the year, that's a heavyweight fight.
Yeah.
That is a humongous matchup. And I'm like, I want to watch the Mavs and the Nets. Yeah. I want to watch Luca versus KD, Kyrie. I want to follow Ben Simmons being terrified possession to possession. That was my struggle last night. And, by the way, congratulations, Tolos, who are apparently the owners of multiple televisions in their living room. I'm not living the right way, apparently. So to the Tolos who are rolling deep today with those big paychecks coming into that direct deposit, I got to start adjusting and living like you because they were telling me to step up my game.
I had the 2 screens set up last night. So I had the TV was on the football game, and then I had it was the computer screen, but I had a computer screen on Mavericks.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Yes, it does.
I'm talking about Circuit City. You're walking in.
How old are you? Dear God.
Fries.
Fries.
At least is a little more current.
I'm talking about Radio Shack. When you walk in and there's 2, 3 screens right up there on your wall. So many Tolos were like, sorry about your luck. Step up. Man up. Realize you're talking sports for a living. And they got the Mavs, and they got the Stars, or they got Thursday night, and they got the Mavs, or they're sitting there with the split screens. Oh, I need to step up my game. I always just felt like it was an ugly look to like sit there and have 2 TVs on the main living room wall next to each other.
I feel like
and some had 3.
Yeah, and I feel like it's tough when they're like next to each other. It's like overstimulation a little bit. Yeah. That's why if I've got the setup, usually I'll have like one over here, and then we have to like physically turn my head to be able to see what's happening in the other one because I can't have them next to each other. The competition for my attention span, especially while I'm out of Adderall, is just it's not going to work very well.
Yeah, so for y'all DMing Bobby about Adderall, he's been out for 6 weeks, and he's also not a drug dealer. So we're not doing felonies around here for the Tolo that hit him up saying, I was like, is this a spam? Are there now Adderall bots now that Elon has taken over Twitter and that form of social media? But no, I think it's someone who knew Bobby was the guy, knew Bobby was the place for the drop outside the building at 10:05. All right, that was the audio from Bally. That was the difference in the game. So I'm sitting here ready to jump on Jason Kidd. Me, you, and Sandler on the text chain. I'm sitting there ready to criticize him. There's not only no Christian Wood to start overtime, no Dinwiddie. who you can make an argument in some of these games has been their second best player. For God's sake, let's get Spencer a shot at the end of one of these games instead of Reggie Bullock. But 3 straight threes. Maxey, Hardaway, Reggie, and the Mavs win in Brooklyn, the game I was more interested in, and I can't believe I'm saying it.
Yeah, and look, Christian Wood was not great yesterday.
Foul trouble.
Turnover trouble. He had 5 fouls, 3 turnovers, and ends up playing 24 minutes again, just like he did like the first 2 games, basically.
I think 6 Mavericks played more minutes than him.
Yeah, I mean, you had Dorian Finney-Smith play in the 40s, Reggie Bullock play in the 40s. That's my issue. You get down there, especially you got a timeout with 8 seconds left. You can bring Christian Wood into the floor, sub him in for that last offensive possession. What's your excuse there? Let's
ask Jason Kidd. Perfect timing. Where is C. Wood in this game?
Yeah, it was with the group that was playing. They were going. Timmy played great. Played, Greeny more. He was great for us off the bench. With the depth that we have, someone's got to sit. Someone's got to be unselfish or sacrifice. And we didn't bring back Spencer either. It wasn't just C. Wood. And that just shows the character of this group. We're going to see a lot of different combinations as the season goes on to see who can deliver down the stretch.
Let me see one combination with Christian Wood on the floor at the end of the game. We're going to see a lot of combinations. None of them to this point have included Christian Wood. And we say somebody's got to sit. All right, sit Reggie Bullock in his line drive 3-pointers.
Yeah.
That dude shoots the straightest line drive jumper I've ever seen in my life.
But Kid gets away with it last night. So
I hate that. It's like when the Cowboys used to get away with bad decisions because they generate turnovers or whatever, and it's like, okay, but you still should have to answer for this.
But let me play devil's advocate. I know you get a lot of questions, a lot of criticism sometimes from those of us who think we're diehard football fans and we know everything. And you're sitting there with Brian Broaddus, and he's telling you about tape and X's and O's, and you guys are watching the routes of CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup not getting open. Shouldn't we have that same approach towards the great Jason Kidd, arguably the coach of the year last season? Benefit of the doubt wise, when Will McClay takes a player, I'm not going to sit here, 40-year-old Sean Sharif going, no.
Damn, you're old.
I don't think he can line up in your 6-gap scheme. I don't like that. That's not going to work for these packages. I'm like, he's Will McClay. He's got a track record. Why not the same for Jason Kidd?
Because you're talking about 2 games down the stretch that they've already blown, and last night very easily could have been a third. So, I mean, if he loses, like results tell us you should have tried something different. And Christian would have shown that they run the offense incredibly efficiently when he's in there. We have like the numbers that say they're more efficient when he's in there. And what do we do? Like right out of the gate when we get Luca and Wood on the floor, what happened last night? Wood knocks down a 3. And so, look, I get it. It worked out for him, but it still doesn't necessarily mean that they made all the right decisions down the stretch. I still think that the decision to play guys like DFS, play Reggie Bullock, like both these guys, like over 40 minutes. Kleba's getting 33 minutes. Christian Wood can't break 25. You're playing him exactly 2 quarters worth.
24 minutes. But look, they won. Luca scores 41.
Not sustainable, though.
A triple-double, 41, 14, and 11. Neither is the Cowboys formula. Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30.
No, you can tell him that.
Spencer Dinwiddie with 11, and then Hardaway off the bench. He loves himself some Tim Hardaway. Jason Kidd does.
He does.
He's gonna drive Bassick to lose more hair. Hardaway with 18, Maxey with 15, Seawood with 11, and Green with 10. Were you struggling? Like, if you had to pick one, where were you leaning in terms of wanting to watch?
Oh, I was wanting to watch the Mavericks. I didn't want to watch a running back throw the football.
Hey, that running back won that game in the second
but
half.
It doesn't matter. He was for like the first 3 quarters of the game. His yards per attempt were like 4.2. Gosh, it was for all the talk Brady gets of like, he throws it short all the time. That's Lamar Jackson, man. Everything's a little 2-yard screen. He had a 25-yard run. Other than that, he was like 4 carries for 0 yards or something. I mean, he's just not. I don't enjoy watching him play.
How did you all who don't have stock and star power watch one TV? Did you go computer? If you had one TV, how did you divvy it up? Because the switching from Amazon is freaking annoying. It's a pain in the butt. Even though I guess it's just a 5-second hold down on my input for the remote. to go from HDMI 5 to cable box. It's still just annoying. I just want to hit that one button, and then I hold it down. Am I the only one? You hold it down, and you're like trying to get it to stop perfectly, like Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
It's not just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tap, tap, tap. It's a hold in, and then I'm like getting it to stop, like I'm Pat Sajak out here.
Pat Sajak.
He's Wheel of Fortune, right?
Yeah, I just think that's fun. I'm thinking more Price is Right, like you spin the big wheel.
I'm trying to think what other old. I'll work in a.
Yeah, you've already got everybody on the fan text already. It's early. 5:30 a.m. club is saying all three of the electronic stores Sean is naming are closed permanently. Maybe that's why he can't get a second TV.
Maybe that's why I can't get a tech sponsor here on the show. The Dallas Stars also got it done last night against the Caps.
Stripped away, Kiviranta short-handed. Yoel Kiviranta scores! What a play! The pickpocket, the break-in, the finish, and it's 2-0 on the short-handed tally.
This was 1-0 heading to the third period. Stars add one. That was the call from Bally, and they stopped the little mini losing streak against Ovechkin and the Caps.
Undefeated at home this year. And you know, our outside of the Hockey Hawk, you know who our resident hockey expert is, right?
Joey?
It's JoJo. Joe, you feel good about the way the Stars are playing right now?
Absolutely. Well, it's a good thing you guys had Thursday Night Football and the Mavs.
And then you were covered on the Stars. Look at you.
You went Stars?
Oh, yeah. Well, I choose the Stars over anything.
That's a sport,
wow.
man.
All right, give us a game recap.
Well, you know, one thing is, I don't know if teams are contagious in Dallas, but the Stars have a little bit of a penalty problem right now. And so they need to clean that up, be a little bit more disciplined. But luckily, their penalty kill has been phenomenal to start the year, 89% right now, which has really saved them. The Caps are a really heavy forechecking team. The Stars did okay at kind of, you know, just kind of getting
don't lose it. Don't
flowing,
lose it.
kind of, you know, getting out of their zone. Their defensive zone exits were better. They are without Miro Heiskanen right now, which is their best all-around player who eats up a lot of minutes. He plays near 25 minutes a night. So they're kind of struggling on the back end, but they did a nice job of, you know, kind of
pay attention to the clock.
They were doing a great job of quelling that Capitals forecheck, and you know, they got it done. So, yeah.
Quelling!
This is hockey guy. He played it growing up.
NBC. I would have said that just bump Peyton Russell out of morning show producer contention. I would say that's a good thing, but Spittle's probably sitting there that immediately eliminated you to steal some of his shine to get the boss on TV.
Knew he's going to call Joey.
Knew he should be calling Joey, and then Spittle will have you out of the entire building. All right, loaded show today. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Dan Quinn at 7:20. And then we're going to crosstalk with Chicago in the final hour. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. Let's talk about Thursday Night Football. I can't believe that gets second billing to start off the show with Lamar versus Brady because it was awful. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Football Friday. Stephen Jones will join.
backwards, running to the right, fires back in the end zone, caught! Isaiah Likely, touchdown Ravens!
The hair's in the barn. He didn't say that on his call. I guess that would be the game-ending call on Baltimore radio. Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt in for Choppy on a Football Friday. Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30. Joey is running things as always. The Ravens, they were down 10-3. That was the score at halftime. A dreadful game again.
Yep.
The Thursday Night Football Amazon ratings. Shout out to Tolo Skip P. He's one of 500 extra producers we have for the morning show that gives us great content to talk about. Skip sent me the decline from Thursday to Thursday in these Amazon games, and last night was bad, Bobby. Last night was bad. 10-3 Tampa. Brady in jeopardy of going back-to-back weeks of not throwing a touchdown. He got one late in garbage time. He does become the most sacked quarterback in the history of football. But Lamar and the Ravens scored 24 points in the second half, and they improved to 5-3. The Bucks fall to 3-5.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson started actually slinging the ball. But see, like they have this huge run in the second half. He threw like 8 passes in the second half or whatever. It wasn't a ton. They just they picked their spots, and I mean Tampa Bay, like Brady can't throw the ball.
Yeah,
like right now he cannot throw the ball down the field at all. And I know. If Chop was here, he'd be telling you like, well, he hasn't thrown the ball down the field his entire career. He's made a whole career off dinking and dunking.
No, he would connect it to Peyton Manning, of course, in Denver. Now, Peyton always threw ducks anyway, but that final season in Denver, it was like painful. Brady has a lot more zip. Brady still has more arm strength than Peyton had, but he is skipping balls like Donovan McNabb. 5 yards short on an attempted pass last night. Against Carolina, I really started noticing it. They're just ugly to watch. They're throwing, how many screens do they throw? I know that's an extension of their running game because they can't run the football. Fournette started off with a touchdown on an early drive. I think this thing's broken.
Yeah, I know you, me, and Sandler were texting last night, and like I mentioned it there, where I was just like, they're cooked. I think Buccaneers are done. Like I don't know. I'm surprised that like Tom was like, yeah, I'll have a broken home to do this. let me get this back.
Well,
here.
who could have foreseen this? Although there were some people who were betting the Tampa under. I drafted him in fantasy like an idiot. He did lead the league in touchdowns last year.
Yeah. They
still have Mike Evans. They still have Godwin. They still have what we thought was a good defense. They still have Fournette. But this is 3 straight losses, first time in Tom's career. And their upcoming schedule, they get the Rams in Tampa. But then you better win after that. You got Seattle in London, and then Cleveland and New Orleans. So I know that the Seahawks are playing better than people thought, but Seattle, Cleveland, New Orleans, better take advantage right there, Bobby. Better take advantage.
This is I know you and Choppy mentioned the other day that this is the latest into a season he's been below 500 since like 2002, which is his second year starting. If I go back to 2002, he was never 2 games under 500. So we're talking about now they're 2 games under 500. This has got to be about as bad as a spot as he's ever been in his career.
And by the way, how pathetic is the rest of the NFL and our reactions to this? First time ever losing 3 straight. First time under 500 at this point in the season. It's stupid. It's insane in terms of the winning that he's done.
Yeah. It just goes. It speaks to the type of success that he's had and how great he's. But look, there's always going to be a cliff. You aren't just going to play at a high level all the way. Like, I mean, he could have walked away at a high level, but he had to come back one more time, and I think you're just seeing how bad it is. Baltimore had a lot of injuries in this game, by the way. I don't know how clean they came out of this one. Mark Andrews was hurt at one point. Patrick Queen, Stanley, Gus Edwards came off the field with an injury. They were getting banged up in this one. This one cost them.
Lamar finishes 27 of 38 for 238, 2 touchdowns. His QBR was a 62. Tom's QBR was a 27. He was 26 of 44. 1 touchdown. Again, garbage time. No interceptions. Mike Evans had 6 for 123, but Tampa is in trouble. The only thing that could save them is the division. That's the only thing.
I mean, that's what's going to save a lot of people in the NFC right now, or could potentially save them, is just how bad. Mike Greenberg ran through yesterday when we were listening about the quarterbacks that are above 500 right now, and it's like, oh my gosh. So That's the only thing that could potentially save them right now is being in a terrible NFC South. But I don't see them cobbling it together. I don't think they're. I think this is about it for them.
World Series Game 1 starts tonight. You got the armpit and filthy. You have to pick one on the truckwreck.com text line. You have to. Game 1 in Houston, 7 o'clock on Fox. Who are you rooting for?
Philly's not even close. I hate the Astros.
I think it's an easy call as well. It's the Phillies.
I mean, I get people hate the city of Philadelphia around here.
But what if it was the Eagles and the Texans in the Super Bowl?
You'd root for the Texans. The Astros are cheaters. That's why you don't root for them. It's not about Houston.
Haven't we kind of... Here's a question.
Uh-huh.
We got over New England cheating. No one's going to hold that against Tom and Belichick going in the Hall of Fame. No one holds it against Tom being the GOAT. Except the massholes will say, Deflategate wasn't cheating. That was stupid. Screw Goodell. I'm Dave Portnoy. Has Houston proven that they're New England or on their way with the amount of winning that they just continue to do?
I mean, but what, point to what are the issues of cheating during the Patriots run?
Filming a practice?
Right. When?
Before the Super Bowl.
I think when you look at the fact that the Astros were caught cheating, everything was happening in games consistently all the way up through a World Series win. That's the difference, and that's why people are going to let it go.
You think the Astros allegations of cheating is worse than what New England ever did?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
If I know what plays you may run, I don't know when you're running.
But you're talking about, like I said, we've got definitive evidence they were cheating up through World Series games, actively in the games they were cheating.
And play to play.
And I think that's why people hold it against the Astros more than they do the Patriots. If there's evidence of, the Patriots, here's firm evidence of them cheating in a Super Bowl they won, I think you'd hear a lot more about it.
They greasing the polls already?
Yeah, with lube. This is one of my favorite stories out there today. Is that this adult entertainment company, which that's an interesting term.
What is
for
that?
This is the thing. It's the name of the company is, what is their name?
No. What is what is that? What is that?
That's what I'm saying. They're very vague about it in these news articles because I don't think they can say. I was trying to
get you to say porn, but okay.
Well, I wasn't going to say that. Okay. Cam Soda is going to send up a bunch of lubricant to the city of Philadelphia to, hey, you can go ahead and grease these poles a little bit. And that's not the first time I'm sure they've said that. And when you've got these people in Philadelphia climbing up them, I think it's good marketing. Is you get in the news as hey, we're here and we're helping out the city of Philadelphia. We're doing a service. And then anybody who's climbing up the pole and going I really can't climb up this. This is good lubricant. I need to get some.
Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. We know that Zeke is on the injury report. Why were Micah and Sam Williams added to it, plus another trade in the NFC East? Did the Giants win or lose this one? Already sitting at 6-1. 6 a.m. headlines with Sean and Bobby next.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition. Going to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. It's not fist pump time, Bobby Belt, but we are live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam, run by Ryan in the back. I'm Sean Sharif, and we're getting you set for the Cowboys and the Bears Sunday on this radio station. 9 a.m. pregame kickoff at noon, and Mike McCarthy will join us at 6:30 this morning. Why were Micah Parsons and Sam Williams added to the injury report, and is it a big deal?
I never think Parsons is a big deal. Like, Parsons has been banged up most of the year with various things. Like, there's been, it's an ankle, it's a knee, and this was a shoulder yesterday. He was limited, though. I mean, he was able to participate to some extent, which it's a full practice, or it was a full padded practice, which that's important that he was able to be active for it. Sam Williams is a little bit more interesting. That one was one that I don't think was expected, and so since this will be the first chance, I think we really get to ask about the Sam Williams thing. He had a neck injury that kept him out of a padded practice. And so anytime you see guys who are non-participants on a Thursday, that makes you pause and really question their game availability for the week, because that's the padded practice. That's the one they're supposed to get in and really get prepped. And so you're looking at guys like Malik Hooker, Noah Brown, Ezekiel Elliott, Sam Williams, like those guys not practicing on Thursday. That's significant, I think, for questioning their game status.
Who do you think is going to miss?
I'd be surprised at this point if Hooker, Brown, and Zeke played. Sam Williams, I don't know. That one's still yet to be determined. But those other three, the fact that they missed the first two practices of the week, and especially that padded one, that's pretty significant.
So, a buddy of mine had me on his show in Chicago last night. And I was just kind of, good job. I was just kind of spying on what they were talking about. It is amazing. I think when you're in a city with such desperation like the Bears, Chicago and the Bears, the smallest spark can ignite a discussion. And they were sitting there, the segment before I came on, looking at the playoff picture, seriously looking at it. And, hey, we're a run team, and that's Dallas's weakness. And I was like, 2 weeks ago, everyone looked at the Chicago Bears as absolute trash. I will say, before the Monday night win in New England, I'm like, this is a joke. This is easy. But after that performance and the fact that the only thing they can do is run, Bobby, and as the Cowboys just told us, their only weakness on defense is run D, I could see this giving some discomfort like the Lions score did at halftime last week. Can you? You more worried about this game or the Lions game?
I was more worried about the Lions than this one. This one, I mean, look. Can the Bears stress them with the running game? Absolutely. That can be a problem. But, man, the Bears are just not very good in general. And I mean, they cannot throw the ball. I understand they can run it really well, but that was at least a thing that the Lions could do. The Lions could run the ball, and Jared Goff was still having success throwing the ball this year. And they were still able to gash teams a little bit with the downfield passing game. That's non-existent for the Bears right now. And so I just don't see that there's much of a way that they can stress the Cowboys with their passing attack. Even if Dallas decides to load up the box, they decide to cheat a little bit. I don't think that one-on-one looks, the Bears can even hurt you there.
So for weeks and weeks and weeks, Vegas kept sending me odds on Justin Fields. It was making fun of him. How many passing attempts? That's mean. How many yards? The over-unders. Will he throw for any touchdowns? Will he run for more than he throws? The passing game in Justin Fields, it's been laughable. Michael Lombardi, who came on this week, former NFL GM, said he just out of whack in terms of the mechanics. They are not a threat to throw it against you, but they can run it. And we're going to see the Cowboys' run defense maybe tested very, very early.
Yeah, they've run for at least 237 yards 3 times this season. So they can. But the other thing is they haven't thrown for 200 passing yards in a single game this year, net passing yards. So after you take out the sack yards, they haven't gotten 200 passing yards as a team in any game this season.
And they're top 10 in scoring defense.
Yeah, but they give up a ton on the ground, too. They're as good as they are on the ground. They give up a ton right back. It's like Detroit, where Detroit was able to pick up a lot on the ground, but they give up a ton there too. Dallas, I just think that there's going to be real opportunity here for the Tony Pollard to gash them a little bit. I think that Dak Prescott getting the second week back, being able to find his rhythm a little bit, that he'll be able to take advantage of some of these looks. I understand they've got good corners. Danny told us about that yesterday, but as good as that secondary is, I don't think it's I don't think this is Philly. Like what the Cowboys ran up against a couple weeks ago. Good secondary, not a secondary that is unbeatable. And I think that Dak coming back, finding the rhythm, ready to go, they'll be able to put some pressure on them pretty easily.
Yeah, I was definitely more worried about the Lions than this game. You're not going to get me to worry too much about this game. But there's a formula to keep it close and muddy it up. And if Dak and the offense struggle in the first half, this thing could be a little bit uncomfortable at halftime. Michael Irvin was on The Score in Chicago, our sister station, the show that we're going to crosstalk with today at 9:30 to have a little smack, a little trash talk. And they asked Michael how he would coach an attack if he was facing the Cowboys.
It is. Well, let me tell you what I would do. And this is honestly, I'm serious. What bothers me, and I thought Philly should have done it. I'm talking about, dude, I'm taking the whole first quarter. I'm not even attempting a pass. I'm letting you know. I'm running every ball right up here, right here. I'm just going to see if you're ready for this. This ain't going to be something pretty for this grubby fight that we're about to have. I want to dirty it up. I want to just hit you in the mouth. I want to blood you. You just boom, boom, boom. And that kind of thing takes a physicalness, a mental toughness, like no matter what. Yeah, I tell people, they're physical, man. You're a big receiver. You're going to be physical. No, I can be probably more physical than big, but you can be size is not a determining factor of physical. It's mindset. If I'm telling myself, I'm going to run into you real hard, every play, and I'm going to set my mind for it. That's mindset, and that's what I would be doing. I take the first quarter without an inkling of a pass and just see, are you ready to bleed today? I'm going to run that ball right down their throat.
So that was Michael. Afterwards, he said, I shouldn't have answered that. I didn't want to answer it. People are going to think I'm a traitor, that I'm a turncoat. So don't get mad at me, Cowboy fans. But he was on Chicago radio with that strategy.
Well, you hate that idea, though. You hate the old 90s run the ball down your throat. That's the way to win football games.
Yeah, when you have Justin Fields, it's fine. Not when you're paying $40 million to the franchise face.
They've got a really good running attack. This isn't just Justin Fields, by the way. There's a lot to be said about Khalil Herbert's been great. He's averaging damn near 7 yards a carry.
Montgomery.
David Montgomery's really good. They like to do some things with Equanimeous St. Brown. He's another guy that they like to put on reverses and things like that. And so when they do the passing attack, they like to do similarly like how we were talking about with Tampa earlier, how they use the short passing game as an extension of the running game. Like that's kind of what Chicago does too. Like even when they throw it, it's almost an extension of the running game. But Darnell Mooney, one of their receivers there, he is a really excellent route runner. That's the one guy I'd be worried about in the passing game if I was Dallas.
9.5 is the spread right now. Cowboys favored by 9.5. Another deal in the NFC East, Bobby. The Chiefs traded for the troublemaker, Kadarius Toney, whose career highlight came against us in Arlington. He was a monster. They traded a compensatory third and a sixth to add to the number one scoring offense already in the NFL. This kind of gives credence to you and Broadus wanting Odell Beckham here. Michael Irvin, by the way, yesterday telling us he knows for a fact that Odell Beckham would want to be a Cowboy. But what do you think of the Chiefs and the Giants pulling off this move?
I mean, does this remove the Chiefs from the Odell Beckham discussion too?
Mike Florio says it does not.
It's interesting because, I mean, Travis Kelce reworked his deal to free up some money. I mean, obviously some of that here will be going to Kadarius Toney, who was a first-round pick. And by the way, I think this is another great example of, while you still wanted more for Amari Cooper, generally, and not that Kadarius Toney's Amari Cooper, but generally,
RJ went off about this yesterday on Twitter while in Vegas.
You're not going to be able to get back as much as you think you should for your players. Like Kadarius Toney's a first-round pick a couple years ago. You would think you could get more than that, more than a third and a sixth, especially a compensatory third. That is the very back end of the third. That's a fourth rounder essentially. And so I think it's a good move for them. I think fresh start will be good for Kadarius Toney and
reset us on his skill set.
He's a joystick player. He honestly like he's kind of Tyreek. He's Tyreek Hill light, and without Tyreek Hill and a guy
they were looking for a deep threat.
Yeah, and it's funny. The McCole Hardman was supposed to kind of be that guy for them a little bit. You remember? I don't know if you got a chance to talk about it. Did you ever talk about that odd video of McCole Hardman score? It's really weird, some of the energy that's been coming out of Kansas City at times this year. But Kadarius Toney, he's somebody that if he's got his head on straight, he's a knucklehead. You talk to scouts around the league, and they'll tell you that was something they told you about him when he was coming out. Like, he's kind of a dummy. Like not like book smart, but just he makes dumb decisions. And hopefully this is a good refresher for him, and that Kansas City culture can do him some good.
Mavs stars and the end of Tom Brady, all that before Mike McCarthy. But I want to talk about the main event for me last night. That was Luca against the drama in Brooklyn next. But first, let's get rid of the drama in your house. Yeah, you have a rough week. Did you come up short on the last birthday gift or the anniversary?
special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Screws and saves it for Green. Back for Doncic. The spin against the grain. Hardaway the jumper and put it on the highlight reel.
Okay, that was not Followell's call, because Followell went nuts like I did in the living room after Magic Doncic did the reverse ball over his head pass for the bucket. That was the Nets TV broadcast, NBA TV maybe?
Probably.
Because mine was blacked out for NBA TV.
Yeah, mine was blacked out initially and then at the very end. So I was watching Bally for like the first couple of minutes and the last like 5 and then into overtime.
Luca puts up a stupid triple-double. I can't believe. I was like, I want to watch the Mavs over Lamar versus Brady, where the Ravens take over in the second half to beat Tampa, drop them to 3-5. Stars get a 2-0 shutout win over the Cavs, but here are the Mavericks. With Christian Wood still missing big-time minutes, I don't want to focus on that right now. They beat the Nets on the road, 129-125 in overtime. What was your Brooklyn takeaway? Because they're going to be the big national story this morning, falling to 1-4. It's not going to be the Mavericks.
You know what was interesting was the beginning of that game, it looked like they were trying to get Ben Simmons going, which was really odd. Because, you know, we were joking yesterday about Steve Nash calling him the engine and everything else, but it's like the very first play of the game looked like it was drawn up for Ben Simmons to try and post up and I think Dinwiddie was on him, was to post up Dinwiddie and try and make a layup. And then like second shot of the game was his. And so it looked like Simmons was trying to get into a role. Played some good defense down the stretch with the
Luca.
Yeah, picked Luca's pocket, then ended with the KD dunk that sent it in overtime. But overall, I mean, that's a messy team. But at the end of the day, like, you see when Kyrie takes over and what he can do, it's one of those things where it's like they're always going to have a shot.
He was special in the fourth.
Yeah, as dysfunctional as they are, they're always going to have a shot. But like, there's 2 sequences that really stood out to me in the game. There was the final minute of the first half, so the second quarter there, where they hit those 3 threes in the final minute. It was Dorian Finney-Smith, it was Maxi Kleber, it was Reggie Bullock. And that was a game that was starting to feel like, is like Brooklyn about to go on a run and just like overtake them? Because I think they were on a 13-2 run there, put them up by like 8. Dallas kind of chips away. And then in that last minute, they hit those 3 threes. And then same sort of little sequence into overtime where you're wondering if like, man, you had gotten all these stops and then you get the Durant dunk and then you miss the final shot. And it was like, okay, some momentum going towards Brooklyn. You're on the road. And then you come out to open overtime. And again, it's 3 straight threes. It's Tim Hardaway Jr., Maxi Kleber, and Reggie Bullock. And so I thought the big time 3-point shots that they were able to put up at the end of the first half and then into overtime, those were huge for the Mavericks. And they made 20 of them last night, 20 of 40.
It did not feel like to me that Durant had 37. There were times where I was like, where's KD? Yeah, they were 20 of 40 from 3. Where's KD in this one? Kyrie obviously was taken over in the fourth. And then you have Ben Simmons. 7 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. The funniest thing was there was a couple funny things. He airballed a layup, number 1. Straight air on the layup attempt. And then when the Mavs turned it over and it was a breakaway, Simmons turns right around. He's got the ball charging. They got a transition opportunity. He turns right back around and gives it up hot potato to Durant, who threw down the dunk. He wanted no part of it whatsoever. That's a problem. They have major issues.
Here's something that was, this was nuts going into the game, and I was curious how it was updated. I just looked it up now that it's gone. 421 qualifying players in the NBA right now. Kevin Durant, out of those 421, ranks 419 in plus minus this year.
Kevin Durant,
when he is on the floor, is 419th out of 421 in plus minus. So for those of you that are trying to figure that out, that basically means that when Kevin Durant is on the floor, his team is losing more consistently than any other team in the NBA and any other player in the NBA. He's putting up worse numbers. They're getting outscored more with one of the best players in the world.
And they're starting to get sick. By the way, I mean, Luka versus Durant. Last night I tweeted this. You have a night of Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, Ovechkin, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Luka Doncic, for me, was the most must-see and the best performer of them all. And it wasn't even close.
He was incredible, whether it was he was isolating and he was making shots, or like when I talked about those sequences of three-pointers, I think 4 out of the 6 shots were Luka assisted shots. I mean, big time passes, big time dishes. And, you know, like I said, it was good they ended up winning, because it would have been, I think we'd all be talking about the steal at the end with the Durant dunk, and we would have been talking about that weird sequence of the bounce pass that Christian Wood let go by that they thought hit a calf. You remember that with Brooklyn? That was a big turnover.
It looks like Luka threw it away, that no one touched it.
Yeah, and that's the Yes broadcast was trying to say, did it look like it may have bounced off? I was like, I didn't see anything. This was not Mac Jones hitting a zip line.
41, 14, and 11 from the great Luka Doncic. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, they're starting to get frustrated with all the questions about Ben Simmons. Here's Kyrie letting the media know.
So you guys keep coming here asking me, like, what about Ben? What about Ben? And it's just, he hasn't played in 2 years. Give him a chance. You know what I mean? We stay on his stay on. I wish I could say other words because I'm from Jersey, but we stay on him. And like, you should stay on him, and we're just here to give him positive affirmations while he's out there, and just let him hoop. You know, and then while he's hooping and getting back into it, we're going to have to really gel as a team in order to learn how to win as a group.
I wonder in a weird way if this causes Kyrie to act less crazy, because he's got to be like a big brother mentor. You know what I mean? It's not KD answering all the Kyrie questions. It's Kyrie and KD having to answer all the Ben Simmons questions. Meanwhile, Shaq, he got jokes on his podcast.
I want to apologize for being late. I was sick. I'm sick of watching Ben Simmons play.
You had the fouled out flu, huh?
Ben Simmons has played 3 games this season. He's fouled out in 2 of them, 17 points and 14 fouls this season.
Maybe he just is trying to build his confidence back.
I understand exactly what Ben's going through. You don't think I'd have to miss 10 free throws in a row? I'm nervous about going to the line. Confession time. I used to be scared shitless.
Yeah, so that's Shaq.
Which we got the update now on the season: 28 points, 21 fouls for Ben Simmons.
Wow.
He's
fried.
He's not a good basketball player. He's just not.
No, he can be a very good basketball player. He's just fried mentally.
He has the skill set. He doesn't have it between the ears.
Doesn't have it between the ears. It's kind of sad to see. But not last night, as the Mavs win by 4 to improve to 2-2. You got a lot to live up to here with our Friday Gold with Mike McCarthy, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see if we can have another drop the mic moment to preview the Bears next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
show every Friday here on Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is in for Chop, and the head coach who's been delivering drop the mic moments, Mike McCarthy, is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, coach has gotten hashtag drop the mic, M-I-K-E, going in his last few appearances. So, Bobby, you have a lot to live up to with Choppy out in Vegas. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I feel like I'm going to have to carry this interview a little bit more with my partner bailing on a game week. Not even the bye week, game week.
Where'd he go? What's going on?
He went to Vegas. He had Vegas, he had Mexico, or he had Austin. Which one of those three would you pick?
I'm a huge fan of Austin, so I'd go to Austin.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Austin. Yeah.
Welcome.
Keep him weird.
RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So
that is a no-brainer. And after McCarthy's interview, Bobby, the OJ picture test came to fruition in Vegas last night. I'll explain that in a second. But Coach, let's talk about what's coming up this week. Are the Bears a similar prep for the Eagles offensively because of all the running that they can do and Hurts compared to Fields?
Definitely, I think that's an excellent comparable. I can see you've been studying up this week. You're off to a great start. But I think clearly, when you have the ability to run your quarterback as a primary ball carrier, it's a whole different stress that's put on your defense. So, and they definitely have that with Justin Fields. What does Jonathan Hankins add to y'all's defense? Well, excellent run stopper. Just really a very good football player, experienced player. I've always liked Jonathan's game. Going back to his days in New York at the Giants, and he's got to play in a different defense out there with the Raiders, and I think he brings some diversity and an excellent skill set, and another good veteran leader. Do you think you'll be able to work him into the rotation on Sunday? How do you see that possibly going? Well, the way we've done it this week, and this is a great situation to be in, is you have players in a number of positions that are competing to be up. So, and that's definitely one of the positions, the defensive tackles. We got a couple guys that are battling to be up, and we'll take it all the way through Saturday, and we'll make that call. But this is. You look at our numbers on defense. We have a very, very healthy, competitive situation over there. Mike McCarthy here on the Diamond Factory Hotline, 105.3 The Fan. Coach, we always talk about trends with you, what's going on in the sport. Is the running quarterback kind of making another jump up here? They had 12 design runs against New England. Just talk about that in terms of the way the league is going with Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Is that kind of a resurgence here with the running QB? Oh no, clearly, without a doubt. I think these are dynamic players that I think you're seeing more and more generational players come out of college. In the college game is, I think, probably as strong. As far schematically implementation into the pro game than I recall in the last 30 years. So I think this is clearly a move for some teams, and I think just like anything, when you sit down in the player acquisition conversations, every coach has an idea what he wants his team to look like, but this gives you another avenue to go as far as how you want to play on offense. And, I think it's healthy for our league, and it just obviously makes it more competitive. Us media people love to say, well, are they gonna implement the spy? Are they just going to play Mike as a spy on the running quarterback? Can you actually just break down the role and responsibilities of what a spy does, Coach? Is he sitting there playing center field at linebacker and just responsible for the quarterback movement and just shadowing him? Can you just break that down, what the spy actually does? Well, I mean, when you look at the history of the spy, adjustment or assignment, it really applies to quarterbacks in the past that were, very good as far as, dropping back and then taking off, because it's, it was a pass first, run second. So you always had to have, obviously when you have pass rush it's a different attacking mode from the defensive front onto the offense. And so, but there is an ability for a gap to open up, and which is a great opportunity for a running quarterback to take advantage of. I mean, this is different. You need more than the spy assignment or technique to play, Justin Fields and these super athletic quarterbacks in the league right now, because they're a threat on first and second down just to take the snap and run a quarterback power or a quarterback sweep or quarterback misdirections, and then you got the run pass options. So you got a whole different level of scheme that you have to adhere to. So the spy part of it's not going to get it done. You have to activate all 11 players on defense to accomplish that.
Great explanation. You've done your homework as well. Well done. Mike McCarthy every Friday here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Your attire got a lot of attention yesterday. Were you getting asked about your bucket hat yesterday? Why was that such a story on Twitter?
Well, first off, it must have been a very slow day for a bucket hat.
Even we weren't asked you about that.
Media topic. My goodness. Just being honest, I'm Irish and I love the sun here, but it doesn't love me. So I just have to. The reality is I should be wearing a bucket hat the last 20 years. So better late than never.
And he's still disappointing us, Bobby. If you're another bearded individual, he's still going unshaven. I still think it's the winning streak and the way things are going. I saw it yesterday under the bucket hat, still unshaven under there. Coach,
the reality is my mother's coming to town tonight, so I'll definitely be clean shaved. So
excellent, fantastic. My parents are coming next weekend, so we can get get together or not. All right, Coach. A lot of fans are looking for more. You're getting trades in the NFC East with the Eagles and the Giants, and some are saying the Cowboys need to go get a receiver. We got the defense set. Let's put this offense over the top. How have you viewed the receiver room so far in terms of getting what you want out of it this season?
I like the balance we have. I think CD has jumped up and taken the reins as the number one guy in there, and I think he's off to an excellent year. I really like what Noah's given us, and especially just his versatility, and he does so much of the heavy lifting for us on first and second down. Has been productive with his opportunities in the pass game, and he's one of our primary players on special teams, and then I like our young guys. I like the young way they're developing. It's great to have Michael Gallup back, and I just think Michael needs more and more opportunities, and I think he's kind of going through the course that you go through after a major joint injury, and but he looks great, and we just got to keep find a way to give those guys some opportunities.
How does it really work with a head coach's input, like during the trade deadline? First off, how much has the trade deadline changed? We used to talk 5-10 years ago. You don't make trades in the NFL in terms of getting caught up schematically. Has that changed drastically, and why?
I'm trying to follow. What do you mean change up schematically?
People used to say, "Oh, you don't get a lot of trades in the NFL like during the deadline because someone's got to come in and learn a brand new system, or if you're running a 4-3 and this new team is a 3-4, or a backup quarterback, or it's too much to learn in the middle of the season." A shortened way to say it versus that dumb explanation is, it feels like there's more trades happening today than 10 years ago. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think the reality of it is, the player fitting this scheme, and that's really, that's part of the conversation. But I think it's at the end of the day, it comes down to value and what you want to give up. It's like a business transaction. Frankly, I mean, you got to be willing to pay for something that you want. It's and how much do you want to pay for that? And I think it really just comes down to that at the end of the day, and obviously the position of your team. I think it gives you maybe a little more energy and to be more aggressive. I think that's human nature, but at the end of the day, I think it really comes down to value.
What input do you have in terms of being able to chime in on these players throughout the league? You're studying the Cowboys, you're game planning. So when they come to you and say, "What do you think about Hankins?" Do you get like a film package put together that you evaluate? How does that work in your head coaching history?
It's completely different here than my last job. But the way it works here is, I take what I call a lap. I always, after team meeting, go to the offensive meeting, then quarterback meeting. But then at some point, I have to go do the press conference. So either on the way over or the way back. It just depends on everything else that's going on. But I stop in Will McClay's office at least once a day. Sometimes 3 times a day, and Will's always, he's always working. The process of evaluation of players. So we've been watching Jonathan for weeks on tape. So once it gets to a point where we think there may be an opportunity, there's a cut up that our personnel guys, they do a great job in this area of always evaluating, and it's then we'll bring the position coach in or the coordinator if we think it's a realistic opportunity just to get everybody's opinion.
Coach Zeke is obviously a warrior. I love his quote about being soft when asked about injuries the other day. Do you think last year was any type of learning lesson? A lot of people said, he doesn't look the same in the second half. Respect to him for going out there, but sit him down for a little bit and let him recover. How does that play into this decision whatsoever in terms of maybe giving him a week off before the bye?
I think that's an excellent question. I think you really, when you look at injuries and they're specific to the individual, and we all know that Zeke, he started bouncing around yesterday, and everybody's like, slow down. So because he's really making a lot of progress. But I think it just speaks to him as an individual. But this injury this year is different than the one last year. So I think with these injuries, we got an excellent return to play process with Britt Brown, and you just the relationship that he has with the player, and I just frankly, you just let those guys get to work, and when they feel like they're hit the return to play threshold, and then we activate them, and it's I just really trust the process to answer your question. So, but every injury is different, and I think you would expect that from Zeke, just because the way he goes about it. I mean, he's a tremendous teammate. He doesn't miss anything. I mean, I'm talking about all the way back for the off season. So, I mean, he is definitely a warrior.
How did Dak look in practice for a second week compared to that first week of trying to shake off the rust against the Lions?
Oh, I thought it looked really good. I thought he had a good Thursday practice last week. I think this week getting the full load on Wednesday, definitely it helps any quarterback. Just the ability to get out there and have full speed drills with the pass rush around you, and the 2-minute drill yesterday was really good. So I like the way that way it ended. It came down to the last play. I think that's always good for both sides of the ball, and the 2-minute drill comes down to the last play on the clock, and so I think he's having a good week so far. Any concern, Coach, for Micah and Sam Williams, who were added to that injury report late in the week? No, I don't have high concern for Micah. I just want to see Sam practice on Saturday, so that'll be the final determination for Sam. All right, last one for you. I got a surprise audio clip from Luke Getty, offensive coordinator for the Bears, who was asked about his relationship with you by the Chicago media.
He's one of the most influential people in my life, there's no question. Never had really a desire ever to be a head coach in my life until I got to sit in his team meetings and look at the way that he approached the team, talked to the team, the way he was able to be himself, be humble.
Look at you, Coach. What a nice thing to say.
He's a fine young man. I'm very proud of him. But obviously he's on the wrong sideline this week.
Coach, best of luck as always. Have fun with the parents coming into town, and we'll talk next week. Unless you bail like RJ and go to Austin.
We'll be good.
Thanks, Coach.
Have a great week. Thanks.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by the Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. You getting picked apart for no questions in that?
No.
Okay.
No. Somebody, in fact, the only thing here I got 214 said, great interview, Bobby.
Twitter said, just slow down a little bit, Bobby. We need Luca, not Ben Simmons, in the lane.
Well,
how do you approach it going out there? Do you ask a lot of questions at pressers?
No, because I think honestly, and I've told you this before, I think you get the best answers from McCarthy in two settings, and neither one of them are the press conference. You get the best answers here when you guys are setting him up, and setting him up. I mean by like setting him up with good questions, not like setting him up. And then the other one is the walk-off, which will be later today after his press conference, where which is actually on the record. Like it's not like with Jason. Jason's walk-off used to be off the record. Mike's is on the record, and it's a better chance to just kind of get a more personal discussion. That's where it's a better chance to hear things. The press conference out there, he clearly doesn't want to give away too much.
Right.
And so he's not going to give you too much when you're out there at those press conferences.
You can tell he wants to joke, though.
He does.
You can tell he wants to joke around.
Do you think he was sad as soon as he heard RJ wasn't here?
Yeah, I think he loves RJ.
He was like,
I think RJ is definitely his favorite. No doubt about it.
I like that he feels like he's connected with RJ enough now to go, yeah, of course RJ would go to Vegas. That's a total RJ move.
I know. That's a Tolo move right there from Mike McCarthy. Okay, so speaking of RJ in Vegas, he never tweeted an update of whether he was able to overcome his air miles getting hacked. Something with his girlfriend's trainer got him the air miles back before American Air. I don't know. The point is, he got to Vegas. I texted him. I said, did you end up flying out? He goes, yeah, but we ended up obviously way late. I was on the phone for the entire day. He texted back, the biggest problem was not dealing with the air miles getting hacked. I missed the OJ picture test.
Oh, man.
If you're a Tolo, you may remember a while back, we talked about O.J. Simpson attending the Bills-Rams opener. And I was like, okay, O.J.'s in a suite. He's probably up there taking pictures. And I said, would you all take a picture, A, with O.J., and B, would you post it? And R.J. said he would. I said I would not. So Choppy sends me a text yesterday. He sends me a picture of the buddies that he was supposed to meet up with. They made plans. Hey, I'm coming out there. Let's all go to this steakhouse. His buddies have a picture with the juice.
Oh, my gosh.
At the steakhouse. So if RJ had flown out on time, we would have put the morning show OJ picture test to test.
Can I issue a conspiracy theory? You know how weird it is? Like how we're like, who gets their air miles hacked? And then we were like, how can you not just get them back?
Right.
I think RJ knew OJ was going to be there. He didn't want to have to come through on the bet. And so he had to go, Mom, my miles got hacked.
Yeah.
Instead, it was going to be like, dude, we're going to go to the steakhouse tonight. OJ's supposed to be there. It's like, oh, I can't fly. That's my conspiracy theory.
Now, he says he would do it without hesitation. I don't think he would. I think he would chicken out. Look, you can't even take a picture. You can't even post a picture if you got the opportunity with a president these days. You couldn't do it. But in my phone, I was waiting for RJ to post it. It's his two buddies with O.J. Simpson in the Vegas steakhouse that he was supposed to be at. What would you do, Bobby Belt?
So you don't think he would take the picture, or you don't think he would post it?
He would take the picture. I don't think he would post it.
I don't think he would either.
I
wouldn't take the picture. I just don't have any interest in OJ.
I wouldn't take the picture either.
Like, I don't know. Like, and here's the thing. I'm generally not a big...
Look at it. You know how many people, though, get up there and take pictures with him?
Yeah,
look at it.
That's not always safe to be that close to OJ.
Especially
that's
in a steakhouse.
Yeah. Gosh. No, I think that I'm not a big picture guy in general. Like I've never taken a bunch of pictures with people even when I've seen them out. Like I may introduce myself or whatever, but I always feel like I'm concerned that I'm going to be like a beat down to them by stopping them down and asking for a photo. I generally, if I've seen somebody out that's famous, I maybe will just say something like, hey, I really I'm a big fan, and just like keep walking, like not even give a chance. So even if there wasn't the whole Ron Goldman, Nicole Brown thing, I still don't know that I would have stopped and asked OJ for a picture at any point in my life.
Look at the text line to see whether they would take it and whether they would post it.
817 says FOJ trash human. That's the only one we got so far. That's it. We got the 214 says absolutely not taking the photo, absolutely not posting it. Somebody else says take the photo, would not post it though.
Okay, so they're agreeing with me. Joey, what would you do?
Do you know who OJ is?
Yes,
Joey?
I do. By the way, amazing documentary on Netflix that I like binge watched like probably 3 times.
There's been like 20 documentary. Which one was this?
It was the reenactment one. I can't remember what it was
the
called.
Reenactment?
Well, not it was
the People versus O.J. Simpson, the one with John Travolta and
correct.
That was awesome.
It was really good.
That one, yeah. I would like to say that I would take a picture, but I don't think I would. I mean, if you did,
why would you like to say you'd take a picture?
Well, because I think it'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I just don't know, like, if it would be like.
RJ would say, dinner started, conversation
I wouldn't
started.
post it or anything, though. It would just be to have. Because I feel like when you take a picture with somebody that's like famous or celebrity, like you want to like post it and show that you met them. I don't know if that's a guy I'd be like, oh, like here I met OJ, like this is awesome. What a moment,
dude. I couldn't. RJ has no moral compass, and he always goes, I got to rely on the courts. So the court said he was innocent, so technically I could take a picture with an innocent man. And I'm like, okay.
So he'd take a photo with like Casey Anthony.
Yeah,
he would.
What the court say? What did the court say? And I'm like, man, no. And then to post it, I couldn't do it. So that was we barely missed out on the RJ OJ picture test.
You know how many things I don't like. You hear me during the breaks, the way I talk about some things. You know, things I just don't post because of the issues that would arise from it. So, like, you tell me like an explosive photo of somebody like OJ.
And by the way, can you tell the Tolos, please, to get me off the hook that I didn't mute you or try to hog the McCarthy interview? Can you explain what happened, why you didn't ask any questions?
Yeah. Sean told me before the interview I was not alled to talk to. I'm kidding, Sean.
Broadus already turned me into this tyrant.
No, look, I'll tell you the truth. I asked one question when we interviewed Jerry, I think. And that was totally, and like Sean kept trying to throw it to me
in
during
the commercial break. I said, what do you got? This is the way it works. That's RJ, commercial break before McCarthy. What do you got? Let's go back and forth with it. And Bobby is like, I'm fine. And I was like, you got nothing? You don't want to ask him anything? And he's like, well, injury designation, beat reporter stuff. And I'm like, he's not going to give any answers on that.
And that's why. So, like, and this is the same thing with Jerry, is that Jerry's a great quote. And Mike McCarthy has not always been a great quote. He is a great quote on this show. And so to me, I know the beat listens to this. I know I need to listen to this, and we want answers about certain things. So if you can go back and watch the Jerry interview we did, Sean keeps cutting off his mic and going like, do you have, like, wants to ask me something? I'm like, no, that question, I would much prefer you ask it because I know the beat is waiting to listen to it. And Sean, and this is not me just hyping him up, I've said this on Twitter, I've said it before I worked here, since I've worked here, Sean's the best interviewer in the market. I'd probably want Sean conducting any big sports interview in the country. Like, Sean would be at the top because I know he's going to get a good answer out of it.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think moving forward, you gotta increase the banter with him in these types of moments.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I need to go to dinner in Oxnard and go to the Jerry party and everything. It's everything else.
All those things are true, but
I would have asked the same. I mean, I'm asking the same question you are about Dak. I'm not asking it the way you're gonna ask it and help to get it out of him. Yeah, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna end up as G-bag of the day.
You know how to do it.
For asking 7-second questions.
So that was Mike McCarthy with us every single Friday here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy, who is enjoying life in Vegas, and McCarthy with the quick answer that his vacation choice of the 3 would have been Austin.
Is that a kiss up to Texas, do you think?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Austin's kind of a hippie town. He doesn't strike me as hippie town guy.
I know.
Which is a little surprising. I would think he could like enjoy Mexico or something like that. So it's a little, although he just did say he doesn't like the sun.
Bucket hat.
So Vegas, and that makes sense actually.
All right, let's recap Thursday Night Football. The Stars get a win. You know what the Mavs did to the Nets? The full NFL and college football schedules and the World Series starts tonight. Headlines with Sean and RJ next on The Fan. But first, before you get ready for your weekend,
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two receivers stacked to the right. Duvernay in motion to the left. He'll get the handoff with the jet sweep. Gets a block. He's at the 10, 5, touchdown, Devin Duvernay!
Ravens radio with the call. They were down early. They come back to continue the torture and the misery for Tom Brady and the Buccaneers season. 27-22, Ravens improve to 5-3. Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Football Friday edition on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is in for Choppy on DFW Sports Station. Lamar Jackson throwing a couple of touchdown passes in the second half. Tom Brady in that offense, they got going early, and then it all disappeared as Tom continues to look miserable out there.
Yeah, there's a point yesterday in late in the third quarter where they threw up the stat line of the Bucs had 120 yards of offense and on their first 2 drives, and then on the next 7 they had 60 yards. I mean, the guy just can't throw the ball down the field anymore.
Look at this throw to Evans.
Yeah.
Mike Evans is wide open in the back of the end zone. Those are too far.
Yeah, and he had the one ball down the field last night to Mike Evans that was like, oh, okay, you're setting things up, and then they can't finish that drive. That could have been a big drive for them.
He had another deep ball at the end. He got lucky. It was so underthrown, it ended up being pass interference on Baltimore. It was to, who's the white guy? The receiver.
Yeah. No.
Is that the one who made the big play in the playoff game? Anyway.
Scotty Miller.
Yeah. It was down the left sideline, but it was so underthrown. Like the Ravens defender runs into the receiver. Man, I just think there's too many throws that look so off that it makes you believe this is always dangerous. Max Kellerman territory. It makes you believe he's this is it. He's finally done.
Yeah, you never want to say he's cooked.
Never want to count out the GOAT.
You really don't, because I mean it's the same that how early did we talk about it was a couple years ago we said Rodgers was cooked. We've called the demise of Brady several times before, but man, he's in uncharted territory for his career right now. When we talk about how late in the season he's under 500, being 2 games under 500,
and his lucky ass is going to benefit from being in this freaking division while the Cowboys are in third place with this awesome season, and they're going to benefit playing against Atlanta, Carolina, and the Saints. Atlanta's in first place at 3-4.
How great would that be then if Dallas is able to finish with the number 1 wild card, because then you could get this crappy Tampa Bay team potentially.
I know, but it would still be him getting luck into the playoffs.
They'd still. He's never lost to Dallas.
Then he get a miracle run. Then they get this crazy, stupid Eli Giants run.
So what you're saying is we should put some money down on the Buccaneers' futures to win the Super Bowl, because it's trending this direction. That means naturally he's going to get lucky
or get in to win the NFC. I can get those odds. The Ravens, meanwhile, improve to 5-3. They're in first place right now in the AFC North. Since he's 4-3, the Browns and the Steelers are 2-5.
You feel vindicated about Lamar Jackson with his second half?
I don't think you know what my Lamar Jackson take is. I think you unfairly grouped me with RJ Choppy.
No, you and RJ both ganged up on me earlier in the year. We're like, the guy's the MVP right now.
He was early, just like Dak was. See, this is the problem with you Dak heads. Y'all can't separate anything in life. I said Dak bad first half. You can't say anything good about him. Then I said, if he has a good second half, I'll say that. Lamar was the early season MVP. Well, he plummeted after that. Balance. Split things up in life.
That's the problem with you Dak asses, is that we're not even talking about Dak, and you have to go, let's bring it back to Dak Prescott and how much he sucks.
Lamar ran it for 43 yards. He was 27-38, 238, and 2 touchdowns. I will say, so diehard Ravens fan, we've been going through the Lamar saga in the offseason. He just texts me out of the blue. He goes, you were right. Now, for the record, I do think Lamar is not that great of a passer. I don't think his passing ability is as good as RJ does. I have that same question about Hurts. But the question is, are the Ravens going to win this negotiation?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think they will, because he just won't.
He won't budge.
He won't budge, and someone else will give him the money.
So ultimately, they're either without a running back or they've. I mean, gosh, you're going to really reset the market at running back if you do that. Jeez, the Cowboys are going to feel so much better about the Zeke deal.
But let's just say he was available today. Someone else in the league would give him what he wants.
And I think Baltimore should pay him. I think as much as I say what I said, Baltimore should pay him. You don't ever want to be in quarterback purgatory. It is the worst place to be in. There's probably not a worse spot to be in any sport, like for a franchise, than to be in quarterback purgatory.
Yes.
That kills you.
I'd rather have no pitching in baseball.
Now, I got to ask you. I got to throw it over to you since you
you're
mentioned
ask
you're
the
not.
question for the first time in the show.
Okay, all right. Since you mentioned since you mentioned that you're not like I don't know your Lamar Jackson take. Are you with RJ on Lamar Jackson over Dak? You are a Dak ass just by the layout.
Gosh.
You just by the layout, you're a Dak ass. So.
Are you health? They're both healthy.
Yeah, they're both healthy.
I'm going to barely 1% take Dak. I'm going to lean towards Dak because he's a better passer. I know RJ doesn't care about passing anymore. It's all about running quarterbacks. I still believe in throwing the football. You got to pass first. That's what I want. And I believe Dak is a better passer than Lamar. So I'd barely go Dak. One game to win, probably Lamar. But long term,
what
Dak.
winning has Lamar done?
They're in the playoffs every freaking year.
Yeah, and do they win? The Cowboys have been in the playoffs plenty.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. I was more interested in the hoops last night with Luca taking on the soap opera.
Durant puts it down, got rhythm, three is no good! Luka's got his triple-double with the 10th rebound, and the Mavericks, most importantly, maintain the lead. Luka into the front court. Bullock was wide open, but they're playing the clock right now. Simmons is up on Luka. Now it's Kyrie guarding Luka. It's a late clock situation. Oh no, it's stolen. Now here's Simmons. What's he gonna do with it? He finds Durant, jams it, ties the game.
What a sequence on Valley. I was with Harper. Oh no, Durant's wide open, and then Ben Simmons gets the steal from Luka. Hot potato. Don't make me do anything with it. Here, KD, take it. And then Durant takes his 2 steps and throws it down.
If they lose the game, are we talking at all about Reggie Bullock? As he mentioned, they're not taking that open three. They're just going, no, let's hold. Let's get possession here. I wouldn't necessarily blame him for it because I think you're trying to run down the clock, but he had that wide open look and just decided, let me kick it back to Luka, ultimately gets the steal. But that was a wild sequence of emotions. You thought, oh, this one's going down. That's like, oh, Luka gets his triple-double. They're going to run out the clock. Crap, it's stolen. Oh, but it's in Ben Simmons' hands. Crap, he gave it back to Kevin Durant. Now we're tied. This is wonderful.
Luka, the best player on the floor. When you talk about Kevin Durant and Kyrie out there, they had big nights scoring, but it was Maxey, Hardaway, and Reggie hitting 3 consecutive threes in overtime, and the Mavs continue the misery. Who was more miserable between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Brooklyn Nets, both losing last night?
Oh, man, I feel like there's a better chance of the Nets turning it around. They just got to fire that mealy-mouthed head coach of theirs.
Whoa! What do you have against Steve Nash? He's like the nicest human on the planet.
I think he's a total, like, just he reminds me of these. I was going to say a word that I don't think I can say on the radio, so I had to stop. He reminds me of Will Smith at the Oscars. Like his little meltdown the other night was about like
flip out.
Let me come up and show I'm going to fight for my woman who doesn't care about me. Like he's going to fight for this team that's like, please get the hell out of here. You suck.
Here's Luka on what put the Mavs over the top.
Yeah, we're sorry. We just got to stay as a team. There were sometimes they were down, they were not. People were open, but our defense was good. It's hard to stop KD and Kyrie. It's almost impossible, but we did a great thing today.
Christian Wood would have been the story, not Reggie Bullock for me. Christian Wood plays 24 minutes. So I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter. I'm charting things like a loser. I'm trying to be like Bassick. Bassick has the rotations memorized. And I'm like, okay, he's out at this time. He's going to come back this time. Jason Kidd's finally adjusting. Wood's going to be in here. And then he's not in the final couple of minutes. And he doesn't play in overtime along with Dinwiddie. Christian Wood did get in early foul trouble, but he ended up with 5 of them. You still put your best players out there with 5 fouls. I'm dying to know what Jason Kidd is really trying to do here.
What's the reason we talked about that he's not in there late? We talked about, it's defense mainly. right?
Okay, Luka Doncic can't play defense.
Right, but even still, what is the excuse? Because if they lose, this is what I think we're really talking about. What is the excuse for you don't come with him on the field, on the court, out of the timeout with 8 seconds left? Why isn't he on the court for that? There's no defense involved there. It's a strictly offensive possession that you're just trying to get the best look, and you don't think he's one of the 5 you need to have out there? I wonder, is that some sort of correction issue for he had a bunch of bad fouls, he had turnovers yesterday. He was not great, but he can still knock down a shot. Better than the line drive Reggie Bullock 3.
And Dinwiddie didn't play in the OT either, and J. Kidd gets away with it. The Mavs improved to 2-2. The mess in Brooklyn falls to 1-4. Meanwhile, you had a third game you could watch, and it went our way.
But he was tied up by Ferravari. Dallas gets it back. Flip pass. And a shot. Score! Lundqvist let the shot go. There was traffic in front. And the pressure from Dallas results in a 1-0 Stars lead.
And they shut out the Caps at the AA 2-0 to stop their little mini skid.
Yeah, what's Jake Ottinger at now? Joey, he's like 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1 in his last 6 starts, and pretty interesting stats, pretty dominant. 1.17 goals against average, 960 save percentage. Top 5 goalie in the league, folks. He's probably going to be a Vezina candidate, which is the best goaltender in the league.
Are the Stars, Joey, playing a little bit above their heads to start the year?
I think they're playing above expectations from what they were last year, but I think they're probably right where they are, right where they should be, to be honest.
First in the Central?
First in the West.
You weren't going to pick them first in the West?
I would have picked them first in the West, but I would pick them as a top 3 team in the Central Division. I would think they're somewhere around the 2 to 3 range. That's where they're going to compete for a playoff spot.
We got a new hockey authority on the radio station. Bye-bye, Gavin Spittle. Kadarius Toney was traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Giants finally get rid of a problem child. His highlight came against the Cowboys in Arlington, and now they get another weapon to join Juju and Hardman and Kelsey.
Yeah, he had fallen out of big favor there in New York. And Brian Daboll talked about it yesterday, just needed a change. Needed to go. And I mean, you look at him this year, he's played in 2 games. He has 2 catches for 0 yards. And that was after putting up, 189 against the Cowboys last year?
Character concerns with him coming out?
Yeah, a lot of character concerns with him coming out. There were issues with how he handles himself off the field. And I think it's funny that, let's remember the 189-yard game, his biggest game of his career. How did that end? He got ejected. Remember, he punched Anthony Brown. And I can't remember if he got suspended for it, but he got in trouble for that, too. So that's kind of Kadarius Toney in a nutshell, is that even when he has a great moment, even when he performs at a high level, you still have the other aspect of it but there's still maturity issues. So, Tyreek Hill had some issues early on in his career, obviously off the field, and was able to clean things up and put it together in Kansas City, so maybe that's the way they feel about it.
World Series Game 1 tonight. We're all rooting for the Phillies.
I'm all about the Phillies.
Rooting for the Phillies. Game 1 in the armpit, and that is, we're not outwardly yes. We're just having to pick one. If you have to pick one that's going to win, we want Filthy over the Astros. Give us the college football schedule.
Biggest game this week is going to be RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers as they host the Kentucky Wildcats. So that's the big one this week. They play on Saturday at 6 p.m. Other top 25 action coming up this week. Ohio State and Penn State. That's number 13 Penn State versus number 2 Ohio State. Ohio State's coming off that big beat down at, who did they beat last week? They walloped somebody last week. It was Iowa, 54-10. You've got TCU going on the road against West Virginia, still trying to remain undefeated. I don't think we're respecting TCU enough.
I am. Sonny Dykes, please.
You are.
Son of my godson to play.
That's it. You've got, family interests here that you're trying to leverage. But
no, dude, look at the wins, the consecutive wins against ranked opponents. It's extremely, extremely impressive.
Not just consecutive wins against ranked opponents. Look at what Quentin Johnston has done, their receiver, who is going to be a first-round pick of the NFL draft, and hopefully break this rough streak of TCU receivers not quite living up to things at the next level. Like they've had the issue with Jalen Reagor And gosh, who the one who went to Washington a couple years ago. I'm blanking on his name, but Quentin Johnston is a guy who I think NFL scouts believe is going to break that trend, and he's been an absolute stud for them in the last several weeks. Georgia's got Florida at home. They're 22.5-point favorites. I actually think that might be a little much for Georgia. Georgia's a little more vulnerable this year. You remember there was nobody bigger believer in Georgia last year than me. And like this year, I just feel like there's nobody. It's kind of like the NFL where it doesn't feel like there's a real dominant top dog this year. I feel like everybody's pretty vulnerable. Oklahoma State, number 9 ranked Oklahoma State on the road against number 22 Kansas State. Those are kind of the big matchups. But the one I think everybody's going to watch will be that Kentucky-Tennessee game.
Headlines on a Friday with Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell. We got Joey and Ryan running things in the back here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Are you wondering if the Cowboys have a championship defense? Dan Quinn says there's a moment. There's a moment that tells you if you have a championship defense, and he said it finally happened for America's team. Let's preview the Bears stopping Justin Fields with the man that everybody loves, Cowboys defensive coordinator. Hear from Dan Quinn next.
Coming up at 10.
LeBron James. Why did he dump the Cowboys as his favorite team? Ugh. We got dumped. Bobby Belt was not very happy about this. I put this on social media just to see, and man, it blew up, and 95% of the comments are probably going the direction that you would think. It's Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, in for Choppy, who's in Vegas here on DFW Sports Station. Should we just start with it? Let's just start with it.
With LeBron?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So yesterday, during the Thursday night game, it was announced that LeBron and Maverick Carter and their company, their broadcasting company, they're going to start getting involved in, Thursday night programming for the NFL. I think it's going to be the shop that they're going to be doing. They have a bunch of different production stuff. And during an episode of The Shop, LeBron was asked if he is still a fan of America's team.
This year, but I ain't heard you talk about the Cowboys in a long, maybe since like 1997 or something. You still a Cowboys fan?
Nah, man. I had to chill out. I had to chill out on the Cowboys, man. Man, there's just a lot of things that was going on during the, when guys were kneeling and guys were having, freedom of speech and wanted to do it in a very peaceful, manner. And, a lot of people in their front office and a lot of people that, ran the organization was like, if you do that around here, then you would never play, for this franchise again. And, I just didn't think that was appropriate. So
makes total sense.
I like a lot of the players on the team still. I love CeeDee Lamb, obviously. Our boy Zeke, Buckeye, I still mess with him. I love Micah Parsons. He's a dog. Oh,
he's a dog.
God. Micah Parsons is a dog, Trayvon Diggs, but I had to turn it in, even though I still got a lot
so now you all in on the Browns.
I'm all in on the Browns, and we want one shining moment.
What an ethical decision there from you, LeBron. I can't support the Cowboys and their policies on their rumored policies on the anthem, but by God, give me the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that didn't even hit me till you texted it back last night.
Kobe's better.
That didn't even hit me. I was like, oh, there's going to be a lot of Deshaun Watson in LeBron's mentions. So he dumped us a while ago. I didn't know the relationship has been over for a few years since the Kaepernick stuff.
You know what's interesting too is the Cowboys' new PR chief, Tad Carper. He came from Cleveland. He's buddies with LeBron. Oh. I wonder if he's going to be able to repair the bridge a little bit. Yeah. I don't want the bridge built back.
So LeBron got destroyed by many a Tolo. Look, I get it. Like, how many organizations had it publicly known that they didn't want you to kneel? Like this one did.
Yeah, I mean,
I can say it. He was turned off by it. That's fair.
That just them that I can recall. I mean, didn't Houston say something about it? The McNair family, didn't they say something along the way? I think.
I don't know. They've said a lot of.
They say a lot of stuff.
Said a lot of stuff
in general.
Yeah, but that turned LeBron off. He was disappointed, and I get it. I understand it. I guess I have a different reaction than the 90% who are like, "F you, screw you, get out of here." I thought that everyone was supposed to be entitled to their opinion.
You know what my biggest problem with that is? That in the players he listed, he didn't mention that he still rocks with Dak. So that's my problem, is that he's like, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, no Dak Prescott. All right. Kobe's better. Steph Curry's better.
That shows you the NFL knowledge he has.
Yeah. What an idiot.
That's
what happens when you only get a high school education.
I'm going to add...
I'm just kidding. I only got a high school education.
Make sure you make that known.
It's a joke, you guys. I promise it is a joke.
Yes. I'm going to task you with reading the truckwreck.com text line, and I'll take Twitter after LeBron says he's dumping the Cowboys. Don't get us dumped.
There is not a lot of
LeBron support.
Not a lot of people who are
They're like,
upset
good.
he's gone.
Now we know we're going to the ship. Now we know we're going to the bowl.
817, good riddance. Let's see here. We've got.
But why is it? I'm gonna get serious for a second. I'm gonna incite. I'll incite a text riot. Now LeBron is a bandwagoner, okay, and LeBron is really corny. Why is it a problem that LeBron James was disappointed, as many were, that Jerry Jones took away his players' freedom to do what they wanted during a very, very, very serious topic and subject? Why is that? Why is that so outrageous?
Because you know that topic and the sort of responses it gets, and so whatever side you take, you're gonna have the other side that's pretty angry. Like if you say screw LeBron, then you get people on the other side who are angry and going like, oh wow, you don't want to stick up for these people's rights. And then if you say the other side where you're on LeBron's side, it's like, oh wow, you hate the anthem and you hate America, and so that's the way it goes.
Now he totally looks foolish with the Watson stuff. I bet he didn't even think about it.
No, and
he probably got set up for that question by Maverick Carter because he knew it would make tremendous headlines.
He knew to ask him it because he was it's totally orchestrated. Like, hey, I haven't heard you talk any crap about the Cowboys lately. Why is that? Are you not a fan anymore?
Right.
Oh, aren't y'all buddies? Like you didn't know has been rooting for him for 4 years. You've got 945.
Has he not tweeted about the Cowboys in 2 or 3 years?
No, I mean I think he's actually, that's not true. Let's find it. I can look right now.
No, you look at the text.
Okay,
Joey,
we've got 945. LeBum is a joke. 214. Haha. Of course, LaCry baby has to constantly virtue signal. Let's see here. 956. LeBron was never a real Cowboys fan. Good luck with your Browns and their quarterback with an accusation there. 214. LeBron is right. 561. LeBron's not a Cowboys fan any longer. Good. Forget that China loving individual.
Hey, that's another fair point. He did look like a double standard hypocrite on that. But that's LeBron dumping us. Didn't even know we got dumped. Didn't even know we were out of the relationship. Yeah, see if you can look up the last time he tweeted about him. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. What a dream for Bayless and Stephen A and them. I can see it. What will Bayless say about LeBron dumping the Cowboys?
2016.
2016.
November 2016, he tweeted another one, hashtag We Dem Boys. That was
no way.
That's all I see here.
6 years ago was his last tweet?
It's the last time he used the term Cowboys. Let me see here. I think that's it. Yeah, because I'm seeing if he said anything about Dallas. Yeah, that's it. 2016, so that's right.
This will be a dream for Bayless this morning. Watch how much this gets on FS1. And he's like, see, LeBron is a loser. He doesn't support my Cowboys, even though I fake support them. So there's LBJ, who's getting some programming done on Thursday Night Football moving forward. What?
Just I'm thinking about the Skip Bayless meme of him in the Cowboys jersey going, where he's just like I just picture him doing that right now, hearing LeBron dumped them.
All right, who was Dan Quinn on with?
He was on with Chris Long, the former NFL defensive end. And they've got a relationship. They joked a little bit. It was funny. He was like, yeah, I almost played for you in Atlanta. We had a long relationship. And Dan's like, yeah, you almost played for me. You told us no, and then you left town. And so you didn't end up playing for us. But he was doing an interview with the 33rd team, which is one of the groups that Chris Long is associated with now. It's former GMs, coaches, players, just a league driven or former league circle driven website, and had a good long conversation with Dan Quinn about the Cowboys defense and where things stand with roughing the quarterback and everything like that.
All right, so Dan Quinn was asked if this defense has had their wow moment yet. The Dan said championship defenses, there's a moment you just know. Have the Cowboys achieved that so far this season?
There was one in this game where there was a tight end screen that went all the way down, and Parsons just came out of the stack, Chris, just hauling ass. And he made the play. And the next play, we forced a takeaway. And so it was a good lesson to teach from. And as you know, you don't know when that play is going to be that play. And we have a defensive end named Dorrance Armstrong that he made a good play against the Rams a couple of weeks ago. He made the statement, I hope I get it right. He said, everybody is him, meaning like he's that guy, the next one to make a play. And it wasn't reliant on one player, but anybody can be him. in the system, and he's made a bunch of plays. And so when that happens and the energy's right, to me, that's where the whoa moments are. But that one where we were about to go from 10-6 ahead to probably down 13-10, and you just go and you don't know when the next play is going to come. That's when I, recognized that's the effort we're looking for. And you don't think the next play is going to happen after that. You just say, like, not this play, not on my watch.
And Micah gave a quote about this that like everyone fell in love with this week in terms of responding to Dan Quinn, challenging him. Set us up for what Micah said after Dan talked about challenging Micah to step up.
To become elite, it's way bigger than the talent. It's putting in the work and going for it. And so that's what made you elite, to say, like, no one was going to outwork you and put the time in to go. And so there's all sorts of ways to, hit your best. And for him, it was just making those decisions to say, I can make the play way over there, as opposed to, ones that you think you can make. And he had to make that choice. It was good. We had a good conversation, Chris, about a week earlier about some plays that he wasn't finishing all the way to. And it was one of those good ones to say, hey, man, let's watch a few plays together, because I think there's another space for you to go to. And as you know, it's way easier to do that when everybody's giving you the sugar to say, okay, you're doing great, you're doing great. I said, you are. But if you really want to be the best, there's got to be a new space to go to. And it was cool that the next week that just so happened to come up to say, I'm going for it.
Which, that's interesting. I know you brought up the discussion before, and it's been brought up by a lot of people before, that, like, does Dan Quinn have that, like, drill sergeant edge that a lot of people feel like you need to have from a head coach to succeed in this league? And I think that shows you how he's able to correct guys and push guys without having to be heavy-handed about it. Because he just told you, like, hey, it's easy whenever you've got guys who are, telling you you're the best and feeding you all this sugar, as he said. He said, but, challenge them a little bit and say, yeah, you're great, but you can be better. And so I think that's a good example of how Dan Quinn can challenge guys and get the most out of guys without necessarily having to take a more heavy-handed approach. It's a softer, gentler approach that works for guys like Micah Parsons, it seems like.
And Micah gave this quote where he's like, I want to do it for Dan.
Yeah.
Is Micah so in love with Dan Quinn that you think it would affect a re-sign decision if Dan left?
I don't think it would affect a re-sign decision, but I say that, but there were guys who loved Rod Marinelli so much that not anybody to Micah Parsons, but a bunch of people left Dallas to go to the Raiders when he went over there. And there were a bunch of guys. I remember Randy Gregory told me once that he said, yeah, if I was, ever going to leave Dallas, which he obviously did, but this was a few years ago. He said, if I was ever going to leave Dallas, that's where I would look, is I'd probably go there because I love playing for him so much. And that's something that I think is a factor similarly with Dan Quinn. But man, there's a couple guys that deserve a lot of credit for connecting with Mike. It's Dan Quinn, it's George Edwards, and it's Scott McCurley. George Edwards, the defensive assistant who spends a lot of times with the linebackers, and Scott McCurley, who's the linebacker coach who kind of follows Micah from linebacker to defensive end and is kind of in his hip pocket all the time. So, those three deserve a ton of credit for the way they've connected with Micah. And that would be a concern, I guess, is just if Dan Quinn were to leave, how he might be able to lure Micah over. But Micah clearly loves being a Dallas Cowboy.
We're going to pick this game at 8 o'clock. Going to pick the Bears game. Does anyone have Chicago pulling a crazy upset when it's a 9.5-point spread? But this next one is for RJ Choppy. Here's Dan Quinn on Trayvon Diggs taking that next step this year.
There was a reason it was a historic season, but there were other parts of his game. Like, if we're only going to measure him on interceptions, then I think we're going to make a mistake. And so, what's it going to look like from his tackling? What's it going to look like on, the catch, the matchups? And so that part, Chris, has been cool to see the development of him being honestly just more disciplined. And he knew he got tried last year on some double moves and things to go. And so seeing that discipline come through a year later, it's kind of a cool thing to see a player grow, to say, like, I'm not going to be known for just this one thing. And he's really taken that to heart. And the ball skills and all that, the tracking, like, that's part of him, dude. So it's rare. So when he added the other side of it with more discipline, and awareness to his game, that really has made a big difference for us. We have way less explosive plays.
Has something changed technique-wise, strategy-wise from Diggs that you and Broadus have noticed, or that people inside the building are talking about?
I think it's just what Dan Quinn said there. He's been more disciplined. He's not as he's still a very aggressive football player, but he's not as aggressive. And we've seen a couple different times here where he's gotten physical in ways that we didn't see the first 2 years. We saw the big plays against Cincinnati down the stretch. There was one where he got really into the mix against Detroit, where he had a pass breakup this last week, where he got really physical on a slant on third down and broke up the pass. And so I think it's just an increased physicality from Diggs has been a big aspect of it. But more than anything, it's been staying more disciplined, playing more under control, and not getting baited. As Dan Quinn said there, the double moves gave him a lot of issues last year, and you haven't seen that as much. You've seen him be able to kind of hold back and stand back and play with more patience.
Are you as down on Anthony Brown as Broadus?
No. I mean, I think Anthony Brown has struggled for sure. But, I don't think he's a black hole out there right now.
Some Tolos are saying, forget all this wide receiver talk. Michael Irvin, by the way, telling us yesterday that he knows Odell Beckham would want to play for the Cowboys. A lot of Tolos said, forget receiver. We should look at corner. What do you think for the injury to Jordan Lewis?
I mean, Deron Bland's going to step up and play really well for them. He did a couple weeks ago. He was asked on very short notice to step up, make a difference, and he did. He had a big interception in that game. I think they have full trust in Deron Bland. And so him stepping in for Jordan Lewis is not a problem. If you've got an issue with Anthony Brown, okay, then the question becomes Kelvin Joseph, Nashawn Wright, those guys, would they be able to step up and make a play? But I think you're seeing their pass defense is so strong, and their pass rush has put the pass defense in so many good positions to succeed that I'm not terribly worried about adding anything in the back end like that. To me, it's just you need to be able to pressure other opposing pass defenses with your passing game that you're not getting right now. And I think the way to do that is add somebody who can get you some separation that you're not getting from the receiving group right now.
And then finally, Dan Quinn doing a sit-down podcast with Chris Long. How do you guys contain Justin Fields on Sunday?
Knowing how to attack him is a big piece because, where does he want to escape and how does he get to? But sometimes guys are so good they just find their space, lose ground to go, and he's a challenge. But I think the tackling plan is as big as anything, just like we were talking about earlier. Him and the two running backs, we kind of put together our tackling each week and how do we drill it and how do we go. And so he's challenged us already in the preparation of simulating somebody like that with speed at practice, and putting someone else at quarterback at times just to simulate that kind of speed, because you don't want to be caught off guard by how fast he is. I can even actually remember I was up at Ohio State at his pro day a few years ago, not evaluating him, but I remember just seeing him stumbling out of the block and ran 4.4 something. I was like, yo, this dude's different.
I love that, by the way, that Dan Quinn says we had to put guys who aren't quarterbacks in during drills this week at quarterback to just be able to simulate that speed and be able to prepare for that speed.
He's a big boy too.
He is. Yeah. And he is fast. Like I know you think Jalen Hurts is a challenge.
Is he a better runner than Hurts?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fields is closer to Lamar than he is Jalen Hurts. And so he's somebody who is big, he's physical, he's fast. And I like that. I like that they're coming up with different ways to try and simulate that speed, even to the extent where we're going to put somebody back there simulating quarterback in practice this week who's not a quarterback, because we got to be able to prepare for that speed.
In honor of RJ Choppy, I can't give you degenerate picks for the weekend, as Mike McCarthy having a connection, realizing RJ went to Vegas, Tolo, for Drop the Mic, but I got to get you some numbers from Vegas regardless. Sean and RJ, it's Bobby Belt in for Choppy. This was before last night, Bobby. You now have to guess in RJ's seat.
Ooh, let's do it.
Odds to win the Super Bowl. Who's the favorite?
Buffalo.
It is Buffalo. Well done. Who's second?
Kansas City.
They're third.
Okay, then it's Philly.
It is Philly. Well done. Buffalo, Philly, Kansas City. Give me the next team.
Oh, gosh.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a big surprise. This team always somehow gets heavily bet. Always.
I'm going to go with...
And you like them.
San Francisco.
It is. Were you going to say San Francisco before I basically gave you the answer?
No, yes, I was going to say San Francisco because when you said they bet heavily, I know you have always thought that was ridiculous. But also, they just made the trade for McCaffrey. Talent-wise, they're right up there, so it makes sense.
They don't have a quarterback.
It doesn't matter really with them. They've made it to the Super Bowl without a quarterback. They made it to the NFC Championship game last year without a quarterback, so they've shown they can do it.
Okay. 14-1 if you think San Fran can win it. The next one will make you furious.
Baltimore.
Are you looking at my email?
No,
Did you read my email?
I read your email, but I didn't look at the odds because I know you like to play this as a guessing game.
Baltimore is next.
That's a tip-off because you said it'll make me furious with Lamar.
16-1. These odds, I told you, this is one of the weirdest weeks for me of all time. Something's in the air. I don't know, full moon or not, Halloween. The Dak heads went insane this week. Put people on the hit list moving forward in the media. And these odds are crazy to me. San Fran, Baltimore is tied with Minnesota. The Vikings are 16-1 to win it all. Then the Cowboys at 18-1. They were tied with Tampa. Again, these odds were sent to me before last night's loss. Cowboys 18-1 to win it all. They were 50-1 middle of September.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Minnesota makes some sense, though, doesn't it? I mean, they are 5-1. I know they've played good football. Their only loss is to Philly, who's the number 2 team, and Kirk Cousins has been good, and so it makes sense, especially in such a watered down league. The only ones that make sense are the top 3. What's the drop from Kansas City to San Francisco on the odds?
Kansas City 7-1, and then it drops to 14-1.
So I think that's pretty clear. Vegas is telling you it's 3 teams, and the only reason I think Kansas City is probably number 3 is because number 1 is Buffalo, and so they're assuming Buffalo, those odds. Philly's got such a great chance to come out of the NFC.
So the Cowboys are 18-1. Vegas is agreeing with me. Now, look, Vegas lost when they said Jacksonville was a favorite over the Giants. The Giants won that game, but Vegas is still agreeing with me and Choppy. The Giants aren't for real. They're 40-1. They were 125-1 September 8th, and now they're 40-1 to win it all. In the divisions, obviously Buffalo is a heavy favorite. Man, Patriots are going to finish last according to Vegas right now. In the AFC North, it's Baltimore and then Cincy. AFC South, it's tight. Tennessee, then Indy, then Jacksonville.
Hook 'em.
Can't win. When's the Trevor Lawrence heat start coming? Hook him off Ellinger?
Yeah, when you said.
All right, is he going to be good?
Yeah, he'll be okay. I don't think he's gonna set the world on fire, but he'll be stable. He'll be better than Matt Ryan was. Matt Ryan's terrible.
Better than Cooper Rush?
Yes.
Okay. AFC West, obviously it's KC, then the Chargers, then the Raiders. The Broncos are 50-1 to win the AFC West. NFC East, Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, Washington, of course, and then NFC West, Seattle's in 3rd. So no Vegas respect. It's still San Fran, the Rams, and then Seattle.
Seattle's -3 this year on their point differential.
Are they?
Yeah.
MVP favorite, according to Bet Online.
Is it Lamar Jackson? No, I know it's not Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Josh Allen.
It is Josh Allen. Followed by?
Jalen Hurts.
He's 3rd.
Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes. Well done. Josh Allen, then Mahomes, Hurts. I'll give them to you in order. After Hurts, it's Burrow, Lamar, Cousins, Herbert, Daniel freaking Jones. One of my giant meatballs yesterday on the text said, honest question, honestly, would you rather have Daniel Jones or Tom Brady right now? And I was like,
Daniel Jones.
It's not crazy. It's not
Daniel Jones right now. The dude's the dude is making big plays down the stretch. Well, you had that stat yesterday about the fourth quarter drives, though. But it doesn't matter. He's running. Oh, you mean like Lamar Jackson? Who you're telling me that's all that freaking matters?
Daniel Jones, 66-1, and then Kyler's on here at 75-1. Why? What's happening in the world? Defensive Player of the Year favorite?
Micah.
It is Micah. Micah Parsons, then Nick Bosa, then Myles Garrett, then Vaughn. And then Aaron Donald, Coach of the Year.
Daboll.
It is Daboll. You did read my email.
I didn't look at the odds.
Very impressive by you.
Why can't I be like RJ Choppy? Why can't I be good at Vegas too?
You do it better than him.
NFL HR is going to start looking at me now.
Brian Daboll, then Sirianni, Robert Saleh. What a job. Saleh was 50-1. On October 4th to win Coach of the Year. He's now 3rd best. Kevin O'Connell. Then Pete Carroll, Mike McDaniel, Sean McDermott, Mike McCarthy.
Boy, that's disrespect for McCarthy.
35-1.
That's incredible. Like, you lose your quarterback and you hold things down.
Okay, well, who should be removed above him? Not Daboll. Sirianni's undefeated.
Kevin O'Connell and Pete Carroll. McDaniel, my gosh, all those weapons, they better be that good.
Okay, I think that's fair. That's fair. Comeback player of the year favorite is Saquon, followed by Geno Smith.
Why Geno? Don't you have to be coming back from
Was he
being
out?
good and then bad? He was never good. This is like breakout player.
Offensive rookie of the year, Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, he's been the last 2 weeks he leads the NFL in rushing yards.
I don't even know who he is.
He's the Seattle Seahawks running back.
Seattle Seahawks. Kenneth Walker is the leader. Then Damian Pierce and Olave, defensive rookie of the year.
Slam dunk.
Who?
Sauce.
He's the favorite. Then Aiden Hutchinson. We saw him do damage last week. So there you go with some of the NFL odds in Vegas here on Sean and RJ.
Doug Peterson basically insinuated Sauce Gardner was the second best cornerback in the NFL this week.
Really?
Yeah, he got asked about Patrick Surtain, and he called him a top 2 corner. And they said, well, who's number 2? And they were trying to run through names. And when they said Sauce Gardner, he just smirked and then moved on. And so he thinks Surtain and Sauce, who are, 2 really young players, are at the top.
Let me throw in some college. Let's see how you are with this.
Not good.
Mr. Football. Favorite to win the national championship?
Georgia.
It is Georgia. Then Ohio State, Bama, Michigan. We always like to look for the drop here. So Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, Michigan, Tennessee, Clemson. Then there's a plummet after Clemson to Oregon at 45-1. Clemson's 16-1. Oregon's 45-1. TCU 60-1.
No respect.
Oak State 75-1. Do you know who the Heisman favorite is?
That's CJ Stroud.
It is CJ Stroud, followed by Hooker, then Caleb Williams in the top 3.
I would have thought Caleb Williams would have been second.
All right, so there you go. First NBA coach fired.
It's one of 2 guys. Nash.
Nash is second.
Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers is 1. Doc, then Nash, Dwayne Casey, Tom Thibodeau. So,
where's Darvin Ham?
Darvin Ham is the Nathaniel Hackett of the NBA now, with the Lakers going winless.
Anybody coaching LeBron is liable to get dumped at any moment.
All right, I got a little Tolo tip yesterday that Brian Broaddus.
Just a tip.
Shut up. Brian Broaddus was reviewing his time on the morning show as he filled in for Choppy on Wednesday, and apparently to start off G-Bag, Broaddus had this recap of working with me in this time slot.
How was your guy Lombardi, though? He was spitting fire.
That was terrific.
It's funny. Michael Irvin was supposed to be on with us, and Sean looked at me and goes, need a guest now. Sean is a demanding little bee. Him and Joey. I mean,
we were wondering how that came together.
I'll tell you what, Sean, you talk about doing intense radio. He sits over there and he's like, we need better cuts, better sound. What's going on? Can you hear that? What are you doing, Broaddus? Can you get me a guest? Need a guest right now. I'm going to ask you some questions. Be alert. I'm like,
he's old school.
Yeah, we kind of sit we sit here, we go sit on the couch behind us and kind of check our phone.
Right,
and,
we're relaxed.
It's like, hey, welcome to G-Bag Nation. Expressway. Here we go. Sean is like, I never moved. I didn't leave my chair for 4 hours. I sat in my chair and just okay, but I'll tell you what, Sean, he's intense. But I did enjoy working
He's
with
the
him.
captain,
He
though.
is the captain, for sure.
But, he makes you feel intense when you're ordering a drink at dinner. What are you having?
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
why are you getting that?
I better make sure I say the right thing or else I'm going to get judged or he's just going to order for me. And I think that's what ended up happening. He just orders for us.
Put the bright light on you.
Can we replay the very...
Tell the truth?
Can we replay the very beginning of that? Did Broaddus put a G on the end of Michael's name? Did it sound... I think I heard Irving. Can you hit that?
How was your guy Lombardi, though? He was spitting fire.
That was terrific.
It's funny. Michael Irving was supposed to be on with us.
That's what you
Sean
took from all this?
Yes. Well, I mean, I already knew the other stuff. They're doing they're doing their theater. That's what they're doing. They're doing theater. Go, it's so dramatic. Hosting with Sean.
I know. Okay, so you guys work with other people in the building.
Yeah.
Is this an accurate, fair representation?
It is the most locked in of the shows during the break for sure, but it's also morning drive, and it's you got to be on your toes, and you're breaking things in for the day. So
I'm not yelling at you, Joe.
No,
right?
no, I would
Demanding
say
it.
I would say you're more than demanding than other hosts, but it's not out of being rude or whatnot. You just want the best for the show. What's the matter with that?
Yeah,
that's right. Stick to the script there, Joey.
That's
why.
That's what I get when I text Joey a compliment yesterday. That's why I texted it to him, because I was like, if they say something bad about me, Joey will say
You're
something
more
nice.
demanding, but it's okay. It's a good demanding.
Broadus is I'm glad that he's showing this personality. He's a freaking liar. I hope he's driving around. I told him, I said, Irvin's got to reschedule. He goes, you want Lombardi? Brian is like very on his stuff and like on top of it quick. At least with me, he was. And we sit here, we gossip in the commercial breaks. That's probably why everyone on G-Bag probably lacks, like Zach and Eric. Who took a shot at me in that? Zach.
Wolchuk.
Zach probably lacks a personality to keep a commercial break engaging and entertaining. That's why Broadus didn't get up, because we have incredible gossip and conversations in the commercial breaks, and Zach just goes, he's probably like a mute, like a dead silent mute in the breaks.
Broadus is so fast too. Like, have you ever gotten on the phone with Broadus?
Yeah, we talk 3 times a week.
You could
like a girlfriend.
You could call him, and he'll like if you're calling him back. Say you've missed his call and you're calling him back, and he's had something he wants to talk about. There is no hello. It's he launches into whatever. It's like
we fought about.
I think this quarterback's hurt.
We fought twice. One over Bill Callahan. That was our first fight, and the second was over saying hello in the beginning of a phone call. We fought 2 times. But I didn't order make people drink when we went to Nick and Sam's. I told Chiafalo, I upgraded Chiafalo's drink. That's what happened. He got like a tequila type drink, and I said, "Oh, you like that? You like these flavors? You got to get this. Get him a Samir. Get him this."
Yeah, you were helping him.
I was helping him. I got him like a $35 cocktail, and they're saying I'm sitting there. Oh, I ordered for the table. Because
everybody was overwhelmed with the choices.
Everybody's overwhelmed. I was like, get all the steak and get all the sides, and I'm like, what do you want? What do you want? And then someone has to sometimes take charge.
In fact, as I recall, I think
everyone got what they wanted.
When it came to what did Zach want,
Zach added a crab cake.
Yes, and when it came to what Zach wanted, as I recall, he was like, whatever. I'm easy.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then
somebody
he goes,
had to take charge.
He goes, after I ordered the apps, he goes, you get a crab cake? Get a crab cake in there? I was like, you want a crab cake? He goes, yeah. I was like, get him a crab cake. That's how it went.
Yeah, but you said it very demanding.
Yes, I know I'm a little bit
You said it
intense.
demanding. You fulfilled Zach's request in a demanding way.
Broadus brought up, think about it, who's Broadus tight with? Lombardi and him, they were best men at each other's weddings. So Broadus came up with that idea. I didn't say go get him, get Lombardi.
So get me a guest now.
Get me a guest now. So there it is, the recap.
Slam that tiny little fist on the table.
Shut up! And you won G-Bag of the day,
which is ridiculous.
There
were so many better cuts than me just asking a fast question, trying to cram in a question before we get to break. That was all that was.
You won G-Bag of the day. So morning show rep.
You won G-Bag of the day because you were the one who pulled that.
It's Sean and RJ Bobby Belt in for Ralph on DFW Sports Station. Let's actually pick this thing. And CeeDee Lamb apparently thinks that Bob Stoops is going to coach the Cowboys to victory against Chicago. Yes, I said Bob Stoops gets the win for the Cowboys on Sunday. Official picks on the truckwreck.com text line next.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's pick this thing.
Touchdown.
It's not Chris Arnold. It is Bobby Belt.
Yes, it is.
Here on Sean and RJ. Here comes the rain. They said it was going to be a cold and rainy Friday.
I know, Mark Cuban.
It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's get the official picks, y'all, on the truckwreck.com text line. After I read some of the reactions to Brian Broaddus and his portrayal of me after working on Wednesday here on the morning show. Demanding little B, LOL. That's why Sean and RJ are the best, most unlikable person at The Fan. I knew Sean was an a-hole. Sean is a douche. No way. We all know that you do that. Looking forward to listening every morning. I use the apps. That's why you have the best show. I pulled over to send this text. P.S. Keep using Meat Church seasonings. I've done on my egg. Tell Sean quit being a little B and own up to being a demanding TW. I can't read that. I am. I am a control freak.
Can we pull all these as drops, Joey?
I am a control freak. I am very demanding. I don't apologize for it. I'm happy about it. Found newfound respect for you. Of course, we knew he was a Nancy. He calls the police on his HOA. So these are some of the reactions that came out. Yes, I am a control freak. Care about the job, man.
By the way, that new they say they have the new respect for you. You were getting a ton of love on the fan text yesterday when Danny told that story about you and the Royals.
Oh,
they loved that
for talking about the team owner dying. I got respect for that, but not like I went.
They had respect for you shooting it straight.
Very particular and organized on the morning show. So there you go. Thank y'all for listening anyway, even if you hate me. You're appreciated. 877-881-1053. All right, before we pick this game, let's hear from... Okay, what I was trying to get to with McCarthy, who y'all will hear from with his weekly interview at 8:40, was last week's offensive performance going to be repeated this week? As McCarthy said, we still want to run the ball. How much of that was about Dak being out? I feel like, Bobby, they want that to be the strategy, whether Dak is 100% sharp or not.
That's the way they've been talking in the locker room this week, that anytime a question comes up about Zeke or anything else, then it's like, well, that's not going to move us off our game plan, which is we want to run the football.
I know,
it's like, okay, then you guys need to do it a little bit more efficiently than you are.
The Cowboys act like they're getting caught looking at like a hot girl at the bar, and they're like, but I'm still married. I'm not looking. I'm not looking at Dak. Like Zeke in the offensive line and Pollard in the defense on Micah. That's who I got the ring on the finger from.
Exactly.
That's how they react.
No, and look, they rank 20th in the NFL in yards per attempt on the ground. Like as bad as the passing game has been, everybody's like, man, the passing game has not been good at all. At their most ineffective right now, they are 20th in net yards per attempt. They're 20th in rushing yards per attempt. So that means you're talking about them ranking around the same, and we're talking about how terrible the passing game is. But, man, this running game, this is the key to victory right here, is just running your head into a brick wall as one of the bottom half, teams in the league.
I don't think I've asked you this. How do you feel about the formula?
No, I don't think that's the way to win. I think it's ridiculous. Like, I can't remember where it was one of the national shows was talking about it, one of these ESPN shows or something that talked about how, the way for the Cowboys to win is not by, just putting 40 points up on the board. It's like, what the hell does that, the way to win is not to put up points? What like bizarro world are we living in?
I know.
Where it's like, you want to score as few of points as possible. That's the key. No, if your defense is holding people to 10, you still want to score 40. That's how you win football games.
That's what Buffalo's doing.
Yeah.
That's what Buffalo's doing. They're having top 3 offense and
where does Vegas have Buffalo?
Favorite.
Super Bowl favorites? Oh, okay.
Here is Dak yesterday being asked about some of the unimpressive stats on offense.
I want to win. If that means going out there and throwing it 20 times, 200 yards, touchdown, no touchdowns, I'll do that. Or 400, 5 touchdowns, whatever is asked of me, that's all that really matters. I just care about the final score at the end of the game. And, wanting to get the passing game. I mean, my expectations are a ball doesn't hit the ground. So that's just the way that I try to practice. It's the way that we communicate, and that's the standard that we're going to hold ourselves here too. So, until we're there, we're never going to be satisfied.
How can you guys actually improve it, though, moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to get better. I mean, each and every day that we go out there, as you said, obviously with the time missed, whether it be the timing, whether it just be being on the same page, these are things that just out here at practice, we're gonna speed up that process. And so, I mean, it's part of it. It's part of it. And the passing game will get there, and when it does, that'll just be another way that we can win. Obviously, adding it to the run game, play action, and just being comfortable with each other.
I think Sean's eyes are stuck in the back of his head from how hard he rolled his eyes when he heard the quarterback answer.
We have a rule on this show, Joey. It's not your fault. I gave Bobby the benefit of the doubt. We don't play Dak audio during the week unless it's like coming back from an injury or something. And I know that this is not him. Garrett, I always was like, I think this is him. He's a robotic, generic person off the field. Now, maybe Laufenberg would tell us different. I know Dak is not. He just got this perfected in terms of the media speak, but there's no point in playing.
Yeah, Chiafalo exposed that at training camp when he asked about the standard answers, and he answered just like that. Like, I swear, that was the funniest thing. When he started replying to that, all those answers he gave to Chiafalo about the fake team were words I hear from him every week, which shows he has these as just stock answers in his back pocket.
Yes,
which is what they want.
And that's what you should want.
Yeah.
That's the way to be. You hear that, Dak heads? There's a balance in there, the split. It's not worth playing on the radio, but it's the smart approach. He's boring with the media, but that's the way it should be. That was a bad and good. It's good and bad. A little balance.
Yeah. You're Mr. Balance.
Keys to the game and who wins. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line. Bobby, give it to us.
I think the biggest thing for them is they need to score early. Put pressure on Chicago, make Justin Fields beat you with his arm, which he's not been able to do to anybody this year. They've not been able to win games where Justin Fields needs to throw the ball. So get up early. That'll be the best way to try and take his legs out of the game outside of just what you can do on defense. But you heard Dan Quinn last segment talking about, that they had a strong tackling plan in place, that they're working with guys who aren't even quarterbacks on scout team to try and simulate Justin Fields' speed. So they know that's the key, is just take things away there. And I think one of the big helps to that would be scoring early. They tried to do that last week similarly. That's why they took the ball when they won the coin toss. Typically they like to defer, but they took the ball, wanted the ball first, wanted to score on Detroit early. Didn't work out that way. I think you need to do that this week.
Some keys and notes from DallasCowboys.com. Nick Eatman's going to join us at 9 because we're doing Crosstalk with Chicago at 9:30. Bears in that win over the Patriots ran for over 200 yards. Defense forced 4 turnovers. They really like to run the football. They lead the NFL in total rushing yards. They lead the NFL in rushing yards per game. Cowboys' weakness has been run defense. That's why they went out and traded for Hankins. They got Herbert, Montgomery, Justin Fields. They've combined for over 1,000 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns on the season. Roquan, contract drama, right? This is a guy that Mike Bassett was obsessed with coming out in his draft. He's been a baller. He leads the Bears in both tackles and sacks. He's the focal point. They hold teams to under 19 a game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, the Bears seem like they should be a little bit better formula-wise. It's like a Cowboys dream in terms of the formula. Running, top 10 scoring defense, and their pass defense, Bobby, ranks 3rd in yards allowed.
Yeah, no, they're very good against the pass right now. We heard that yesterday from Danny, where he was talking about the kind of personnel they have back there. Jalen Johnson's a really good corner. They've got really good safeties back there. Eddie Jackson's impressive. Where they really struggle is stopping the run. They rank dead last in the NFL in rushing attempts, which means teams have tried to run the ball on them just as much as they've tried to run it on other teams. But their yards per attempt, they're allowing 4.7 yards per touch. So that's, bottom quarter of the league. They've allowed 10 rushing touchdowns. That's bottom 5 in the league. Over 1,000 yards rushing, bottom 5 in the league. I mean, these are just some of the rushing totals they've given up this year. 176, 203, 262, 117, 128. They'll give it up, on the ground. But we saw last week that didn't always matter, that Detroit was so bad against the run.
Justin Fields has thrown 6 interceptions in 7 games. He's completing just under 56% of his throws, and he's been sacked more than any quarterback this year, 27 times. But Cowboys.com focusing on who you keep talking about. Who is Darnell Mooney? 3rd-year guy from Tulane, leads them in targets and yardage.
Darnell Mooney is a really good player. He was a 5th-round pick of theirs back in the first COVID year, and he proved to be a pretty good weapon for them as a rookie. But last year, he was fantastic. They were getting awful quarterback play, and he still put up over 1,000 yards. There's these cut-ups. You can find him online of just him routing guys up, like just totally burning guys, getting down the field, and then you see the ball sail over his head, where it's just he was had so much separation and couldn't get the ball in his hands. But he's a really effective route runner. He's off to a little bit slower start this year. He still doesn't have a 100-yard game this year. You know, the totals he's put up have been, he had 2 catches for 4 yards through the first 2 weeks of the season. So the production hasn't quite been there, but they don't pass the ball. They don't like to do that. That's not their game. But if there's a guy that can burn you through the air with Justin Fields, it's going to be Darnell Mooney. So that's important for them to take away. A little shifty player.
This game's going to be over at 2:50.
It's only 2:55.
This game's going to be over, Zach Martin, at 2:55 with both teams running the football nonstop. And, of course, if the Cowboys get a little bit ahead early, Bobby's AT&T key to the game, Justin Fields might get hurt. He might get hurt behind this line if they have to throw to catch up. Cowboys lead the league in sacks still with 29. Micah's got 7. Dorrance has 6. How are we ever
5 now, and 8 for Micah. They gave that sack over to Micah.
Oh, they gave that sack over to Micah. You've ruined my Randy Gregory joke momentum.
I knew it. I knew it was coming because Newey Scruggs tried it on me this week. Screw you, Newey.
And then Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy an hour ago talked about getting Michael Gallup more involved. So these are all the notes, the background, the information before you make your pick.
That feels like on the Michael Gallup thing, Kellen Moore talked about how they need to do better. We need to get him the ball more. Dak has talked about that.
We're always talking about it around here with someone.
It's covering fire, I feel like, for a guy that they don't want to just say he's not back to himself. He's not getting open.
Wasn't it expected that he wasn't going to be back to himself immediately?
Like, I think immediately, but we're talking about we're a few weeks into this now. I think you expected, he was going to find his rhythm again. He's healthy. I mean, the biggest thing is just finding his rhythm again, finding, that mental space to be productive that he needs to be in. I think a lot of this is just in his head right now. And he's still trying to work back on time and things like that. We already know that he had some reservations because remember they medically cleared him for the Giants game and he said he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
And so I mean there's clearly some reservation about coming back and being full strength and
little Ben Simmons up in there maybe.
I didn't say it, but it's been said. So I think that's something that you can look at.
All right, give me the score.
I do think that while they've talked a lot about this running game, and that's where Chicago's susceptible, I do think they're going to try and get Dak going. They got to know what they have in the passing game. Because they got to know what they have in the passing game before Tuesday. If they need to go make a move. Or if they need to go get in on Odell Beckham. I think they need to see, look, full week of practice for Dak. We've got the receivers back. We need to see what this team can do. So I think they will try to get up early and then try and work the passing game a little bit, get those reps in. And I think they'll be successful at that. So I've got Dallas winning this one 27-10.
Okay, I had 27-14. The spread's 9.5. The over-under is 42.5. So we're right around that. 27-14. Is this going to be a replay of the Lions game? Close. Limited possessions. Halftime boos against a pretty decent secondaries. Anyone on the Truckwreck.com text line picking the upset, calling for the upset?
Doesn't look like it. We got 6-2, close game, but the Cowboys win. We got another one from the 214. Cowboys are going to blow them out. 4-6-9, key to the game is forcing the Bears to play from behind and not allowing them to control pace and time of possession. It looks like it's a pretty clean. So, last week you guys had that issue with the Lions game. You had a lot of people in the fan text who were saying, watch out for the Lions. This could be an upset special. We're not getting anything here. We just did 4-6-9. Chicago 24, Dallas 23.
We were talking about this game being over very, very early. CeeDee Lamb with a little exchange yesterday about prepping for noon games.
Everything that you would do on your 3 o'clock or 7 o'clock, you got to do it at like 6 o'clock, if you will. And then you're going to be at the facility around like 9. So, I mean, everything got to be done before 9. All your preparation, your mental got to be ready. And physically, of course, you got to be ready to go.
Y'all thought you get up for a noon game? You get up at 6?
7:30.
Is that extra 30 minutes important?
Man, very important. I mean, I'll wake up, my first alarm go out at 7, and then I'll be up until about 7:30, and then I'll head up here to the facility.
You one snooze or 2 snooze?
Nah, I need. The first snooze will wake me up. You know what I'm saying? Like the first alarm, it'll wake me up, and it's like, I got to get up. And then like the second one will be like 15 minutes out. I know it's 15 minutes out, so sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It has its days.
Which is. It's good to hear CeeDee Lamb's like the rest of us, but that does make me laugh thinking about. I remember Dak was at the stadium last week at 7:45, and apparently CeeDee was just getting out of bed and kind of rubbing his eyes.
And then apparently the missing piece, the key ingredient to getting this win is going to be the Oklahoma Sooners legend?
Right now, Coach, I was going to say Coach Stoops. Lord forgive me. Coach McCarthy. Coach McCarthy, he did a great job of just emphasizing, focus on it now and understanding the job that we have ahead. And then we'll get to the bye week, after everything is settled.
Man, I forgot all about Lincoln Riley. How much did he play for Stoops?
That's right.
Did he even play for Stoops?
Good point. All right, it's Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt in for Chop on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. How about the $300,000 opportunity that you can pay to hang out with the Chicago Bulls legend? World Series Game 1 starts tonight. Awesome win for the Mavericks. And we have to talk about Bobby's wife in blue jeans. All that, then Mike McCarthy next on The Fan.
Blasting out.
special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Stepping into a three and hitting a three. Tim Hardaway Jr. Timothy Dwayne Hardaway. 6 on the shot clock. And Kleba. He's ready to let her rip. And knocks down the three off the dish from Luca.
Actually, a shooter.
Be ready. Had a big coming together between O'Neal and Bullock. And Reggie Bullock! Pick and pop three! Be ready, brother! Be ready!
And that was the difference. They go into overtime. You think the Mavericks are going to choke again at the end of regulation, and you get those 3 consecutive threes, and they beat the Brooklyn Nets to drop the soap opera to 1-4. Man, it feels like a lot has happened so far in this Mavs season. We're only 4 games in. You had a tough schedule.
Yeah, and man, that 3-point shooting, it was good to see Luca get back on track with his shot yesterday. Luka setting guys up for those 3-pointers, knocking down 20 of them. And honestly, that was the difference in the game. Not just that 3-point barrage there in overtime, but the 3-point barrage they get where they knock down 3 of them in the final minute to put them up at halftime. I thought that was a big close in the quarter for them. And so it's good to see them getting that shot back, and it'll be really great when one day Christian Wood's allowed to play basketball for them. I'm really looking forward to seeing him.
Jason Kidd on what the message in the huddle was after regulation.
Yeah, I think just staying in the moment. We had a chance to win it, and now it's 0-0. And I thought winning the jump ball and getting off to a good start, and then the gates open from behind the arc by being able to knock down the threes. But again, our defense, we tried to make it tough on KD and Kyrie, and they still scored over 30. But, it's not easy to win in this league. We've had some close games that we've been on the other side, and I think we're starting to learn what we have to do. And there's some cleanup on the defensive end, but again, like I said, the scores are high right now, and we can't be uncomfortable to score 125. I think we're fine with that.
I was charting Christian Wood. He was back in with 5 minutes left, and I'm like, here we go. We're going to finally get a close. He was out with 2:17 left. I was like, all right, defense. This is when Luka was shooting the free throws. He tied it with the free throws, and I didn't notice Christian Wood go back in the rest of the way. He and Spencer Dinwiddie. I was all set to kill Jason for not playing Dinwiddie or Wood in overtime, and it worked out because they hit those 3 straight threes and end up winning.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of people. I know we brought it up earlier. When you're coming in for that inbounds with 8 seconds left, there doesn't seem like there's a good excuse not to have Christian Wood on the floor for that final possession in the fourth quarter. But a lot of people on the truckwreck.com fan text are saying that's about free throws. You want him getting hacked and going to the free throw line. But to me, it's like, I trust he's going to make one. Let him get up there, take a shot. But he's been too good of a perimeter shooter for them so far not to have him on the court, especially with how much Reggie Bullock has struggled shooting from 3 early this season.
At some point in time, he's going to have to be on the free throw line if he's going to be in at the end of these games. By the way, with the exception of Phoenix, he's been good from the line. He went 12 of 14, 4 of 6, then 3 of 4. That's fine.
Yeah.
He got the 3 of 10. He shot 3 of 10, and then he made, 19 of his next 24. That's fine at the end of a game.
You can get away with that. So, I mean, it's puzzling to me because it makes me say, okay, this is 3 games in crunch time, close ball games, where you've not had him in there late. So does that mean this is your plan? Is this some sort of game or some sort of you're working him in or you're doing this or that? Or is this your idea of what he's supposed to be for your team? If that's the case, that's mismanagement. And if this is truly what your vision of Christian Wood is, then you really messed up by not bringing Jalen Brunson back because you need a real number 2.
Tom Brady is 2 games below 500 for the first time in his 23-year career. See if this makes sense. Tom Brady is done. The Buccaneers aren't done yet. Tom is done. He cannot play after this year.
Yeah.
But Tampa Bay is still in it because of this crappy division.
Do you think he actually is done, though? Like, do you think he would be done, or do you think he's going to go, I can't end like this?
I think...
He's so competitive.
I think I don't know. I guess I would say the worse this gets, like, what would he have to reach standing-wise or playoff-wise to feel good walking away from it. Obviously, last year, first-round loss to the Rams wasn't enough. If they lose in the first round again, I think that's enough and he leaves. If they go...
Divisional. They got to the divisional last year because they beat Philly.
They beat Philly, my bad.
Yeah.
If they go 5-12, if they go 6-11, does that increase the odds of him coming back because he can't leave on that embarrassing ending?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's funny. You remember we were talking all this spring about like...
It's like the worse it gets, maybe the more he comes back.
Like we felt like the Buccaneers could have gone 5-12 without him. And it's like, man, you might be in a position to pick your next quarterback. Imagine, like, would it have been much worse? Like, are they 3-5 with whoever they would have run out there at quarterback? Are they still 3-5?
Daniel Jones or Tom Brady? My buddy asked me last night.
And you're taking DJ.
Legit question. And you're probably taking DJ.
Right now you are.
The Stars ended the little 2-game mini losing streak. They beat the Caps at home last night at the Double AC. Robertson got the scoring going for the Stars, and they shut out Ovechkin and the Caps. All right, Mike McCarthy. So we had a little issue at 6:30 this morning. Bobby did not ask one question. By his choice, not mine. Control freak, a-hole, Sean Shreve. It wasn't me. Bobby just,
demanding little B.
He demanding little B, as Brian Broaddus called me. Bobby didn't ask one question. Mike McCarthy has agreed to come back on at 8:40 to do the interview again for Bobby to ask a couple questions. That's never been done.
I need redemption.
The best redemption. Never been done. I can't do it like Choppy. McCarthy has agreed, because he loves the morning show so much, to redo the interview at 8:40. But first, we got to talk about your wife and her pants.
Yeah, let's talk about my wife and the pants that she wears. So this is a
guy argument.
This is a guy, or just I think it shows the differences between men and women and how they view the world and how they perceive things. So my wife, she volunteers as sort of a parent outreach thing at the local high school. Where it's just like, parents get a chance to go volunteer at the school, and it's a community outreach thing where they go and they hand out candy on Monday mornings to the kids as they're coming into school.
Nice human.
She wanted me to be very clear about that's what it was. She didn't want me to just say she was up at the school handing out candy to kids as they went into the school.
Oh, she didn't want Chris
She didn't want it to
Hansen?
sound like predatory. So she was there
she drive a big van
in
too?
Conjunction with the school.
Drive an ice cream truck?
Yeah, all blacked out windows. Yeah, she was there in conjunction with the school. But she came back in she came home. I was home doing some work. She came in and she was wearing jeans, which she doesn't normally wear jeans. And so I was thinking,
jeans
wow,
suck.
They do, but she was wearing them and I was like, oh wow, you wore jeans to the school. It's like, that's an interesting decision. She's like, why? What's wrong with jeans to the school? I was like, oh, I mean, you're like, there are a bunch of high school guys around, like, you just know, like, every high school guy that walked by you turned around and looked at your backside. And she's like, no, they didn't. She's like, I'm old. I was like, it doesn't matter. Every high school male will take a peek at a jeans-covered lady, their age, all the way up through 50s.
I think it depends if the woman's attractive.
I don't think it does. I think there's just a curiosity about what does that look like. It's it's not even a sexualized thing. I think they're just curious. What does that look like? It's part of the discovery. It's part of the nature to look and just go, what does that look? And so she was saying there is zero chance. She's like, I don't think any of them looked. I was like, it's not just she thinks zero looked. It's not just she thinks zero looked. I think every single one of them just looked because it's like, oh, there are jeans. I must see.
What you just did, in my opinion, was pay her a very nice compliment in a different way. You use these little kids, the horniness of these little kids you threw under the bus to tell your wife that she's hot and she looks good in jeans. Good for you. That was a smart move.
Joey, if my wife handed you candy, would you look back at her jeans?
I don't even want to answer this.
Just answer. You're a young guy.
He's a taken man. He can't be answering that.
If she just gave me candy, probably not.
But she's wearing jeans. You didn't say the jeans.
Jeans? I don't know why that would require me to.
What did you want her to wear? What do you think she should have worn?
I didn't say she shouldn't. It was not a criticism.
Take our sweatpants in there.
Jinkos. I wanted her to wear Jinkos
shorts.
The MC Hammer parachute pants.
She can't wear shorts like you and Choppy, like 40-degree weather. A mini skirt.
Her whole thing is just
a long dress, overalls.
I don't care that like I was just saying like, oh, just so you know, like that's. And she was trying to reject that and say that's not the case. Which, by the way, everybody on the truck the truckwreck.com fan text is agreeing with me and saying absolutely every guy guy looks, especially the high school boys. That's just the way it is. She says that's only the case with leggings. I was like, no. I was like, no. Leggings, jeans, anything that accentuates the shape.
Yeah. Well, does she have mom jeans?
No, they're jeans. Come on. You see my wife. She's not wearing mom jeans.
Whoa!
Love you, Kristen.
You don't have to apologize. You're calling her a smoke show.
This is why I don't have to wear the ring, Sean.
I know this. So you don't have the ring on anymore.
I don't have it on right now. I just forgot it walking out the door.
Out the what?
Walking out the door.
So for 6 years, this fool gets away with not wearing a wedding ring. He goes to Oxnard. His wife is like, I would like you to wear one while you're gone for a month. Look at Joey's face. Yeah, don't do this in your relationship, Joey.
Joey, I'm happy.
Chiafalo brings him a substitute ring. He wears it, and now all of a sudden it's gone again.
I've been wearing it. I forgot it this morning. And look, sure. I tell you, I'll tell you right now. And truckwreck.com fan text will have fun with this. I got married, and as tends to happen, I put on the weight. This damn thing doesn't fit anymore, guys. Like, if you'll look.
So you have the ring.
This is my actual ring. That's as far down as that thing goes.
Yeah.
So that's it right there. Thank you, Ryan. I can push it down. It's going to get stuck. That's not going to be good. But I carry it with me. Crap, it is stuck. There we go. Okay, it's off now. I keep it.
You have to grease the pole like they're doing in Philly.
Hey, now. It's literally on my key ring, like on my keys all the time. And so now I've got the substitute rubber ring that Cheech brought me.
Let me just say this. I think you have the perfect wife for this job. She's cool with you bringing up these topics. She's
sort of
very, very trusting. You can record her and probably get away with it.
Record what?
Bits.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to prank her.
I thought you meant something else.
No. Easy there, Ray J. You could do all these things. It seems like she'd be cool with it. We went out to dinner. She parties. She cuts loose. I think you got the perfect radio wife.
She did. She cut loose at Nick and Sam's. It was a good time.
Yes.
We all had fun there. But no, she's I've said it before. She's a saint because I'm not easy to live with. They'll tell you all the time. The listeners will tell you all the time. I don't sound like an easy person to live with, and I'm not.
Yeah, anyone who won't use the shower after the restroom 2 hours prior has to be a pain in the ass.
And she knows that. She'll tell the kids, like, don't go in there. Dad's going to shower soon.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. An unprecedented, awesome move from the Dallas Cowboys head coach. We redo the Mike McCarthy interview, this time hopefully involving Bobby Bell, Cowboys insider, next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority, and Barricade Rental. Head to buyersbarricades.com.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is in for Chop, and the head coach who's been delivering drop the mic moments. Mike McCarthy is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, coach has gotten hashtag drop the mic, M-I-K-E, going in his last few appearances. So, Bobby, you have a lot to live up to with Choppy out in Vegas. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I feel like I'm going to have to carry this interview a little bit more with my partner bailing on a game week. Not even the bye week, game week.
Where'd he go? What's going on?
He went to Vegas. He had Vegas, he had Mexico, or he had Austin. Which one of those three would you pick?
I'm a huge fan of Austin, so I'd go to Austin.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Austin. Yeah.
Welcome.
Keep them weird.
RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So
that is a no-brainer. And after McCarthy's interview, Bobby, the OJ picture test came to fruition in Vegas last night. I'll explain that in a second. But Coach, let's talk about what's coming up this week. Are the Bears a similar prep for the Eagles offensively because of all the running that they can do and Hurts compared to Fields?
Definitely, I think that's an excellent comparable. I can see you've been studying up this week. You're off to a great start. But I think clearly, when you have the ability to run your quarterback as a primary ball carrier, it's a whole different stress that's put on your defense. So, and they definitely have that with Justin Fields.
What does Jonathan Hankins add to y'all's defense?
Well, excellent run stopper. Just really a very good football player, experienced player. I've always liked Jonathan's game. Going back to his days in New York at the Giants, and he's got to play in a different defense out there with the Raiders, and I think he brings some diversity and an excellent skill set, and another good veteran leader.
Do you think you'll be able to work him into the rotation on Sunday? How do you see that possibly going?
Well, the way we've done it this week, and this is a great situation to be in, is you have players in a number of positions that are competing to be up. So, and that's definitely one of the positions, the defensive tackles. We got a couple guys that are battling to be up, and we'll take it all the way through Saturday, and we'll make that call. But this is. You look at our numbers on defense. We have a very, very healthy, competitive situation over there.
Mike McCarthy here on the Diamond Factory Hotline, 105.3 The Fan. Coach, we always talk about trends with you, what's going on in the sport. Is the running quarterback kind of making another jump up here? They had 12 design runs against New England. Just talk about that in terms of the way the league is going with Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Is that kind of a resurgence here with the running QB?
Oh no, clearly without a doubt. I think these are dynamic players that I think you're seeing more and more generational players come out of college. In the college game is I think probably as strong. As far schematically implementation into the pro game than I recall in the last 30 years. So I think this is clearly a move for some teams, and I think just like anything, when you sit down in the player acquisition conversations, every coach has an idea what he wants his team to look like, but this gives you another avenue to go as far as how you want to play on offense. And, I think it's healthy for our league, and it just obviously makes it more competitive.
Us media people love to say, well, are they gonna implement the spy? Are they just going to play Mike as a spy on the running quarterback? Can you actually just break down the role and responsibilities of what a spy does, Coach? Is he sitting there playing center field at linebacker and just responsible for the quarterback movement and just shadowing him? Can you just break that down, what the spy actually does?
Well, when you look at the history of the spy, adjustment or assignment, it really applies to quarterbacks in the past that were, very good as far as dropping back and then taking off, because it's it was a pass first, run second. So you always had to have, obviously when you have pass rush, it's a different attacking mode from the defensive front onto the offense. And so, but there is an ability for a gap to open up, and which is a great opportunity for a running quarterback to take advantage of. I mean, this is different. You need more than the spy assignment or technique to play, Justin Fields and these super athletic quarterbacks in the league right now, because they're a threat on first and second down, just to take the snap and run a quarterback power or quarterback sweep or quarterback misdirections, and then you got the run pass options. So you got a whole different level of scheme that you have to adhere to. So the spy part of it's not going to get it done. You have to activate all 11 players on defense to accomplish that.
Great explanation. You've done your homework as well. Well done. Mike McCarthy every Friday here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Your attire got a lot of attention yesterday. Were you getting asked about your bucket hat yesterday? Why was that such a story on Twitter?
Well, first off, it must have been a very slow day for a bucket hat.
Even we weren't asked you about that.
Media topic. My goodness. Just being honest, I'm Irish and I love the sun here, but it doesn't love me. So I just have to. The reality is I should be wearing a bucket hat the last 20 years. So better late than never.
And he's still disappointing us, Bobby. If you're another bearded individual, he's still going unshaven. I still think it's the winning streak and the way things are going. I saw it yesterday under the bucket hat, still unshaven under there. Coach,
the reality is my mother's coming to town tonight, so I'll definitely be clean shaved. So
excellent, fantastic. My parents are coming next weekend, so we can get together or not. All right, Coach. A lot of fans are looking for more. You're getting trades in the NFC East with the Eagles and the Giants, and some are saying the Cowboys need to go get a receiver. We got the defense set. Let's put this offense over the top. How have you viewed the receiver room so far in terms of getting what you want out of it this season?
I like the balance we have. I think CD has jumped up and taken the reins as the number one guy in there, and I think he's off to an excellent year. I really like what Noah's given us, and especially just his versatility, and he does so much of the heavy lifting for us on first and second down. Has been productive with his opportunities in the pass game, and he's one of our primary players on special teams, and then I like our young guys. I like our young way they're developing. It's great to have Michael Gallup back, and I just think Michael needs more and more opportunities, and I think he's kind of going through the course that you go through after a major joint injury, and but he looks great, and we just got to keep find a way to give those guys some opportunities.
How does it really work with a head coach's input, like during the trade deadline? First off, how much has the trade deadline changed? We used to talk 5-10 years ago. You don't make trades in the NFL in terms of getting caught up schematically. Has that changed drastically, and why?
I'm trying to follow. What do you mean change up schematically?
People used to say, "Oh, you don't get a lot of trades in the NFL like during the deadline because someone's got to come in and learn a brand new system, or if you're running a 4-3 and this new team is a 3-4, or a backup quarterback, or it's too much to learn in the middle of the season." A shortened way to say it versus that dumb explanation is, it feels like there's more trades happening today than 10 years ago. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think the reality of it is, the player fitting this scheme, and that's really, that's part of the conversation. But I think it's at the end of the day, it comes down to value and what you want to give up. It's like a business transaction. Frankly, you got to be willing to pay for something that you want. It's and how much do you want to pay for that? And I think it really just comes down to that at the end of the day. And obviously, the position of your team, I think, it gives you maybe a little more energy and to be more aggressive. I think that's human nature. But at the end of the day, I think it really comes down to value.
Hey, Coach Bobby Bell, Dallas Cowboys Insider for 105.3 The Fan. When people in the building ask you about trading for Jonathan Hankins, how do you approach that? How do you evaluate that trade as a head coach?
It's completely different here than my last job. But the way it works here is, I take what I call a lap. I always, after, team meeting, go to the offensive meeting, then quarterback meeting, but then at some point I have to go, do the press conference. So either on the way over or the way back, it just depends on everything else that's going on. But I stop in Will McClay's office at least once a day, sometimes 3 times a day. And Will's always, he's always working, the process of evaluation of players. So, we've been watching Jonathan for weeks on tape. So once it gets to a point where we think there may be an opportunity, there's a cut up that our personnel guys, they do a great job in this area of always evaluating, and it's then we'll bring the position coach in, or the coordinator, if we think it's a realistic opportunity, just to get everybody's opinion.
Coach, Zeke is obviously a warrior. I love his quote about being soft when asked about injuries the other day. Do you think last year was any type of learning lesson? A lot of people said, he doesn't look the same in the second half. Respect to him for going out there, but sit him down for a little bit and let him recover. How does that play into this decision whatsoever in terms of maybe giving him a week off before the bye?
I think that's an excellent question. I think you really, when you look at injuries and they're specific to the individual, and we all know that Zeke, he started bouncing around yesterday, and everybody's like, slow down. So because he's really making a lot of progress. But I think it just speaks to him as an individual. But this injury this year is different than the one last year. So I think with these injuries, we got an excellent return to play process with Britt Brown, and you just the relationship that he has with the player, and I just frankly, you just let those guys get to work, and when they feel like they're hit the return to play threshold, and then we activate them, and it's I just really trust the process to answer your question. So, but every injury is different, and I think you would expect that from Zeke, just because the way he goes about it. I mean, he's a tremendous teammate. He doesn't miss anything. I mean, I'm talking about all the way back for the off season. So I mean, he is definitely a warrior.
How does Dak look in practice this week after knocking out the Russ last week against the Lions?
Oh, I thought it looked really good. I thought he had a good Thursday practice last week. I think this week getting the full load on Wednesday, definitely it helps any quarterback. Just the ability to get out there and have full speed drills with the pass rush around you, and the 2-minute drill yesterday was really good. So I like the way that way it ended. It came down to the last play. I think that's always good for both sides of the ball, and the 2-minute drill comes down to the last play on the clock, and so I think he's having a good week so far.
Hey, Coach, a question here from Eric Chiafalo, one of our afternoon hosts on the G-Bag Nation. Coach, with Micah Parsons, a guy who's been really effective for you guys with 8 sacks. Sam Williams, 2 sacks last week, coming off of the being nominated as Pepsi Defensive Rookie of the Week. When those guys pop up on the injury report, Micah Parsons limited yesterday. We see that Sam Williams is a DNP on Thursday. When you look at that, and then you look at what you need on Sunday against the Bears, against Justin Fields, and how those guys will be important for that. When you see their status in practice yesterday, is there any concern? Is there any reservation? Do you have any questions about their availability for this game? Because you're going to need them. You're going to need them in this game for sure. Micah Parsons and Sam Williams, any concern for you about their availability on Sunday? That question again from Eric Chiafalo.
No, I don't have high concern for Micah. I just want to see Sam practice on Saturday, so that'll be the final determination for Sam.
All right, last one for you. I got a surprise audio clip from Luke Getty, offensive coordinator for the Bears, who was asked about his relationship with you by the Chicago media.
He's one of the most influential people in my life, there's no question. Never had really a desire to be a head coach in my life until I got to sit in his team meetings and look at the way that he approached the team, talked to the team, the way he was able to be himself, be humble.
Look at you, Coach. What a nice thing to say.
He's a fine young man. I'm very proud of him. But obviously he's on the wrong sideline this week.
Coach, best of luck as always. Have fun with the parents coming into town, and we'll talk next week. Unless you bail like RJ and go to Austin.
We'll be good.
Thanks, Coach.
Have a great week. Thanks.
There he is, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, redoing the interview to let Bobby ask a few questions this time, and Chiafalo. Thanks to 105 Through the Fan, Mike McCarthy, getting him back on the line, and Black Rifle Coffee. We're going to crosstalk with Chicago at 9:20, but let's pick this thing and get you ready for the game with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next. Pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. RJ will be back from Vegas on Monday. Be careful driving out there in this absolute mess. We're going to crosstalk. It could be a mess with Chicago radio. The Score midday show is going to join us at 9:20. That's why Nick Eatman was kind enough to move to right now from DallasCowboys.com. Nick is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, man. What's up?
Still waiting on him.
Oh.
I can do the interview.
Okay.
What would you like to ask me, Sean?
Well, you got to do it like in Nick's voice or try.
Hey guys. I don't know. I don't do a good one. I'm getting crap, by the way, for they tell me to stop stealing CA's sayings. Doing the ooh-wee.
Well,
I'm going to say, but I like CA appreciate.
You're disrespecting the three-time Hall of Famer.
It's an homage. I'm doing it like when I do when I do Hagee, when I do Choppy.
How
like
do you do Hagee?
Gentlemen, how is ya? Like do one of those or like shoot ya.
And Choppy?
Well, I mean, what does it matter? Like I personally like. What else would you lubricate a pole in Philadelphia with? I mean, Crisco.
We got Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Did you hear the last 20 seconds?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, we're good to go.
We're good. Okay.
Yeah, we're good to go. Nick, does this game worry you more than the Lions one did going in? Because I have to give you credit. I have to give you a little bit more credit, which I hate to do. But you said this game last week was going to be tougher. You said that before they beat down the Patriots, and now I'm sitting here looking at Styles make fights, and they're the best at running the ball. We just traded for more run D help. So how are you feeling about it overall?
I think it's going to be very similar to the Detroit game, but I do think that Dak should be better this week. I mean, I think that he's going to be, just the offense should be clicking a little bit more. I expect him to score more than a field goal in the first half. Both of his starts this year, they've only scored 3 points in the first half, and both at home. So they got to get that going. I think they will, but I do think it is going to be just a tough game. I think that's the way Chicago plays. I think that's their style of football, and I think Eberflus will come in, and last time I believe Eberflus' defense. Now I know he's not the DC, but last time his defense played against the Cowboys, they beat them 22-0 with the Colts, and it was that year in 2018 when the Cowboys were rolling, and they just hit a buzzsaw there in Indianapolis. So let's see what happens here. But I mean, I think it's going to be a tougher game. But I do think the Cowboys are that much better, and I don't think Chicago shows enough consistency to build things on back-to-back weeks.
Nick, Zeke played through that knee injury last year. A lot of people, of course, were quick to say shouldn't have done that, ultimately harmed the team. I know he talked this week about how he wants to be out there and fighting for the team. He doesn't want to be soft. He wants to perform. The odds you think he actually plays on Sunday, because he sounds to me like a guy who's laying the groundwork for I'm not going to be out there.
You're right, which is very un-Zeke-like. And that's the one, to me, of all the different things we've seen this week. We've seen him not practice. We've seen him still out there. We've seen him jogging and laughing. We've seen the media relations department put him out there for an interview. We've also seen Pollard out there. I mean, a lot of weird things that we typically don't see. But for him to say, I don't know if I'll play this week, I think that's the big red flag for me. I think he's probably 75% chance he doesn't play. But, because Zeke is Zeke, and I still think that he would want to if he feels good about it. But with him banged up, the bye week, I could just see I just see him probably sitting. But I would never rule out Zeke until the inactives come out, honestly.
Was that a mistake the second half of last season where it felt like we were all begging them to rest him for a little bit and just free Pollard, but it never really happened?
I don't know. It's hard to say that it was a mistake, because I don't know what a week would have done, or 2 weeks would have done. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think they don't have a backup there for Pollard. I mean, they have a backup for Zeke, but they don't have a backup for Pollard. I think the 1-2 punch. We'll find out if they play this weekend. We'll find out what it looks like with two guys back there that are, with the Pollard and then like a Malik Davis or something like that. I think Zeke's value is something that a lot of people take for granted around here, or even in the media or whatever. So I have a hard time thinking that. I really do that it was a mistake, unless he hurt his knee long term, which I don't think that was the case.
Nick, there's been a lot of talk this week, a lot of blame sharing on the Michael Gallup topic and his lack of production. You've got Dak talking about, I need to do a better job getting him the ball. Kellen Moore talking about, we got to get him more involved. Same with Mike McCarthy. Does that feel like covering fire for a guy who's just not performing really well up to this point? Because I just don't see the same old Michael Gallup these first few weeks that he's been back.
No, and I think that was something to be expected. I mean, you typically aren't going to see the same old anybody, especially a wide receiver coming off an ACL. That, and again, and I know that at this point it doesn't matter who said what or whatever, but like I never was a huge fan of this re-signing because I would have kept Cedric Wilson because it would have been cheaper, and it would also been a guy that's available right now because I just don't think you're going to get that value right now. I didn't agree with trading Amari and then re-signing your injured wide receiver because then I think it's going to leave CD for being the only guy for half of the season. Here we are, 7 games into it, and you're right. You're not getting that kind of production out of Gallup, out of other wide receivers, and therefore, which problem area is the biggest? Receiver. So maybe in a year you're going to see it, and he's going to be back to normal, and he's be making these great catches that he makes. But right now, I think that injury is not where the Cowboys want it to be, and the position is suffering.
Is the addition of Micah and Sam Williams yesterday to the injury report very concerning?
I think it would be very concerning if they were flipped. If it was the DNP was Micah that popped up on the injury report, I think that would be more concerning because obviously Micah plays more and is more. Micah's Micah. Yeah. Sam is Sam. I don't think a shoulder injury limited on a Thursday. I wouldn't be too concerned just yet. But the Sam Williams one, that's one that. Was it knee? I think that's what it was. Knee popped up for him.
Sam
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Knee for him. Just out of nowhere. That obviously happened. In a practice. That's a little bit more concerning. But again, I don't have the information on that one. McCarthy will tell us here in a little bit, and maybe he told you guys this morning, but not 100% sure on that one. But Micah. It all revolves around him, and I think he'll be okay.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy today. What are your keys for this game overall before you pick it?
I think if you give the Bears even more confidence, they got to be riding high right now. They went into New England and won that game, and they won it emphatically with the way with the style they like to play. And I think the Cowboys have got to get him out of that comfort zone and get Fields, Justin Fields, out of that zone. He's got to throw the football. They've got to make him throw, force him to throw. I think that's going to play into everybody's hands for the Cowboys. But to me, it really goes to an offensive approach though as well. They've got to score. They can't have these slow starts. They can't let teams get into halftime thinking we've got this game because that's only going to get that crowd even more going. I mean. Trust me, you're going to see a lot of orange in the stands this week.
Yeah.
And they're going to be raucous. They're going to be ready to go. The Cowboys have got to take them out early. And without Zeke, if that is the case, they're going to still have to find and establish a running game.
What's your pick?
I think Cowboys will win. Their offense hasn't shown – the Cowboys' offense hasn't shown something to blow anybody out. So I don't think that's going to happen. I'll take the Cowboys – 27-17. I hate that score. Damn it. I hate it.
I went 27-10.
Too normal.
That was 28-16.
You're 27-14.
Yeah, see, I like some different numbers in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote down 3
Give me 27-16. I'm switching it. 27-16. Because the same pick here is the same pick I got to make on my article. I don't like having a different pick. So 27-16.
Did you watch Tampa Bay last night?
I did towards the end. I was I was high school football and soccer, and I was all over the place. Yeah, but no, I was there at the end, and I was rooting for what I want to root for. Like kick the field goal or pass it to Evans, whatever you want to do. Either kick the field goal or pass to Evans. I was that kind of. I was playing fantasy football, but
in rooting for Tom.
No, because I was playing against Tom. So I was like, if you're gonna throw it, either throw it to Evans or throw an interception, or kick the field goal. Because I have the kicker. So I was just playing fantasy football. But boy, they don't look good. They don't look good right now. But I still feel like he'll turn it around at some point. I would like to think.
Nick, I've been having to fight with Choppy over this recently, so I'm curious for your take since they played last night. Dak or Lamar?
Oh man. You see how the rain is out here? It is absolutely rainy. Unbelievable.
It's a quarterback versus a running back, Nick. Come on.
Oh, I don't. I can't hear you. The reception is terrible on this song. That's a tough one. It is, and to me, let me just say this. Obviously, Lamar is the extreme athlete. I mean, he's unbelievable. It's the guys you've got around him. I think if you had Baltimore's weapons, I think I'd take all of those weapons. I mean, they haven't really figured out their backs yet, but they got a few of them. Their tight end is really good. They got some speed receivers. I mean, I'm not saying they're setting the world on fire with their stuff, but I think it's if you're going to play with Lamar Jackson, you got to give him a better offensive line, and you got to give him a tight end and a couple of weapons that he can, also dump it off to at times. So I think Dak's a much better thrower, and I think, but Lamar's a better athlete. But I think Lamar has a little bit more weapons, and a team that's more established over there with a coach and everything that's been around a lot longer together. So I don't know if that's the right answer. Passing, I'll take Dak. Athlete, obviously Lamar. And then intangibles right now, I think you got to give it to Baltimore.
Derek Collins just texted, how do you not take Lamar? So there you go. Derek Collins listening to you guys. Nick, thank you. Enjoy the weekend and enjoy Sunday. We'll recap Monday.
All right. See you guys.
There he is, Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you from DallasCowboys.com. We have breaking Tom Brady news and Crosstalk with Chicago to get you ready for Sunday on the Fan next.
We're taking
Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
All right, could be a final crazy 40 minutes. We're going to crosstalk with Chicago here in just a few seconds. Mike Bassick leads another crosstalk at 9:40. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is in for Choppy. The breaking news from TMZ. Tom Brady and Giselle divorce to be filed today.
No!
It's happening today. They have been working with a mediator to hammer out the settlement in custody. My wife asked me this. She's like, how much is this factoring into Tom and Tampa stinking this year, losing again last night for the third straight time? I was like, for a normal human being, I would think it would affect you. Kobe Bryant playing through this stuff. A lot of athletes play through distractions. Tiger Woods, they lock in and focus in, but that doesn't seem to be a very human, real reaction.
No, I mean, he's a guy who...
Man, this went downhill fast.
It did, because they were like all like lovey-dovey at the end of the Super Bowl. Well, I mean, I guess we never know like what's being presented versus what's actually happening behind the scenes. But
then Antonio Brown got involved.
Yeah, I heard. I've talked to people.
You got gossip reporters?
Sort of. But I mean, like, I talked to people who were like, Tom was like obsessed with her. Like, he really did, like, was like head over heels for her. So they were like really surprised when they started hearing that they were having issues.
I wonder how much of this factors in.
It's got to. I mean, off the field stuff is always a concern for teams. Like, they always worry about guys being focused and how they're able to keep their attention on the field. Even for a guy like Tom, like, he is human. I know everybody likes to think that he's not, but like, he is. He's a human, and it's always sad. But I mean, if Tom and Giselle can't make it, who among us can?
I got all these betting odds on Brady before the game last night. Will his age be mentioned? The favorite was no. Will his personal problems be mentioned? I would have bet the whole year's mortgage on that. No. Which will be higher, Lamar's rushing yards or Tom Brady's age, 45? Will Brady announce retirement before week 1 of next season? What do you think the favorite is?
Yes.
It's a heavy favorite. Yes. Will Aaron Rodgers announce retirement before week 1 of next season?
No.
The favorite is yes.
Oh, interesting.
Not as strong as Tom.
Okay.
Minus 300. Is this the last season for Brady, Rodgers, and Matt Ryan? The favorite is 2 of them retire, then 1 of them retire as Matt Ryan is benched for the season. Will Tampa Bay and Green Bay both finish below 500?
Yes.
Both teams under 500? It's all very close, but that is the least amount of odds. Tampa Bay only. Tampa Bay only finishes below 500 as the leader, then Green Bay only, neither, and then both. Will the Packers make the playoffs? The slight favorite is no. Will Tampa Bay make the playoffs? The slight favorite was yes before last night because of the division.
Yeah, because who's the leader right now? It's Atlanta.
Yeah.
At 3 and 4.
Atlanta.
My gosh. It's like Tom Brady said. I'm seeing a lot of bad football these days. It's terrible. Now, my favorite betting odds, the one from a couple weeks ago, was Tom's next girlfriend.
All right, who's the leader?
Taylor Swift.
Let's mix with the score in Chicago. Mully and Haw here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and Bobby Belt on the home of the Cowboys. Guys, do we have you?
What they showed on Monday night.
Hold on, not yet. We'll be back in 10 seconds.
Once you have
10 seconds.
raised expectations, the hard part is meeting them. And now that they have somewhat raised expectations, I think if they go down there and they get blown out and they look sloppy,
just wait for him to finish his point, then he's ready.
Then it's going to be very disappointing.
All right, let's get down there.
All right, we're ready.
Sean and RJ, 105.3, The Fan in Dallas, a fine Odyssey station. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? We've been listening. Hell of a show you got going on there.
Thanks. How's it going down there? What do you expect Sunday?
We are expecting a win, but 2 things have thrown us off a little bit, at least me. What y'all did in Foxborough, I mean, I would have thought that the Cowboys would just destroy Chicago before that performance. That was really impressive against the Patriots. And then the Cowboys go out and they're losing to the Lions at halftime, and it was a 10-6 game after 3. So now someone said you're going to have the Bears formula work against the Cowboys' weakness, which is run D. That's why they traded for Jonathan Hankins. I'm not going to laugh at that. Whereas 2 weeks ago, I absolutely would have laughed at it. But then y'all did what you did, and the Cowboys did what they did. So I'm looking at the Cowboys win, but not an embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mobile quarterback is going to be the biggest kryptonite for the Cowboys this year. When you have a mobile quarterback and a strong running game like Chicago does, that's the biggest concern there. But at the end of the day, I think there's a little bit of a talent deficit still between these two football teams, and I think Dallas is in a better position, especially now that Dak's back.
27-14, 28-16, our predictions. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
I think I had 24-17.
Yeah, I had 29-23.
We both took Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're not. Listen, the Bears are in a rebuild. They're in a tear down still.
Yeah.
They have gotten rid of a lot of players, but they're so much better coached than they were. I
They
think
are.
the thing that's extraordinary to us is how competent coaching will lead you to less errors, less dumb penalties, less dead ball penalties. That we've seen the Bears. And last week was their best game, or earlier in the week. Monday was their best game of the season. But we've seen the Bears commit fewer mistakes, and they need a clean game, obviously, against a more talented team.
Yeah, competent coaching is what Matt Eberflus has provided for the Bears. Are y'all familiar with that? Competent coaching?
When Matt Eberflus was here.
Bobby's not a big McCarthy guy who we conveniently have every Friday on the show, but I was ready to run Garrett out of town. It feels like McCarthy hasn't received full acceptance yet, despite going 12-5 last year. I mean, he was coach of the year when Cooper Rush was here, and now all of a sudden he's fallen behind Brian Daboll and Sirianni. There's this reluctance to put our arms around McCarthy in the Metroplex.
They're 5-2 right now. They went 12-5 last year. If you put it to a vote on our fan text here, I guarantee you the majority of people would say, would you fire McCarthy now to ensure Dan Quinn's the head coach? I think the majority would say yes.
Well,
Dan Quinn is who everybody's in love with.
But then
here.
tell them why you're against them with all that winning.
Because, look, I mean, offense has been a struggle for them. Game management has been a struggle for them.
They were number one I know we're supposed to fight with you guys. Sorry, we're going to fight for a second. They were number one offensively last year in scoring.
Right, but do we look at that and say that they ran things as efficiently as it actually went, or is that some error in those numbers a little bit? I think you guys mentioned it there. It's amazing what coaching can do to eliminate penalties and dumb mistakes and things like that. That has still been a hallmark of this Cowboys team, even when they've succeeded.
Yeah.
And game management's been an issue. And so to me, it's just I kind of go, I don't know what really you can give blame or credit to McCarthy for, because he's a little removed. It's a lot of Kellen Moore and Dan Quinn.
What do you guys think of him, McCarthy?
We think that Matt Eberflus out-coached Bill Belichick, so we think that's probably the only category that the Bears have an advantage in Sunday.
I like Mike McCarthy. I have met him. He is his dad was a cop in Pittsburgh. He reminds me of the people I grew up with on the south side of Chicago. It's sort of this almost,
rough,
very approachable, decent people that you don't kind of mess with.
Yeah,
them.
he is.
Just a
He's
normal.
genuine.
He's like a South Sider.
He's a genuine guy. He's authentic.
And that's
I like
a compliment. I like the guy. I like the whole thing with his dad and the tavern owner, the ex-cop tavern owner in Pittsburgh. They're good people there.
I agree.
I like
Mike
there's
McCarthy.
Midwestern values.
There is.
It's not about how big your oil well is. It's not about the size of your hat or what kind of truck you drive. It's more about
your ego,
being a decent bloke.
He doesn't have a big ego, or at least he didn't in Green Bay.
He didn't.
I liked him in Green Bay. I liked what he did in Green Bay. I also think that after he left Green Bay, we realized just how difficult it was to coach that guy. So you had a little bit more respect for him.
Mully and Hall, you guys got a sweet setup. We got these guys on Zoom. I wish our seats were as far away from each other as these guys are there on the score, Bobby.
I can go right across the table if you like there, Shaw.
We actually have a pandemic in Chicago. I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
Hey, guys, where are you now on the arrow of – I know Fields running around and everything, but people were making fun of him throwing the football this entire season. Where are you in terms of the arrow pointing on him as a franchise QB moving forward?
Well, I think the arrow was pointing up after Monday night because the Bears found out the best way to maximize his talents, and I think that he is a dynamic athlete. He's got a little special in him, and it took a while for them to tap into that. But all these designed runs, and you can measure and count if you want, and you can compare it to the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, but he is their version of Lamar Jackson. And they finally, if they can continue that move in that direction, that's smart, and that's making the most out of your quarterback.
He's a bigger kid than you think, and he is capable. His running skills are excellent, and he's obviously Micah Parsons thinks he's faster, but this is another guy that is really fast, and you're talking about a guy that in the open field does some really good things. I think his ability to run, they have leaned into it, and they have really tapped into it, and thank God they've done that. He's not there as a passer yet. And, here in Chicago, we don't care whether they can win in the playoffs, okay? It's not like
you guys
Lamar
are very
Jackson.
realistic.
No, we just want them to win a bloody game,
But
we haven't seen enough.
And we do think that he might be the only player the Bears have on their offense that could outrun Micah Parsons.
Okay.
See,
but Parsons might run slower with a bad shoulder.
Yeah.
See? Wait a minute.
Is he going to play?
Mike is. I don't have any doubt that Mike is going to play on Sunday. And I know Mike is going to believe he's faster because Micah and Justin share the same agent, and so they work a lot together in the offseason. So there's probably some offseason competitiveness that's bleeding over there a little bit. But yeah, Micah should go on Sunday and should still be able to wreck the game.
I heard that you guys got our boy Michael Irvin to become a traitor on your airwaves yesterday. What did you get Michael Irvin to say?
Wasn't hard.
Oh, boy. I mean,
I just ask him a question, and he
was
told us
fantastic.
exactly what the Bears should do.
We know all the flaws and all the foibles of the local football team. We just don't know what the problems are with the Cowboys. So we asked him if he were attacking them, what would he do? And he basically joked about not wanting to give away the secret, but basically said he would spend every single play, every play in the first quarter and run at them. And run right at them and let them know they're going to be in a fight and try to bloody them up and try to punch them in the nose and not even think about passing.
I think he said make them bleed.
I said make them bleed.
He said make them bleed, and I think that kind of that's what the Bears are going to try to do.
Yeah.
Run the ball, and run it some more. And I know Jonathan Hankins is in town. What's he weighing these days, and how much will he play Sunday?
He looked in decent shape out at the Star this week. I don't know. He's probably a svelte 330 or something. Okay. No, he says he's going to be able to go. I think the reality of what he is here in Dallas is probably 15 snaps a game, something like that. Right. And so he'll be in there on running downs.
He'll be good after the bye. I mean, I would imagine the idea of craning that guy in and dropping him on the field is going to take some. He's obviously an immovable force, but he's a large man, and good luck catching the 4.39 speed of one Justin Fields.
Hey, I got to know what you guys feel about our big topic, of course, locally and nationally. Where are you with Dak Prescott, elite franchise quarterback?
Well, I said earlier in this show, I think Dak Prescott is not underpaid, but he is underappreciated. I think this is a guy that can win a Super Bowl. I think if he were in my organization, he would be a guy that I would trust. And you surround him with weapons, you get that offensive line, you call the smart game plan. Dak Prescott is a winner.
I'm disappointed you asked about that. I thought you were going to go rodeo or something. You said the big question.
Or are we supposed to ask you guys about Kanye or like Deep Dish or
not touching that
one. Poor Kanye, and we've given up carbs, so that's not a good.
Right.
It's a bad time to ask about the pizza. I would say though that Dak, one of the ideas would be. Probably needs like another game. He's probably still recovering. And I think the problem in the NFL, as you look around and you see quarterbacks, is if you've got one or a close proximity to one, you hang on to him. Because as much as everybody watching wants to get better, that's not how you get better. You stay with the guy and and I think he's a pretty good player.
And the fear is that he is going to be more polished this game than he was last week, because more experience and just getting back into the swing of things, the speed of the game. Look, the Bears' best hope is that the Cowboys already are planning for their off week and they are packed and ready to go, and they're double parked. They're going to play like they're double parked and distracted, and they're going to get out of that game, and the Bears can take advantage.
Yeah, and I think that idea that the bye week is going to serve the Bears is kind of funny coming off a short week, but they're hoping. Unfortunately, they played pretty well on Monday. Otherwise, no one would take them seriously. And that's the concern. They will be taken seriously.
So we always get mad around here, lack of home field advantage, and your fan base is one of the ones that invade. Are they traveling for this? Are there a lot of Chicagoans that live
I think
here?
they will. Yeah.
After Monday, the feeling is 44-0, 1985.
That's right. Where's Danny White? That should be your 10 o'clock or your guess before you break today. Get Danny White.
Hogan Boom. Yeah.
Where's Gary Hogan Boom?
Yeah.
Gary Hogan.
I don't think anybody's thought about Gary Hogaboom here since 1985.
Guys, thank you so much. This
Great
was a
talking to you
pleasure.
guys.
Thank
God
you,
bless
guys.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
Back
Thanks,
at
you
you.
too.
There it is, Mulligan Hall. The score in Chicago. Before the segment, Bobby goes, so how's this work? We come in, do we punch? We just start insulting? And I was like, well, let them, we'll go off of their feel. If they come in, they're nice guys, let's play it cool. If they come in insulting like these dummies in San Francisco, then we'll go ahead and start fighting. But they were cool. They were chill. They're realistic.
I'm ready to add them to our lineup here. We need more Dak supporters here at the station. So let's go.
right.
These are my people.
Let's crosstalk with Mike Bassick leading the way. Crosstalk with KMC next on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over to DFW.
most importantly, maintain the lead. Luka into the front court. Bullock was wide open, but they're playing the clock right now. Simmons is up on Luka. Now it's Kyrie guarding Luka. It's a late clock situation. Oh no, it's stolen. Now here's Simmons. What's he gonna do with it? He finds Durant. James, it ties the game.
What's up, you guys? Don't respect Crosstalk? Mike's Crosstalk?
We respect the Mike Likes It segment, and we were doing usage rate research for 1240.
Corey Majors just strolling in.
I got the facts, though, y'all, so everything's okay.
I like that Mark Followill, who is honestly one of the best in the world at calling basketball games. He might be great at soccer. I don't watch soccer.
He's good at soccer.
But what is Ben Simmons going to do? We know he ain't going to shoot.
Did you see him on that break? He steals it from Luca. He goes down full speed, and he's like this. Where are you, Kevin?
It's like a hot potato. He was being like, who will take the ball from me?
I saw this from one of my friends who texted me, and I can't remember who it was. Drees was texting me last night.
Oh.
And a couple other of my buddies, and they said, hey, you got to foul Ben Simmons there when he steals the ball. But I don't think you can, because now that's considered a take foul. And yes, he's probably going to miss the free throws. I guess what happens is you're banking on Ben Simmons missing both free throws.
Right.
And then they get the ball out of bounds and you have your defense set up. But what if Ben Simmons makes one of two free throws there? And now it's a 1-point game and they have the ball with, let's say, 10 seconds to go. So I understand the strategy if there weren't the
new rules.
Yeah, the new rules restrict you from fouling Ben Simmons once he steals the ball there, because now you're living on an edge. If he does make one of them, now if they make a two, they win the game and the game is over. But I tell you what a great battle from the Dallas Mavericks last night. I thought watching the New Orleans game, as they were like, hey, we want to play basketball in the second quarter. You know what? Third quarter, don't really care too much. I found it interesting last night how they battled and to show how good they can be. But I don't know when. I'll throw this to you guys. I'll stop talking now.
Yeah.
I don't know when Luka, as a leader, he's 23 years old. So we're still a ways away from when LeBron won. We're a ways away from when Jordan won. Obviously, Kobe had a little bit of a help because he had the best player in the NBA when he entered the NBA. So when he won at a young age, he was playing with Shaq, who was considered by then the best player in the NBA. Is when do you get that killer instinct that every game matters here? We're not going to D around and lose 30 games just because we don't really have to play 82 games.
I don't think that he lacks that killer instinct with it. I mean, every single game he's scoring 30 or more. Look, man, this is a limited team still. I know you picked them to win the title. I know you said, Kevin, they're better. Their second best player isn't finishing any of the games. Spencer Dinwiddie didn't even play in overtime. This is still a roster star talent-wise. It's still a lesser than roster, in my opinion.
I hear you. I agree with you there.
And the Lakers, all these teams had light switch mentalities too.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mike.
Maybe not 72-10 Bulls.
That's the Clippers for sure.
I hear what you're saying, but did you really look at that Pelicans game and think he had the killer instinct? Like, the stats are one thing, but like, he did not have.
We're putting this on Luca that game?
I mean, he did not have a spectacular game by any means when he was brick citying it all day long. And like, it's not just on him, it's on a lot of them, but isn't that partially on him to be like, hey, everybody, pull your heads out of your asses and let's go win this game because it could matter for a seed tiebreaker?
I mean, it's the NBA, right? There's going to be some natural letdown.
In the third game, though?
He wins me enough games that he can lose one to the Pelicans. That's the third game of the season. I'm more concerned about Jason Kidd 3 times now putting them in a position to lose a game because he won't put Christian Wood on the floor for offense.
I do think that'll change as the season progresses.
Why was he out last night again?
Well,
he was out with 3 left in the fourth, 2:15, and then he didn't start overtime.
I guess from what we understand, they just don't trust him on defense. They think he's going to be so bad and screw up so many things defensively that they're not willing. They don't believe his offense can be better than how bad his defense is right now.
What about the 8-second inbound, though? Why is he not on the floor coming out of the timeout?
I don't know. It's a great question. I thought for sure, because they put Spencer Dinwiddie back in after sitting out probably the last 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. So with 8 seconds to go, they did put Dinwiddie back into the game. And I thought take him out, and I would take out Reggie Bullock. And this would be a great question for Jason Kidd. If you go look at Reggie Bullock's career, he's going to be a 20% 3-point shooter for the first 20 games of the year. I don't know why, but that's his career. That's who he is. He's a horrible October, November, December basketball player. And then all of a sudden his shot starts going in at a 40% clip. So do you just go, hey, well, for him to be a 40% 3-point shooter, we have to play him the majority of minutes in the first 20 games, or that will go longer? Because I would have taken Bullock out there, even though he did hit a big 3 in overtime, and put in Christian Wood. So when that pass is made, it's Christian Wood who has started the season on fire shooting the basketball.
So this thing is looking like a 1-year rental.
I don't view it that way, because again, we're 4 games in. I think he's also getting a feeling out process going for the rotation. I do agree that if it weren't for back-to-back 3-pointers in overtime, he would probably be getting crushed this morning because he would have ended up losing that game. But that's not what happened.
Because as of right now, we can't play him in the final 5 minutes of games. You can't re-sign that guy to big-time money.
But we were just talking about, like, there's going to be a letdown in an NBA game. We're 4 games in and we've already made that determination.
I'm just saying, as of yes, a 4-game determination says he cannot play the final 5 minutes.
If that continues, you're definitely right.
But why would Kidd change that? If Kidd views him as a detriment 4 games in the season, why would that change late into May basketball?
I think he is also learning about the rotation in real basketball. Like, with all due respect to preseason and everything like that, I don't think you're learning the same thing.
From what we understand, he doesn't understand the Mavericks philosophy on pick and roll defense. He doesn't understand the Mavericks philosophy on weak side help. He doesn't understand the Mavericks philosophy on strong side defense yet. So he's trying to learn all these things. And unfortunately, when you play for horse-ass teams in the NBA, you don't learn it. You just play. They're just like, play 48 minutes. We're trying to lose to get Chet Holmgren or Wembanyama.
Like being drafted by the Browns, you know?
So I think that for Christian Wood, this is the first time that actually winning a basketball game matters, and I think he wants to be on a winning team. But Jason Kidd has been very strict. I will say this, because let's just say the Mavericks traded for Anthony Davis.
Right.
Okay, which I think is a honestly small possibility, like 5% that Anthony Davis is going to get traded at some point before the All-Star break.
To the Mavericks.
But let's just say you traded for Anthony Davis, and I know that he's considered a much better defensive player than Christian Wood. Do you think Jason Kidd would be like, look, you're new on the team. I know we just traded for you, and you're making $47 million.
No.
But you're going to sit out until you really understand our defensive concepts.
No.
Right. What? So they are treating Christian Wood very different than what they would treat if they traded for what they'd be considered a all-star.
I just noticed, like, the end of last year, they're talking about, like, boy, we gotta get a rebounder. Like, we're getting killed on the boards, and we need a legitimate number 2 for Luca. That's what we really need. It's like, okay, here's somebody who will rebound and somebody who can be a legitimate number 2. And they're like, yeah, but we can't have you in a crunch time.
I hope it'll change. It obviously has to change.
It just drives me crazy in basketball. No, just in general, how can you be, I refuse to believe that you can be an athletic freak offensively, and then that can't translate to defense. That drives me insane. That you are bigger than everyone, you're agile, you're quick, and none of that can apply to defense, that you have to suck.
For Wood in particular, do you see, like, I hear what you're saying, do you see a learning curve for teams' defensive systems, especially off the pick and roll on the weak side, are going to be different? That's what I'm hopeful. When you said what's going to change, it could be a fool's errand, but that's what I'm hoping is he's getting into that system.
So I'm going to tease my Mike likes it at 12:40ish today.
You guys have Jerry today?
We do have Jerry at 10:30. Is Candace Parker last night on NBA TV after all the games ended, she talked about top 5 usage rates, which that is what Corey did a big research on. Candace Parker did a whole 5 to 10 minute segment on it.
He made it.
On being a top 5 usage rate guy and your success come playoff time. And so it was something I talked about yesterday. Then Candace Parker put a lot of reality to it. Corey did a lot more research than you know what
Candace.
NBA TV did.
She nailed it though, Mike. Like she was pretty dead on.
Yeah,
with it.
she had a great reasoning why the Mavericks can't keep playing this way. She's like, Luka was awesome last night. Like, there's no doubt Luka is awesome. But when you use a guy that much, the success come playoff time is very limited because you're relying on one person so much. Now, the Mavs did make it to the Final Four last year with the same somewhat usage rate. But that'll be a talking point. And then real quick, World Series, and then we'll let you go for the weekend. I know this is a bigger question. I'll go to Bobby first since he's a big Martin Perez trader guy.
Yeah, of course. Like I want to trade him, not that he's a traitor to this team. Or
why do you think that MLB is the only sport out of, I think, the 5 major sports, including soccer and hockey, that winning doesn't matter to your reputation?
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably because it's viewed as so much more reliant on like everything you do. Like even as a pitcher, you're reliant on your defense and everything else, and then you're reliant on people putting up points for you. But I mean, honestly, I feel like there's a little bit of that movement for quarterbacks. I think there's a shift where it's slower, but it's coming around. It took Felix Hernandez winning the Cy Young with like a 500 record before I think people really came around to that idea anyway.
You're asking why we don't give props to pitchers for wins?
No. What I'm saying is in the history of Mike Trout's the best player in baseball, right? He's an easy Hall of Famer. Nobody really questions when he's healthy, he's the best.
Yeah.
He's never in the playoffs. He's never going to be as long as he's an Angel, he'll never be in the World Series for his whole career.
Yeah.
Now, if we take a player in the NFL, like a quarterback, for example, or we take a basketball player.
Right.
Steve Nash.
Yeah.
Steve Nash is a nobody now in the history of the NBA because he didn't go play in the finals and win it all. Go look at his basketball cards. They're worthless.
Really?
Pretty
Back-to-back
much.
MVP?
Yeah, back-to-back MVP,
Hall of
but because he
Famer?
didn't play in the finals and didn't win it all. Last year, Jason Tatum, piece of dump basketball player. Even though he was awesome up to the finals, when he played bad in the finals, that was it. So it's just an interesting deal.
Because you get
Kevin wants to break. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece.
Bye. Miss anything from Store.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking all of the pertinent questions of the day, but also 877-881-1053. It is a shout out Friday. If you want to send us your shout outs, 877-881-1053. Also want to get those shout outs from the Twolos, from the YouTubers. We want to hear from you today. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, but right now, reasons the Cowboys defense will continue at its historic pace, and one reason they might not. Are we in agreement, or do you agree whatsoever, that this has the opportunity to go down as one of the all-time great Cowboys defenses? Which says a lot.
Yes. I mean, considering they're at 29 sacks right now, like that, if that keeps up, I don't know, Kevin, what your pace number is that we're discussing here, but I'm going to throw sacks out.
That would be like, what, 70 sacks for the year?
Yeah, sacks right now is a very significant number. I know that they have another significant number is the amount of touchdowns they have not given up or given up this season.
Only 8?
That's very significant as well. So yeah, just looking at the way that they attack, it's remarkable. Now, my question though is, you were giving us numbers the other day on Zach Wilson and their percentages when the blitz and everything was coming at him.
Yeah.
Whenever it's Lamar Jackson, it's the opposite, where if he has more time, he's worse. And whenever he has less time, he's better. And I don't know what, I haven't watched all the Lamar Jackson games like Mike did with Trevor Lawrence, but I'm kind of curious on Justin Fields' numbers there, because if he's a guy that once he breaks pocket because you put pressure, he gets big gains, then do you want to pressure him this week? Or are you more like, you know what, we're going to stay in coverage, force him to throw, and whenever he does break pocket, we're ready for that?
You know, that is an interesting philosophy, and I can see the appeal both ways, because on the one hand, if you harass him with the pressure, the Bears have at least one turnover in every single game this year.
Mm-hmm.
And in 3 of their games, they have multiple turnovers. So, perhaps that's the key. But on the other hand, if you're dropping people back, and you heard Sean and RJ, or Sean and Bobby this morning, or I guess just Sean, honestly, asking Mike McCarthy about the spy. If you have a spy that you trust that can keep up with him, then perhaps laying back in coverage is the way, because that's how defense is kind of adjusted against Dak.
Who's the spy you trust?
Micah.
Micah?
But then again,
I want to do so many different things with, what's that? What did you say?
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. I definitely trust that spy.
No, you don't.
007, who actually might just be the guy from The Rock. But those are all different stories there, Kevin. But yeah, Micah, you don't want to, he's the guy you trust.
Yeah.
But you don't want to use him for just that. You want to use him for everything else. So you got to, you're like, okay, well, who is that other guy? I'm interested to see what the Cowboys do with that.
So you brought up how the Cowboys lead the league in sacks. Here's the amazing part about that. They also lead the league in pressures. The defense also leads the league in negative plays. They have created 55 negative plays this year. That's 8 a game. That is amazing.
Which you would, where are they on rushing against?
Okay. Now,
because that's a number that can be misleading to the defense.
And that is a good question. And that is for all the things that are going super well, that is the one that is mediocre. And I heard them talking about this on the Get Right last night, is the Cowboys are 17th in the NFL in yards per carry given up, which is right in the middle, which is not terrible or anything like that. You know who's worse? And it's really interesting. It's the Giants. They give up 5.7 yards per carry, whereas the Cowboys give up 4.5 yards per carry, which again, not great, very middle of the pack. But that's pretty much the only thing they do in the middle of the pack. We talked about the pressures and the turnovers that they forced and the sacks that they forced. They are also 6th in the league in yards per game given up and 2nd in the league in points per game given up. But to your point, this is one spot on the defense that's really mediocre, and you have flashes back to the Daniel Jones game, where if you over-pursue with the pressures, he ate them up.
Yeah, I guess then now I want you to decide this as the guy who's trying to be the coach in this situation. You just said they had 55 negative negative play yards, 8 per game.
Yep.
So that number, Kevin, on those negative yards, I don't know how much of that is the sacks that are involved there.
Those are largely passing plays.
Okay,
there are some run plays.
If they're in the
there.
run game, and you know, like let's say you got in one possession, you have a gain of 6 and then a negative gain of 4.
Right.
And now they're in a third and long situation. Like, where does that mean that you're good at run defense, or that you're inconsistent?
See, and that's a good question, because I would say you are, because now you're looking at a team that's facing a 3rd and 8.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying. You don't want to be giving up a consistent string of 6 play rushes, and that looks bad. But if you're telling me you gave up a 6-yard rush and it's 3rd and 8, I'm like, no, that works.
And you know, okay, so now I broke for 13, 14, 15, 20 yards. And then I get 2 more of those possessions. They're negative yards. Am I good?
And
or does that big 20-yarder, you're like, man, we still give up these big rush plays?
See, and I think that's a great scenario, because don't you kind of feel like that's what's happening?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is the Cowboys, because we talked about it, the Cowboys also lead the league in most explosive run plays given up, or they're top 3. They led the league a week ago. I don't know where they are now, but they're top 3, which is bad. But they're second in the league in giving up points. So part of me is kind of like,
yeah, and so that's
which
kind
is probably not good.
This is why I credit the Cowboys for self-scouting. They didn't just say, well, I mean, look at the numbers. Our numbers say that we're, good. We're okay at run stop. They said, man, we don't want these other things to keep happening, so we got to go get a body to try and stop that. So they did it. And I don't know if that's going to fix it immediately, but it could fix it. And that could be a big factor for this team, is they could fix it by making sure they don't get as many big yards. Now, Kevin, I want to add this real quick, because this is a project I need to go do now. You remember the project of how many times if in a drive, if you have one big play, one significant splash play of 12 yards or more, and keep track of this, Kevin, go look at this season. You can see it, how every time the Cowboys have a drive like that has one of those plays, they tend to get points.
It's interesting that it doesn't work in reverse.
I want to see on the other side, on the defensive side, how many times either they let that happen, and then how many yards back do they push them? Like those moments where their defense has significant negative yards where it keeps points from happening.
Now, something positive on the flip side, as we're going through all of these, like, that's the negative for the Cowboys, of course. Now, the positive is they've only given up 8 touchdowns through 7 games. That is the best that this defense has ever done. Now, the other thing is they have given up more than 200 yards total passing yards one time this season. If they keep Justin Fields below 200 yards total passing yards, which again feels like a reasonable goal, they will have given that up one time in the first 8 games. The last Cowboys team to do that was the 1977 Dallas Cowboys.
Look at that.
And what did that team do? They won the Super Bowl. And so that's
every week, baby. Every week, Kevin drops a stat that lets me know we're winning this Super Bowl.
I mean, and look, you need the offense to match. That's going to be at some point. Like, I don't know if it's going to be this week, but it very well maybe. At some point, you need the offense to be able to run with even 20% of the defense. If the offense is 80% as good as the defense, then I do think we're going to win the Super Bowl.
I was listening to Bobby this morning, and with all the information that I've been kind of gathering as well, I do expect this offensive week to be different. Now, and I want to ask Jerry this about come up here at 10:30. You know, if Zeke's out, do you expect the offensive game plan to change much?
Yeah.
Because we know, Kevin, that they are trying to decide if the production at wide receiver is because of the player, the coach, or if they just need to add another person there. And if that's the case, don't you need to see your offense opened up a little bit before you make that decision? Like, I would expect that we're going to be passing a little bit more against the Bears this week in order to, and I heard Bobby say this, by Tuesday of next week before the trade deadline, they need to make some decisions. Now, if Odell Beckham Jr. is the guy, then they don't have to make that decision. But if they're like, hey, we need to go trade for a wide receiver before this gets rolling, then we need to do it now.
Doesn't that sound like more of an MLB hockey basketball thing? You can't really, in a 17-game season, go, hey, let's just D around here and pass the ball to see if we're a better passing team, and then it's let's just take the Detroit game, which ended up being a blowout. Then it's 10-6 in their first and goal, and you're like, hey, we were trying to pass the ball a lot, and we might lose a game to the Bears now because we didn't try to win. We tried to see if our passing game was good.
You don't know what your team is right now. Like this team, you really don't know unless you are.
So you're willing to possibly lose this game. I just want to put you on record. You're willing to possibly play into a loss by doing something that you're not sure you're good at.
That makes a lot of sense, Mike, but I still have to figure out my team. I still have to do that.
Are the Bears the team that you're most willing to gamble that? Like I know you would have thought the Lions.
I don't think you can in the NFL.
Do it against the Packers.
Man, you might be right about that. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides Cowboys-Giants, what NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend? And there's a lot of shout-outs. We will start hitting them up. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Stick around.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen Law Firm. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Our question of the day, well, our question in this moment, because we'll have Jerry Jones coming up in just a minute. Besides Cowboys-Giants, what NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Could it have been the NFL game last night? Or are there other games on the slate that you're looking forward to?
Dude, what a boring game last night. What felt like it was too. Like that Tom Brady.
You think?
He just looked
Great
bad.
game, went overtime.
He looked poor,
It's
man.
Not bad game.
He just, like 325 yards and a touchdown, but how many times did you see him just completely miss Mike Evans?
Him and Mike Evans, and I don't know. I don't know what the play call was leading into it, but the confusion there was, and Mike Evans was like, no, I said this way. And you could tell Tom Brady's like, no, I'm never wrong.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that is a very fair question.
This is a weird slate this weekend, but I think maybe the most significant game for me is going to be, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Reginald.
Do it.
Dabes versus Gino.
Don't do that. It's the only game between two teams with a winning record on this slate.
That's how weird the NFL is right now.
This slate is definitely a dud. And I have one other that I was really intrigued by, but that's
Actually,
on
I
my
have
list.
two others.
Okay, Giants Seahawks. I think
totally get it.
Is really interesting. Yet again, to the surprise of no one, the Giants are the underdog, which this is amazing. I will say this for the Giants. They're getting all of the best of both worlds. Not only are they 6-1, everybody thinks they stink. Everybody thinks their quarterback stinks, and they're underdogs every single week. So despite being 6-1, they can still do the nobody believes in us. Everybody, I would put up those power rankings of quarterbacks and be like, hey, Daniel Jones. Well, I don't know. You have to use his whole name. But hey, everybody thinks that you're bad at quarterbacks. Let's go show them. Yeah, and hey, you're 3-point underdog again. Let's go show them. It's amazing that they're 6-1 and everyone's like, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, that's the game for me. And I think that's, if you're in fantasy, there's probably a lot of other games that kind of stick out for you. And I would say Minnesota and the Cardinals does for me, because Justin Jefferson and Hopkins being on the same field together is a lot of fun to watch. If Kyler can use Hopkins the right way. Which the first game, it was 10 for 100 and something yards. That's awesome.
Mike?
What? All right, so you just took one of them, is Cardinals, Minnesota, because I think people are sleeping on Minnesota. We just did the thing, are they a true contender?
Same thing, they're 6-1.
Corey said no, we said yes. So I think, man, when they're 5-1, I'm sorry, not 6-1. But I think that if they were to beat Arizona, that takes them to another level of, man, I mean, if you're only going to lose one game, through halfway mark almost in the season, that means something. And then if Arizona were to win, and then you go, gosh, does Kyler Murray just need DeAndre Hopkins to throw 10 times a game, and that changes him back into a good quarterback? Is that all it is if DeAndre Hopkins is healthy and Kyler Murray's healthy, Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. If Kyler Murray's dinged up, bad quarterback. If DeAndre Hopkins is out, bad quarterback. But the other one, too, that I'm really intrigued with,
if you pick mine,
is San Francisco at LA.
Okay.
And here's why. San Francisco owns the Rams. Last year, they went 2-0. They've already beat them one time this year. I think when it comes down to this division, hey, mark me down as not a Seahawks believer, but hey, they can stick it right where the sun don't shine if they keep winning games. But I think this is a big game for that division. So I see Minnesota winning.
Yeah.
So if Arizona gets another loss, and if the 49ers go 2-0 against the Rams, I think that puts the 49ers in a really nice position going into the second half of the season.
And I'm intrigued by that one as well. That one jumped out to me when we do betting and everything. I was like, not this time. I fell for that last time. What is your intrigue level? Because this is the other one that I'm fascinated by, is the Patriots and the Jets. The Jets have a better record. They're the home team. They're the underdog. And this is a thing where Mac Jones is back in because, oh my God, if you didn't listen to Bill Belichick, it was spectacular. As they were like, oh, does that mean Mac Jones is the? And he's like, why are you asking that question? I just told you he's available right now. That's why he's starting.
All right. So, Kevin, I'm also preparing for betting with Bassick right now. The Jets' record at home against the spread, what do you think it is?
3-0?
1-2.
Oh dear.
They are 4-0 against the spread on the road. So they're playing the Patriots at home, and that's not a good sign for betting purposes. I don't know what the difference is for them at home where that factors in. Maybe they play it a little closer to the vest. Maybe there's just a lot of chaos. Maybe their fans hate them so much that they don't feel like it's a real home field advantage whenever they're there. So I like the game because I want to see if this Zach Wilson not really throwing for over 200 yards per game, and the Jets defense is really quality enough to make this thing happen for fun. Like it could be a really fun game this week.
And I wonder if, especially how good the Bills are, if this like salts away the Patriots season. And like that might be too much to say once you're only 8 games in. But if they were to lose again, and like, by the way, does Mac Jones make it through the entire game? Or they're like, the hell with this. We gave you 2 quarters this time. It's Bailey Zappi time. And then the Jets would be 6-2. The Patriots would be 3-5. Obviously, the Bills, I know they still have to play. They are a massive favorite over the Packers. That would put them at 6-1. Do you just see the Patriots fade away? And then is the rest of the season a straight-up competition between Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi? And how the hell is Bill Belichick going to handle that?
Well, I mean, I think Bill Belichick's in a great situation, Kevin, because he has 2 quarterbacks. And as we all know, if you have 2 quarterbacks,
don't you guys always tell me that means you have no quarterbacks?
I don't know that that's a reality. I think that's always just a saying.
If you're Mac Jones, are you like, I'm 7 games removed from being Rookie of the Year? It feels.
1 year the Cowboys had Troy Aikman and Steve Walsh.
I really think though
2 first-rounders.
You know, Bill Belichick gave the team he said I'm going with Zappi here. The team responded. Like they made catches, they were blocking better for at least 2 touchdowns. Like there were 2 big plays. The crowd went insane. They responded. The rest of the game was insignificant to that point though. Because you didn't get that. Hey, if I'm trying to learn something about my team here, you didn't get what you really needed from them.
Want to do a couple quick shout outs from the 469. Shout out to my wife, Leslie. It's 6 months of marriage today. Congratulations to you guys. Hope everything is going well and going strong. From the 903, shout out to my kids. Wouldn't be here without them. Also, shout out to me for getting out of bed and working in this stupid weather. Mm-hmm. Is just rain that makes it stupid?
Do you want to work in the rain right now?
I mean,
I'm in a studio with a roof over my head.
No, that's why I'm just asking. Like, I want to know what they do. And is it just the rain that makes it stupid? And from the 940, shout out to my son Sawyer. He turns 5 today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more shout-outs from you guys, but also we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right, and that's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. So visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. I'll go ahead and throw myself out early. Forgiveness Friday. We were jumping ahead to what games you're looking forward to, and I was looking at the Seattle Giants game, and I said Cowboys-Giants, so obviously it's Cowboys-Bears.
You said it multiple times,
My apologies for that. My apologies
Fix it.
for that. Okay, Cowboys-Bears. Obviously this weekend right here on 105 Through the Fan. Also right now on the Fan, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Kevin, Corey, Mike, good to be on again with you today.
Now, I know we got a lot of football stuff to do, and I promise we will get to it, but I got to know, what are your thoughts about having the Jonas Brothers perform at halftime of the Thanksgiving game?
I'm a big fan of their family, fan of their story, fan of their careers. It's an exciting time, and the initial exposure I had with them was, of course, many years ago at one of these Thanksgiving Day halftimes for the Salvation Army, and they've been, of course, fabulous supporters of the Salvation Army and the Cowboys, and it's going to be a lot of fun to be with them there on Thanksgiving Day.
Jerry, if you had to rank which one you like better, Thanksgiving or Christmas, what's your more favorite holiday?
Well, I will tell you, Christmas is, of course, has always been such a premium time in my family, both when I was a kid and as I've had my family and evolved. But that Thanksgiving Day with the celebration and the kickoff, that National Red Kettle campaign, and we get to have early lunch on that day with all of the top officers nationwide, nationally, and sometimes internationally with the Salvation Army. And, boy, what they do for people, and they don't have to have board meetings. They can take people that need the food, children need the Santa Claus. They can take a disaster, and while everybody's trying to plan around it, they've got them fed and warm. They're a great organization, and if you wanted to really give the most for your dollar that goes in that red kettle, those people, they can do it, and that's their lives to get it done. Great organization.
Yeah, Jerry, I mean, we always appreciate the support you guys have done for them, and I know the work that Charlotte puts in there, too, is significant as well. I did want to give you a couple of weeks on this, though, a couple of weeks in advance, as we get towards the Jonas Brothers doing that halftime show. In a couple of weeks, do you think you can give us a little bit, like a couple bars of your favorite song? You think you could sing them for us?
I'll be ready to go.
Yes, sir. There you go. There we go.
Outstanding. Now, this kind of indirectly impacts your team, or maybe you don't think it impacts whatsoever. I was curious. The Cowboys made a trade this week, and then the Eagles made a trade to pick up Robert Quinn as well. Do you get nervous, concerned, whatever the proper terminology is, when rivals pick up a top-notch talent?
Robert Quinn is a really top player, and he did a great job for us. And so he'll help them. But we've got a player that can really, really help us uniquely because of his experience and his size in the middle. And that's where we needed some bolstering up. We've really feel good about our outside pressure and what we're doing from our pass rush on the outside, and Quinn is and was outstanding at that. But we've got some young guys out here that we want to be sure that we get the reps to, because they not only are effective, but, boy, they're just coming on like leaps and bounds, like Sam Williams and players like that. And we just need to give them every real game opportunity to do their deal, and they'll grow right before your eyes. So we're fortunate to have young guys out there at those positions at Robert Quinn. That's not taking anything away from him. And by the way, he's a great guy. I really enjoyed his time with the Cowboys.
Yeah, Will's done a great job. Will and company have done a really good job at setting this team up with the foundation of adding through the draft. And I think you got like 4 significant starters playing time from this year's draft, let alone. I am kind of curious, so as you look through the rest of the division and monitor how they approach their things, you guys do it with the draft a lot. the Eagles, they've been making some significant talent additions and assets to their roster. Like, what do you think makes them good at that?
Well, again, I think they're well thought out. They're well organized. He won't do it, but I will. But Stephen is in charge of our personnel, Stephen Jones, and he's really done an outstanding job over the years of putting that together. And then by the time that we're there, we include, and Mike McCarthy had not been included at Green Bay in the actual drafting or the building process of the roster through the draft, the head coach, but he hadn't. And so we do that. We include our head coach and our coaching staff heavily in who basically assesses what we're doing. And then when we get ready to make those calls, we're able to make a call that encompasses all of the issues, salary cap issues, and literally we can look around the corner. And that entire group has done an outstanding job. But the key thing I'm trying to point out is talent acquisition not only is a year-round thing, but in our case, it's an entire organization thing. And a lot of input goes into picking a Sam Williams or picking a Pollard or for that matter on down the line. And so and that has to do with these free agents as well. So we take a lot of pride in that. I think we've had personnel really on par with the league for quite a while. And, of course, you have to every now and then have one of those that you saw that nobody saw when you look at a player that like Micah. I'll call Micah my pick.
Will you take blame for some of the bad ones then, too?
We have a lot of fun with this.
Yeah. So, Jerry, how do you think Tony Pollard will handle that extra workload on Sunday?
I think he will dial him up. I saw him say something that was real fun, but he'll hit it like he's been doing it all along in terms of those many reps. And I think he'll do outstanding, and I'm anxious to see. My vision of Pollard is that he can run all day. I don't know that I've ever seen him get tired. And so he's got durability in terms of his ability to carry that load and carry a multi-carry day. So he can do that, and proud to have him involved at this level. Proud to have him.
Longer term, do you see the appeal of Zeke sitting and then getting the bye, and then hopefully on the other side of the bye being ready to go again?
Yeah, for sure. And it had everything to do with how we're doing this weekend with this bye coming up. I'm not so sure we'd have done it this way had we not had the bye. So this just gives too good an opportunity if we don't use Zeke, and we'll see how he is responding as the week goes along. But if we don't use him, it's just too great a time to get him in top shape.
Do you feel like the game plan, because you guys have had a really good formula so far that's been, as we keep talking, complementary to the defense and what y'all can do. Do you think it changes dramatically and that you would be passing a little more if Zeke's not out there?
I don't see that dynamic, but I do see he's an outstanding. He's maybe the best in my mind in the league pass protector. That's big, and so that's very important. I'm not trying to be trite, but he also, that damage he does, how physical he is. Now he gives more than he takes, and so boy, he's a load, and he wears those defensives down when he's running that ball. And so how we do that in his absence, if that's the case, will be interesting to see, both protect as well as wear them down.
We've been talking a lot about the receiver position this week, Jerry, and I'm kind of curious on how you feel about Gallup. Do you feel like you need to see more production, maybe out of the position, maybe out of the player? this week before y'all get to that trade deadline next week? Is there something you want to see from Gallup right now?
I expect to see more production. I do, and that's not in any way drawing a line. He's just that quality of receiver, and he's that important to our offense, has been. And we all know we've seen those outstanding 20-yard-plus plays, those down-the-field plays. And then we talk about our third down and talk about how we need to keep moving those chains, and that's impacting the number of offensive plays. All of that has Gallup written all over it. So you bet we need to have him show up with good stats. When you do, you'll have more third downs, conversions, and when you do, you'll have more extended plays.
I think we all understand the reasons, and you've talked with us about the reasons, and so many of the decisions that y'all made on the personnel front in the offseason have gone really, really well. Do you look back at the receiver production thus far and look ahead to the trade deadline and look at somebody like Amari Cooper and think we really would have been firing on all cylinders had we not lost that?
Well, do we want to factor in the fact we haven't had that but 2 games?
Sure.
I think we should. And so that would have mitigated some of your receiver production without question. And so I think you're not comparing apples and apples.
Yesterday, your friend Michael Irvin hopped on with Sean and RJ, who Bobby was filling in, and he said that he knows for a fact that Odell Beckham Jr. would like to play for the Cowboys. What do you think a player like that would add to this wide receiver room?
Well, I think Odell Beckham is, we know firsthand, he made the greatest catch that I've seen, I believe, other than the one Dez made for the touchdown against Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all know that one.
That one, but bottom line is Odell is a player that I admire a lot.
I am curious. I know you were just kind of joking, or maybe you weren't joking. Do you ever or do you often reflect back on that Dez catch and how differently that could have meant for his career, for Romo's career, for the franchise? Because we do a lot, yeah.
I think that's fair. I think it does come down. Can y'all mentally picture with me that catch that was made off the helmet when Eli made that throw and the boy caught that to pass off his helmet?
Yeah. David Tyree, yep.
That was a career changer for a lot of people. That's what we do. And that's what this game is, and it does. You can't help but point to plays or point to event. And I was thinking of that rundown that we had there with Parsons and last week. That rundown from behind.
It was awesome,
and it's getting a lot of talk, and it should. It reminds me of when Deion Sanders was standing still and with a full run at the goal line up in Buffalo, and he caught the running back with him standing still on about the 12. He caught him before he got to the goal line. And so those plays do stick out, but you never know when they're coming. And ironically, that's what I'm moving away. Not moving, but I am moving away. Ironically, that's what Micah and that's what the coaches were talking about before the game, about they'll never know when those great plays can come, because the ensuing play, we stopped them on the one, it changed the game. And that's the game. That's a big part of this game, are those great plays and the impact that they can have the day of the game and forevermore. And that's a pretty dramatic statement, but that's why we love this game the way we do.
Jerry, I love that you're going back in time, and I know you can't talk about Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. They're two of the best quarterbacks in the league, and they're coming close to the end of their career, whether it's 3 years from now or whenever it is. But you had a Hall of Fame quarterback in Troy Aikman that you had to make a tough decision on. I was wondering, I don't want you to talk about Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, but how tough of a decision was it to move on from Troy Aikman? And can you talk about maybe the conversations you had to have with him that you decided to go in another direction?
Well, actually, that decision was made. I didn't make that decision. The man upstairs made that one, and had to do with his physical condition, the concussion aspect of it, the back aspect of it, and those were the things that really took its toll. And Troy took a lot of hits, and that ultimately took its toll. Early, I remember over in the Pro Bowl that Troy got the most mobile quarterback in a second or third year with the Cowboys, most mobile quarterback. And that's not the picture that you have of him, but he was very mobile. He might tell you he had a little stiffness, but he was very mobile early. And then, of course, he really the concussion thing came on the scene, and we hadn't really had that. We just didn't see that as a potential issue relative to how long he was going to play, but it turned out having a big bearing on it. But make no mistake about it, he had a ball that we all remember it, but it threw it right off of his ear hole in his helmet, and that thing was a dart, and he would have practices where there were no incompletions in practice, none. They all completed. He unquestionably was the most accurate passer I've ever seen.
We were discussing yesterday, as that was the celebration of Emmitt Smith's record-breaking moment yesterday, and we were asking the question, we had a lot of feedback in this conversation on whether or not Emmitt Smith nationally is recognized or gets the credit of being the best running back that's ever been there. And I kind of wanted your thoughts on, that moment from Emmitt and him breaking that and all the work he put into it, and kind of where he stands in your rankings on running backs that you've seen.
Well, he took his natural skill, which was efficiency, and if you watched him run, he could within a 6-inch range, 6 inches, he could keep his center of gravity. He could move it over like that a little bit, and with those powerful legs below the waist, you would have thought he was a 300-pounder with his calves and his thighs. And a huge man below the waist. And, boy, I'm telling you right now, he knew how to use it, and he would hit that hole. He'd be the first to tell you that he had a lot of holes, but that's not the end of it, boy. Then he would efficiently make a little zig or zag, and then he'd put all of that power to it at that particular time, and after his hit, he'd make umpteen yards. And that's where those yards were. That's where the exceptional yards were, in my mind, were after he was hit. But he had great vision, and great balance. And he was exceptional. He was exceptional everywhere he went. He broke every record, at the high school level, at the collegiate level, and at the pro level. So what do you need to hear?
Yeah, absolutely. There it is.
Sounds like pretty darn high, Corey, is what I just heard. I love it.
Jerry, I know Monday is going to be the day that all the kids are out trick-or-treating, and my wife brought a bag of candy corn home the other day. Before she even got it into the bowl, the kids ate it all. And I'm okay with that, all right? I'm perfectly fine with that. Because on Monday, I'm going to steal all their Milky Ways out of their bags. And I'm just kind of curious, which ones with Steven and Charlotte and Jerry Jr., what candy did you go steal out of their bags when they were trick-or-treating?
Well, candy corn had a short life around my house, and I was on the hunt for Red October, but about any of it. But some of that old those Cracker Jack balls, those popcorn balls that they put that syrup with, and whatever. Some of the I can remember homemade stuff when you'd go around trick or treat. But the thing that amazes me today is how much you get.
Yeah.
I can remember back when you did it, and you got a little couple of fingers worth of candy. Man, I'm telling you, it's haul. I've thought about having 4 or 5 of these kids in a truck and going out here and just getting them. But what a time! Halloween's a lot of fun, and it's an exciting time. I've got little kids around that have these Top Gun outfits, and that may be the cutest thing I've seen in a long time.
Man, that is an outstanding story. I think we're all huge Halloween people as well.
Is Jerry dressing up as Maverick this year? Do you have a costume that you go for?
Well, listen, guys, when you see that one out there that stops your clock or looks a little weird or looks like he's moving like he's been hit by a car crossing the street that night, that's old Jerry trying to act like he's 12.
Try to get
knocking on those doors.
Outstanding.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, good sir. Obviously, hoping for the best. Cowboys against the Bears, get another winning streak started, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
That's it, guys. This is fun.
Yes, sir.
A lot of fun. Thank you.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And look, as much as I would like to do a deep dive on the end of that discussion with the Halloween thing, and I don't know if this is what we're looking for in the promo, but I would love to hear a promo go, you see a kid who looks like a 12-year-old, but he's walking like he's been hit a couple too many times. That's old Jerry. I think that's your promo. And as much as, yes, we will submit some of the Evan Smith audio for G-Bag of the Day, Masterpiece of the Week, as someone said, G-Bag of the Century, I'm here for all of it. However,
Mike did it again.
At the very, 4 questions in, Zeke ain't playing. And I know
that's what it feels like.
And I know it kind of got couched to, we'll see as the week goes on or if he doesn't play. But it sure as heck sounded like from those answers that he ain't playing.
Yeah, they've kind of been setting that up. I mean, he hasn't been practicing this week. And even as you hear Zeke talking throughout the week, it's kind of, man, it's very if I do, and that's not typical to hear from Ezekiel Elliott. So the way Mike does this thing, dude, he's an expert at getting Jerry to talk about these things. You're the Jerry whisperer. That's the fact right there, man. You've done it again, Mike.
I tried.
Man, Mike, when you're locked in, you're unstoppable. Would you say that's a fair breakdown?
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the thing that he went further on to talk about is, that's why they would do that with the bye and everything like that. So again, we'll see, but it felt just about as close to a confirmation as you can get. The other thing I thought was fascinating was he was like, well, let's wait until Dak's out there a little bit more before you make any decisions about Amari Cooper moving on down the road.
Which then wouldn't that lend itself again to the Odell conversation more? Because if you're Kevin,
sounded like he was
if
in
there's
on
a
that.
November-December timeline on that guy, then get Dak, or you don't have to make a trade.
Sure.
But I can sign that free agent. He may have the same, I have to catch up to speed like Michael Gallup, but they look at it and would say it just sounded like he looked at him as a Dez-type game breaker still.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Two of the From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Now, Mickey, this is normally the part where I say good morning. I'm going to warn you going into this segment. The only thing right now that Mike cares about is Tom Brady and Giselle announcing their divorce. So be prepared for questions in that sphere, and I don't really know where this could go.
How much does she have to pay in child support?
Oh, they figured that out yet?
She's not seeing those kids. Come on.
Huh?
I wonder who asked for the prenup first.
Yeah.
Ooh, because
Right?
she's got more money.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
So she may have to pay to get out of this.
Now, the question that Corey asked was, would you watch a buddy romantic comedy with Gronk as Tom Brady's wingman as
saw
he
that on
was
Twitter.
looking
I thought
for
it was
love?
funny, yeah.
I said no, but if it was a reality show, I'm 100% in on that.
Yeah. If Gronk's on it.
Yeah, see?
Because Gronk's entertaining Tom Brady is not necessarily.
Yeah, right.
We're making stuff happen already. You know what's really interesting about this, Mickey? And again, like you can take rumors for whatever they are, but supposedly like Giselle gave him the ultimatum to like leave football or they were definitely getting divorced. And that just came out like the other day and it felt like she meant like right then. And then the news comes out that they got divorced. It felt like, I don't know if the question actually got asked again. Hey, do you want to give up football? And he's like, yeah. And so that's why they got divorced.
The mistake there would be to ask that question in the first place.
That's true.
Yeah, all these guys are going to say no. They want to keep playing. They love the game.
Yeah.
Corey, if you keep doing radio, I'm out.
It also feels like maybe that your marriage is not on the most solid footing to begin
that
with.
could be too.
Not you, Corey.
I was about to say, I'm in a good relationship.
Not you. I've told you all the time. I never think that you and your wife are going to get divorced. I would be shocked and saddened if that happened. But I'm saying, like, if you're dropping an ultimatum, it feels like maybe it's not.
Yeah, there are lots of options out there for a celebrity radio host. You know what I mean?
You gotta think about the downside of ultimatums, right?
Yeah. Because what if somebody's like, I accept your ultimatum?
Okay, good. I'm out of here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been waiting for this one.
Now, I'm going to say on a football front, but I'm not going to rule out that this comes back around because Mike has this look in his eye like it's definitely going to happen. Is essentially we got Jerry to concede that Zeke is not going to play on Sunday. I don't know if you heard all of it or if that is what you took from that.
Well, he sounded like he was very positive if Pollard does play, right? Or if he is the guy. Mike McCarthy basically brought it down to he would have a chance if he practices on Saturday. So that kind of draws a line in the sand.
Yeah,
because he didn't come right out and say, "Well, yeah, I think he's got a good chance." He said the only chance he has is if he practices on Saturday. So you can take it from there and kind of come up to your own conclusion, I think.
How's Micah's shoulder? Are we good there?
His answer to Micah was, I think he will practice on Saturday. So he was out there in pads, by the way. He just didn't do everything. It looked like he did some rehab beforehand because the guys were doing their stretch, and then he came trotting out. But he had his pads on and his helmet, so it looked like he was going to do a little something.
Did you see all of the Madden increases that Micah Parsons received as well?
All the Madden?
Yeah.
Oh, the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
no.
Got to be prepared for all number of different types of questions here, Mickey.
Okay, I'm with you.
Kyler Murray knows.
So, golly, so power moves. He went from a 78 to an 87. Finesse moves. He went from an 84 to a 91. Play recognition. He went from an 82 to an 86. That feels low. And his speed is now at a 92 from a 91, and his overall rating went from an 88 to a 93. So increases all across the board.
So he does have, if you're playing the game, you can push a little button and it'll go faster.
Yes. And now you can even go faster.
Faster.
Because his speed
that's
went
what
up.
happened on that play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Somebody
I know
hit the speed booster or whatever it's called.
Absolutely. I know that Madden makes you work to get up to that 99 rating, but isn't it horrifying to think that there's like 6 or 7 players that are a 99 and Micah's a 93?
Yes. That would make me question the rating system.
Mike is so good. But you know what?
Is.
He also spends
6
a lot of
points
time like doing Madden tournaments. So I wonder if Madden's like, hey, let's bump this guy up too because he loves us so much. But all the players do play. They all enjoy it.
You don't think they just bumped him up because he's awesome?
Maybe so. Maybe not. Mickey, I'm kind of curious also about Sam Williams and Malik Hooker. How are we feeling about them?
The answer to that was chance to practice tomorrow for Sam. Hooker was rehabbing today. They would see where that one go. And Noah Brown is progressing, doing well. We'll see on Saturday.
Okay.
Now, that one's somewhat significant because of his special teams contributions?
Contributions,
thank you.
Hey, you made up a word yesterday. I would like it if we could come up with a new one.
I think I was trying to get to contributions, but I didn't quite get there, right? So, I mean, on the punt team, he's the personal protector, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you would have to find, and that's kind of a significant role, by the way. So we'll see where that one goes. And the other thing is, if Zeke can't go, the backup's Malik Davis, and you may have to dip into the practice squad to find maybe a third running back just in case. So, they've got some, complications to deal with come Sunday to get to that 48-man game day roster if they elevate a couple guys from the practice squad.
I'm trying to figure out, Mickey, how you would approach or how the Cowboys are going to approach Justin Fields this week. And because we were looking at like Lamar Jackson's numbers against the blitz versus when he has time. And he's actually worse when he's not under pressure. And I'm kind of curious on Justin Fields if you feel like maybe not pressuring him that much would actually, and being better in coverage would help out in this, and also keeping you aware that he can run, but keeping him limited there.
Yeah, I don't know if blitzing is the answer, but if you blitz, you better contain him in the pocket. You cannot just go crazy thinking, okay, I'm selling out at all costs to get a sack. Because he'll take off on you in a minute, and he might be as good a runner as he is a quarterback throwing the ball, maybe better, right? You got to watch out for him.
Is that a compliment? Because it feels like it could be
Depends
a compliment.
on what kind of offense you want to run.
Okay,
right?
Yeah,
and who you have, because if you have that guy, then don't try to make him something he's not. Take advantage of his skills. And if that means, calling quarterback draws, if that means sending everybody deep, if the defense is playing a lot of man coverage with their backs to the quarterback, and if he can break the line of scrimmage, there's no telling how far he's going to run, right? So I think containing him is the answer. And if that means dealing with him running the play that's called, I think I'd take my chances there somewhat. I mean, I know he had the game of his career, right, this past Monday night?
Yeah.
He threw for what, 175 yards?
Mm-hmm.
I can deal with that. I can't deal with the 82 yards rushing.
Yeah, especially like third down breakdowns.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's got to break a defense's heart, right? You get him to 3rd and 8, and all of a sudden he gains 15. That's what you can't put up with. So from a defensive standpoint. And then here's the other key. And I know we get a lot of talk about complementary football, and this Cowboy defense is great, and this and that, and, let's not take too many chances. Let's run the ball. Ha, ha, ha. Well, the one way to expose a quarterback like that is to score points and force them to score points, right? Not, kind of play cozy football and, okay, if I can get to 17, I'm still in the game. And if I get to 20, maybe I'll win because the other team's not scoring any points. But if I get a 2.5 score, like 17-point lead, all of a sudden they can't sit there and just say, okay, I'm going to run my quarterback, right? They got to score. They got to go. They got to throw the ball. And I think that's key in taking care of quarterbacks like that, because then you force them out of character somewhat. They got to play catch-up. And instead of sitting there going at halftime and you're losing 6-3 to the Detroit Lions, right?
Yeah.
So this offense needs to get going. They need to start scoring points. And there's a reason why you got Dak Prescott at quarterback, right? It's not there to be a bus driver. It's to score points. And I think they're very fortunate that averaging 19 points a game, that they're 5-2.
Yeah, I think you make some very logical points. Now,
it may not be popular, but it's me.
Man, I want to play that like every time you come on now. All right, with that in mind, will they get to 6-2? Do you have a prediction for us?
I'll come up with one since you asked.
We went through this last week, Mickey. I will ask every week.
Every week you're going to ask, right? Yeah, they will get to 6-2. How about like 26-17?
Okay.
Would 26 be a season high?
And that's how we lost to the Eagles, right?
Right on the number, though. I think it's a 9.5-point spread.
Is it really?
So you're right on.
He always acts surprised. He
I
knows
don't
the
look
spreads.
at that stuff. I do not.
All right.
I didn't this time for sure.
I need another prediction from you because you went to Houston one time to watch a World Series.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to win the World Series?
Oh.
And is it weird for you to see Houston in the World Series as an American League team still? Because it kind of is for me.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's just not. I almost caught myself cheering for the Yankees.
Gross.
Right? And I grew up hating them every single day from the time I actually first saw my a Major League Baseball game when I was a kid. It was against the Yankees. Matter of fact, White Sox, Yankees, probably 58, 59. And the White Sox were winning, and Yogi Berra hit a game-tying home run late, and it started raining, and they never finished the game. So I started my hate of the Yankees right then and there.
I like it. So what's our final prediction for the World Series?
I don't know enough about Philadelphia.
They're on a roll.
But, being an American League guy, it'd be hard for me to cheer for the National League. After all those summer days in the shade arguing Cubs and White Sox and American League and National League, my allegiance would still be for the American League, even if Houston doesn't feel like they're an American League team.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again on Monday.
Yes, the start of a bye week.
That's right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And
I didn't ask
actually,
any marriage or divorce questions.
I'm proud of you for that, Mike. How much did you want to ask those questions, though?
I did, but I didn't want to have the repercussions of Kevin Hagelin after the show. You know what
valid,
I'm saying, Corey?
Yeah, very valid. Especially, it's raining already. You're already very kind of on the edge of depression in this.
I don't
rain.
want to go back home and take my clothes off, and then my wife to go, "How did you get that bruise?"
And then
I have
what?
to say,
Dude, that's too far.
You don't even say anything.
That's too
You just walk
far.
directly to the shower,
That's
turn
too
it on, and sit down in the shower for an hour or so.
I hope that I do not cause any of y'all any mental or certainly physical
Reevaluate
pain.
how you can get through the weekend and back into next week.
From the 806, another early Forgiveness Friday. Zeke's projected points in fantasy are now at 0 this week. I blame you guys. My question was Forgiveness Friday.
What did we do?
I mean,
did we do that?
Yes, we did.
By just asking Jerry a question.
Look, hopefully we can brighten up the mood right now. I got a couple of things to let you guys know. This weekend, Football Central right here on the Fan. Saturday, Will and CA from 9 to 10:30. And then Ohio State and Penn State. Hey, let's see if Penn State can win a game that actually matters. And then after that, 2:45 to 6, KG and Bobby Bell. And then at 6 o'clock, Kentucky and Tennessee. So you got football all day long on Saturday. Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame starts for the Cowboys and Bears. And after that is over, you get KG and CA again. And they'll also be in the mix in the pregame because they'll have an interview with Moose Johnston. And then CA is going to be one-on-one with Tank Lawrence. So we're stacked all weekend long. And I wanted to get to more of y'all's shout-outs. Shout out to my wife on her job promotion from the 469. From the, let's see, there are a lot of them here. Oh, this one was really cool. From the 817. Shout out to my granddaughter, Addie. She turns 3 today. Happy birthday, Addie. Shout out to you. And this one is excellent as well from the 817. Shout out to my little girl who got her first acting gig after college, performing at Universal Studios as one of the 3 blind mice in Shrek the Musical. He showed us a video of her last year at the Topgolf at Jared's charity event. Yeah. And so she auditioned. She will be one of the 3 blind mice in Shrek the Musical at Universal Studios. So that is awesome as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, even as we get ready for Cowboys-Bears. There's still time for a Mavs and Stars super segment. And
yes,
good news for you,
is.
it's next
Those
right here on The
stars.
Fan.
All right, let's talk.
stop Ayer's barricade.
Screws and saves it for Green. Back for Doncic. The spin against the grain. Hardaway the jumper and put it on the highlight reel.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the last of the month.
We are getting ready for Cowboys-Bears, of course, but we still have time for our Mavs Stars super segment to steal that terminology. Love the G-Bag Nation, but we're also doing Friday shout-outs. This is a great one. This person actually took the time to send an email. This is from Ian. Maybe Ian. I'm going to choose to say Ian. Maybe Jan.
It's Ian, unless your last name's Eagle. Then you change their pronunciation of your name to Iron Eagle.
There's a charity organization in Aubrey and Krugerville called Blue Sky, and it helps adults with special needs, which obviously is a space that is very near and dear to our heart, through a horseback riding program and a purpose program. And he said he and his wife volunteer there, and they also do like arts and crafts that they sell in their silo on Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the next one is this Saturday. So if you're in that Aubrey, Krugerville area, or if you want to check out blueskytexas.org, there's an opportunity to learn more about the organization, or maybe go check out some of those craft projects that they're working on and selling to help raise money for an organization that is trying to help people with special needs out. And I think that's super cool. So blueskytexas.org, or again, if you live in that Aubrey, Krugerville area, or maybe you just want to go check it out. It's going down again tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
I would like to support them from afar, Kevin,
Okay.
as if I get on one of those horses, I might die.
Yes, I think they'll understand.
So, but I do have I will support them from a distance.
Wow,
if that's
Corey
okay.
just doesn't love the kids enough.
But he said he's going to die.
Or the adults enough.
I love the kids.
Yeah. Hey, sick kids. How's it going? I am still waiting for that day, because before we get to the Mavs and Stars both winning yesterday, is, if you didn't know, my son now goes to your wife's office. Like, we are clients with you guys.
Yeah, Brandon.
No,
well,
I'm sorry.
It's still pediatrician. You can still see him.
Noah is a patient with you guys now. I am just waiting for the day that we walk in there and he goes, "Hey, sick Noah, how you doing?" I'm like, I just feel like that's definitely going to happen. All right. Corey, I'm going to ask you, because I already know Mike's answer. Do you want to start with the Mavericks or with the Stars?
I'm looking at Mike right now.
You better say Mavericks.
And I feel like I have to say Mavericks.
Yes! Even though the Stars won 2-0, is awesome.
Yeah, they shut them out, dude.
Yes! But.
Okay.
Scored a short-handed goal. Josh Green.
Oh, okay. You are not really in on Josh Green.
3 for 3. That was his best game of the season, and I know there's only 4, but that was very promising. He's obviously, to Reggie's point, not going to go 3 for 3 from the three-point land. But if he can get to, I always will remember this. Dorian Finney-Smith couldn't shoot a basketball to save his life. I had no idea how he made it to 23 years old without knowing how to shoot a basketball, but he did. Mm-hmm. And then he went to Summer League for like the 3rd time. It might have just been the 2nd time. And I was like, God, if this kid could ever learn how to shoot a basketball, but it probably won't happen. And he figured out how to shoot a wide open 3-point shot. And now look where Dorian Finney-Smith is. I'm not saying Josh Green is going to be the next Dorian Finney-Smith, but I felt like a huge step that teams are going to leave him wide open. And if he can make 40% of wide open threes, that changes what he can do for the Mavericks.
Which is not an astonishing number. I know 40% for three-point shooting is really top-notch, but for wide open threes,
for like
that's
when teams don't
yeah.
guard you, and they're not going to guard him. So I just thought, obviously, he wasn't the key to winning, but he did really have a nice, I'm going to assume, 15 minutes last night in the game.
I did want to shout out, and obviously the shout outs start and end with Luca last night with your 40-plus point triple-double. I did want to say this one thing, though, because I know it didn't end up changing the outcome because you still went to overtime. But in the last minute and a half of the game, Tim Hardaway Jr. got back-to-back rebounds, and that is not normally like the space that I'm thinking that he's going to do. And I thought those were really big plays that I thought was going to prevent the game from getting to overtime.
I believe watching the game, I watched it twice. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. started off 0 of 3 from the field. So that meant, look, they all count. He was 6 of 13, which is a very good game for him. But it just shows how streaky he can be. When he started off 0 of 3, I'm like, oh, crap. He just doesn't have his rhythm or shot, to start the season. And then from that point on, he went 6 of 10 the rest of the game. So he had a pretty big impact. I thought you were going to go with how excited you were, because I'm right there with you. In the last 9 seconds of regulation, what changed from the 2 losses to this one ending up being a win, even though it didn't end up being a winning shot?
And I thought this was going to win the game. I thought it was a great play. Luka collapsed 3 people on him while driving to the basket. And that is the thing that we lamented about the last game when he took the shot. Yeah, and that you knew there was no chance. And he said, you know what? Let's use that. At least this is how I interpreted it. He said, let's use the idea that I'm definitely going to take the last shot, and that he'd have been abusing them going to the basket. And he drew 2, I say 3, if you want to say 2.5, because one of them was kind of hedging, but he got a great look for a 3. And I know it didn't go in, and then you rethink the pass and everything. I thought it was a spot on play that could have won the game.
When you, to your point, and I love it, and that should happen almost every time with the game on the line. I get it. With 2.5 seconds, it's way more difficult because you are limiting yourself on how many dribbles you have in the situation. But if the Mavericks are down with, let's just say, or tied with 10 seconds to go, you have to take the ball to the basket almost every time, unless they're going to sag off of you 5 feet. Right. And then I get it. Take your wide open on the 3-point line. Much better, range right there than 8 feet behind the 3-point line. But when you start driving to the basket, you could all of a sudden pull up from 15 feet. You could take it all the way to the basket and draw a foul. You could take it all the way to the basket and make a layup. You could draw the defenders, which he did, and kick it to other people. There are so many options when you aggressively take the ball to the basket with the game on the line, rather than I'm going to dribble out the clock until there's pretty much no time left and take a step back, 8 feet to 5 feet behind the 3-point line. And I get it. He's made some before, so it's awesome. But I love the decision, and I'm glad you thought about it today, because I was thinking about that last night when it happened. I said, Reggie Bullock missed it, but great possession there in the last 8 seconds to give yourself a chance to win.
The other thing I thought in overtime is Tim Hardaway Jr., and I know Luka had already hit the pull-up, and so that got things going. But then Tim Hardaway Jr. made that 3-pointer, and I go, oh, we're going to win. Because it just felt like one of those moments. And I know they spread it around to Kleba and Bullock after that, but I just envisioned this scenario in which Hardaway just drilled like 3 straight threes. So as soon as he made that, even though there were still 4 minutes to go in overtime, I was like, oh, we're going to win.
I mean, it felt like that. They didn't miss a 3 in overtime, and if you consider fourth quarter and overtime, they shot 7 of 12 from 3.
Wow.
I wonder
That's going to win all day.
That'll win you all day. And then I just wonder what Brooklyn had left after giving everything they had in the fourth quarter. They did tie up the game there late on the steal dunk by Durant. They did play the night before in Milwaukee, and I think that might have helped out a little bit. But you made all your shots type of deal. I didn't know how much legs. Derek Harper mentioned in overtime, Kevin Durant is dead tired right now.
Help me out with this real quick. If you want to talk about it here or move it to another spot. I know there was discussions about wanting to talk about Ben Simmons and like kind of feeling like he's being forced to play, or if that's a fair. Do you want to dive into that later in the show?
We can do it right now. Let me make one more Maverick point, and it's a small point. It's not that big of a deal. I was surprised when JaVale McGee decided to go back to shacking a fool for the first 2 minutes of the third quarter that Dwight Powell didn't come in then. If Dwight Powell's not going to come in then, if JaVale McGee goes back to shacking a fool where you're like, do you even understand how this game works? And I think JaVale McGee's over that for the most part, but we did see his knuckleheadedness kind of creep back in so far early in the season where you might have to deal with some things where you're just like, man, he is just in la-la land right now. And I thought, man, 2 minutes into the third quarter, I thought maybe Dwight Powell, when he made the substitution to Maxi Kleba there, 2 minutes into the third quarter, I thought, man, Dwight Powell's just not really going to play this year unless people are hurt.
And McGee, to kind of like circle back around there, only 3 rebounds. I'm still hoping that picks up as we go along. Yeah. I did this research the other day, and I know we moved past the Suns. We might have to wait on Ben Simmons.
Okay, sorry.
Yesterday was the first game where the Mavs were out-rebounded, and I thought that was fascinating because they were a horrid rebounding team, especially in the playoffs last year. Yeah. This is my check for the year so far, is obviously they got out-rebounded yesterday, but before that...
But not horribly bad.
It was like 9.
Okay, it was.
So, yeah.
Bad. Sorry, I was looking at defensive rebounds.
They out-rebounded New Orleans by 11, Memphis by 23, and they were even with Phoenix. And this is something that I think is a big deal going forward. I decided to go back and do the count myself. How many do you think the Mavs are out-rebounded by Phoenix in their playoff series?
I would guess 5 of the 7 games.
Okay. I think they out-rebounded them in 6 of the 7 games, and they out-rebounded them by a total of 54.
Phoenix did?
Yeah, in 7 games. So even
I feel like Golden State out-rebounded us every game.
Yes, because he looked like prime Wilt Chamberlain out there.
Looney.
Yeah, and trying to get him paid. But to go from you're getting out-rebounded by about 8 a game to even if it's just 1 game, I thought that was a big shift in the right direction.
Super awesome. Ben Simmons, by the way, just real quick, we don't have to spend a whole bunch of time on it, but he airballed a 4-foot layup last night.
That made me sad a little bit.
I think it's over. I'm going to be honest. I think that him being a helpful basketball player for the most part is over. And I get last night 7, 8, and 4. So that's not bad numbers. It's not like, hey, Mike, he can still kind of play, but it doesn't look like he wants to really play.
My question, Kevin, on that front, specifically wanting to talk about Ben Simmons was, would Dallas actually be a place that would be a good place or a place where he can go where he can just not be in a place where people are just throwing things at him all the time?
It's not an external thing.
It's mental, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, it's not an environment situation. You're dealing with a want-to situation, right? Some of the issues with him isn't like, oh man, he can't make a shot. He won't shoot shots.
Yeah, I think it's yips. I think it's a mental, like, this dude is afraid. I think he's afraid to do it.
But then also, Reggie, to your point real quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, is that I think Derek Harper said it last night, and I swear I think also the TNT crew said it after a game. Ben Simmons might be intentionally fouling to get out of the basketball game.
That's a whole nother level.
That is a huge accusation too.
Yeah, but I mean, and I hate to bring this back to like LSU, but even in LSU, like there was some kind of issues with him going along with what was required, what was asked of him.
I mean, he quit the team when they didn't make the NCAA tournament. They were going to the NIT, and he was like, pass, and quit the team.
And so it's just, I don't think that anybody's asking of him far above something that's reasonable, and he does not seem willing to do that. And I don't know how you can do anything without buy-in. It's one of the things that we've talked about consistently with Christian Wood, and I think that there's buy-in there in some ways, but it seems like that's what the coaching staff is trying to draw out of him. I can't imagine where you start trying to draw that out of Ben Simmons.
I know we're done, but we've really never seen this in the NBA. We've seen.
I would have to think more about that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I would just have to think more about it.
There was a dude for the Milwaukee Bucks about 8-9 years ago who was a center who left the NBA suddenly. Like he had a good year, and you're like
Larry Sanders.
Yeah, there you go. That's maybe one.
I do remember that.
The Larry Sanders show.
But
that's a great show. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't worry, stars. At some point, we will find space for Ottinger. I'm just going to go ahead and say the candidacy is on. We're taking home the hardware for him particular this year. But we're going to talk about the stars, and we're going to make it happen in this show. Coming up next, though, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the return of a former Phenom, plus Rice Krispies. Next on the Fan.
It is Jeep Adventure Day.
True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right, and that's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where the Stars are rocking and rolling, and we've already started the Vezina Trophy candidacy for Jake Ottinger. I know there's more to it, but we want to start that candidacy early and make sure it gets some traction. Now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Chili tonight?
Oh, and we start with Mike. I know this is a subject near and dear to your heart.
Oh, we're talking about long hair sunshine?
No, I was going to say, in case you missed the news that Tom Brady and Giselle did finalize their divorce today.
Giselle Bundchen.
I wonder what the percentage is. I know, like, you have a 50% chance of marriage working out, right? I mean, I think historically, at least in the United States for a while now, it's 50-50 when you get married if it's going to work out. I wonder what the percentage is when two celebrities get married, like 10%.
What?
Oh.
Okay, let me ask.
Adrian's a celebrity. I'm a celebrity.
Let me ask you this, though.
He's not a celebrity.
How many people go into their marriage considering that? Like, I get what you're saying about how the marriage is percentages, but it's not 50-50 of people that go into their marriage like flip a coin, hope it works.
A couple things I was thinking about here. A lot of times you see, people get married and then move on from whoever they were married from, like in the celebrity world.
Sure.
And then marry like Angelina Jolie a lot.
And so realize that was a mistake.
Yeah, and like you realize you become a different person once you've reached this superstar status that you weren't whenever you first tried to get into acting.
Right.
Because nobody knew who you were, and then all of a sudden you're the sexiest man alive. The other part, though, is why didn't Giselle Bundchen ever change her last name to Brady? I don't think she was ever committed. I don't think she was committed to the relationship.
Oh, man.
Sticking with Bundchen.
What are you doing starting that right now?
Yeah.
I'm on Brady's side.
Was Tom Brady committed to the relationship? He could have changed his name.
He kept his name.
Men don't do that.
He could have.
Oh, my God.
He said, I'm going to go out there and provide for you by winning the Super Bowls.
She does not need anybody to provide for her.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be involved in
See
this.
how this is.
You know what? I want to be involved in this, Corey.
This is really killing the family dynamic in America.
If a woman doesn't want to change her last name, that should be a little bit of a warning sign.
But on the same front, Mike, we're still furious that Kevin didn't change his last name to Drummond so that he could be Mr. Drummond.
Name. But still.
Yeah, valid.
Mm-hmm. Why are you so personally?
Why are you so against this, dude?
Yeah, you're obviously uncomfortable with.
You're progressive, is what you're
with
trying
me
to say.
saying that.
No, he doesn't like car insurance. Don't do that to him.
What makes you uncomfortable about this conversation?
I know a lot of people have a lot of different opinions, and I just don't want to read all those fan texts that are like, hey, listen here, blah, 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 blah. I'm just not.
I get it if you are, let's say, you're a woman and you're famous, and you still go by that on the kind of
but you think
public.
in her personal life, she didn't go by Giselle Brady or anything like that.
Yeah.
And she should have.
It's a lot of paperwork.
A little bit of a warning sign.
Hold on.
It really is,
It
dog.
is.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's so much
How many
paperwork.
things in life do we not do simply because of paperwork?
Plenty.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like even this the what's about to happen with the student loan forgiveness.
Yeah.
People are going to see the stack of paperwork and be like, I'll just pay
It's
it.
not even that, it's effort. Sometimes I have cards that are doing really well on eBay, and I'm like, man, that feels like a lot of work to take those pictures and post it. I'm like, how much is it going for? $150?
Is that worth my time?
Like, I have to think it out. I have to
After
think
all
it
the
over.
fees that eBay
Yeah,
takes.
exactly.
God, eBay, you guys are rich.
From the 817, you need to know if the divorce rate is higher for couples when the woman keeps her last name.
If somebody has a link to divorce rate when you change your name, divorce rate when you hyphenate your name, or divorce rate when you don't change your name, I would read that article. I would be interested in it.
I'm looking it up now.
All right, we will hopefully not get back to that. All right, let's go from that to Chase Young is probably on the way back at some point in the next 3 weeks. Ron Rivera told reporters that Chase Young, they opened his 21-day window, or they will open it next week. And so at some point in the next 3 weeks, you will see Chase Young return to the football field. We're talking about somebody who went from looking like they were the dude to just falling off the face of football relevancy.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how average he was last year before injury. And so I don't know. Do you remember that play? There was like that, I don't know the show, Inside the NFL, whatever. It was on one of those shows where people are mic'd up. And Mike Tomlin is mic'd up for Pittsburgh, and he says something to Chase Young his rookie year as he's on the sideline after making a play, and he goes, I hope we're never bad enough to take a guy as good as you or something.
Yeah.
Because everybody around the league, I think even Cowboy fans, like, my gosh, the way that we see Micah Parsons is the way that we saw Chase Young after that rookie year.
Yeah. And that's what made me nervous about Micah, but obviously this season makes me feel better.
Kevin, in a Canadian county, women who changed their last name, their relationships lasted 60% longer than women who controlled their last names and kept their own before.
Interesting.
They're already saying...
Can't say that's surprising.
Do you feel like it's because they feel they're trapped?
I feel like
what the data told me,
They're
Reggie.
already starting off going, I'm not sacrificing.
Do you think that same thing about prenuptial
No
agreements? Prenuptial agreements, do you feel that same way? As if you need that, you're already kind of saying, look, I get it. It's probably not going to work. Or it might not work. Not probably.
Yeah, a little bit. And I'm saying there has to be sacrifice by a man, too. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to say, like, only the woman.
Yeah, I'm saying if a man draws up a prenuptial agreement, I'm still like,
we have to sacrifice a lot of things.
Yeah,
like put the toilet seat
if a
down.
man's already going, hey, prenup, I totally get the financial situation that it usually is taking on here, but like you have to show that you're willing to sacrifice.
I hate myself for asking this follow-up question because I have other
But you're
gridiron
going to do it
stories.
regardless. You don't hate yourself enough.
All right, that's a fair point. Let's say that Mike Bassick dominated the pitching world and hadn't got married yet. You get your 5-year or 6-year, $100 million contract. Now you and Sue are going to get married. Would you do a prenup, or would you be like, we've been together since high school, we're good?
For Sue, no. Like I don't need a prenup.
But if it's some lady that you met along the way,
then it makes it tough. If all of a sudden I met somebody the last 3 years of my life, and there's no history there, I don't know. It's tough to do that because you don't know how those few years of your life have gone.
Yeah.
But like for Sue and I, it's really tough because I feel like I've known her my whole life. Obviously, I've pretty much known her since I've been 16 years old. So I just feel a connection there where I'm not worried about financial stuff or a whole bunch of different things that I understand a major difference in life. If you're, for example, Dirk Nowitzki, I have no clue of Dirk Nowitzki's private life of what he signed or didn't sign, but there's more there to that, especially after that I don't even know if this is a real name, Christina Taylor.
No,
or whatever
I think it's Crystal. But let's dive back into football. Is on the injury front, Jamar Chase. It's looking like, I don't think they've officially put him on injured reserve, but obviously the thought is he will miss 4 to 6 weeks. Similar concern for Shaq Barrett. He is undergoing an MRI on his Achilles today, and according to one source, there's real concern that he might have torn it. According to another team source from last night's game, doesn't look good. So you might be missing Shaq Barrett for the rest of the season and Jamar Chase for at least the next month. Let's go from that to Derrick Henry has the opportunity to make history this weekend. The last 3 times he's faced the Texans, he had 32 carries for 211 yards and 3 touchdowns, 22 carries for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns, and 34 carries for 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. No player in NFL history has ever rushed for 150 or more yards against the same opponent 4 straight times. Also, no player in NFL history has ever rushed for at least 2 touchdowns against the same opponent 4 consecutive times. Derrick Henry could accomplish both of those things this weekend, and that would be pretty darn cool.
That's what you want to happen then?
I think it
Even
is.
though I have to go up against Derrick Henry in fantasy this weekend?
It depends on how the front of 120 goes. And if I pick this game, then if I don't, then I'll be on your side.
Gotcha. All right. Appreciate that.
Let's go back to that's how I make those determinations. Let's go back to the Seattle Giants game that is coming up. Is Kenneth Walker is the only player in the NFL this season with 2 rushing touchdowns of at least 65 yards. He ran for a 69-yard touchdown.
Nice.
And he ran for a 74-yard rushing touchdown. Walker is the first rookie with 2 rushing touchdowns of at least 65 yards since Saquon Barkley in 2018. Ironically enough, Walker and Barkley will be on opposing sidelines on Sunday when Seattle plays the Jets. Let's take a look at Buffalo going into their game against Green Bay. It looks more than likely that this will close with Aaron Rodgers being the first double-digit underdog of his career. And it looks even worse for him from there because Sean McDermott is 5-0 coming off the bye week. And they're obviously coming off the bye week. They're one of 3 teams, along with Pittsburgh and Tennessee, that haven't lost after their bye over the last 5 years. So not looking super encouraging for the Packers.
Does it feel too early for bye weeks to be going on?
I thought that last week for sure.
And I'm kind of like, the Cowboys have their bye week next week, and I still feel like that's too early in the season with so much more left after that.
No, I am with you, and that's why eventually we're going to have 2 bye weeks. You count on it. It's going to happen. This is how Alan Lazard described his shoulder injury, and he said he's probably going to be out since we're talking about that Green Bay Buffalo game. He said he heard a snap, crackle, pop in his left shoulder, and then said the 3 Rice Krispie men showed up too. Now, I don't think that last part is true, but he described Rice Krispie snap, crackle, pop to talk about his shoulder.
Did you say Matt Ryan?
No. Lazard.
Okay, yeah. Oh, man, because he wouldn't know who the Rice Krispie treats guys are.
Yeah, and he called them men?
Yeah.
Keebler called them elves. Are they elves or munchkins? What are the Rice Krispie things?
Can an elf be a man?
I wonder if he just said that to avoid anybody getting mad at him.
Like, we know the Smurfs, there were male and female because there's Papa Smurf and then the one chick.
Was it just Smurfette?
It's all the one I can remember, yeah. So we know that they had a female at least. Maybe. But with elves, we don't know there, man. It's very, very lots of room to
also
how were Smurfs
move about.
Made?
I don't know how Smurfs were made, and I don't know why he just said the Rice Krispie men, but...
Wait, but do we have any insight as to how he treated it? Would there possibly have been a plop plop fizz fizz involved?
And
Kevin's trying to answer this question for real.
And this is how I get distracted for people asking. Seattle and the Giants. Seattle and the Giants. If I did say Jets, this is how I get distracted, and I do apologize.
I'm looking up who the Rice Krispie treat men are.
It's snap, crackle, and pop. Okay, we're the KNC Masterpiece. That's exactly how it happens right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys win because...
Hey, Kevin, what's Garfield?
Snap, crackle, and pop?
Lose because...
Who made them?
Garfield's a cat. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, couple things I need to tell you. The segment we're actually doing is Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. I want you guys to weigh in on that. And I know I'm going to regret this, but I have two things to tell you. Thank you to a fan texter for telling me the first one for the 817. There was originally another person in the Rice Krispie group called POW, which was short for power. So it was Snap, Crackle, Pop, and Pow. And then also, yes, Smurfette was made by Gargamel. And those are the things that people wanted to text in and on the fan and on the Twitch and everything like that.
About that.
So there is your update about Gargamel and Pow, the Rice Krispie treat person.
I was told that the rest of the Rice Krispie treat people would not let Pow's brother Mark in, so they were like, nope, out on this guy. So.
We found a alley cat when I was a kid.
What?
And it was black. And I named it Azrael.
Because of
the Smurfs. Because Gargamel's cat was Azrael.
Okay.
And so I was like, yeah, we're going to have our cat named Azrael too.
I was nervous that was not going to connect, yet here we are. All right. Cowboys win because
Azrael liked eating Smurfs.
Cowboys lose because
the cat and the
probably both.
In the game,
alley cat.
Between the Cowboys and the Bears, don't forget, pregame starts at 9 o'clock, and then we'll run pregame with interviews with Tank Lawrence. That's Chris Arnold's player profile. Then after the game, you got the 3-hour post. And then after that, we will still be running live programming until 9 p.m. with KG and Chris Arnold. So that's the place to be all weekend right here on The Fan. May I, gentlemen, go first?
Best of luck.
Mother, may I.
Cowboys win because they forced multiple turnovers. So here's the turnover breakdown for the Bears. They had 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 1. So they've had a turnover in every single one of their games this season. And in 3 of their last 5, they've had multiple turnovers. So I think that's the key right there. You're going up against a team that will give up the ball, and you've still shown the ability to get turnovers, not at the exact same rate as last year, but it's actually closer than you would think. And with the pressure that the Cowboys put on, getting multiple turnovers, I think, is how they're going to win this game.
It's impressive.
Do you want Cowboys to lose because, or do we want to go...
No, give me your fictional thing on how they lose.
Okay, and because I know the answer is they will not. Is they cannot contain the mobile quarterback. Is Daniel Jones 79 yards on 9 carries against the Cowboys, and then just this last Monday you saw Justin Fields with 82 yards on 14 carries. So if you see a scenario in which Justin Fields is running the ball 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and you're giving up upwards of 6 yards per carry, I think that could be problematic. And so I feel much more confident in the Cowboys winning, but I think that's the Cowboys lose because Justin Fields runs wild on them.
Well, you want me to go?
If you want to, I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Cowboys win because they are 5 times better than this Bears team. It's not even close. Talent-wise, what the Cowboys have and what the Bears have.
To your point, Mike, on the matchup predictor, what they do with the computers for ESPN, they have a 15% chance that the Bears win and an 85% chance that the Cowboys win. So that is almost a 6-to-1 ratio right there.
So Cowboys win because they are way better, and they're going to win by a lot. By the way, 27-6.
Wow. Okay.
Thinking maybe 13, but that was what I picked last week, 27-13.
Got to switch it up.
Yeah, it was 24-6 last week for the Cowboys. I'm just going to pick 27-6 for the Cowboys. So the Cowboys lose because last week I didn't have one because I just said it's the Lions. They're not losing. And then when they had the ball first and goal on the 1-yard line in the second half and the Cowboys were winning 10-6, I'm like, my God. That was right after the Micah Parsons. I thought it was a touchdown. I'm like, oh my God, we're losing 13-10, and there's not a whole bunch of time left in this game. Can't believe it. So I will give a Cowboys lose because. The Cowboys lose because, tying it into my team, the Dallas Mavericks, they show up like they're in New Orleans playing the Pelicans without Zion and without Brandon Ingram. So how can the Cowboys lose? they show up with the same energy and the same attitude as the Dallas Mavericks did taking the court in New Orleans this week. So if the Cowboys say all we have to do is show up, there's a possibility of losing.
Okay.
So that's the only way I can see the Cowboys losing is they don't even care to play football the way that the Mavericks didn't care to play basketball.
From the 682, Cowboys win because Pollard runs for 150 plus and Dak is more accurate. From the 972, this would be sad. Cowboys lose because a superstar goes snap, crackle, pop. From the 214, Cowboys win because, yes, that is so weird. Cowboys win because Pollard scores 3 touchdowns. And the only way the Cowboys lose is if they get locked in their locker room and have to forfeit. At some point, somebody would open the door, right?
Before we get to, yes, I hope so. Before we get to Corey's win because, lose because, I even feel confident. Let's just say I'm not putting this on. If Dak had to go out in the second quarter because of the injury, I still feel like the Cowboys are going to win.
I do too.
All right.
Interesting.
That's it.
All right. Well, that kind of does play into where I'm going with this. Cowboys win because the run defense stuffs.
Yeah.
All right. And you added Hankins, and Mike McCarthy today during his presser said he stepped right in, looks just like he fits in with this defense, and he allows Van Der Esch and Anthony Barr and those guys to fill the gaps that they're supposed to fill, which is sometimes a problem with those guys. But the run defense stuffs it, and that includes Justin Fields. They stuff Justin Fields and keep him from doing that. But, I mean, Khalil Herbert is a menace, bro. Like, I know what they have there, but Herbert is chaos for you to try and stop. So,
can I ask you a quick question then? If the Cowboys do stuff the run, do you kind of see it being like a destruction?
Yeah.
I could
see this game getting so out of hand because then Justin Fields is being forced to air it out, which they haven't shown to be apt at so far, Kevin.
Right.
And that's when the frothing of the mouth happens for Diggs and even Anthony Brown. It would be for Jordan Lewis. I'm sad that he's not out there for a game like that. But for Bland too, you know, maybe he gets one stuck in his armpit too. But I think that this group can really take advantage of that. I would suspect this week you get a Hooker and a Diggs interception.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with, a Hooker and a Diggs.
I like it.
Cowboys lose. I'm not saying this is it, but this would be the outcome in our discussion because Tony Pollard isn't a 25 carry player. You say if Dak had to go out, I believe it. If Zeke's not on the field, I don't think that they can continue to do the same formula because we haven't seen it yet. So they will lose if we learn. Man, everybody, Mickey was right. If we learn that, I think it's because that he's not a 25 carry player.
Don't you think it really sucks that this might be his only shot at that then? Like if he goes 25 carries and gets
you don't get to choose your
60
shot, bro.
yards. I know. It's unfortunate that it feels like the judgment will be made is if this game he goes for 25 and 60, that everyone will be like, see, he can't do it. Off of one game, they'll be like, I know this was your first shot at like being the full-time running back, but you failed, so you're out.
Yeah, like if our show was depicted off the first time we were in drive time.
Oh my God. If you thought
and
that
Grego
this show moves fast now, yeah, we got pulled to the side by Grego in an amazing moment where Waddle was in the studio with us, and he goes, I'm sorry, who are you?
And then he looked at us after he made Waddle leave the studio, and he said, what the F was that, guys, yesterday? And we were like, oh, we got to be better. And then we were.
Yeah.
So that's like, I understand you. It might stink that this is, and maybe the opponent isn't right, but dude, go get it. You know, if they call it, you haul it, is kind of what our tattoos are going to say next week.
Absolutely. From the 6-0-3, Cowboys lose because Fields runs for 60 yards and a touchdown. The defense fails to stop the run and create multiple turnovers, and the offense scores 13. From the 4-6-9, Cowboys win because Dak looks like Dak from the first half of the season. Look, I don't want to go too far.
First half of last season?
Yes.
Okay, because not first half of this season.
First half of last season. And I don't want to go too far with this, but when people are like, what are your expectations? If you get the Dak before the calf injury last year to go along with this defense, I absolutely believe this team can win the Super Bowl. Now, here's the thing. Those are multiple ifs right there, and I don't know how likely those things are to happen.
You were comparing that Dak Prescott to the Mahomeses and that Josh Allen's in the league.
He was
Dak Prescott.
And even if you're like, well, he was not that good, fair enough. If you think he's slotted right behind it, can we all agree that if Dak Prescott turns into the Joe Burrow level third best quarterback in the NFL, that you have an opportunity to win the Super Bowl for sure?
Yeah, especially with this defense.
Yeah, I just don't know if that is going to happen.
This is something I don't expect, but I appreciate this text from the 214. Cowboys lose if they are already on their bye in their heads. That is a place where you got to make
That's
sure
where
your
Mike's
guys.
at.
Yeah, you got to finish. You got to finish that place. You know, I know. Listen, you go on vacation right as that last week leads up to it. You're starting to get plans in your head and everything about what you're going to do. I wonder this. Bless you, Kevin, who also. Son of a biscuit!
I can't do it.
I said it really fast.
Try. You didn't even try. Like, I
He
knew
never
it was
does.
happening.
You're going to sneeze again during the show.
Dude,
you always
yeah.
do it twice a day, at least during our show.
I want somebody. I did it for a while.
You had a lot of people who texted in. You can talk.
I need our Tolos to start charting this for us whenever we call out Kevin for not doing this. So I'll chart the sneezes. You chart out the times he didn't say words.
I like the opposites here from the 469. Cowboys lose if Malik Davis has more rushing yards than Tony Pollard. From the 806, Cowboys win because Malik Davis goes for more than 100 yards rushing. That'd be something.
Dude, that'd be awesome if all of a sudden Malik Davis, he's like, this is my one shot today, you know, and he's out there doing it and he's running for his, and he's like, I can replace Zeke. Just let that dude rest all year.
I would still feel bad for Tony Pollard again if that is what happened.
People expect Tony Pollard to get the ball. You don't expect Malik Davis to.
That's true. Wanted to give you some more shout outs from the 214. This is from Brandon. That's a great name. Shout out to their wife, Kayla, and son, Luke, just because he can't wait to be back home with them. Absolutely understand that. From the 903, can I give a shout out to my wife, Deanna? She is a mobile dental hygienist. I don't know why I said that weird. And travels all over Texas to nursing homes to clean the residents' teeth. That is phenomenal work right there.
I wanted to give a shout out to Stephanie's daughter, Gracie, and Gracie's boyfriend, who are both 19, I believe. I met them yesterday, and they're huge Tolos, and I just wanted to give them a shout out for being awesome.
Very, very cool. From the 214, shout out to, this is from Max. Max Griffin said he wants to give a shout out to his friend Wes Stevens. This guy's been a Tolo for 7+ years. Wes Stevens surprised him with tickets to the game this weekend to go see Cowboys and Bears, and said he is pumped, and just know that he will be in attendance. And then, Mike, I think you're going to like this one.
Okay.
Shout out from the 214 to my wife, Robin, the Coach Ballsack Robin. I remember this from 2 years ago when he said he was going to propose.
Yeah.
And Coach Ballsack
still married?
Did the proposal. Still married.
Yes.
They celebrate 2 years on Sunday. And shout out to KNC for facilitating that and helping keep it down. Y'all are amazing.
That's what we
is
do.
from Tolo Jason.
I think we've married 2 couples on this journey.
Yes.
We've gotten 2
that
couples
other couple is still
engaged.
married too, I
yeah,
do believe.
so I'm pretty proud of our history there.
Absolutely. So, and then from the 214, shout out to Bacon for being elite. Always a fair point. We're the king.
Good bacon.
Yeah. Okay.
Turkey bacon.
Turkey bacon's too. Why even make it?
How people eat turkey bacon and say it's good is amazing to me.
Yeah.
And I like ground turkey,
but
I do not like turkey bacon.
Here's a shoestring that we cooked, and good luck with that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Indianapolis Colts, NBA 2K bettors, and a potential NFL STD spreader. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. rankings. The Stars fell from 4 to 10, and I get it because they had that little back-to-back losses in the Mets, but they're going to move back up, and here's why. Now, there's a variety of reasons why, not the least of which, when we were talking about this earlier, is Yardbarker has their all-underrated team for this season, and Rope Hintz is the most underrated center for the league. And, of course, he is with your Dallas Stars. And we need to start the campaign right here, right now, for Jake Ottinger to win the Vezina. I know it's early, but he's tied for first with the best.
That's good?
Yes, for the best goalie in the league.
Okay.
He has the best record so far, third best goals against average, second best save percentage, and is tied for the most shutouts. The Dallas Stars are 5-2-1 this year. They are 0-1-1 when they decide to go the Wedgwood route, and they are 5-1-0 when they go the Ottinger route. So I know he can't play all of the games because that's not usually how it works, but
I have a stupid hockey question.
Let's do it.
It's a real question. Because they have all these different terms for everything in hockey, is the MVP the MVP?
It's the Hart Trophy, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so they don't even have an MVP.
It's considered the MVP.
Yeah, but
I know, but
yeah.
they can't call it that. They have to call it another name. It'd almost be like if they wanted to, and I know they're not, to like call something the Mickey Mantle Award, and now it's the American League MVP. And I think they might have.
They were talking about switching that up.
Aren't they giving different names now to the MVP in baseball?
The Mickey
too?
Mantle and the Willie Mays Awards.
Yeah, which I wouldn't mind that, but I also like it just being called the MVP.
And
I might go to the Reggie have something? Reggie, did you have something?
No, what was it?
Yeah, it's not important.
I want to hear it. Nope, I want to hear it, Reggie.
Say your words,
you say what you have to say.
I refuse.
Okay.
I'm Ben Simmons in this thing.
Oh, wow.
You can't make me.
Classic Reggie.
All right, and so the Stars, they had lost their two before that, but they get back on the board. They're back on the move. And if you want to take this from it, which why the hell would you not? They also lead their division right now, even though we're still early. They lead their division, and they have the second best goal differential in all of the NHL. So a hell of a start.
So they're playing exciting hockey too.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? That is a great point because usually when you think about the Stars, or sometimes as of recently, you think about kind of low-scoring, stodgy hockey. They have slowed down from that perspective in the last 3 games, but their defense has been incredible. And I know that goes beyond just Ottinger. The defense as a whole has been incredible. I'm pretty sure it's the Bruins is the only team that they're behind goal differential. And the Bruins have started off the season just destroying people left and right. So absolutely shout out to the Stars for starting off this season in a kick-ass fashion. Now, how about some Forgiveness Friday? 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Or are you Xavier Howard?
Oh, give me 1 second and I'll get to we'll get to that is awesome, by the way. From the headline? Yes,
okay.
It's an MVP headline. From the 817, Kellogg's needs to ask forgiveness for breaking up a family.
What? Because
Powell and Mark.
Okay.
And the rest of the elves.
It was not Powell from Gasol fame. It was Powell for power, and then they got rid of that as
Dwight
one
Powell
of the Rice Krispie things.
Dwight Powell.
Man, I guarantee you, if Mike, especially a year or two ago, could have banished Dwight Powell to the tree where the Keebler people do their thing and everything.
Elves, Keebler
I just don't know. I don't know.
Can you imagine Dwight Powell trying to get into that tree?
All the people, and there's not a lot, but all the people on social media who just destroyed me the last couple years, and I'm like, dude, Dwight Powell shouldn't be on the court. And I know that we have to get better than him for him not to be on the court. Like, Dwight Powell is amazing. One of the best guys on pick and rolls. We can't find another human to do this job. Well, what do you say when Jason Kidd goes 0 for 4 on playing him any seconds in the basketball game?
Yeah.
Like, if I was so wrong, which I get it, I've been wrong plenty. I try to admit when I am. Sometimes I'm stubborn, just like every human being, and won't admit it yet. But I feel like you need to ask for forgiveness that Dwight Powell's a good basketball player if you've been ragging on me or Gavin Dawson about kind of complaining about Dwight Powell having such a role on a team that if you want to win, he can't have that role. So I feel like you need to ask for forgiveness if you've been saying how good Dwight Powell is now that you're 4 games into a season that JaVale McGee, Christian Wood, Maxi Kleba have said, Dwight Powell, you're not needed?
I think that is absolutely a fair question or a fair point for Forgiveness Friday. Can I throw out one that I'm just going to go ahead and get this out of the way? I'm not going to grant this person forgiveness, and that is probably rude. But once again, I do not grant Britt Reed or the Kansas City Chiefs forgiveness.
Okay.
You remember last year, the Chiefs were like, oh yeah, we're looking into what happened with him and if he was drinking at the facility. Well, guess what? Court documents have now displayed that he was absolutely drinking at the team facility. And nothing has been done about that from a Chiefs front. Like, as long as if we're talking about personal conduct policy and everything like that, why the hell are the Chiefs not responsible for some personal conduct issues when it comes to this? They decided to hire somebody who had already been in prison for 2 years for a road rage incident, and that had another DUI. And then this. Why the hell aren't the Chiefs under any kind of personal conduct policy? It only happens to the players. It never happens in any semblance of a similar degree to the team owners or to the teams themselves. So just wanted to throw that out there. No forgiveness. Do you want to get to Xavier Howard or do you want to wait?
Let's go to do the Xavier Howard
All right.
headline. Just listen to this headline, Mike.
Okay.
So, and there's a couple
Close my eyes to listen better.
There's a couple of different headlines that you can use. I will go with, there's one on ESPN that is interesting, but I'm guessing you might be angling at the Black Sports Online headline.
Yes.
I was wondering.
You want me to read it?
Been closing my eyes for a while. When is he getting to it?
I'll read the BSO one for you.
Okay.
Here you go, Mike. Details on Dolphins' Xavier Howard sued for giving woman herpes, who he met while she was working at the lab where he was getting tested for herpes. Here's how much she wants from the Star DB. Video. He went to a lab.
The person testing him said, I need to test you for herpes. And while they were waiting for the test results, they slept together.
Okay. No. That I see why you would take that from that.
That's how the headline felt.
Okay. And I get that's
I closed my eyes and listened.
Okay. You got the basics of it right, but there was more distance between it. So he went in there originally to get tested for herpes and it came back clean. So he says, time passed. They eventually started it. It wasn't like the day he's like, got my positive card back or my negative card back. Now we can bang. Like, that is not, sorry, my bad. That is not.
That is perfect.
I apologize. Don't forget, Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30.
Awesome.
But that's not how it happened. More time was separated, and she asked him again if he had been tested, and he's like, still negative. So his contention is that, like, at first he said he didn't know what happened. We'll get back to that in a second. Her contention is that he just straight up lied about it, and she says, per the documents, that he sent her a message that said, I will try to recreate this as best as I can.
Did you turn the music down?
Don't turn the music down. It's not that bad.
Super down.
Man, I've been told you I was sorry for giving it to you, but what can I do now? The damage is done. So that is what she alleges that he said. I do not have access to that. I don't know if the message went down just like that. All I know is there was 5 A's in the man. And he was like, sorry, I might have given that to you. What am I supposed to do about it now?
Here's my question.
Okay.
You work in the herpes lab. All
They
right?
do more stuff besides just that, but yes.
You work at this lab. How often are you dating clientele that walks into said lab? No matter what. They walked in there because there's a chance. Why is there a chance? And they most often, the people in that room that are getting tested are going to say, more often than not, I presume. This is a presumption. I made a bad choice. I didn't make a great decision last night or last weekend. That's what I'm presuming here. I know there are other ways to contract this.
Wait, are we saying that this clinic only just specializes in sexually transmitted
He
infections
already
and diseases?
said. He just said
They do more
they
than that.
do more. I'm also presuming that it's kind of very narrow.
It was at a Quest Diagnostics. So they
do all sorts
of
stuff.
Yeah,
dog.
they do. And
blood draws and everything.
I can see to that point.
He was there for that.
I do believe Corey is correct about that.
So you know that this person came in.
I thought she was just a nurse at the clinic, and she was like, "Hey, that's the dude."
Yeah, no, she knew what was going on with this situation.
Yeah,
I
so
don't feel like she has the best case here.
Yeah, I agree with Mike.
Yeah.
And don't set precedent for
And
this.
I've done
America.
this article a little bit.
Is that how we want to say that?
By listening to us discuss it.
Well, we have the Derek Jeter article.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And there's a lot of women that seem to be also having issues down there because of Derek Jeter.
Mm-hmm.
Did those women have to tell Derek Jeter, you need to give me some money because I got those things now?
Also, what's the legality of this? Because I mean, clearly, there's like a moral standing of you should probably let people know. I don't know what the legality.
That's a great question.
I've never
I
tested
actually
them
think
personally.
I do sort of know the legality. I don't know the specific
Personal
precedent.
experience?
No, definitely not. I don't know the specific precedent case, but I do know there are things on the book that if you know that there have been cases where if you didn't tell, there were repercussions. So her assertion is that over the span of this 2 to 3 years, because they were like in a multi-year relationship, and she said it is impossible that anybody else could have given this to her. Now, I don't know if this is like a Maury Povich kind of deal where that one lady is like, it's 110% positive he's the dad. And they're like, you are not the father. And you're like, oh, no, you know how science works? You should have said it's kind of possible.
That's the dancing.
Yeah, is when they're not the dad. She said it's only possible that it could be him. And Xavier Howard's claim then in the case would be, I didn't know because I got the negative test. Her counterclaim is that he did know and has a positive test somewhere that said he had herpes and they slept together anyway.
Sometimes, Kevin, that test can have a line that looks as if it's
is
red.
that like a pregnancy test? Or that's not how they do STD tests, is it? You don't get a line back. There's not an at-home
I have never been
STD
tested
test.
for STDs.
And that's the thing.
That's weird walk-off.
I've never been tested for STDs either, as far as I know.
That feels safer.
Well, the reason I say as far as I know, I had to take physicals by my MLB teams.
True.
I'm assuming with the blood test, just like with Magic Johnson, like they test for HIV through those blood tests.
Gotcha.
So I might have been tested for HIV without really knowing I was testing for HIV.
You know, this is an interesting counterpoint a couple people brought up. Could he contend that somehow she contracted it at the lab while working with a blood sample or something? Like I said, they do a lot of other stuff, so I don't know about that. And then another person was like, he should go on the offensive and say she gave it to him.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like genetic
I don't know.
evidence. Like if does it say have like part of your code with it as it goes to the other person? And it's just like, oh yeah, we just identified that it's from somebody else. Get on it, scientists.
All right, you heard Corey.
Oh, I got somebody buzzing me. Maybe there's some STD information that somebody's giving
Why
me.
are they calling you with that information?
They're listening
in the
to the
midst of
show.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I got a couple more for you. Did you see, do these people deserve forgiveness? Did you see that the NBA 2K League has banished 6 players and a coach for violating their gambling rules? So you're not allowed to gamble on any of the 2K League games that you're involved with or any of the games.
Yeah.
And they banished
Are people
7
gambling
of them.
on those
That's
games?
right.
People are gambling
That's
on.
right.
I'm taking bets. I'm making bets.
You're
that
allowed to do
this
that.
2K team is better than that 2K team.
The league president put out a statement. The integrity of our game is and always will be the NBA 2K League's top priority, which is a weird statement.
They're doing a great job at this simulation.
In it itself, we take our obligation to the competition and to our fans incredibly seriously. We will always act forcefully regarding violations of the rules governing game integrity and the related reporting and cooperation requirements. So there's that. And then also, I think we should probably get ahead of this. Do you want to grant the Colts forgiveness for failing their starting quarterbacks? Is Sam Ehlinger is going to get his first start this weekend. Since 1970, Colts quarterbacks making their first start are 1-15.
Let's go. Bet against, baby.
It does not look good.
Do you think well, hold on, aren't they going up against Heineke?
Yeah.
So it's 2 backups.
Something's got to give.
Heineke's a good quarterback, though. Just never got a shot.
So is this the resistible force and the movable object that are going against one
Pretty
another?
much, yeah. This is stuck between a rock and another one.
And isn't it being stuck between 2, I don't know, tissues and you can just walk through either one of them?
Yeah.
You
2
know
wet
what?
paper bags is what you're going for.
I feel yeah. And then also, I have one more serious one. Do you want to skip it or do you want to hear it?
I want to hear it.
Okay.
Give it to us.
Donovan Edwards, the running back for Michigan, he apologized multiple times yesterday for retweeting some Kanye West videos.
Okay.
Or Ye video. Is it Ye or Ye? Ye videos. And he said the retweet was a glitch. The tough thing about that is I get the feeling that a lot of people don't believe that, but we talked about that the other day.
Happens.
The accidental or the accidental
this morning
retweet.
I accidentally changed it to dark mode instead of dim mode. I don't even know how that happened.
Oh.
So I thought maybe Elon Musk was all stepping in on me.
Oh my God. He said, I speak for myself. I know it's in my heart. I am unequivocally against racism, exploitation, and oppression in all forms, including stereotyping and trafficking and hate. I have nothing but love for others, and I never judge anyone based on race or religion. And he actually apologized at least 2, maybe 3 times throughout the day, and Jim Harbaugh backed him up, and they said at some point after the season, they're going to go to the Holocaust Center that is in Michigan, and everybody called it a learning experience. So this does feel like an incident where everybody is trying to say and do the right things in the aftermath. So I do think he is most worthy of forgiveness. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, first like. I know that there's a huge game tonight at Duncanville. DeSoto at Duncanville.
Yeah.
And these are the 2 top 6A programs, I believe, in our Metroplex. Obviously, there's that team in Houston that keeps beating Duncanville in the championship game that drives me crazy.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm just thinking, because this is such a huge game, my opinion, which I haven't seen that this is happening or isn't happening, they should move this game to tomorrow. Why play?
You don't think it'll be representative of the skill level?
I don't think it's fair for either team. It's tonight at Duncanville, and the game's a 7 p.m. kickoff. And I'm just even 4 hours from now, it looks like it's still happening. I just think that they should maybe move this game to tomorrow where it's not going to be raining. But anyways, that's for neither here nor there. But you guys used to cover high school sports. Wouldn't this stink if you're covering 2 of the best teams in the Metroplex and they're playing each other and it's just a pouring
and I don't
rain
know,
or
I don't know this to be the case whatsoever. I'm just going to give you an example of if I wonder if this comes into play at all. For example, Brandon goes to Garland High School and tomorrow's their homecoming. So, if you schedule it with a thing like that, I don't know if that would mess up schedules.
Like a Saturday night dance or something?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if players would complain. I don't know if they actively go to the players to ask them anything like that. The thing I've always been told is in some of these cases, they do get some feedback from the players as they're making these decisions. But
could you just play the game tomorrow at 2 p.m. and still have the dance at 7 p.m. or something?
Absolutely you could. And are we supposed to be free and clear of the rain tomorrow?
Yes,
I haven't looked ahead.
It's supposed to stop late tonight or early in the morning, supposedly.
Okay, and then turn around on the fields hopefully would be good to go and everything.
Yeah, they're both.
That.
I know it's at Duncanville. Duncanville is a turf field.
And by the way, people are kind of all over the board on this. From the 214, I totally agree with you, Mike. And then from the 817, no way. Rain games are legendary. And from another 817, the weather is part of the game. And then they added just for you, deal with it. So does that help at all?
No, and that's as long as it's not thundering and lightning, and I guess thunder doesn't matter, but lightning does.
Then they will stop the game for 30 minutes.
I guess as long as there's not lightning in the area, football can be played while it's pouring rain. It's just I would definitely not go to the game.
The crowd would be super light.
Right, you're going to have very few people there. I think it's actually on like WFAA YouTube channel or something, so I can watch it on the internet rather than, think about going to a game where there's no, I don't, even if my son was playing, if one of my kids was playing, I guess I would go to this game. But unless you have a family member in the game, there's no way you're going to watch this.
It's interesting because from the 214, I guess I didn't realize this, Anna and Paris, they got moved to last night because they were anticipating this. I have seen that before.
I know Rick Carlisle's missing a game, his Pacers game tonight, because his daughter is a cheer captain at the school she goes to. I believe it's here. And so he's going to it. But, I mean, what if they move it to tomorrow and then Rick doesn't coach a game where they didn't even have a football game?
And I wonder about the implications with clock operators, announcers. Do the kids have jobs that they're obligated to the next day? Like, I still think it could be done, but I wonder how much they factor in those things.
Yeah. All right, so now we move into Candace Parker last night on NBA TV. The Maverick game was on NBA TV, which does get blacked out here, by the way. Yes. But once the game is over, then they go to Golden State was playing Miami last night. That was the second game. And then they have Candace Parker break down things. Isaiah Thomas was on there and Jamal Crawford. By the way, that was a good group of three breaking down games from the NBA last night. Candace Parker, I agree with Gavin Dawson, does a heck of a job on NBA games. In fact, I could see her in the near future. She's still playing, but when her career is over playing WNBA basketball, I could see her 10 years from now being the number one
It feels
NBA
like people
analyst.
really like her too.
Yeah, and I know she's working with Reggie Miller right now, but I could see her being that good. Last night she breaks down, and Corey went into a deeper dive on this. She says, can you be a top 5 usage player in the NBA in the regular season and win an NBA title? Right now, Luca is number 1. Do you have it for?
I do actually this year.
Okay, so
you have Luka, Giannis, Ja, Embiid, and Durant. Those are the top 5.
She had, maybe it changed from last night because I think Trae Young was part of the 5 last night, and maybe
He's
after
right there. It's like a 0.2
But you can even throw him in. I get the point. Yeah.
So her thinking is, after talking to Isaiah Thomas and Jamal Crawford, and they said, we think you can win it. And she said, here's the deal. She doesn't think you can because the last person to win a championship while being a top 5 usage guy in the regular season was the last year the Miami Heat won it with LeBron James.
Okay.
So your 2012, 2013, LeBron James led, and he also did it the year before too. So the 2 championships that he won in Miami, LeBron was a top 5 usage guy.
Interesting note to go along with that, Dwayne Wade was as well.
In 06.
No.
Oh, and also,
in 11-12,
okay.
James was 4th, Wade was 5th.
Wow.
That's
pretty wild. So I'm going to throw this out to Corey because Corey did a lot more research on this. But Candace Parker said the last people to do it, she had Dwayne Wade back in 06. But she had LeBron's 2 years in Miami and then the back-to-back championships that Kobe won without Shaq. So 9 and 10, Kobe was also a top 5 usage guy. But since then, there hasn't been a guy that's been a top 5 usage guy in the regular season to win a championship. Corey, you did a deeper dive on what Candace Parker was talking about.
I went back to 96, 97. That's as far back as I could go to usage rate.
Okay.
In this time, since 1996, 97, Michael Jordan has done it twice.
All right.
Shaq did it 3 times.
So their three-peat, Shaq was a top 5 usage guy every year.
Dwayne Wade did it twice, once in 06 and once in the year that LeBron did it as well. Kobe did it twice and LeBron did it twice.
And that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can see stints and time periods where, there was like an 8-year period where Allen Iverson was 1 or 2 in usage. They got there, but they couldn't win it because he was it for their team. And there are guys like Tracy McGrady, guys like Paul Pierce that were kind of involved in that too. Over the last 10 years, it's kind of the same group of Harden, Embiid, and Russ and Durant, Giannis. That same group is the same group, but they're not winning that championship the year that they have that significant number.
Corey, one thing I'm surprised with, and I know, Kevin, you really watched a lot of basketball when Jordan was a premium player, and I would say, Reggie, you started watching basketball when? When did you really start watching basketball? Because you're younger than us.
Yeah, probably in earnest, early 2000s.
Okay,
would
so
be when I would say that I really got a grasp.
Is that why you like that dumb Piston series?
Yeah.
What's interesting?
Absolutely.
What's interesting to
Some
me?
people don't like defense, Kevin.
is Reggie, I was, and Kevin was, and you have said, Corey, on record that you kind of weren't really watching a lot of basketball during the Jordan era. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, I got a lot more interested when Dirk came around.
Okay,
like that changed my
right
view
around
of it.
2000. So you get a little bit of the late triangle offense. What's interesting to me is the triangle offense was so much about sharing the basketball, yet we have Jordan, a top usage guy, Shaq, a top usage guy in the triangle offense with Shaq and Kobe, and then Kobe, a top usage guy with using the triangle offense. And supposedly we're told that is a ball-sharing offense.
To a point,
To a point,
apparently.
obviously. They didn't run the triangle offense pretty much the last 5 minutes of the game. They said, here's the ball, Shaq, obviously. Here's the ball, Michael Jordan, and here's the ball, Kobe Bryant, later in Kobe Bryant's career. So very interesting. But guys, I was talking about this yesterday, and I do like Candace Parker, and I am with Candace Parker. I don't know what the Mavs can do about this, honestly. You have to have other ball handlers on the court and other guys that can pass the ball on the court, because Candace Parker was specifically talking about Luka last night and saying how great he was in 41 points and 14 assists and 11 rebounds. But she's like, watch some of the possessions when Luka handles the ball and he does pass the ball to the three-point shooter and they close out on him. What happens? They then have to pick up the basketball and then wait for Luka 40 feet away from the basket to throw it back to him for him with late in the shot clock to just do something. And she doesn't believe that is championship basketball.
And that is why we were concerned before the season started, because remember, we talked about the usage rate of Luka last year and how it looked primed to go up and how was that going to jive. So hearing this deep dive from Corey doesn't make me feel any better about it, especially since, as you just brought up, what's your alternative?
Somebody did say this, though. This is interesting, Mike, because you brought up you have to be LeBron, you have to be Kobe.
Right.
And somebody said, so what I gather from this is that only GOATs can do it. Luka's a GOAT, right?
Well, this is the thing about usage rate, because I think we talk about it and some folks don't actually understand what it is. So to try and open the door a
I'm
little bit
sending
more.
the formula back to everybody right now.
Thanks, I appreciate that. It's just basically an estimate of the percentage of plays that a particular player is used. So obviously for Luka Doncic, we know that usage rate is going to be high because he has the ball all the time in his hands. And I think what happens with the usage rate is we're looking at some of these players, but also run back some of those players and see who they were also playing with. Because it seems like they have the ball in their hands a good amount, they're used, but they also have other folks that they can lean on from time to time. And I think that ends up being the tough thing, is that Luka, his usage rate is almost of a different caliber, where it's him having to obviously do the things that he does to have 40-point games and things of that nature, but also he's having to work hard to create for other people. And I think that's the tough part about usage rate for him.
Real quick, Candace Parker did brought up last night. Giannis is top 5 right now, but he wasn't top 5 when he won the championship. So she was kind of saying he has to Reggie's point and Candace Parker's point, has the ability to back off of his usage rate because he's done it before with pretty much the players on the court he's playing with. And so I think maybe to our point too is it could be tough for Luka to back off of his usage rate with the teammates he has.
I honestly wonder if it's going to be tough for Luka when all is said and done to not lead the league in usage rate again. Not even top 5. I'm saying like lead it by a decent amount. I have a Mavericks thing. I don't know if you'll care. I was going to ask you if it interested you.
Okay.
Did you see that even like coming out on the other side of the pandemic, the value of the Mavericks continues to go up? So in 2020, $2.4 billion. Last year, $2.7 billion. This year, $3.3 billion. They're the 8th most valuable franchise in the NBA. And so I thought about it when you were talking about paying the luxury tax. I get it. We can reflect now and say Jalen Brunson wasn't a luxury tax issue. It was always going to probably go down like this. But I think about that and I'm like, man, your team just went up in value $900 million. And like, you'll eventually need to pay the luxury tax, but feels like there was some missed opportunity along the way.
I'm with you, and it'll be interesting as we go along what the Mavericks do. It's going to be such an interesting, to me, trade deadline. First of all, there's very few teams tanking that have veteran players. Utah's one of them. But when you look at all that, and I might be going back to yesterday a little bit, almost out of time anyways, is the Lakers' Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted out during this segment, Russell Westbrook will be coming off the bench tonight versus Minnesota. So Darvin Ham has, I don't know if convinced is the right word or just told Russell Westbrook, I'm sorry. I sat you out the game with a fake injury, but you're coming back as a bench player. You're coming off the bench, and we're going to see if that works for us because you starting does not work with LeBron and Anthony Davis. So it's what the Lakers do, what Brooklyn does, what the Mavericks do, what Utah does with these players that seem to be winning basketball games for them in Michael Conley Jr., and Jordan Clarkson, and Lauri Markkanen. And I know, Reggie, there's a few other guys you talked about. I was listening to you last night on the Get Right.
Oh, thanks, man.
Killing it.
Because you named another guy. I know they have Vanderbilt, who's a younger guy, but you named
Kelly Olynyk.
Kelly Olynyk. Did you name Malik Beasley last night?
Yes, I absolutely
See,
did.
I was listening. So
Kevin knows I have a thing for Malik Beasley.
that you know that they could maybe use him as an asset now. If these guys keep playing well for the Utah Jazz, it just gives them more ammunition to send them away for more future draft picks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Real quick, I wanted to throw out a couple of other shout-outs because they're super impressive.
You're impressive.
From the 214, thank you.
True.
Shout out to my niece, Alyssa, in El Paso. She's in her 20s and is in a fight with breast cancer. You got this, F cancer. Our thoughts and prayers are obviously with you and with Alyssa as well. And then one more I wanted to throw out. I want to give a shout out to my fiance who I turned into a Tolo. They will be getting married on Sunday. Congratulations in advance to Hank and Rose. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How do we force more wives to Tolo? Is that the thing we got to need?
Okay.
We'll do something different, I promise. Next in the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. We have some things to discuss here, and I wanted to start with CeeDee Lamb. Nice job, Mike.
Cracking a coldie for the weekend.
There you go, buddy.
What you thinking? What you drinking?
Well, don't drink before you go drive in this rain, please. So make sure.
I'm drinking a Zevia.
Oh, okay. So what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking I'm kind of hungry.
This is your mistake, Corey.
And I was just having a good conversation with Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus about usage rate, which you did a great job of diving deeper.
Thank you.
Into Candace Parker's breakdown of usage rate.
Oh my gosh!
All right.
She is very beautiful.
What the hell?
Before the end of this season,
Not for you.
Do you think we will know?
Is she Brendan Haywood's wife?
No, not at all.
She was with Sheldon Williams for a little bit.
Thank you.
But even then,
divorced.
that is not a thing anymore.
But will we know what CeeDee Lamb is by the end of the season? Do we know what CeeDee Lamb is right now, or does he still have room to grow?
I don't think we do. Well, actually, you know what? Golly, I hate that question because maybe we do. Maybe he's a number one when you don't have an elite wide receiver, but he'll do the trick and he still drops footballs when he shouldn't. He makes incredible catches, but then he drops balls that you're like, how did that even happen? I'm hoping that's not the case, though. I'm hoping he'll turn into, he's a number one pretty much anywhere you go.
So his yards per target from rookie season, 8.4, 9.2, right now 7.3. I will blame Cooper Rush for some of that.
I think Jerry was right on hopefully Dak stays healthy the rest of the way. Let's see how these last 10 games of the season go with Dak Prescott, hopefully playing every week as your quarterback.
Currently, Kevin, this is where for your point, his catch percentage, year 1, 66.7, year 2, 65.8, year 3, 56.1. Do you blame that on Cooper?
Look, if you want to blame part of that on Cooper Rush, I think that's completely fair, but that's a pretty big-ass drop to all just fall on the quarterback, because especially when we've seen some of those drops that you're like, that wasn't on Cooper Rush.
For sure. And I think there's a lot of responsibility in all of this. I will, once again, I say I'm wrong a lot. I am wrong about how good I thought CeeDee Lamb would be out of Oklahoma. He's not as good as I thought he'd be. He's still good. I think he's a good wide receiver, but he's not nearly as good as I thought he'd be. The other thing, which I just don't know, and I do like Kellen Moore. I've not been a Kellen Moore hater on the Fan. There's plenty of them. You have a right to not like Kellen Moore's offense, to not like Kellen Moore's maybe creativity in different situations. But I do wonder, does Kellen Moore have the creativity to put CeeDee Lamb in the best situations to use his abilities?
Yeah, I think
I don't know if he's doing that.
From the 817, this is a premature conversation. We don't know what CD is yet. And from the 732, CD is a 102-pound slot wide receiver. That is not at number one X.
And when you say we don't know what CD is yet, I think that's fair. But I also can't tell if I'm saying that's fair or if I'm saying that because I don't want to accept the information that you're presenting and that's been presented to us thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he's not Devontae Adams right now. Could he be Devontae Adams at some point? I don't know. There are not very many Devontae Adams. I know that for sure. There aren't a lot of DeAndre Hopkinses.
And the problem is with that, when we drafted him, I was with a lot of people, and I know Mike just kind of talked about this, where I thought maybe he could be that guy.
I think my most exciting thing about it was you have him paired up with Michael Gallup and Amari Cooper. You have a number one, a first round draft pick at wide receiver that's a legitimate first round pick. Then now you have combined with all these guys, and the Cowboys said, well, we picked you in the first round. We're going to pay you in the future like a first rounder. You better act like it before we get there. Now here's your shot. We're moving on from Amari. And so now your trio is, and you could have had a number of guys with 1,100 yards or 1,000 yards receiving, and it would have been awesome.
Did you say somebody's knocking CeeDee Lamb's size as the ability to be a number one?
I think they were just saying slot receiver, and some people perceive that as an automatic negative.
Yeah, like one of the they're just saying, oh, he's a tiny fellow receiver and that belongs to the slot.
In a way that I know people have talked about Tony Pollard, and I don't think Tony Pollard's a scat back. He's proven he's not. He just has only, I think I looked at his career. I think he has 14 carries as a max game, by the way. I think that's the most he's ever had in carries in a game in his NFL career so far, and probably, honestly, college career, because he didn't carry the ball a lot at Memphis. CeeDee Lamb is 6'2", 200 is what he's listed on ESPN.com.
Is it just because he looks so thin?
I think it's because he looks so thin. Do you guys know what Justin Jefferson is size-wise?
In my mind, he's like 6'4", 220, but perhaps that is inaccurate.
Do you know what Justin Jefferson is height-wise?
Do you know?
I looked it up.
I think he's 6'4", 212.
6'1", 195.
Yeah, it doesn't feel his arms look like they're 19 feet
and that's
long.
wild to me, because there's no way I would have told you that Justin Jefferson is smaller than CeeDee Lamb just watching them out on the field, but there you go. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know that. I'm looking up real quick Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase. Do you want to take a guess at what Jamar Chase is? Now, I know he's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
6 foot.
Okay.
210 pounds.
All right.
He is not giant, so I'll say 6 foot and 210?
6 foot, 201 pounds.
Okay.
So CeeDee Lamb shouldn't. Now I get he looks slender, thinner, however you want to say it. Both of those I think are right. Out there on the field more than Jamar Chase.
Yeah, because they do not look
Chase
like
looks
they're
like he
the
has
same size.
I know this doesn't sound right, but I say it the way I say it. He has a better butt and better legs than CeeDee Lamb does. When you look at their lower half, a stronger looking lower half.
We might need to play that Jerry clip again about Emmett then.
But when you just look at height and weight, there shouldn't be limitations on CeeDee Lamb because, well, he's 6'2", 200 pounds when you look at Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
I don't think that's what's slowing him down.
I wanted to get to this audio here from CeeDee Lamb. This is where my real question for you guys is. Cut 11, CeeDee Lamb was with the media yesterday, and he was asked about prepping for noon games, which they will have now their second in a row.
Everything that you would do on your 3 o'clock or 7 o'clock, you got to do it at like 6 o'clock, if you will. And then you're going to be at the facility around like 9. So, I mean, everything got to be done before 9. You know, all your preparation, your mental got to be ready. And physically, of course, you know, you got to be ready to go.
Y'all thought you get up for a noon game? You get up at 6?
7:30.
Is that extra 30 minutes important?
Man, very important. I mean, I'll wake up, my first alarm go out at 7, and then I'll be up until about 7:30, and then I'll head up here to the facility.
You a 1 snoozer or 2 snoozer?
Nah, I need. The first snooze will wake me up. You know what I'm saying? Like the first alarm, it'll wake me up, and it's like, I gotta get up. And then like the second one will be like 15 minutes out. I know it's 15 minutes out. So sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It has its days.
That right there is where I wanted to ask you fellas, how do you snooze? 877-881-1053. I am a person who will wake up. I wake up at 6 o'clock every morning, listen to Sean and RJ when the real part of the show starts, because 5:30 is where they know it. They're getting all the cobwebs out. They told us the other day. I wake up at 6, and that's how I never snooze. I might lay there for a second and go, oh my gosh, I did not want to wake up yet. But I never hit the snooze button. Now, when we fill in for Sean and RJ, I most definitely set 16 different alarms because I've slept through before where you called me one morning and were like, hey, dude, everything all right?
Yeah.
So that happened once. It'll never happen again. But I never hit the snooze button.
Not only do I not hit the snooze button, and Jess would confirm this, I am up, have turned off the alarm every day, and am moving on the ground within 5 seconds.
Are you serious?
Because that is just,
feel like if you don't, then everybody's going to die?
Yeah. No, not that.
It's that Kevin then looks straight at Jess and says, I won again. Because he woke up before her.
I beat you. I defeated you again, yeah?
No, because I just I don't want to, because I keep thinking life will be better if I can just lay in bed, but then you inevitably still get the sadness of you have to get up. It's like if you ever wake up 10 minutes before you have to get up, you might think it's glorious, but then you're mad again when the alarm goes off. And so I'm like, nope, gotta go. So I hear the alarm, roll over or jump up, bam, hit it, go. Like, that's the only way I can do it.
Mike, are you a snooze button guy?
Never snooze.
All right.
I have an alarm, and the alarm wakes me up.
And you're like, that's what time I wanted to wake up.
I won't say I jump out of bed. Like, I got to get out of bed in 3 seconds or my life is over.
Yeah. That's yeah.
I see the alarm. I'm like, okay, I'm now up. I don't need another alarm.
Now, Jess is interesting, and I'm seeing things like this. I will,
good.
for the 817, I have to set at least 15 alarms. My wife's alarm goes off, and then she turns on every light imaginable. Now, my wife, when she was teaching, would set, it might be more, it was at least 5 alarms. In the first
5 alarm chili, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Is she would wake up and eat chili. Is she would wake up, but her alarm have notes on them. And it would say, time to get up.
Right.
She would snooze it. Next one would go off, and it said, you should probably get up now. Snooze it. Next one would say, seriously, it's time for you to get up. She would snooze it. The next one would say, if you don't get up right now, you're going to be late. She would snooze it. And then the last one would say, seriously, if you don't get up right now, you are going to be late to school. And so then, like, I know it's like, how does she read all that stuff? My wife can fall asleep. It's the most astonishing thing I've ever seen. There's been times where, like, if she's snoring or something, which she, of course, would never do, but, like, if I had to wake her up, and I'd be like, hey, can you turn over? And she would already be back asleep before she finished the turn. And I don't even know how that's physically possible, but it's amazing.
Did you just call her out for snoring?
She knows.
My wife. If it makes Jess feel better, my wife snores too.
I've heard my wife snore a couple times, so that's about it. From the 817, if you don't snooze, you're a boomer.
Huh? Or you just...
So old people snooze.
See,
Hold on, let's ask the young person on this show.
No. Hold
Jess
on.
is 25.
And I'm going to let you answer this, Reggie.
Is she really?
I just don't understand.
25?
Jess?
Your wife?
Maybe. No, she is not.
Oh.
She is definitely age appropriate. I'm not trying to be like Dane Cook or whatever up in here. Is
the running back?
Yeah, that's Dalvin Cook. I think the snooze is stupid. Set your alarm for 10 minutes later and then go then. Because what do you do when you hit the snooze? You wake up. Maybe you go back to sleep, but how long does it take? That's sleep you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
I
if
agree.
you just set your alarm to the appropriate time, you can sleep straight through.
Kevin, you're only thinking with your own framework, and this is what limits you.
Oh my God, I love
Man,
it.
Reggie thinks that about a lot of things.
That's right.
With me specifically.
No, but like some people, like you, and I'm very glad that works for you. You're up, you're up. Same with you, Mike. Some people, it's a process. And I end up being a little bit more of a process. I do not snooze, however, that's a caveat or a technicality because I don't use the snooze function because I think that's stupid because I just like that's 5 minutes later, I got to do this again and it's not worth my time.
Okay, so you do agree with me
Yeah, he does agree with that part.
Yeah. However, I do set like 4 alarms. And I know what time these alarms are. So the first alarm goes off, and if I'm feeling good, cool, we can wake up and go. I might lay in bed for a little bit, depending on how much time I have, but like, I'm awake. Sometimes I'm not actually awake, and I might either sleep through that alarm, or that's just like, okay, now we are out of that deep sleep, but I'm kind of still groggy, so I'm gonna lay around. And then there's another alarm that'll come around in about 15 minutes. Really, I got alarms like buses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So depending on how my schedule is that day, I might be on the first bus. You know what? I might not be able to make that first bus. We might have to, take it down to the third, fourth bus. But they just are other opportunities to wake up for me. That's the way that I operate.
I appreciate this conversation here because everybody has a different approach to this whole thing, man. Like Adrian doesn't even set an alarm because Lucy will walk in and wake her up on time.
What happens if Lucy doesn't?
Lucy walks in
Internal
5
clock.
minutes before any alarm would be set every single day. Not mine, but for Adrian, every day.
I believe in that. I am also a huge believer in the internal clock, and I think if I just didn't set an alarm, I could wake up when I needed to. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Thursday Night Football, plus betting with Bassick, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio, and guess what? It's next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
I'm not telling you what to think, but if you're thinking about diamonds, you should be thinking the Diamond Factory. They are a 5th-generation diamond cutter and the expert authority when it comes to diamonds. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Go see them being cut right in front of your eyes. If she loves rose gold or platinum or yellow gold custom design rings, think Diamond Factory. They've had to expand their showroom yet again to meet the demand. Take advantage of their expert knowledge and get a great deal. Call them at 987-980-8700 or thediamondfactory.com.
If you're looking for the best car dealership in the Metroplex, good news, you don't have to look far because in Terrell, Platinum Chevrolet. I love them. My wife loves them. We have bought 3 cars there over the last 3 years. You'll love them because they have great selections. You'll love them because they have great prices. You'll love them because they have great people. And I know at the end of the day, for a lot of people, it's a bottom line business. Not only can you get an amazing price at Platinum Chevy, you also get that Platinum Promise, which is going to help you save money.
Yeah, man. And I love owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Justin Rudd. They're ready to serve you right now and make sure they get you in the best possible vehicle, whether it's the Silverado 1500, Equinox, Traverse, whatever you're looking for. They want it right for you, and they're going to make sure that they customize that deal just for you. 4 easy steps. You can start online. That's where you go right now. Go online to PlatinumChevyTexas.com. You got clear upfront pricing. I always hate that part where you go online and you're like, oh, it looks like it's going to be in my price range, and then you find out it's not. That's not what you're going to get. You see a price online, that's the price you're going to pay. No dealer ads or anything like that. So shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. We have light yet hearty combos put together for you starting at just $7.99, featuring savory soups, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Are you kidding me? Gas price.
It's brought to you by Mullen & Mullen Law Firm, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers to put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece.
Bring this on air. I want to hear this on air.
Yeah. All right, hold on. We're going to get to betting with Bassick in just a second. But first, No, I get why you did that, though. Can we hear from that Thursday Night Football last night? Hopefully. Maybe not.
Oh, Tom Brady destroyed it like his
Two receivers stacked to the right. Duvernay in motion to the left. He'll get the handoff of the jet sweep. Gets a block. He's to the 10. 5. Touchdown. Devin Duvernay.
So the Ravens still short some people as they had some injuries along the way. They beat the Bucs 27-22. Check this stat out. Through 8 games this season, Tom Brady has a total of 2 first-half touchdown passes. Last year, he averaged 2 first-half touchdown passes per game through 8 games. That is an astonishing pace, to be sure. That led the NFL. This year, career low. Also, he surpassed Ben Roethlisberger, and he has been sacked more than any quarterback in NFL history.
Wow.
555 times to break the record. And then
Good for him.
Also, where does Tampa go from here? I know they play in a garbage division, but they're also 3-5 now.
I think they're going to win the division at 8-9. I think they're going to end up being 8-9 on the season and winning that division.
And
I think
we're going to ask that early in the week, and I said I don't think so, but now I could see it.
I think 8-9, and they win the division.
I think
and they're the 4 seed in the playoffs.
Back to Tampa, where they play the Rams next week, Kevin, to answer your question.
Man, isn't that going to feel like, I know there's a little sarcasm there, but isn't that going to feel like a huge pivot game in terms of whoever loses this season might be over?
Yes. No, absolutely. Both of those teams are kind of staring that right in the eyeballs right now. And I know the Rams and the Niners kind of have that game this weekend too, and Deebo Samuel's in that. Is he healthy? Is he not for that hamstring situation? But yeah, there's plenty of that.
And now how's Tampa going to react without Barrett for the rest of the season?
This is the parity everybody wanted, right?
I mean, I like it because it looks like the Cowboys are an outlier this year. In a league of parity, it looks like the Cowboys are one of those groups of teams that are in the top group and not the middle or the bottom group. So I'm actually pretty stoked about that. And now it's time for betting with Bassick, where Bassick just told me off air, told us his mission statement for the year. I don't know if I
like
love
it.
this.
I love
Corey,
it.
you're down $40.
Yep.
I don't want you to be down $40.
Yeah, we'll balance out at some point.
Kevin, you're even. Kevin hasn't owed money in this betting with Bassick thing in 3 years. Is it 2 years or 3 years?
This is a third
year.
year.
This is a third year. He's frugal, right? I mean,
that's fair.
$20 is the end of his life.
That's very fair.
I just want Kevin to owe me $20 at the end of the year.
Okay.
I don't care if it's $20 or $200. I just want Kevin to have to go into a Venmo account and go, oh my God, my life is over because I owe $20 to Bassick.
There's no way he's Venmoing you.
Corey, you win $200 off of me. I'll be happy to send you $200.
Awesome.
He's not even giving you cash. He's giving you a check.
Yeah.
Please believe.
Yeah.
I can do that. I
want Kevin to feel the pain of losing. The guy wakes up. He admitted he wakes up and immediately wakes up his wife to say, I won.
I didn't say that part. And you know right now, my wife is up before I am. Thanks a lot. Shout out to Noah.
Yeah. And your wife having boobs, because if you had boobs, you'd be the one that had to wake up.
That
boobs
thoughts?
with milk. I guess we all have.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on boobs?
That boobs are great.
All right. So betting with
Boobs are
Bassick.
awesome.
Yeah.
Right now, Kevin, we're tied. And I know that you actually like when this happens, so I'm going to let you like this. I am going to take the Cowboys -10.
I accept.
I think that it was at 9.5 yesterday for a little bit, and I was really hoping it was at 9.5. I think the Cowboys beating Detroit by 18. Do I have the final score right?
That is
24-6 last week. Gives me a little bit better feeling about this. Dak got a game underneath his belt.
Right.
Dak is great at beating bad teams. If there's one thing that I know Dak is good at, and that is running up the score against bad teams and then putting up unbelievable stats that then we go, he's unbelievable. And he is good, but he uses the bad games to get really good. All right. So that's what I'm going to do there. I am going to take the Cowboys. I believe I'm picking the score 27-6. Is that what I said earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll pick 27-6. I could see it being 27-13. I'm still in good shape right
You
there.
are. I
Okay.
accept.
So the other game, I actually had a few games I liked here, Corey, on the other games. I wish I'd say I like the Jags as the early morning game, but I don't. I can't trust get a haircut, Sweet Pea, whatever his name is.
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Uh-huh.
Fart knocker. Figure out how to win. I'll tell you what, I even like this game more. I've wrote down, now I'm going to change it again.
Oh, crap.
I like the Titans minus 2.5 at the Texans. I'm not even going to tell you the other game I liked because you might pick it.
So I have the Texans plus 2.5.
Yeah.
All right. HOU plus 2.5.
I think that is a good one.
Dang it. Aren't they coming off? Didn't you just like point a stat out too about
Derrick Henry effing owns
So now here's
the
like
Texans.
Here it is, Kevin. Two things you're
Yeah.
rooting for the Texans or the Titans in this, and I have to root against them.
Well, you know what? I'm now neutral. I will support your fantasy.
Yeah, but just like you
football
tonight, you're
team.
rooting for
football
the
team.
You're rooting for the Astros because they're from Texas, and you're rooting for the Texans because they're from Texas.
No, I'm rooting for the Phillies actually.
All right.
Screw the Astros. I hate them.
Now, I'll tell you what, I like so many games, but you guys are probably going to put one on me.
None of y'all, nobody has picked the three, any of the three I've
All right.
picked so far.
Well, I
so.
can't. I can only pick 2 games.
Yeah.
I can't pick more.
Good point.
I was more intrigued by the Bungles game until Jamar Chase got hurt.
Oh yeah.
So I am going to go.
Do you have T. Higgins?
Nope. I'm
well, you're
Bengalist, except for Joe Mixon this year.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go with the Jets plus 2.5.
Whoa!
I like that too.
Jets.
Home dog?
Jets,
I was thinking
Jets.
about that.
Home dog, and I'm also really curious what the hell is happening with New England. So I'm going to go out on a limb
I'm with you.
and get double underdogs this week.
Good
and
pick.
I'm going to go Jets plus 2.5.
I was thinking about picking that game, and the reason I didn't is because earlier in the show, Corey said he liked the Patriots. So I thought I might get the team I like in this by him picking the Patriots. But you really screwed me over by going first, Kevin.
Well, you screwed me over too because you picked a game I wanted.
Oh, did you want the Cowboys?
No, I wanted the Titans.
Oh.
There's one game I'm trying to decide because one team's very bad and the other one's good against the spread.
Oh.
But I think I'm going to ride this hand.
You riding Detroit?
No. I'm going to ride the Dave's hand, and I'm going to take Giants plus 3.
Yeah. That was on my
as
list
they
too.
go to Seattle this weekend.
I think that is
until they prove me wrong. I think I'm going to stick with Giants plus 3.
I know we got to get to Masterpiece of the Week, which is super awesome. Does anybody feel good about the Lions plus 3.5 at home?
I don't think
because I wrote that one down, Corey. I wrote that one down. That was the one I was going to take. Was Dolphins minus 3.5.
But I don't know what the Dolphins are again yet because that last game looked terrible.
The other one too, which I thought this is a smart pick if you're a gambler. Take the 49ers at LA. They own LA.
Yeah,
but I just didn't. I didn't do that. So there's a lot of games I like here, honestly, on the board. Here's another one.
Falcons Panthers actually. Taking the Falcons minus 4 is not in my opinion, a bad one, as the Panthers are terrible against the spread.
I like
Falcons
Minnesota.
The
They're
good
playing
news
at noon. That's Kirk Cousins' time to shine.
Good news is we can do that in the Crosstalk
All right.
with G-Bag Nation, and let me rest assured, you need to check that out, especially if you can get to your Twitch.
Yeah, you have
and your
to watch
fan
this
cam.
today.
It'll be interesting.
Watch the fan cam today.
Now, how about we do some Masterpiece of the Week?
She said, list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hey, Reggie.
What's up, Reggie?
Hi. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program.
Never.
I only just realized that I forgot to do the thing that Corey really, really wanted me to do, so I apologize.
Darn.
Let's go ahead and mark yourself saying that.
Yep.
Why would I do that?
See? Unfair.
You want to see exactly how unfair this is? Do you want to?
This could be very one-sided, very fast.
Reggie, I've rethought. You are a just ruler.
Too late. Already done.
I'm a 49ers fan.
Dang it.
Wait, put it again.
I'm a 49ers fan.
Dude.
Wow.
No.
You love the Cowboys rivals.
No.
I thought I was the one indifferent on the Cowboys.
So he's not only is he a Niners fan, but he's also a Steelers fan.
That's right.
Evan.
I'm sorry for being terrible.
I guess we can forgive you.
I think we need to mark that. How often do we get an I'm sorry from this guy?
We had a drop way back in the day where I apologized for being a douche, and the way I said it was just right in that vein, and I get it. I feel like I'm more likable than I used to be.
I think so. I think also because you recognize when you say things that are going to end up on this program. Like so.
I need my sack. I'm going to regret saying that. I really am going to regret
Glad
that.
you pointed it out. Didn't leave that for me.
Yeah.
I think the golden part of that is that Mickey was there for the
He's in on
moment.
the bit.
Who knows? He does. He gets it.
He said something the other day, and I was like, hold on. You trying to win this?
Yeah, I think I've taken him out of the running at this point, at least personally, because it just feels like he's
Doing it
trying.
on purpose.
You know,
yeah.
he's trying.
Makes sense.
You want to know who didn't do something on purpose? Our friend Mike.
So you were close, but as they say in horseshoes and hand grenades.
What? Say that again? How do they say that?
I said I quit. I had a funny joke and then I ruined it.
Because it sounds like he was about to say hand renegades. I don't know what that was.
Hand grenades.
Hand grenades.
Oh, well. It happens.
It does. It does happen.
What is it that happens?
Mistakes.
It's fair.
Oh, I'm watching a video of a snake biting itself. That's
What are
insane.
you doing?
Its
Hold on.
head got cut
Was that
off.
a clip, or is that Corey just saying
Dude,
that now?
This thing's head got cut off, and the head is just laying there, and the body like rolls up to it, and then the head just bites itself.
And I'm the one not paying attention.
Yeah, I was like, you're watching YouTube?
Watch this video, Kevin.
Why are you not
No,
paying
we're doing the
attention
show right now.
This is insane, though, man.
This happened while I wasn't on the show, so I have no idea what's about to happen, but I'm going to play it anyways.
Well, I was excited for tonight, and now Corey sucked it right out of me.
Oh, man.
That's Sean Sharif.
I get it.
With Corey Majors before the show.
Then the next 10 to 15 minutes, you're kind of chilled or honest.
I informed him that Brandon Ingram and Zion would not be playing in the game.
Oh.
Mavs lost anyway. So
He was so sad, too, because he's like, huge game tonight. And we go, why? And he goes, what do you mean? And then we told him that.
Yeah. And so, so that's what he was referring to, not a sexual thing.
Speaking of, referring to certain things that might be, subtextual, Kevin Hagelin, right?
Maybe these things happen, and they're like, now we'll go down to the gentleman's club. Well, I meant like,
wow.
I meant like
the cigar club,
the
cigar and whiskey club.
Yeah, exactly. I meant that type of.
Now you mean a booty club?
That was unfortunate.
Don't let him lie to y'all.
That is not what I meant. And in my mind, gentlemen's club meant, like we said, the people sitting in their leather chairs with their snifters of brandy, smoking cigars, talking about controlling the world and everything.
And their reading robes.
Yeah, not the way it went. Which
is the booty club.
There are robes in that place, too. They're just
is true.
backstage.
Oh,
yeah, they're backstage.
Okay.
That's Zach.
Have you ever been backstage at a strip club?
No.
Neither have I.
Wink.
Oh, my God.
Why'd you say wink?
He knows.
Okay, moving along.
Have you had relations with somebody else besides your wife?
Oh, my God. Don't answer that. Keep going.
Yeah, that sounds like entrapment.
No, never, Mike.
Wink.
What are you doing right now? My kids are listening.
Wow. Hi, kids. Mike said this.
Now,
did it work?
I guess, does it even matter? Like, pants don't really stop it from hurting.
Yeah.
That is a great point. I mean, that's true. I'm glad that I supported that one.
Like if you got hit by a baseball.
Sure.
Okay.
Because
I
I was
understand.
like, oh, if you didn't have pants on. But then I thought, well, it doesn't really matter.
Do pants help, though?
Nah, I don't think so.
At all.
What are your pants made of?
Cloth.
Then
I mean,
no.
a cup helps.
Cup helps.
Because it's not made of cloth. If you wore a
made of
cloth
plastic.
cup, it wouldn't help. I guarantee you that.
I'm trying to think of times that just having pants on made a difference.
I can think of at least 3 times for you, Corey.
In pain?
Oh, no.
Well,
sometimes Reggie just lets us talk because he knows we're going to say something that's stupid.
I mean, it's so easy. It's one of the best things about this segment is that you guys do all the work. Or sometimes, in the instance, it's Derek Holland does the work, and I don't know how pants relate here, but segue.
As crazy as this is, my Iron Man costume no longer fits because my legs are too big. I have a power bottom.
Lots of strength there. Yeah.
Yes, power bottom. Give me credit there. Power bottom.
He really wants people to know he's a power
I
bottom.
don't know. Does he know what that means?
I don't think he does.
I wonder if it fits me. My legs are smaller than his.
What about your butt?
I think my butt's smaller than his too.
Okay.
He's still in good shape. I'm not in baseball shape anymore. I'm in like decent dad shape.
If it still fits, will you come up to the show on Monday dressed as Iron Man?
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering. I could have an unbelievable costume for Halloween. He's really Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the flying thing, it's Iron Man.
Yeah, it is an Iron Man costume, and Mike, Monday is Halloween.
Yes.
So
why'd you put the emphasis there?
Well, why are you saying it like
Halloween?
That? Oh,
I don't like that
Halloween.
at all.
There you go.
Halloween.
Halloween.
H is silent.
So,
how do you think an H works?
It's silent in some languages.
Like in yacht?
Yeah.
Oh, the C,
He said it-
the C
he said
silent
in
yacht.
some languages.
You don't say yacht. Yacht.
I just pronounce different.
For the love of God, play something else.
Oh, you don't want me to play the next thing.
I
Let me
bet
tell you.
I do.
No, you don't. But because you implored, this is just everybody.
So what happens if your private's touched? Like, what's going to happen? Is that the end of the world? Do you have to get a divorce? I don't think so.
Yeah, but you don't want to connect.
Okay, I get that, but like,
have you ever hugged a man and your privates have touched each other?
I don't know.
I don't know, honestly.
I guess it's possible.
I've never thought about it
Incidental
before.
contact, Kevin.
Never
Yeah.
thought about
That's
it
not
before.
incidental. You avoid collision. I mean,
Was
I've
that a
just
15-yarder
never
or
had a
what?
situation where somebody's like, bro, you just touched my
Flag on the
dingle
play 10
dangle.
yards? They're like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, but you don't say it, but you know, you're like, oh my God, that's uncomfortable.
So next time you hug a man, Kevin, are you going to go ding dong?
I'm going to reevaluate the way I hug people. But Derek also said, yeah, but like, I don't ever go into a hug thinking, oh my gosh.
I think you know when your private accidentally hits another person's private. I'm sorry, I stopped something.
I think he was trying to entrap me into that. That's a great clip right there.
Well, from the 469,
That's a team clip.
another time when pants are very important. So there you go.
point.
That's fair. I would feel different if it was a pantsless hug. Then I would be very aware of like not leaning in.
I feel like that's the time when you would want to lean in a little more.
I don't
You're
know
already
this.
pantsless.
I don't know the situation why I'm pantsless. What if you're on like a desert island and you're washing your jeans or whatever out in the water and you both are just in your underwear? Then you don't have pants on.
And that's when you decide it's time to hug?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, because we survived another day on the island. Maybe. What were we talking about?
Survival.
Voting for Mr. Pizza.
It's tough not to vote for that one because everybody had a piece of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we had Zach, we
I
had
vote for
Derek,
that
we
one.
had all of us, but then Sean just getting the life sucked out of him.
Oh, yeah. I vote for that because we also got to troll him later with that clip. So I vote for Sean and Corey's version of celebrating on the island.
Well, I was excited for tonight, and Corey sucked it right out of me.
He really emphasized that, didn't he?
Hot.
Yeah.
He did that on
I
purpose.
feel like besides adding the girl to his tennis team, Sean's not had many wins in his life. So let's give him a win here.
Oh my gosh.
It's not.
That is so rude.
No, let's vote for the last one that we played.
So what happens if your private's touched? Like, what's going to happen? Is that the end of the world? Do you have to get a divorce? I don't think so. I stand by that statement. I think that's a fair statement.
I want you right now to hug Corey and put your privates on him.
Oh, Mike!
Why? I don't want his
Just to
privates
see how
near
it
me.
feels. He says it. He wouldn't even know it. I think you would immediately know you've accidentally put your privates on Corey.
I'm not voting. I'm done. This is the end of the segment. We're done.
He hugged somebody else and put his privates on him.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Go hug that random person walking with our boss that we don't know.
That is inappropriate. Now I'm aware of it because of you guys.
What about this pigtailed person in the studio
That's
next to
Eric.
us? Oh.
Coming up next, in case you missed it, why is Eric dressed like that? And I don't know what's going to happen. We'll crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation leading into Cowboys-Bears, I promise, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic, guys. Hey, stop laughing. It's time to get serious. It's about your testosterone. If your testosterone has gone down with age, Men's Tea Clinic can help. It happened to me. I was 35 years old when I got my numbers checked, and my numbers were down. As 182 was my actual number. I got on testosterone therapy through insurance. insurance was really cheap. It didn't cost very much to go in once a week, and my energy levels went up so much. Guys, they also have PRP therapy there. I also get Lipo B shots. They have other things going on at Men's T Clinic. Go to mensteclinic.com to find all of the locations. They have 5 DFW locations, 5 locations in the Houston area too. You can get back to being you. The number to call to get your appointment, 972-GO-MENS-T. They're open tomorrow, so if you're too busy during the work week, they understand. They are open on Saturday mornings at select locations. The number again, 972-GO-MENS-T. Guys, stop messing around. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the book.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you very, very much for asking. Corey, do you have any questions about what's happening in the room right now?
What is happening to your face right now, Giafalo? You look like I'm scared.
It's Survivor Pool. You're scared for real?
I am scared.
Well, that's actually good then. My wife was really excited to do this to me today. She turned me into Harley Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because I decided to bet on Tom Brady and the Buccaneers to beat PJ Walker and the Panthers last week, which was insane to do, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
no
now
PJ.
This is the payoff. It was the Quinsation payoff. You could be Dan Quinn, which would be easy for someone like a Baskey or a Hagee, or even a Broadus might bust out a Dan Quinn on us at some point this year. Would be pretty simple. Or you can choose Harley Quinn in the Quinsation. It's a choose your own destiny. It made more sense for me to go Harley Charlie.
Did you make sure to get all of your other errands done before you got into the process? Or were you like, I'm just stopping where I need to stop, dressed like this?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a beeline from my apartment to the radio station. And then really the worst part was getting out of the car and just walking through the parking garage and in through the downstairs lobby, saying hello to TJ, who, of course, had a couple of questions, as we know TJ,
Obviously.
And then getting in the elevator with random individuals and coming up here to the 11th floor was probably more difficult than anything.
It's too bad you couldn't finagle it into yesterday when we actually had our Halloween company party and costumes.
That was 2 days ago. Yeah.
2 days ago.
Oh, that was 2 days ago? Yeah.
Life comes at you fast, buddy.
It was so great.
There's an email that we have, a company email.
I actually went to the
He
party.
did actually.
did you?
He did.
So-
He said hi to
Sorry.
people.
What did you dress up as?
Whoops. Sorry
Same
about that.
as a bum. All right.
That's fair. I should've
Quick
done
question for you guys, because we haven't talked about it a whole ton, and I thought this parlay was interesting. Somebody bet $40,000 on a parlay for the Phillies to win the World Series and the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. It would cash at $2.4 million. Wanted to start with the first part since it's starting this evening. Y'all got a good feed or vibe on the World Series?
Boycotting this year's World Series, gentlemen. I refuse to watch. I hate both teams.
Why do you hate the Phillies?
Yeah, why do you hate the Phillies?
Why wouldn't you hate the Phillies? I hate all things Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Commitment.
What about you, Broadus?
You know me, I like cheaters, so I'm all for the Astros and what they've been doing.
Oh, no.
I like underdogs.
Yeah, you're like I think I would put my money on the Astros. Obviously, I'm sure they're heavy favorites.
Yeah.
I don't know this. Has a team ever gone 11-0? Has a team ever in baseball?
Great question.
They're 7-0. They haven't lost a playoff game. I'm wondering, has a team ever gone sweep in divisional CS World Series? I don't think it's ever happened.
I wonder if like those 27 Yankees or
they only played a World Series.
Well, I know, but I'm saying,
Reggie,
it never lost a game.
Reggie's got an answer.
It seems like the 1976 Cincinnati Reds.
The big red machine.
The big red machine.
Okay.
What about the Cowboys game? What's our confidence level out there? Because Mike just betted against me. Cowboys minus 10. How we feeling about that?
Oh, it's a big
one?
number for a struggling offense, Mike. You know,
For the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I feel like, to me, here's my opinion.
Dak was the third best quarterback.
I feel
this
like
week.
Dak just feast on these type of situations. Even that he didn't even have a great game against Detroit, you still easily covered that spread.
Yeah.
So my opinion
5
is
turnovers.
yeah. I think that Justin Fields in Chicago, I'm picking the score 27-6. So I'm not even picking us to score 40. I'm just picking that. I don't think that Justin Fields and their team, I know they can run the ball, and that is a little bit of a Achilles heel for the Cowboys right now, but I just feel that this is one of those games where Dak can rack up a lot of numbers in games like this.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but 10.5 is such a big number. And the last time we saw the Cowboys defense play against a running team like this, and the Bears are going to utilize a similar game plan, they couldn't contain it. And if the Bears are super committed to it, I just think you could easily find yourself in a dogfight and being in the kind of game where you're like, okay, well, let's just punt it because they can't score, something like that.
I'm wrong about the Cowboys a whole bunch. So I could really be wrong on this.
The one thing that the Bears are good at is pass defense. They've got legitimate secondary. It's not. I mean, the running part of
baby.
Yeah, the running part of it is, and Gordon too. They've got some guys that can play in the back end. I mean, you usually think like if somebody gives up runs, that they don't get the ball thrown on them. Well, it's legitimate. They struggle with the run, even with Roquan Smith at linebacker. They struggle playing the run a little bit, but you try and throw the ball on them, they can legitimately cover you. So, you know, if Zeke doesn't play, and the word I got was slim, that possibility, then now what's your Cowboy running game going to be? You know, is it going to turn into, well, you're going to have to throw the ball to beat these guys, and that's kind of one of their strengths.
Or maybe the run game will just be better.
Am I hearing a G-Bag upset special?
27-13. That's my score. I'm going Cowboys get the win.
What else you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We will have our predictions right out of the gates here at 5 o'clock. So if you're curious if any of us are picking the Bears, stick around for 5 minutes. And then Stephen Jones is going to join us about 3:15, 3:30.
All right.
3:45, somewhere in there.
Whatever the hell he feels like.
Yeah, we'll float the
sked
sked for him.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, Halloween edition, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 to the Fan.
Say power bottom, Kevin.
I do not want to
say
do that.
Gentlemen's Club, Kevin.
Gentlemen's Club, but the fancy kind.
We're taking over. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Welcome in. It's hour one on a Harley Quinn Bet Payoff Friday. The G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The 469 has texted in to say, as far as I can see, although he's dressed as a woman, Eric's the only real man present since he didn't pick a soft bet payoff. This is probably the strongest bet payoff we've seen so far. I'd say that as you can check it out on the video stream. Carter Freeman doing a great job back there coordinating that video, and he's got you up on the main stage. Turn and look at that, Chief. Nice. Look at that. It's just all you.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Up close. 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Welcome in on a Football Friday, boys. How we doing? How you doing, Chief? That must have been weird driving in.
It was weird driving in.
He does this every year.
It was worse than driving in was walking into the building, because our building here is not just like our studios with just our bros. It's a big building with a bunch of different floors on it of people that are doing like normal kind of jobs that they like, business people, respectable businessmen and women work in this office. So I'm like getting in the elevator with these people and they're looking at me like I'm insane. The Halloween party as a company was 2 days ago and I'm like showing up 48 hours late to this party. So it's a bad deal. It definitely is. But my wife is very proud of the work that she did, painting me up and spray painting my hair and everything she did to get me to pay off this bet, boys. So let's do this.
I mean, I haven't seen anything this off the wall since I last visited my parents in Portland about 4 years ago.
I'm sure
that's
you
what
see
this
a lot
reminds
of
me of.
off-the-wall things. I'm just glad we can allow Eric to live out his fantasies and real-life fetishes on air with us, and I think you killed it, and you're not crushing my Harley Quinn fantasies. I think you did a good job, because unfortunately, I guess the actual costume didn't fit.
Yeah, like if you go like as just a generally sized, adult man, and you go try and buy a Harley Quinn costume at the local Party City, not overly progressive here. I didn't think they were assuming any men were going to be trying to jump into the Harley Quinn outfit.
2022, come on, that is not fair.
Should be ashamed of themselves.
But you look great.
Yeah, you do. You do. And I encourage the Tolos to check this out. What do you think, Brian? You get a load of this?
Yeah, I was sitting there looking, I'm thinking, like, I have to look across this for 5 hours today.
Yeah, really, the real punishment's you guys.
So when we get to Krusty's Corner and stuff, the seriousness of the questions, I'm looking forward to the answers I'm going to get from Harley Quinn today.
I'm going to give serious sports takes while looking like this. It's great.
The best part was when he started reapplying the lipstick before we got on the air.
That was terrific.
Wanted to make sure that I was doing it right for the Twolos.
That's a strong bet payoff. Now, if you're wondering why, what is the nature of this bet payoff, tune in, because in 15 minutes, all of us have to pick another game. And if we are wrong, there will be another bet payoff on Friday. It's the G-Bags edition of the Survivor Pool, and you can't exit. Okay, it's not like this is your goodbye. It is nonstop torture if you can't pick games right, because for every wrong pick, there is a bet payoff. And as we open every Football Friday during the season with predictions, it's time to talk about this Cowboys game. I did believe giving 9.5 or 10 or 10.5 or wherever the number is, that's too much for this offense to bet on it. Okay, now I do feel like, though, after the first quarter last week, chances are decent we saw Dak turn, right, and make I think a return to being a good offensive quarterback, especially against defenses that aren't great. And I don't think Chicago's defense is horrible, but it's not great. So I do think the Cowboys are going to get on track offensively. I do have them scoring 31 points. I don't think they're going to be able to stop the Bears' running game, though. So I have it 31-24 Cowboys. That's the way I see it, with both teams having offensive success.
Hello. Okay. Well, I'm very confident in Cowboy victory today and all weekend long. I'll be confident through Sunday. So I do understand that the Bears have adjusted things offensively, and they looked like a new offense on Monday night after they played. They kind of had the mini bye after playing on a Thursday night, and they switched things and they just leaned into the legs of Justin Fields. But the Cowboys know that, and I think they really are a one-trick pony offensively. And if they can suffocate that and get the inevitable Bears turnover, because they've turned the ball over at least once in every single game this year, they give up a ton of sacks, they're going to find themselves in second and long, third and long situations at points in this game, and the Cowboys defensively are going to be able to capitalize on this. So I feel good about it. I got them scoring like 27, giving up 13. So I have them covering in this game, and I'm confident enough to go ahead and let you guys know it's going to be my survivor pick this week.
Okay.
So I got the Cowboys winning this thing. I feel really, really good about it. And let's not forget the built-in scheduling advantage of them just playing on Monday night in Foxborough and now having to turn around and play on the road noon kick in Dallas on Sunday short week. So I feel great about a Cowboy victory.
That is a good survivor pick, too. How do you think about this game, Wolchuk?
Yeah, for me, and I talked about this when we were breaking them down on a Wednesday, if you can just find a way to stop this rushing attack with Khalil Herbert, David Montgomery, Fields as well, and I do think that that's been the focus all week for Dan Quinn. And Justin Fields will give you turn over the football. I don't think that they have the ability to beat you vertically. Darnell Mooney's a decent receiver, but you got to think that Trayvon Diggs will be able to slow him down. The question mark for me will be, how does Dak Prescott in the passing attack look? Because they do have a good secondary. I do think the Cowboys will be able to run the football. I have faith in Tony Pollard. I don't think Ezekiel Elliott's going to play on Sunday. I think that's the smart play for the Cowboys, to sit him, let him rest after the bye, and then he's ready to rock coming out of it against Minnesota. So, I said going into Crosstalk there, I think 27-13 would be my pick. I do think the Cowboys are able to end up covering this, get that win by 2 scores. But I do think it's going to be a dogfight for much of this one, a lot like the Lions game was, and the Cowboys find a way to tack on a couple of cheapies there in the fourth quarter. But I think yet again, the defense, with the way they're able to force some turnovers, will be the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, I think Dallas covers the 10. The thing that worries me a little bit, though, is, like you say, if it turns into you don't have Ezekiel Elliott, and again, that's from hearing from my guys over there, it's slim that he's going to play this weekend.
Darn it. We got to go 4 quarters with a better running back this week. That's a shame.
So, yeah, we'll see. The one thing that the Bears are not very good at is run defense. And so, if you had Zeke and Pollard both playing, I kind of feel like that, you're in good shape there running the football. I think it's going to come down. You're going to have to make some plays against the secondary. I think the secondary is pretty good for the Bears.
It is, yeah.
So I could see a close game up until half and then kind of figuring some things out in the second half. But if the Bears get into a situation where it's, those 12 designed quarterback runs, where
that's what I'm counting on.
Just straight power runs and stuff like that, that could be – that could be hard on the Cowboys, because their backs are good enough, their line's good enough blocking. If I'm the Bears, I don't throw the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say, let's see if you're good enough to stop us from running the football.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like that Dallas is going to get some stops. Turpin can make a difference returning punts, maybe give you – I worry about the number of possessions that Dallas is going to get in this game.
Sure. Yeah.
This could be one of the fastest games that we see all year for the Cowboys, if both teams are committed to trying to establish a little bit of a run.
Get ready for a 4-hour postgame, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. 2 hours and 30 minutes last week, it felt like. I think it was 2 hours or 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. But anyway, yeah, I still like the Cowboys in this one, 23-13. You got to hope for the turnover. You got to hope for that. If the Bears protect this ball, man, we could be real wrong about this score, especially if they're able to run it.
All righty. On Zeke, Jerry, this morning, probably too good of an opportunity to get him 100% with the bye week. He was hinting strongly towards him not playing. But Mike McCarthy said there's a chance if he continues to progress. Everybody's saying the recovery's coming along pretty quick. What are you hearing, Brian?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, they're in a situation right now where he didn't practice the last couple of days. I didn't get the report today, but when I was asking this morning about it, because, I was made mention about what Mike said and what Jerry said, the word I got was, again, slim. Slim chance, yeah.
On Gallup, he said he expects more production.
Yeah.
I think the spotlight goes on MG this weekend. Maybe, what do you guys think? Is he going to pull out of this and start producing? He did have the one great highlight catch on the sideline, so it's in there. Is this mental? But I think Michael Gallup is up for evaluation here as he's trying to come back from a significant injury. Sometimes it doesn't really come back, for a while. It could take another full season before he becomes the player that he was pre-injury. So what are your expectations right now?
I thought immediately with Dak back that was going to help Michael Gallup. So he's got an interesting matchup. He's probably going to be going up against Kyler Gordon the rookie out of Washington. You'd think that Johnson will be manned up against CeeDee Lamb, and he's a really good player out of Houston. He's really been coming on the last couple of years. Now, he's been in and out of the lineup. He's dealing with some injuries, but I think that favors Michael Gallup size-wise because Gordon's a little bit of a smaller player. Yeah. So they might, especially in the red zone, to your point, Gavin, that could be a matchup where you get inside that red area. You like that. Maybe you've seen working against the baseline and maybe you throw it up to the corner of the post area. You just allow that jump ball. You allow Michael Gallup to just use his body, go up there and make one of those catches where he's able to just kind of use his body and come down, get those toes down in bounds. But I do expect maybe a bounce back kind of game for Michael Gallup. But expectation-wise, maybe it is the injury. Maybe that's what's slowing him down and taking him a little bit while to get going. But he needs to step up for this team because watching that All-22, you were right, Brian. There was no separation last week whatsoever.
And when I say I like the receiving core, I'm assuming Gallup is going to be the player that he has been. Mm-hmm. If they feel like internally, hey, Gallup's not coming back, maybe that does push you into a decision. Jerry also saying this morning he admires OBJ a lot.
Yeah. We all do. And the more and more we watch this passing game sputter a little bit, I think we're going to be throwing out the OBJ name throughout the season until finally, even though it seems like he's not going to be ready to go until December.
Yeah, see, that's the great point. Like, we're talking about Michael Gallup and the injury, and maybe that's what's slowing him down. You're going to be talking about the same thing with Odell Beckham Jr. So you're going to have to make sure that he's cleared medically. Britt Brown's going to have to take a look at him. The Cowboys are going to have to feel good about that.
But even Michael Gallup is, and there's still that the mental warfare that you go on after an injury like that. And, of course, OBJ will be dealing with it. So even if physically, hey, he's cleared by late November, early December, you still have the mental blocks there that kind of Michael Gallup is dealing with. I'm hopeful Michael Gallup will come out of it with the production sooner than later. I do expect them to, like with his relationship with Dak and with Kellen Moore addressing it, and it's been a thing, and he's their deep shot guy. I expect them to take at least one, hey, we've been running the ball, boom, let's play action and hit something deep here, and worst case scenario, like you did in the Commanders game, there's a pass interference call or something like that gets you a big chunk play. But I expect them to at least target him early and have some plays that are specific to, hey, we're going to Michael Gallup here. Whether he comes up with it, who knows? But I think hopefully as the season goes on, you get the best version of him.
Yeah, Klay Thompson was going through it last night because of Charles Barkley's comments about him. And Klay Thompson's like, listen, you don't know what I went through just to get here. You don't know every night what I had to go through just to get to this point. And it might be a little bit that with Michael Gallup. But you're in a situation where the offensive coordinator says, hey, that's on me. Well, they're also running 58 plays a game. It's not like they're running 72 plays a game.
Yeah.
Their play usage is way, way, way down from what we've seen in the past. I think it has to come like organically. I don't think it's a forced thing. Don't throw him a bunch of screens and stuff like that and try and get him the ball. Get him the ball down the field where he's comfortable doing it. Like you guys are saying, go up and let him play some jump ball stuff. Let him run some slants, throw the ball, make sure it's on top of him. Give him a chance to make a play for you.
Incredible overtime period for the Mavs as they made enough plays to get the dub against Brooklyn, 129-125. Luca had the 41-point triple-double to lead the way. 4 bench players were in double figures, including Hardaway with 18, Kleba with 15, and now the Mavs are 2-2. I'll tell you what's exciting. Before the show today, I was reading this article, 538.com. It's kind of ESPN's arm of the analytical world. And they have this Raptor rating that you might have heard about or read about, or maybe you're an NBA analytics person. You're like, oh, yeah, Dawson, I know all about the Raptor rating. Know it better than you. But
yeah, geez. Read a book for once, Gavin.
It's kind of like the wins against replacement of the DVOA or whatever. And 538 was saying, the Mavericks are so damn impressive right now. Their Raptor team rating is better than what it was in the playoffs last year when they were like playing at this super high level and beating the Suns.
Wow.
So we might just be scratching the surface of something significantly better. Now, it's tough to say if some of these numbers are going to hold. Some guys are shooting the hell out of the ball, but so far, so very good. And even though they have dropped 2 of their first 4 games, they, not only have looked impressive to the naked eye, but inside the analytics, this Mavs team might be set up to be even better than last year's by a comfortable margin. Up next is OKC tomorrow night at the AAC, the Thunder, coming off a win against the Clippers last night where Kawhi Leonard was out again. They're taking load management to a whole nother level here to take the long approach with
I don't
Kawhi
blame
Leonard.
him, man. Kawhi is so. I mean, he gets hurt all the time. I think you have to ease him back in, especially early in the year.
It's all about championships,
no doubt.
Who cares about Game 4? Okay, Flagtober concludes this weekend. We want to see you tomorrow, 11 to noon at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill off of 67. Come get some Cowboys gear with us. We'll load up, and then we'll go get some barbecue at Fingers to the Bone in Waxahachie at 1 o'clock. We'd love to say hi and hand you a free 2022 G-Bag Nation flag, so we will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, it's time for a Survivor Pool update. I am paranoid about all of these games. Can we find a good one that can help us avoid the bet payoff next week? That is coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
All day. Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. We are in the midst of a Football Friday, and we have a Harley Quinn bet payoff going on as Eric Chiafalo is dressed as Harley Quinn, makeup and all. 469 says, my girlfriend said I need to stop watching on the Twitch because Eric is looking like a baddie. Okay. Wow. 214 Chi-Chi, that video tweeted was hilarious. Yeah, you can find that across all of our social medias. As the web guy caught a video of Chiafalo pulling up there in his Honda. Pretty funny deal. And now we're going to see if we can avoid having to do another round of bet payoffs. It's starting to get tough because some of us have already picked about half of the good teams in the NFL, and your options for picking a winner are starting to shrink before we're even at midseason. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Okay, I wanted to go Eagles versus Steelers. To me, it's one of the better chances, but do you want to burn the Eagles who have this unbelievably easy schedule? Mm-hmm. Is there one that you feel like is a great bet that can allow you to hang on to some of the better teams still that might be able to get you out of a jam later on in the year as the field shrinks even further? So I'm going to go with Tennessee at Houston. I'm going to believe that Tannehill is going to play. He was limited yesterday, missed practice on Wednesday with a sprained ankle. I feel like you can manage that all right. Like if he was good enough to walk and move around, pretty good enough to practice limited yesterday, I feel like he's going to play, and I just have no respect for Houston right now.
Yeah, and why would you? I mean, how many points in your life could you point back to and think to yourself that you had respect for Houston? Very little. And this is one of those times as well.
Probably just Clyde and Olajuwon.
Yeah.
As I look back on it.
Then a huge gap, and then maybe they did something. They probably made the playoffs with Deshaun Watson one year or something like that. But otherwise, there is generally no respect for Houston.
Yeah, Matt Schaub looked all right, and then he went on like a pick six binge for like 2 months in a row. He's done.
Andre Johnson,
loving the pick sixes.
The Andre Johnson Cortland Sutton fight, mad love for him.
That was good.
There was respect for Houston that day.
I had a lot of love for the Astros when they were an NL team, and you had the Bees.
That 05 was 04-05, the World Series run. That was okay. They were a lovable team then.
I dig that. But few and far between, no question about it. Okay, so you're rocking, I'm sorry, that's the Titans.
I got the Titans.
Okay, I like that quite a bit.
Titans.
I'm feeling really good, and I do love that we did this on a year where, I mean, the NFL's always got a ton of parity, but isn't this like a historical year of parity in the NFL where literally you go down the NFL slate week by week, and other than like the Bills game or the Chiefs game, you're really not sure about, you're not confident. You can make the argument for any team, even if that team does have Davis Mills.
Any given Sunday.
But I'm going to rock with the Cowboys. I haven't burned the Cowboys yet. I feel great about a Cowboy victory. I think Mike McCarthy's going to have their mindset, because I get this could be a trap game situation because, hey, we got the bye week on the horizon. We've done this thing. We're at home. Easy money Bears, that kind of deal. But I do feel like, hey, there was some respect earned by the Bears on Monday Night Football. They all saw it happen. They don't want to get Bill Belichicked the same way that happened to him, right? So you want to go ahead and get this victory. I feel confident the Cowboys are going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that.
You're locked.
I think it's a great week to pick the Cowboys because I do think they get a win. Now, But
you picked the Cowboys last week, didn't you?
We burned the Cowboys last week.
We did, yeah.
Can't pick the Cowboys. And it was Cortland Finnegan. If I said Sutton, I'm sorry, I'm living in the moment now. The current former SMU, current Broncos receiver there. Oh, man. So I'm going to go. I was going to go Titans as well with you, Gavin. But I just want to keep I want to keep it different. I don't want all of us going with the same team.
Tighten up, baby.
Good sacrifice.
Yeah. So, just to keep this more entertaining, I did see that the Saints are now going to be without Jarvis Landry. They're also going to be without Michael Thomas.
Oh, we're going to Raider it up.
I'm going to go with the Raiders in a pick that's probably destined to fail.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to burn the Raiders because I want to just get them out of there.
You're going to burn them, huh?
I never feel good about the Raiders.
Are you sure you don't want to hold on to the Raiders for later in the season,
Hell
Chuck?
Hell no, I don't. I might want to hold on to the Titans for later in the year because they'll probably get the Texans again. But
this is a cheeky pick, isn't
let's just
it?
burn the damn Raiders
It
and
is
get them out of
cheeky.
here.
I'll never forget having the Raiders and how they burned me earlier this year
Yeah.
when they were up like 20-0 at half over
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, and then next thing you know, Kyler Murray happens, 2-point conversions happen, and there is a Raider L.
Yeah. So Brian, I know you like to get these ahead of time in the prep room, and you probably put me down for Titans. That
No,
might bleep you, but change me to the Raiders.
Okay, you got the Vegas Raiders. Got you down.
I'm effed.
And by cheeky, I mean ass.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I feel like that was an ass my dude kind of pick too. I'm just going to cross my fingers and pray to the football gods.
All right, which team you want to go with here, guys? Just tell me. Tell me where I should do
I
here.
think you with the Seahawks.
Now I'm looking at the Broncos Jaguars game.
Ooh.
Okay. And the Broncos have allowed a touchdown on only 8% of their opponent's drives this year. 8%. It's the lowest in the league.
you think Denver's going to do it? Well, they're both 2-5, right?
The Broncos have scored a touchdown on only 9% of their drives this year, which is the lowest in the league. They stop people, but they don't score. The Broncos have only converted on like 36% of their goal-to-goal possessions, the lowest rate in the league.
Are you sure you want to go against the Broncos after hearing what Russell Wilson, all that work he was putting in on the airplane?
I'm scared to death, but
feels like he's playing with confidence.
I will say this, though. Jacksonville is second in the NFL with plays of 20 or more yards.
I think you should take the Jags with confidence after Justin Tucker was trolling Russell Wilson yesterday. Nobody has respect for that man.
I can't believe that I'm going against Denver.
There you go.
Because of their defense. But I have absolutely no faith in their offense.
Jags are a home team. All right, they love playing in
London. They play
London.
well in London.
They're 4-2 in London.
Are you encouraging me so I can have a bet payoff next week?
Who the hell knows? I don't know what I'm doing.
One of your former teams, right, Brian?
That's
Jacksonville?
That's one of my former teams. Give me the Jaguars this week over the Broncos.
Let's go.
There it is. Our bet payoffs. Tune in next week. As I do believe, we're getting to the point where we could have multiple payoffs going every single Friday from this point forward in the regular season because it's getting tough. Ravens beat the Buccaneers last night. Speaking of getting tough, Tom Brady frustrated at times. He looked confused. I'm trying to lip read him like. Was he saying, what the bleep, why can't I see that? I don't know, but he was over there looking despondent at times. Do you think he's thinking, man, I got to shut this down because it's not going well? Or is he thinking, I can't let it end like this?
I think he's not going to let it end like this. Mm-hmm. I think that, he's going through the off-the-field stuff that we're all hearing about now, but I just don't see Tom Brady walking away from this thing as is. I just kind of feel like that, he would probably make one more run at it and go from there.
Well, it won't be this year's team. Is that they've had some really bad luck. They had to let guys go in the offseason, and now they've lost Pro Bowl pass rusher Shaq Barrett. He is done for the season with a torn Achilles.
Dallas can only play him now.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
amazing how your season
6-1.
That's amazing how your season works. Sometimes those games that you're like, gosh, why do we play these guys then?
Yeah.
Play them now.
And as Brian alluded to, Giselle and Tom have filed for divorce. You hate to see that. It is sad. I'm sure the kids are bummed out. But, for football purposes, it'll be interesting to see. Will this drag him down? How will we be reading about this in his biography in 10 years or whatever? Was this something that pushed him to continue playing on? Will it be a career ender? I tend to look at it like if he's not choosing her over football right now, that's got to be with multiple more seasons in mind. Because otherwise you just say, honey, it's 2 more months and we're not going to even make the playoffs. So give me until Christmas and it's over. Right. So he's got to be thinking 2 more years, 5 more years. Who knows what he could be thinking? But it's very clear, as all quarterbacks do, he needs a lot of help, and they don't have enough to help him right now. So
I'm just on a personal level. I've been married twice, and my first marriage I gave up because of the NFL. I hope he doesn't go through that I went through, because I look back on that and I'm like, that was my fault. I hope it's not a situation. I didn't have kids. With Caroline, I didn't have kids, but I look at it as it was more important to me to win a Super Bowl than to be a really great husband.
Yeah.
And I hope he doesn't look back at that and the same problems that I have, 25 years
ago.
Regrets about that. You gave up everything for somebody that was a great partner for him, obviously. They talk about they've grown apart and stuff like that. I hope football's not the reason here.
Well, it is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander. Third.
What's up?
How you doing?
Doing good, man. Interesting day. Interesting day, to say the least.
Okay. Would you like to share, sir?
I still have to do more investigation to the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bummed out?
I just hope it ain't what I think it is.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I don't want to have to do it to him. So I know it's very vague because I'm still doing the research. I don't want to put somebody out there like that. Our winner is still champ.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Bobby Belt. He just basically melts into warp speed while doing an interview with Michael Irvin.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down in the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
Hey!
Wow. Yeah, that is warp speed.
Wow. The legs is moving fast right there.
Chewy got the wires connected right there mid question. He hit hyperdrive or whatever
First
that
half,
was.
But he seemed to settle down in the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
Should we compare that to Eric Chiafalo's long-winded? Oh, by the way, how you doing there, Mr. J?
I got it. That's good, Lucius.
Yeah.
That is really good. I don't have enough shame today. We gotta
see you, dog.
We gotta do a little bit more.
You're not getting shamed. I think everybody wants to make love to you on this text right now.
A lot of dudes are coming after me.
A lot of the dudes are hollering.
Yeah. You be hitting Uptown, bro, right around the corner.
One of
them to that Kroger's over there.
One of them just
we'll be able to
asked,
keep them off of you.
Yeah. Just asked in the Twitch if I could also do the straw dog challenge today as well.
Oh!
Combo play.
Hey. He's trying to get that in before November hits. Here's Eric Chiafalo's long-winded question to Stephen Jones.
One of the things, Stephen, I think most fans are, really curious about, not just with the Cowboys, but really across the league. It's one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions? For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there, or whatever it may be, or calling a timeout, or any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious, kind of, what is the process like? Ultimately, when it's in that moment, is it really just Mike McCarthy deciding for himself, kind of based on the knowledge he has in lead up or whatever it is, just kind of a gut decision for him? Or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or hey, we should call
kick the field goal here?
Gotta go for the field goal there. For sure. The process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Well, you covered a lot of territory there.
That response is so good.
It is great.
Kick the field goal.
Maybe we should play that for him today.
It's a few times you should have kicked that field goal.
As a question.
I'm going to say that respectfully, though.
Drop that in as a question today.
Should we fire that off? He won't even remember.
He's like, well, Greg Zuerlein's not on the team.
Wait until there's another big game management thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a fun bit. And
See
the
if
fellas,
he
speaking
reacts
of bits,
differently.
fellas got Coach McCarthy today pretty good, too. Run that back at 8:40.
Okay. Justin Tucker. You guys know who Justin Tucker is?
Yes, sir. Pride of Texas.
Okay.
Go.
Here he is being messy on the airplane after the game. Takes a shot at Mr. Unlimited. Mr. Unlimited.
This guy. Let's talk to us a little bit, J Tuck.
I mean, what do you want to know? What are we doing on the plane ride back home? I heard Lamar's leaving us at high knees. Ravens flock, let's fly. Oh my God,
Unlimited.
But we gotta play him. We respect him.
Yes.
We like him.
Yes.
All right.
We gotta play him. We respect him. We like him.
What has happened to Russell Wilson?
Sad, bro.
Ravens was the
flock,
MVP
let's
24
fly.
months ago.
Sad, bro.
Bro, when you have kickers dissing you,
That's
quarterback,
rock bottom.
that is rock bottom.
That's awesome.
Did you see the video of Russ the other day coming out to the practice field and pretending like he's getting side high fives and then sending a prayer up to God?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he does that. That's his, his routine.
Yeah.
Every time he walks out there to the field, he does like he's low-fiving.
Yeah,
Even
he's-
if there's nobody there.
Yeah.
On the warm-ups. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Ravens flock, let's fly.
What are we doing?
I want to hear the voice in his head and what it's saying to him.
You got to visualize it, Russ. You're Mr. Unlimited.
You're killing it right now, bro.
Unlimited.
Yeah, you're killing it.
You throw the best balls.
Jerry Jones on Emmitt Smith's running style or his days at the Cowboys' White House. I just don't know which one it is yet. Check this out.
He could keep his center of gravity
he could move it over like that a little bit. And with those powerful legs below the waist, you would have thought he was a 300-pounder with his calves and his thighs. And a huge man below the waist. And, boy, I'm telling you right now, he knew how to use it. And he would hit that hole. He'd be the first to tell you that he had a lot of holes. That's not the end of it, boy. Then he would efficiently make a little zig or zag, and then he'd put all of that power to it at that particular time.
It's my guy.
I don't know if he's talking about the running style or the days at the Cowboys White House. I don't know, Phil.
It's incredible.
I can't even say anything. I'm speechless. That was like that bit that Bobby did. Didn't you guys do like the Blue Chew player of the game or something back in the day?
Yeah, we did.
It's like Jerry was just harnessed to that.
That lasted a month, and I think Blue Chew said, I don't know. This is too good.
Yeah, I'd say we bring it back.
If you
Jerry's
down.
got the intro.
Yeah, he does.
That's the intro right there. Put a little music to it.
This is our bit now.
Any of the nominees, Lucius?
Yeah, we have a DISD bus driver. Fed up. He's fed up. Tired of you kids, man.
Dak?
Damn, bro. Come on.
Oh. Uncalled for. It's a football Friday.
It's a football Friday. It's just having fun, right?
You go sit in the corner there and think about what you did, Brian.
It's a premium joke Friday, too.
Jeez.
My dad.
Yeah, that's great timing on that joke. Great timing on that joke.
I learned from the best, right, Lucius?
A lot of people out here talking about, hey, osmosis. DISD bus drivers fed up with these kids just goes off. Sounds like Tom Brady talking to his O-line.
Damn nerve! Like you ain't got no sense! I'll take all your ass back to school. You can walk home. You won't get on this motherfucker no more. You know my goddamn nerve. Acting like you ain't got no sense. And I know you're smarter than that.
Tom Brady.
Acting like you stupid. I ain't playing with y'all motherfuckers. Better ask somebody. You know who you messing with.
They trolling him. They're trolling him, bro. You had a kid at the end say all day. Yeah, they're trolling him, dog. That's why he's going crazy right now.
That's what the cop at the fair sounded like when he was getting after me.
Oh, yeah?
It was like that volume and that many cuss words. I was like, my bad, dude, I didn't see you.
I'm sorry.
Alrighty, it's time to vote. Is it our current champion, Bobby Belt? The lithium crystals were firing. He went to hyperdrive. He did. With Eric Chiafalo's long question, that's tough to beat, but Justin Tucker was making fun of Mr. Unlimited. That's good. Jerry on Emmett's running style is good. The DISD bus driver fed up with the kids is good. It's a championship and a loaded set of nominees here. I'm going to go with Jerry Chiafalo.
Ooh, I'm going to go with Justin Tucker.
Time to win, Lucius.
Yeah, Jerry.
It's 2-1, Will Chuck.
I got to go with Jerry talking about my guy Emmett.
3-1, Brian.
That's Jerry.
4-1. New G-Bag of the Day champion once again. It's Jerry Jones. Okay, coming up next, time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, which running game are you worried about the most? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Friday morning.
online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Zeke is officially doubtful. Noah Brown, Devin Harper, Malik Hooker, Parsons, Schultz, Steele, Sam Williams, all questionable. Variety of injuries, bye week just in time. Here's Broadus and Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. All right, well then that segues right into the sports mix today. If you're new to the program, every Friday I ask my guys questions, various questions of sports stuff, sometimes food stuff, various things that are kind of in my mind. And I teased this one. And I'll ask you first, Zach, on this one. Whose running game you more worried about, the Cowboys or the Bears?
Who needs this one more?
Whose running game are you more worried about, the Cowboys or the Bears?
More worried about probably the Bears running game. I'm not really worried about I'm confident in Tony Pollard, and I do think Malik Davis has the ability. He's a tough runner, and I don't think that. He's not Ezekiel Elliott, but he's got fresh legs, and I think he's got the ability to come in and give you some good runs. Spell Tony Pollard and give him a little bit of a breather here and there. But I think Tony Pollard's ready for this, and this is a guy that's on a contract year. He's ready to go out there and prove to the league that he can be an every down back. This is a big statement type of game for Tony Pollard, that he can carry the workload for 20 carries. He can run in between the tackles. And I think it's kind of a myth that Tony Pollard isn't a downhill, strong runner in between the tackles. I think he's shown that he can get some dirty yards and keep the pile moving. He's got a good, powerful lower body. But I do think it's going to be a challenge to slow down this three-headed rushing attack from the Bears because of Justin Fields and the challenges he's going to present. But I got a lot of respect for Khalil Herbert and David Montgomery. I think those are two really good runners, and the Cowboys have struggled for 4 quarters to be able to really stop a good running team. So that is the thing I'm more worried about in this game, is the Bears rushing attack.
Harley?
I'll go the same way there because, the Bears defensively, they give up.
Sorry, I looked up and saw your face.
Oh, yeah.
Cracked me up. Not your take.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I was a little offended that Broadus didn't allow ladies to go first for this one, but it's okay. 29th in rushing yards given up is what the Bears defense is. I think the Cowboys and even a heavier dose of Tony Pollard just gives me more opportunities for explosive rushes to take place, and so that's encouraging. Go back to Monday night, Justin Fields was the most efficient rusher in the entire NFL in Week 7. He finished first in points earned per play when running the ball, points above average per play when running the ball, points above replacement when running the ball. That is a weapon, and it's not just him. It's the three-headed attack, as you mentioned, Herbert and Montgomery. So, and I do feel good about the Cowboys knowing that, hey, the Bears don't really have a second move. It's like we got to run the ball, and that's all we can do. So I feel like Dan Quinn and company will have a good plan. You bring in Snacks Harrison as well, Jonathan Hankins to help in the run game. So all of that gives me encouragement, but I haven't really seen them stop a run game, and this is one of the best in the league.
Yeah, for me, it's the Bears. They're willing to run the quarterback, and that's a game changer. Most teams avoid it because of the humongous downside of getting your quarterback hurt. But I'm starting to put together my official guidelines for when to run your quarterback, Brian. Tell me what you think. Don't run it unless you have a guy who can absolutely avoid contact.
Okay.
Your quarterback stinks otherwise, or it's the playoffs. And I think the Bears are right there in the middle. They're like, well, our quarterback stinks. We don't really need to keep him healthy. We need to figure out a way to win games, and maybe he can put together a career if he does stay healthy while running it a lot. But it's time to run it a lot. That's what they realized before Monday's game, and they're going to continue with that trend.
Yeah, the only thing I think the Cowboys will be up to the task of playing run defense. I do worry about with Pollard, though. We saw last week what happens on some of the third and short, the carries and stuff like that. Without an Ezekiel Elliott, are you going to get those 3rd and 1s, those 3rd and 2s? Now, last week it was a little bit more of, sleight of hand, try to break some tendency stuff. But if you hand the ball to Tony Pollard, are you going to be able to pick up those 3rd and 1s? And those are the things that are going to be kind of, it's going to help you, keep those drives going and stuff like that. So that would be my worry from the Cowboys aspect of it.
More confident in Tony Pollard getting consistently short yardage conversions or picking up the blitz? or just pass protection?
I think pass protection has gotten better for him.
Okay.
The things I worry about Malik Davis is what I talked about a little bit yesterday. Where does he fit? Does he know where to fit if he's chip blocking and stuff like that? Blitz pickups and things like that. Don't if you're Malik Davis, don't get in the way of Steele, or don't get in the way of Tyler Smith. Make sure you're in the right spot. Make sure you're not hitting them in the back and throwing them off from giving up a protection. So, I could say I think it's going to be interesting to see how they run the ball on 3rd and short. That's just my concern right now.
And that's super important to be able to sustain those drives.
Yeah. All right, Eric, how about this one for you? What went through your mind last night when Luka turned the ball over in those final few seconds?
Well, it's a little bit frustrating just in general. Those fourth quarter turnovers are really what allowed the Nets to stay in the game. I think it was 6 fourth quarter turnovers that they had, and so you're frustrated, but ultimately when Luka is Luka's going to be the guy with the ball, and so you can't. It's not like somebody else should have had the ball. Right? So, the turnovers are a problem offensively right now for the Mavericks, and they definitely were at the end of that game. But I still felt like going into the overtime, I thought they were going to win that game. I felt really good about it because you're playing a Nets team that's on the second night of a back-to-back, and that's that kind of thing. But I don't know. I was just like, this is annoying. This is like the 6th turnover in the last 10 minutes.
How about you, Zach?
Yeah, I'm frustrated with it, to be honest with you. Look, the Luka turnovers are starting to add up a little bit. That play Ben Simmons had at the end there, that's why it's, hey, I'd still take a Ben Simmons on my basketball team.
Just for the defensive
Just for the defense. You could tell as soon as he got the ball in his hands, he's like, what the hell am I going to do with it?
Yeah.
Please, somebody save me. He turns around and gives the ball to Kevin Durant. But the turnovers are going to lose you basketball games. And that was an issue last year, even with Luka at times. You could see the turnover numbers start to rack up. That's something they've got to clean up moving forward.
Gavin?
Yeah, you got to credit the Nets, and particularly Ben Simmons, who had a nice job defensively, even though Luka had the 41-point triple-double. But yeah, I think it just goes on with the trend that Luka needs to get locked in, and I'm sure he will as the season progresses.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that because I didn't want that thing to go to overtime. No. You're just thinking, what else can happen? But they were able to, Bullock knocking down shots.
Thank goodness they hit those threes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You started when they went to 9 points, you're like, okay, I can breathe again. But man, I just these closing out these games just seem like it's such a problem for them. And the ball's in the best player, the ball's in the hands of the best player you got. And then, you
shouldn't have been that close at the end of OT.
It was a heart in your throat kind of moment when that happened.
Jeez, I just, you want to puke after that. But, good job of them getting the victory there in overtime. All right, Gavin.
Yeah.
Give Micah Parsons advice of how to play the RPO this week.
Have your corners cover really well behind you, so you actually have a chance, is number one. But other than that, you got to go balls to the wall. And if you accidentally hit the quarterback, you got to be willing to accept that and try not to land on him so you get a flag, right? But you have to attack that point very quickly and not hesitate. And if you get beat a couple of times, your defense will pick you up, but you can't freeze. That would be my number one thing. Choose something. Otherwise, you're standing in the middle of two players guarding neither of them.
Choose violence in that case. Right?
Choose violence.
Choose violence. Yeah.
That's really the only thing I have is go attack the quarterback. I don't know what these guys are supposed to do when they're just standing there and, okay, nobody's blocking me, and now I'm having to wait to see where the quarterback's going to go with the ball.
Yeah.
And so do I chase the runner? Do I wait for the quarterback? What's going on here? I feel really bad for these players. I don't know what the alternative is in that situation other than just go hit the quarterback and maybe you get a flag from time to time.
Yeah, you attack Justin Fields. That's the answer. You have to. It's all about you go for Fields and you hope that he panics and he screws up, or you just make a play on him in the backfield and you hope backside you get your help and your defense is rallying to the football. If he pitches that thing, they're able to get the ball carried to the ground. But I think he just has to have eyes of the quarterback at all times. You don't hesitate. You go straight for Fields.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here on The Fan. Flagtober finishes up tomorrow. 2 more stops, 11 to noon at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill. Come pick up some great Cowboys gear. Hang out in Cedar Hill. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll be in Waxahachie at Fingers to the Bone Barbecue, and we'd love to say hi and hand you a free 2022 G-Bag Nation flag. We'll see you there. Okay, Stephen Jones is going to join us. We'll probably go over some numbers to know about the Cowboys and Bears while we wait for him. That's next here on The Fan.
MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are anticipating Stephen Jones joining us here at any moment. We'll be talking football with Stephen Jones. I have some numbers to know about Cowboys-Bears. The truckwreck.com fan text is open if you would like to ask us any questions while we wait for Steve to join us at 877-881-1053. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Okay, LSU letterman. Played in bowl games for LSU. You got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video over there, and you can watch it at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Chiafalo's doing a bet payoff in a Harley Quinn costume. He looks like he's ready to get after it like a bar Halloween party right now.
Yeah, this would have been like for the college days at UNT, Wolchuk. Are you kidding me? This would have been you would have been Batman or whatever, and then I would have been Harley.
I could have been Joker.
You could have been Joker.
Could have pulled this off.
Would have been huge.
More of a Bane type of guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Wolchuk can bust out Bane on you at any moment.
Absolutely.
You gotta be careful.
100%.
I was born in it.
I love it, man. Okay, so we also love Football Friday, and Stephen Jones going to join you in 2 seconds. How about this question, though, from the truckwreck.com fan text, or this point? Defense on RPO requires everyone to execute their assignment, period. That's Michael from Weatherford. It's a good point. Why do you think more teams aren't doing it then, if it puts so much stress on everybody to defend it properly?
We're starting to get coordinators that understand and study the college game more. That's, I think, the original. There's always coordinators they do things they understand and they know. The really good ones, like the Andy Reids and the guy out with the 49ers and the Rams, they're more willing to go and look for other ways. And then you've got guys in the league that just like, well, we've always done it this way. This is tried and true for us. Instead of branching out, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're going to have a league where it is going to be wide open RPOs, because that's what the quarterbacks in college are doing. I never in my life.
So there's nothing about the NFL game that blocks it as far as the speed of the defenders or anything like that?
No, because where you get your players from? College.
Yeah.
The draft. And, I never in my lifetime believed that there would ever see a player like the size of the height of a Kyler Murray get picked first overall.
Yeah.
Because, we're always from that era of the big, sturdy, drop back quarterback and stuff. But the way the game is playing now, some of the most creative ways of doing things, and now we're talking about if teams are going to play clog and cover and things like that we've talked about, find ways to run the football. And what's the best way to run the football is put stress on these defenders to have to play a running quarterback.
And it's given the Cowboys defense, which is great, fits. I think right now teams aren't that equipped to follow it or to defend it. But in all other situations, the defense is starting to deceive the offense and get the upper hand on the offense. And it's such a cat and mouse game before the snap. I think the final chapter to be written is the ability for the quarterback and all the receivers to be on the same page and have that play evolve in real time after the snap.
I think what you're also going to see here is in the future, instead of the $40 million quarterback, you're going to use a quarterback like you use running backs. That all of a sudden there's so many of them in college football that are coming out that can do the RPO stuff and things like that. You pay a $40 million quarterback to throw the ball, but you can use an RPO quarterback and then we've used him for
suddenly there's a lot more supply.
Yeah, there's a lot more supply because the offenses are, and all of a sudden you don't have to have the guy, you don't have to have the Dan Marino or that guy that's going to stand there and throw the ball. You don't have to have that guy. You can use these RPO quarterbacks. Like if they get banged up, and then fine, we'll just plug another one in.
Yeah, we've got another guy to put in there. Sub packages maybe as well if you have a guy that's good at that or creative. I mean, I do think the reason you probably don't see a lot of teams doing it because maybe they don't feel like they have a guy that's capable. They don't have a runner to do it. I mean, we have maybe a handful of guys that are good at it, but I think that's something as we talk about the Cowboys offense, the play that Zeke ended up hyperextending his knee on, they did run a form of it where you had Dak rolling out to his right, and it was an option where Dak could have kept the ball. Instead, he pitches it out to Zeke, and you had kind of the defender in no man's land. He has to choose. Does he defend Dak or does he take Zeke? And he ends up kind of shading more over to Dak's side. Dak pitches it out, and it's a home run play. I think Zeke picked up 14 yards on it. Cowboys should utilize that a little bit more because even though Dak doesn't run a lot, he still has the threat to be able to do it.
The stress level for defenses, that's what you got to attack. Just make it as stressful as possible for them to have to defend you.
Yeah, and it's tough. It's a pain. I know Mike talked about it earlier in the season, why they don't do it more often. And I think it's a mistake to not be able to practice it so much that you can do it well and at least have it be a curveball that you can go to if your regular offense isn't working. Every team should be capable of doing that. And if they're not, then, use your practice time more wisely. It's football. 3 numbers to know about Cowboys and Bears. If the Cowboys do win this game, they'll be 6-2. They've started with that record or better 10 times since Jerry bought the team, and they made the playoffs every year. So this is essentially to lock in the postseason right here. Playoffs are on the line. If you get to 6-2, it's a lock. So that'll be nice. And yes, I'm thinking 12-5 right now. That's my end of season win total.
That might be think about that. 12-5 might be a wild card road game.
Maybe a rematch against the Bucks.
You know how annoying that's going to be when the Bucks have like 7 or 8 wins and they're hosting a home playoff game and you got to go take down Tom Brady in his own house and you won 12 games this year.
Talk about exercising those demons.
Well, that might be where you have to go because the first wild card team is the 5th seed.
Yeah.
So if you think about the Bucks would have probably the worst division record.
Right. Yeah.
So that would be a 4-5 matchup right there, right off the jump. Yeah.
Have Ron DeSantis sitting there front row watching his guy Tom Brady. Numbers for Cowboys-Bears, number 12. That's the number of design runs by Justin Fields last week. How the Cowboys can handle that is huge for believing in them against the Eagles. We need to see Dan Quinn, Micah Parsons, Tank, everybody, get this organized in a way that gives them confidence that they can get a handle on it. If you can't stop the Bears doing it, good luck week 16 against the Eagles.
Yeah, because the Eagles actually have other dimensions to their offense that the Bears don't have, and that's why I am confident that there's going to be the game plan, the emphasis on suffocating this run, and it's something that clearly surprised Bill Belichick, and it's weird for him to be caught off guard on something, but that's exactly, you've seen this like once every 10 years. It's like Belichick was blown away. He got wildcatted by the Dolphins in 2008, and then he just got Justin Fields with the running stuff, and it's like, okay, well, cooler heads will prevail. We get back to the drawing board. I swear, if the Patriots and the Bears were going to be playing again this week, it'd be a completely different outcome. And with Dan Quinn having that knowledge going into this game, I feel pretty good about them being able to slow it down.
All right, great stuff. Next number to know here from this matchup, +6. The Cowboys' turnover margin in 7 games. They're unbeaten when they win the turnover battle. Bears have turned it over at least once in 9 straight games. So how conservative do you go here? That is one of the questions, and we will pick it up a little bit later on here in the G-Bag Nation as Stephen Jones joins you now on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing good.
Right on. Well, happy Football Friday to you. There are a number of names on this injury report, Stephen. How big of a concern are these as far as who's going to go on Sunday?
So you always like to have a full allotment of players available, but that's the game we play. All 32 have to deal with this, and this time of year we're a game out from our bye, which is probably going to come at a good time for us, but. Certainly when you don't have, you're not fully healthy, it makes a difference. But the good news is I do think we've got more depth on this football team than we've had in many, many years. And I do think we can obviously go out and play a good football game if we're going to be missing a few guys.
And do you anticipate the same game plan if Zeke can't play? And will you be thinking splitting carries, or would Tony Pollard be more of a featured kind of guy?
I think Tony will obviously get more. If Zeke can't go, he'll get more carries than probably he's had, and I think he can certainly do that. We do certainly fired up about Malik and what he can do for us in the run game as well. He had a really good training camp with us and a good preseason, and feel good that that he can step up and and fill in there. But certainly, if Zeke can't go, Toney will get more carries than he typically does.
Steven, I've sat in a draft room with you for many a year, and I don't ever remember seeing a quarterback that just takes the ball and runs like this guy does. Is this the way the game is evolving, or is this just a rare cat with that ability?
Well, I just think obviously when you pick a guy, you certainly know what his strong suits are. I mean, Lamar Jackson certainly. You end up when you pick a player like a Lamar Jackson that has rare qualities, then you want to use those, and you do want to cater the offense to take advantage of their skill sets. And certainly they're doing that in Chicago. Think the world of Matt Eberflus. He's doing in a lot of ways what we are, playing a lot of complementary football. He's playing really good defense and then running the football on the offensive side. And they've got a really good football team with their air up, and they're going to be a handful for us.
Steven, you guys pulled a trade off this week, bringing in big Jonathan Hankins. What made this the right time to make a trade, and what do you like about Hankins and what he brings to the defense?
Well, I think the biggest thing is we all know, he's a 340-plus pound man. And, if you were to say, hey, if there's any weaknesses on our defense, you might say, well, our run defense could use some improvement. And certainly I think he'll do that for us. And it couldn't come at a better time. We're getting ready to play one of the best rushing teams in football in the Bears. And certainly he's going to bring that run-stopping element to the table. And he became available, and we thought, the price was right for us to improve our football team.
How important is it, Steven, to be the team that gets to follow up on playing against an opponent that kind of tweak things in the way they do it? Because it looks like the Bears changed the way they play offense coming into the Patriots game, and it kind of caught the Patriots off guard. How much of an advantage is it to be the team that now, okay, we've seen it on tape, and now we can kind of gather ourselves, and we're not surprised whenever we step onto the field on Sunday?
Well, it's always helpful. And certainly, when we played the Lions last week, they had tweaked some things and had a bye week to do some things differently, and I thought Dan Campbell had them really prepared. And as we thought, we had a really tough game, and certainly the score was not indicative of, how tight the game was for the majority of it. And to be able to get a look at the Bears, before they come in here and see what they were doing with their running attack and what Coach Eberflus is doing with their defense is always helpful. But obviously that's part of the game, and I'm sure they'll continue to tweak things based on the way we play, both defensively, offensively, and special teams. And I know he'll have them prepared. I'm a big fan of his. He obviously had a big stay here in Dallas. Think the world of him and his family, and he's doing a great job there with the Bears.
Steven, with Odell Beckham Jr. out there and the trade deadline, there's a lot of debate here in the media about your wide receiver group. Do you guys believe it's sufficient to, be a good wide receiver and core?
I think we do have a really good group of receivers. Like I say about any spot on our team, if we see an opportunity to get better, then it works for us, then we're always for that. But I do think our group of receivers is only going to get better as they work with Dak, as Dak works his way back in. Certainly Michael Gallup coming off his injuries. We all know those ACLs, don't happen overnight when they come back, but think they'll do nothing but get better as we progress there. And we got a young guy in Tolbert too that if Noah for some reason can't go this week, he's going to get a great opportunity to show why we picked him in the third round. So I do think it's a great group. Obviously, CD's our number one guy there, but I think it is a good group. But if we see an opportunity to improve, then we'll do that as well.
Steven, as Gavin was mentioning, there's a lot of talk among the media and the fans and stuff like that about Turpin, and you see the explosiveness which he plays with. And by the way, congratulations on figuring that one out. But is there a little bit of hesitation about maybe using him in offensive snaps because he's such a weapon in the return game, or is that something that you really don't think about?
No, I don't think we worry about it. I mean, you obviously understand, his size, and of course that can have some limiting factors at times, but he is very explosive, and I do see him as we move forward, as we move forward in the season, that he could become more and more part of our what we're doing offensively. And like I said, with Noah maybe being restricted or questionable for this upcoming game, then certainly I know Kellen Moore is taking a look at what we'll be doing with Turpin as well as Tolbert.
Stephen Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan. So you not only made a trade, but Robert Quinn, who you know well, also got dealt. So was it a little bittersweet? What was the reaction like? You don't have to play him this week, but then he ends up going to a division rival in Philadelphia. Yeah,
I mean, he's a guy we got a ton of respect for. He came in here, he played really well, and got himself a really nice contract up in Chicago. And, Philadelphia got him a good football player, a good edge rusher. He's a really Gumby guy who can bend at the top of the rush, and certainly a guy we'll have to account for the next time we play the Eagles.
Stephen, thank you so much for your time. Give him hell on Sunday. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Great being on. Have a good weekend.
You too. There he is, Stephen Jones, with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All righty. When we come back, we'll talk about what we learned there. I like that. We're going to get Turpin involved, and he's working on Tolbert. Tolbert might be a lost cause. I don't know about that, but Turpin, I'm excited for.
He's killing it on the return team, that Turpin, man.
Tolbert better step the hell up this week. He might be your wide receiver 3.
He's doing some great stuff on kickoff return.
Dak Prescott on improving the passing game. We have audio of that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because the Frankels.
on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us, as he does every Friday at 3 o'clock here on The Fan. Biggest L, Biggest Dub with Chiafalo is coming up at 3:40. We have some Dak Prescott audio on improving the passing game. Here is the first cut as they head towards their game against the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to get better. I mean, each and every day that we go out there, as you said, obviously with the time missed, whether it be the timing, whether it just be being on the same page, these are things that just out here at practice, we're gonna speed up that process. And so, yeah, I mean, it's part of it. It's part of it. And the passing game will get there, and when it does, that'll just be another way that we can win. Obviously, adding it to the run game, play action, and just being comfortable with each other.
Jeez, that man is polished on the mic.
Yeah, little Bobby Belt speed delivery too. Brian, why are you laughing over there?
I just, every time I think about him saying about an opponent, I think the questions that Chiafalo asked him at camp.
Yeah.
That time when he goes, okay, tell me about Team X. Team X has got a really good team.
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to get better. I mean, each and every day that we go out there.
I believe in our guys.
Yeah.
I think we're going to go out there and execute.
Confident, yeah. That whole deal.
It's kind of like he's a telemarketer that's going through the script because he knows exactly what he's going to say as soon as you pick up that phone or ask him a question. He's like, oh, yeah, that question. Here's the answer that I have for that one. If you'd hit him with the truth serum, would he say it's getting better every day and we're heading in the right direction? I don't think so. I think you're managing what the passing game is right now. And it was pretty good. In quarters 2, 3, and 4, I'm not totally crapping on the passing game. Look at his numbers. I don't care how bad you missed 6 passes. You completed 19 of 25 of them. I think it's going okay, but I think with the lack of great protection and maybe the lack of a true number one wide receiver that can actually dictate coverage, we're kind of where we are going to end up, I believe. I don't have big hopes for turning it into what we saw last year at times.
I'm curious what you think about the offensive line and what direction they're heading in and how they could either help or hurt the offense, especially from a pass blocking standpoint, because when I looked at where the tackles have gone, and I thought these guys have been playing pretty well, but when you look at the pass rush win rate, and it's not everything because the Bears, they'll tell you the Bears have a really good run stop win rate, and the Bears get run on quite a bit.
Sure.
So it's not everything by any stretch, but you see out of 69 qualifying tackles, Terrence Steele's ranked 52nd, and Tyler Smith is ranked 65th. And Tyler Smith has 31 pass rush losses, what they would call, which doesn't lead the league, but it's only trailing 2 other players.
Yeah.
So I do wonder if we're going in a bit of a wrong direction with the offensive line and how that could hinder the passing game.
Is that from PFF?
That is from that's ESPN's pass rush win rate.
Okay.
So I don't know.
They definitely both struggled in the first half against the Lions. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Look what happened to your offense.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson was good in that game. The thing that because to me, the eyeball test, and I'm one of those guys, grade the 58 plays. They have 2 bad plays. You hope those are not 2 bad plays that kill you.
Sure.
But the thing is that I kind of feel like they're winning more on some. I think they do a good job of run blocking.
Yeah.
I think where if you said, okay, where could there be some problems? And, it's amazing that they didn't give up more sacks and more pressures when Cooper Rush was playing quarterback, because every time Cooper Rush gets touched, he's going down. I mean, he's not going to avoid or get out of the pocket or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of felt like that they were getting better. I had a lot of questions after week 1. I'm like, man, the left guard, the left tackle, the center, the right tackle. I don't have as many questions about that group.
Both quarterbacks, I think, have a real good idea how to get out of trouble. They know the offense. They know where the guys are, and if they don't see anything and they sense pressure, they can get rid of it. I think it's pocket awareness. I think it's scheme that's allowed them to coach and execute around, not having a great offensive line.
Yeah.
So with the passing game, I hope, but I think you ask, where's this offensive line going? It's in transition. Zach Martin's getting old. Tyron Smith is getting old. Your guard, your center might not be back, and if you see a right tackle where you're picking in the first round, you should probably take one.
Sure.
We're on year 3 with Terrence Steele, and he's really struggling in about the bottom 25% of the league.
That's why, I know fans want a receiver. But, I mean, to me, it's like, man, I'm not trading a first-round pick for another receiver. I just don't see the benefit in that. You know, I get it. You traded for Amari Cooper. Amari came in. He helped salvage a season for you. And that was great. But then 2 years later, they're talking about getting rid of Amari Cooper. They're frustrated with him already. And then they ship him away for nothing. Yeah. And it didn't result really in anything for you. You won a playoff game. You beat Seattle. Yay. You're still left with the same empty, disappointed feeling. I do think Tyler Biadasz is having his best season of his career. The numbers are showing that he's improving as a player. He's allowing the 7th fewest pressures among all centers. He's the 9th best center in terms of pass blocking, depending on what site you look at. Pass blocking win rate. He's improving, but you're getting a lot of inconsistent play, snap to snap at left guard with rotating in and out between McGovern and Peters. I think Tyler Smith, you're optimistic about. He should get better, but you might have what you have in Terrence Steele. He's not killing you by any means.
See, I thought he was going to be a lot worse, and he's really not.
He's sufficient.
But
he's sufficient.
Yeah,
that's a great way to put it.
Not enough for me to sit there and every week say, "Oh, this guy."
But you can win with him.
Yeah.
So maybe that's how you want a team build if you're going to make a great defense. You know,
a cheap, serviceable right tackle.
That's what good NFL teams are made of, is cheap, serviceable players, so you can have the cap space to pay stars. You need guys like that. There's tremendous value. But in the end, it's probably another great reason to run more. You know, when you look at the pass blocking.
Man, I kind of feel like that these young tight ends are helping you in the run game. Yeah. You know, and I think Zeke is revitalized. I mean, last year I kept coming on the station saying he's not hurt, and at the end of the year he's hurt. You know, and so we'll see. You know, there's a lot of fans out there that were on that Tony Pollard bandwagon. You know, hey, more carries.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, you're going to get your wish this weekend. You know, and that's going to be, you know, much like, you know, the you know, don't play Dak, keep Cooper Rush in there. Those truthers all, you know, those guys and gals left after the Philadelphia game. They really didn't have anything to stand on there. So, you know, it's going to be.
Are you suggesting that's going to end up being the case? So the Tony Pollard truthers are going to wake up on Monday morning going, "Gosh dang it, I was wrong this whole time."
I'm going to be interested to see, because we've seen games where Zeke has had. I'm not saying Tony Pollard's going to carry the ball 35 times. Let's see if he carries the ball 20 times, 23 times, and what happens. You know, I mean, I'm all about the explosive.
I hear you. I don't think Pollard's a down and down out guy.
See, that's what I worry if when we're doing the post game, it's, you know, well, the Cowboys won this game, but man, it was a little tight on some of those third down runs.
Yeah,
you know, and you're that's the thing that
Tony Pollard had the one good 30-yard run. But what about all these other ones?
That's the great thing about having these two backs. When they combine for 24 carries or 25 carries, they end up being 142 yards.
It's a 1-2 punch.
It's a 1-2 punch.
It's a 1-2 punch. That's what Romo's been telling me all damn day.
You can't just throw the hook.
Right.
Okay, we'll have some more Dak audio here, and let's take a listen, because the text is on it saying, "I'm so tired of Dak. He's canned and fake." Dak is Jason Garrett-ish.
Yeah, he is Jason Garrett, 100%. He is.
He sounds like a broken record on repeat. Okay, at 877-881.
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to get better. I mean, each and every day that we go out there.
He does start a lot of his answers with "yeah, I mean." So we'll see if we get that. Here's Dak on confidence if Pollard has to pick it up because Zeke can't go.
I mean, my confidence, in Tony is through the roof, and you just look at what he's done in the time and in his carries, and anytime his number is called. He's a guy that's going to step up and be his best, and he's a hell of a player. Obviously, out of the backfield, whether it's running the ball, whether it's catching, lining up a receiver. So it's just about us making sure that we get him the ball where he's comfortable and in space to make plays. And if that happens, the rest of the guys will pick it up and do what we have to do to make sure that we fill in that hole in his absence.
It's incredible that he's got the vision if you got him in space to like find the wiggle and get around the guy and go. But if you put him between the tackles, like he doesn't know where to go. He just runs fast towards the hole. And it requires so much more precision and shiftiness, I think, in tight spaces than he has, because I don't have much faith that he's going to be able to run it on short down and distance. It's going to come down to Malik.
This is the most exciting part of the game, is it not? Or is it seeing if the run defense can really hold up versus the Justin Fields?
Well, that's the most important.
That might be the most. But
this is the most exciting.
That should be the most exciting, right? Like, how does this Pollard like leading the charge in the backfield situation go, because it has been such a topic. Every week it's Pollard, Zeke, who, the whole conversation of who gets what touches. And when you look at a couple of the things of like, I love these graphics and I love these graphs that show where guys are relative to their same position. And when you look at the running backs, it took me a while. That x-axis, man, it'll throw you for a loop. But
T-charts?
You have Tony Pollard, 15% of his carries go for 0 or fewer yards.
Wow.
Now, that would actually be way better than most.
Okay.
Now, it is still not as good as Zeke's. Zeke's at about 11% of his carries going for 0 or fewer yards. Now, the difference is he's going to give you a rush attempt of 10 or more yards 8% of the time, and Pollard's going to do that 14% of the time. So that's the difference. Both of them are top probably 20% in the league in terms of not having a bunch of carries that go for 0 or fewer yards, but between the two of them, you can tell Tony Pollard more often than Zeke will give you a no yard or negative yard game.
Which is interesting. I have been a little bit more impressed this year with Tony than in previous seasons. Like, I do think he's making more of a conscious effort, and again, it's probably because it's a contract year and he's trying to show this to the league and prove it. Like, yes, I can be an in between the tackles runner, but I mean, he's a guy that's fallen forward. Like, he is trying to move the pile. He's trying to prove I can ram it up in there, So, and we'll get to see it against the Bears. But going back and watching these games, I'm watching it and thinking, damn, there's a little extra power here, a little extra burst we're seeing from Tony Pollard.
He's a little bit bigger than you would think. I wish they threw him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. I mean, we talk about running style and all that. Someone's going to use him one day catching the ball, and it's going to be devastating.
I do love these stats that Chiafalo brings, and he's got a great way of finding them pretty quick. I wonder if those could be skewed a little bit because Zeke is in there for the obvious short running situations, and what happens to Pollard if he is in those, and how the defense is looking at it. So we will start to have that unfold before our very eyes Sunday at noon at AT&T. Broadus and Chiafalo will have the pregame show at 9 a.m., and then Broadus and Wolchuk will have the postgame show at about 3 o'clock. All righty, when we return, it is time for the biggest L, biggest dub with Eric Chiafalo here. Where are we going, sir?
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I got to talk about Twin.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Happy Friday to everybody. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo's Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Here he is, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? It's time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Shout out to Brandon in Forney, who says his biggest dub is that today is his 39th birthday. Happy birthday, Brandon in Forney. But his big L, though, is that he has nothing to do all weekend. He loves the G-Bag Nation. That actually sounds like the ideal birthday gift right there. Just give me a weekend with nothing to do.
Well, go get yourself a G-Bag flag.
Go get a flag. Go see Gavin and go get a flag.
That's a dad of young children. Can I just have nothing? What is that, 40 minutes of free time?
Deal. Capitalize.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Brandon. But
happy birthday to you.
Yeah, go. This is a perfect time to go ahead and plug in tomorrow's Flagtober situation.
Oh, yeah. Big L for you. If you need a 2022 G-Bag Nation flag for free, our tour day DFW concludes tomorrow. We'll be at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill off 67 from 11 to noon. And then Fingers to the Bone Barbecue in Waxahachie there at 1 o'clock.
Man, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Fingers to the bone.
Yeah, it does.
It's going to be outstanding. Dang. 817 biggest dub commission check hit today. Hello. Yeah. And they went and voted. So just getting it done, man. Getting it done. 682 biggest dub. Working out 5 times this week after being sidelined for months with injury. When you get back onto the field of play after being out. It's like when you're able to work out, you have that fight internally all the time. You're like, oh gosh, I gotta go to the gym.
Yeah.
But when it gets taken from you and it's no longer your choice not to go exercise, that does suck, man. So welcome back, 682. That's 5 times this week. That's getting it in right there. Yep. That's how you do it.
Getting it in.
Big time respect. How about this huge dub for Fort Worth Alliance? Town Center, HEB, coming your way.
Look at that.
And this is my parents' neck of the woods. This is kind of like Fort Worth Alliance Town Center. This is where I've done a lot of hanging out and grubbing. That's actually the Smoothie King. The Smoothie King that I worked at in high school was in the Alliance Town Center.
Claim to bleeping fame, man.
And now we get an HEB coming. They're going to break ground at some point very, very soon. We're going to blink our eyes, and here we go, HEB.
It's crazy how we react to grocery stores like it's fast food, isn't it? But this is a story. There'll be people lined up around the block.
I've never been inside an HEB.
Oh, dude, it's going to be awesome. In fact, the one in Plano opens next week. We should party there.
You want to?
I'm down.
I'm way down.
I'm excited.
Seems
it's down
like
the street from the Star, actually.
Is you going to party there?
Yeah, we're going to party
like
there.
Al Bundy in the grocery aisle.
Yeah. I'm going to pop my Budweiser.
When his AC went out.
Be standing there and just be ready to rock.
Just standing by the liquor cabinet, just sampling bottles.
Hey, guys. Instead of going out in the neighborhood for my soda walks, I'm just going to do it around the HEB.
That is a good question. Does HEB do the Sam's Club, Costco thing where they're giving out Sampies?
Ooh.
Do we know that? I don't know.
I'll tell you what, man, that was a bad thing about the pandemic was those samples went away.
Well, they better damn well be back.
Well, I can confirm Costco's are back. I can't speak for anybody else.
Okay, well, Costco, I love you.
Yeah.
I stopped going grocery shopping a few years ago.
Are you doing the delivery deal?
I'm doing delivery, and I told her, I said, I'm sorry, honey.
That's not a surprise from what happened in Oxnard.
She acts like we're on a hunt for Red October every aisle we go down. You know, it's like we got to consider every possibility.
Yeah.
It's 8 minutes an aisle, bro.
Make sure you get the toilet paper.
Exhaust all options.
I've like done laps around the grocery store and come back. I'm like, honey, I'm going to line. I'll go wait in line. Just let me know when we're done.
This is for sale. You look at that. It's a great sale.
Buy one, get one.
Can't decide what soap we want.
Oh, yeah. Going to the grocery store with wifey is a dangerous game.
That's an L.
Almost as dangerous a game as going to the grocery store while hungry.
Oh, that is, or high.
Boy,
Not that I would know anything
you will
about
blow
that.
some paper like that.
Yeah, you will, bro. Get lost in the sauce a little
blow
bit.
some paper.
If you're hungry, everything looks good. It's like, oh, give me the pizza rolls. I'll take all the frozen pizzas. These Michelinis look delicious.
Oh, the Michelinis.
We've got
Have you ever
Don't get me started on the
chicken.
Michelinis.
Have you guys ever dined while you're shopping?
Oh, yeah, that's my dad all the time.
And open up the bags of chips or whatever and dine.
Yeah, that's my dad all the time. And he'll look at you and say, hey, I'm paying for it.
Exactly.
I'm paying for it. It's mine.
You get to the end there, and the guy kind of looks at you like you could just run it through and throw it away. I mean, seriously,
The bag's empty.
The bag is completely empty. Like you're snacking the whole way.
I like to get a beverage.
Yeah.
Get a beverage. Nice little snack.
I ripped the leg right off that hot and ready rotisserie chicken and mow through those aisles, baby.
I love that.
Like a boss. It's one of my favorite things.
You guys ever shop at Whole Foods?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You can have a whole beer while you're shopping right there.
Yeah.
They got a bar in that joint.
They got a bar.
Yeah.
The one in Addison's outstanding.
Yep.
Do you have to have a Tesla in order to shop at Whole Foods?
It's a requirement.
You need
Or Subaru.
big
It is a
bank
requirement.
account.
You know, you need 5 jobs to shop in there is what you need.
Oh, man. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Holy smokes, 469, biggest L, lost power at work, but did not get to leave. Had to wait it out until power came back on. Biggest Dub is getting to meet up with you guys for the first fan hang tomorrow, Flagtober. Waxahachie.
See you there. Cannot wait to hand
Tolo.
you a free flag. Yeah, they are $25 online at 105thethefan.com/Flagtober, but we have a good amount. We have multiple dozens we're bringing to the party tomorrow.
These things are
Multiple
badass
dozens?
too, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to be throwing them out like hotcakes, baby. Now we have conflicting
Hotcakes.
That's 2 hotcakes references this week here in the G-Bag
Oh,
Nation.
yeah.
I would just like to point that
Let's
out.
go. 469
I
is
just saw
saying,
the president shooting paper towels in Puerto Rico. That's what I was saying. I'm sorry.
469 is saying no
I'm a little
freebies at
twisted.
HEB. 214 is saying HEB does do the samples.
Okay.
So maybe it depends on which one you're at.
It's a great quality. Every grocery store should adopt that. They really should.
I think so too.
What do you do with the toothpick thing? Do you hold it or you just drop it on the ground? What do you do?
Usually there's a trash can.
Yeah, I'm an immediate throwaway on
Immediate
that.
throwaway?
Yeah.
Rock that joint in your mouth.
You got okay.
You got to rock that thing in your mouth.
I kind of feel like I don't know what to do with the thing. I'm just kind of like, they give you the little cup and you're like holding a little cup. Like, what am I supposed to do with this thing?
Put it in your pocket, probably. That's what I do.
Big L to
12 of them.
I guess everyone who works for Twitter now that Elon Musk has arrived.
They've all been fired.
He's fired at least 4 top Twitter executives.
There you go.
You're gone.
Within seconds of claiming the bird, he was like, okay, you fired. And I think he's going to be doing quite a bit of that. I think a lot of these people are going to be losing some gigs here. Establishing that dominance, that alpha presence. That's what you have to do as a boss.
You said he walked in the front door with the sink, a kitchen sink?
Is that okay?
He had a damn kitchen sink when he walked in. I would have got scared too. Like, all right, that's it for us.
This guy means business. Like, he didn't even have somebody else carrying the kitchen sink. He's
he
like,
brought it
I
himself.
got this thing.
Yep. He needs to free up the bots and the shadow banning. Stop all that shadow banning on the Twitter, okay? How about that?
Okay, I like that. There you go. Put the
The
request
bots
box
are
in
good.
for Elon Musk.
They're good follows on my account. Yeah. The bots.
The bots are?
Yeah, I guess.
Boosting that follower number.
I answer
up,
their
man.
questions every day.
Incredible picks, those bots.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Walchuk every day he goes, I got a new one. Got a new honey sliding in these DMs here. Do you think she's real? So I was like, yeah, bro, she's definitely real. You should holler.
It's another MILF.
And you can be arguing with a click farm, by the way. Like, you can be really going back and forth what you think is a person, but it's actually just a computer.
That's true.
Sent by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
I promise you.
There are people that
I want to know how to program these bots.
Me too,
This sounds fun.
I'll tell you, there are people that will like these bot things. They'll rip your ass too if you say something, and then you look at them like, man, I don't think this is real. But somehow, some way, they've got you down for what you're saying.
Wow, how about this from the 214? Biggest Dub, I filled in for my boss for a week, and I ended up getting his job permanently.
Wow. Boss's worst nightmare. He got Wally Pitt. They're like, yeah, we think you're way better than the other boss.
Why don't you just keep doing this?
That is incredible, man. So that is one where there's definitely a dub there for that guy, but there's a simultaneous L being taken by somebody here, whoever got their job stolen. That's a tough deal.
Lots of L's for youth sports. Most games already rained out for this weekend. It hurts, man.
Did you have a big game?
Yeah, it was a revenge game, a single revenge game.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
It's the sweetest joy, man. You got you missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get them next time.
There's always next year. 903, biggest L, 2 flat tires on the mail route during a tsunami here in DFW. Jeez,
Man,
that's Wayne Gretzky, dog.
I had a flat tire a couple weeks ago, and it convinced me every vehicle needs a pump that plugs into your cigarette lighter and fix a flat. You're good. You're good. This is the golden era of flat tire, strandings.
I'm telling you what, I'm thinking about carrying one of those NASCAR jacks.
I got one of those.
The hardest thing is to jack the car up.
Well, okay.
I mean, you got to get that stupid little thing in place.
Most dangerous part.
Give me, okay, like a NASCAR jack or whatever. You could like slide it in there, hit it 3 times, the car goes up.
I got one. I got one in the Scooby-Doo van. As a matter of fact, I love it.
New age jack?
Yeah, no, one of the NASCAR jacks that you like roll out there.
It's called the hydraulic jack.
Yeah, it's great.
Are they pricey?
Yes,
$80 or
I tell you
so.
what,
I didn't. The real nice one at NASCAR is probably a grand.
I might get you guys these for Christmas. I might figure it out.
These are great, but
you got to have one.
With new cars
for like $300.
With new cars, you're not going to get many spare tires.
Yeah,
that's the
little donut tire, man. No confidence in that damn thing.
No, I'm scared to wiggle on that sucker.
You talking about the run flats, Dawson?
Wiggle.
Most of these cars have the run flats now?
Most of these cars don't have a spare tire underneath or in the trunk. They're having to take them out to save money. They're like, oh, you want your $18,000 brand new car? Well, now you don't have a spare tire.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't
a
check
lot of new
mine.
cars don't have spare tires. Yeah, you should.
Speaking of new cars and stuff, big L to Ford Fiesta lovers because Ford has come out and said that the Fiestas are no longer being created.
Are you kidding me?
No more
party.
Yeah, the party's over, boys.
Party's over.
That is courtesy of Ford there.
I was going to trade in the
She
Chuck
shows up
wagon.
in one of those, she's going to spend the night. I guarantee you. She's going to spend the night with you, bro.
And that's a pro tip. Biggest up, though, from Wayne
What do you
Gretzky.
drive?
Who got the flat tire, 2 flats on the mail route. He did propose to his girlfriend, and she said yes. So she's
come and
stuck with
change
him
the flats?
forever. Maybe, dude.
Oh.
My girl would have to come change my flat. That's for sure. But that's a pretty good run right there. And I'll try and respond to all these texts here because it's a rocking and a rolling.
Salute to you guys. I hope you do nothing but stack dubs this weekend and you stay dry. How confident is the Bears, media, that they have a chance to beat the Cowboys? We're going to talk with Peggy Kuzinski. She is the pre- and post-game show host for the Bears on ESPN 1000. We'll go across enemy lines next year on The Fan.
We're taking from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. We're about to be joined by a special guest that'll give us insights on the Chicago Bears. 501 is asking, were y'all listening live to Jerry's 300-pound below-the-waist hole hitter comment this morning with KNC? I was driving and I was dying. Not only were we listening, but he was nominated for G-Bag of the Day, and he won. So you will hear that cut again coming up in L.A. Live with Lucius Alexander at 5:40 and Monday at 2:30 as we see if he can repeat as G-Bag of the Day champion once again. All righty, here we go. She is the pre- and post-game host for the Bears on ESPN 1000 in Chicago. It's Peggy Kuzinski here on 105 through The Fan, and a good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. How are we today?
Oh, we're doing great. You know, it's a football Friday, and the Cowboys are playing well, so everybody's in a good mood here in Dallas. How are things going covering the Bears up there?
Well, you know what? We go week to week here. Kind of like how we do our own lives, you know, day to day, week to week, because one week they look good or at least hopeful. The next week they crash, and then they look good again, and then they crash. But that's what happens when you tear apart a roster and you are literally starting at the ground floor trying to build up and see what you have.
So I would imagine they're going to try to repeat the successful game plan of last week against New England. Is that what the Cowboys should expect?
No, I wouldn't assume that. When Matt Eberflus and Luke Getsy, the offensive coordinator, were asked about that last week, 10 designed plays for Justin Fields was something that we had not seen all season long, and it was successful. We saw not just getting him out of the pocket with rollouts, but we saw quarterback draws and quarterback sweeps, and it was very successful against Patriots. And when they were asked about it this week, they said, whoa, that's not our identity necessarily. It's just what we saw on tape we could do against New England. And so that's why they added it to the game plan last week. Whether or not they see that they can do that to the Cowboys defense, I highly doubt it. How about the Cowboys? Yep.
Well,
I'm in an area that they know it's about a lot of Bears people. We just got done with our own radio show, so all the Cowboy fans are giving us crap as well. They should.
Oh, we love it. Well, Peggy, I mean, what would you say is the Bears' identity then? Because I'll admit, I mean, we're terrified of their rushing attack more so than Darnell Mooney and the weapons that they have passing the football. It's that three-headed monster with Fields, Herbert, and Montgomery. So what would you say would be their identity right now?
Well, right now that is their identity, but it is a three-headed identity, not one. And I think that's what they wanted to make sure that people understood, is that Justin Fields is not going to be the focal point of the run game, and yet he is their second leading rusher, and he had 82 yards on the ground last week. But the Bears' 1,200-plus yards on the ground is really something that's pretty significant, because no one really saw that coming. As much as everyone likes David Montgomery, came in as the number one back, Khalil Herbert has really become the big yardage guy, and Monty is really more of, he's a grinder. You'll see him really grind in there, the fire plug that can pick up 2-3 extra yards when you need it. And then Justin Fields on top of that. I mean, it literally is a three-headed attack. If they can continue that success, that's huge against the Cowboys defense. The problem, guys, is they are now with their fifth starting offensive line already in 8 games now this season, as 2 guys are gone from the offensive line that started last week. Lucas Patrick is on injured reserve. They just lost Larry Borum, is out with concussion. They have just activated Alex Leatherwood, the former first-round draft pick of the Raiders from last year, who was released and has been with the Bears 3 weeks, but 5 days after he was signed, he got mononucleosis, and he's been out ever since. And so he just started practicing about 10, 12 days ago. This is an offensive line that not only was it already a patch quilt line to start with, but now, I mean, they're looking for help. They can't afford any more injuries on that offensive line.
Peggy, they made a trade this week on the defensive side, though, moving on from Robert Quinn. Was that surprising to you and to your listeners that they made a move like that?
No, not at all. You know, when once you have a new regime come in, Ryan Poles came in with a new head coach and Matt Eberflus and a completely new staff. Ryan Poles, it was clear he knew that this was a roster that lacked talent. And if the only way, the amount of money that they were paying in dead cap space, the only way they could get past that was to start shedding it and getting draft picks and building up. Well, how much talent was on this Bears team last year that was worth anything? They literally let guys go that have barely been picked up or made a name for themselves on other teams this year. So the only value they really had was Khalil Mack. He was traded right away. And Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith, yeah, Eddie Jackson really was quiet the last 2.5 years, so he's had a good year. But everyone expected Robert Quinn. Truly, he's 32 years old. Why are you keeping him? He's not part of your future. You need draft picks. You need collateral. Get rid of him. I actually think they should have they could have gotten more for him if they did this at the beginning of the season, as opposed to waiting before the trade deadline when he only has one sack.
Well, it seemed like Roquan Smith took it pretty hard. Was he brought to tears when he got the news?
Oh yeah, you know the word trickled out during Roquan Smith's press conference with the media, and reporters started noticing it on social media. They started verifying it, so they asked him, and he was a little taken aback by it. I mean, Robert Quinn, he was voted as a captain. So he was very well respected in that locker room. He took two young guys, Dominique Robinson and Travis Gibson, really under his wing. I mean, he was their mentor, and he had a very quiet but stoic leadership presence in the locker room. So, yes, Roquan was upset, though many of us questioned whether Roquan was more upset because he thought, uh-oh, I'm not going to get what I'm asking for. I might be next out the door.
Oh, yeah, that'd be tough. And we had the same experience with the Cowboys here. Everybody loved Robert Quinn, Peggy. He's a great guy. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to miss him as a brother even more than as a football player, because that's what teams think of him.
Yeah, you know, he felt like that's a great way to describe him. He's like an older brother. Yeah. He was stoic. He was quiet, a little quirky, you know, kind of an interesting guy when you tried to talk to him. Never quite sure where he was coming from, but very, very thoughtful, led by example. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that we worry about. Not only where are they going to get these quarterback pressures from, because Travis Gibson is next up, and I mean, there's just not a lot to get here from this. But also, is this going to affect the locker room to the point where their shoulders come down and they give in?
Well,
and
we'd love to see that.
Season over, right?
Yeah.
They can't afford that. Not this team.
Hey, Peggy, by the way, my mother makes a great patch quilt, by the way, so there's nothing wrong with those. I think they can be outstanding.
Tell her to send one over with a bunch of 6'5" and 320-pound offensive linemen.
That would be classic. It's Peggy Kuzinski, ESPN 1000 in Chicago with us. Do you expect the Bears will be in the market for another quarterback in a year or two like what happened with Trubisky?
Yes, absolutely. This whole year was supposed to be about evaluation. Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Luke Getty, the entire staff is evaluating the talent or lack of that they were left with on this roster. And in the beginning, there was not a lot of wholehearted support for Justin Fields. Then when you saw that Ryan Poles, the general manager, was a former offensive lineman and really did not put any weapons around Justin Fields, not only offensively, but no protection. With these guys are 1- and 2-year contracts. They were, picked off of the heap of other teams. So I think that this is a year where they're trying to see what they have in Justin Fields, but they're also stripping him down to the point of many worry whether or not he will lose what made him Justin Fields at Ohio State. And will he be able to play up to the NFL level because he's just defeated. I mean, this guy gets hit. He has been under pressure so much. The sacks. This is a guy that you just, like, he's got to keep his chin up, and it is hard. And I would not doubt if, new regimes come in, they want their guys in there, and there's no one more important than the quarterback. And I would be very surprised if they didn't try to draft another quarterback just to see what they have.
Peggy, it looks like, though, they've got a couple of guys in the secondary defensively that they drafted well, Jaquan Brisker and then Kyler Gordon. You see the numbers, and teams have had success running the ball against the Bears, but trouble throwing the ball against them. Are those kids playing pretty well for you?
They're playing outstanding, especially when it comes to Jaquan Brisker. He had a one-handed interception last week that was like a basketball play. It was like going up for a rebound with one hand, coming down with it, turning, looking for the outlet pass. I mean, Brisker is an athlete. Kid out of Penn State, plays very, very violently, makes his presence known. He has played outstanding. Kyler Gordon has not, I wouldn't call it struggled. He's had more of an adjustment period at cornerback, and that's because Jalen Johnson plays opposite of him. No one's throwing to Jalen Johnson's side. They're all picking on the rookie, Kyler Gordon, so he's had some growing pains. But last week, he had a really, really nice game, and we've started seeing that the last 2 or 3 weeks, that he has learned very quickly. He's got a great background. I mean, this is a guy who was a dancer. He competed at halftime, performed at halftime of NBA basketball games as part of a dance troupe. He was in martial arts. He played every sport growing up, and not the typical ones, not baseball, football, basketball. He played some, like I just said, dancing, and he's got great body awareness and balance. And now they're just trying to teach him how to play at the NFL level on Sundays. He's starting to come around. But those 2 picks, at first, we all looked at each other and said, they didn't go offense with their first picks of the draft. Are you kidding me? They went defense, but these kids look good.
It was surprising that they didn't go offense, but you think about the Bears and you think about defense. So they're trying to build that back up, I suppose, Peggy. But is there a player that we've yet to talk to you about that you think could maybe be a surprise, make an impact in this game if the Bears are going to upset the Cowboys on Sunday?
The only thing I can think about is there's a 4th-round pick, Velus Jones Jr., 4th, 5th round, I'm starting to forget now. Velus Jones Jr., is a 25-year-old rookie, took advantage of the pandemic in college in that he was able to get 2 extra years of eligibility. And he's kind of a gadget guy. He's listed as a wide receiver. He's a return guy, benched after 2 muffed punt returns, very difficult to see. And this is a guy who has great speed after the catch. So they've used him almost like a Deebo Samuel type in the backfield, and we expect to see more of him now on offense. He was doing so much work with special teams. They've been bringing him in slowly. The only thing I would say is, against this kind of pass rush that the Cowboys have and looking for Justin Fields to get rid of the ball quickly, there might be some more gadget plays like that between Velus Jones Jr. and Adante Pettis out of the backfield.
All right, I'm curious because you guys subbed out a head coach, Matt, for another head coach named Matt, from Nagy to Eberflus. And Nagy was...
And federal managers. And Ryan.
Oh, my gosh, you're right.
We go from a pace to a...
That's pretty... Yeah, a pace to a polls.
Wow. We're keeping in the peace.
So I'm curious, do you know if Eberflus did the same thing to his house that Nagy did to his, where he had like his play sheet wall and he had orange lockers, like a Bears locker room. He had like a Bears basketball court indoors. It was like a Bears fan's dream home. And I'm curious if did Matt move out and just the other Matt move in? Is that how they played it?
No, but you obviously saw that from the draft during the pandemic when he was at home. That was actually pretty cool, having it plastered on the walls. I can only imagine the Bears fan that moved into that house, but that's so close to the Wisconsin border, it could have been a Packer fan that bought that house of Matt Nagy's. Eberflus is very... he's been very interesting. You guys know him from when he was here in Dallas as the linebackers coach. Super tight with Rod Marinelli. Talks to him numerous times a week. Some people don't know if that's good or bad. Great when it comes to being a defensive coordinator. Not so great when it comes to being a head coach.
That's right.
But he has run this team like a CEO. He is very involved in all aspects, but hands off. And by that I mean he is in all the meetings, whereas Nagy was not in a lot of the defensive meetings. And he's in all the meetings, and he sits in the back. He observes. He makes sure that every coach is teaching within the principles that he wants. And he observes, he coordinates, and then he sits back. And you got to watch him on the sidelines. He takes notes like crazy. He writes notes. He lets them all call their plays. But he truly is running it more like a CEO. It seems like he has trained his whole life for this job. And it's interesting now. Nobody was that impressed when he was hired. Everyone just kind of shrugged their shoulders. But now we're seeing what he's trying to do, and it just takes patience from Bears fans, and that's what's hard, to trust and give him the patience that he needs.
Yeah, very smart guy, tremendous football character, and a hard worker. Nobody's surprised that Eberflus has gone on to so much success since he left here. Peggy, before I let you go, I have to know, when it comes to the Cowboys in Chicago, how strong is the Cowboy hate amongst Bears fans?
You know, it's so funny you just said that. We just did a remote show for our radio station, and it was filled with Bears fans. And Bears fans travel to Dallas. They love coming to Dallas. There's a lot of transplants in the Texas area. My son goes to UT Austin. My husband's a TCU alum. I mean, there's a beautiful connection with Chicago and Texas. I would not say that there is hate. I mean, after all, Ditka, please, he is the most beloved coach in Chicago Bears history. He was a Cowboy. Yeah. So I don't think there is hate at all. You know, it's only Packer hate when it comes to Chicago. Yes. I think there's more of a respect and more of a, we want to be like them. We want to get back to what we used to be and be like them.
Well, I love that, and we'll join that in that Packer hate. There's been a couple of bad moments here in recent years, Peggy, so we feel you on that. We thank you so much for joining us, and continued success to you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Anytime, guys.
There she is, Peggy Kuzinski, ESPN 1000 in Chicago. Thanks to Zach Wolchuk for setting that up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time for the top 10 at 420. And where are we headed, sir?
Well, in honor of Eric dressing up as Halloween, I've got the top 10 most popular Halloween costumes of 2022. What are you going as? 877-881-1053. Plus some NFL news I got to tell you about next on The Fan.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. Love of
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time for the Top 10 with Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Bully Bully.
Thank you very much, General. 877-881-1053. I've got some NFL news for you, and then we'll slide into the top 10 most popular Halloween costumes for 2022. What are you going as this year for Halloween? We got a bunch of parties that are going on this weekend. I know Eric is Harley Quinn as he comes in here with his Pizza Hut pizza.
About time.
Ready to rock?
Payoff, Giafalo.
I think Big E texted in and he's going to go as a sexy Aaron Judge for Halloween.
Ooh, is that just Aaron Judge with better teeth?
I don't know. I know
I feel like he's pretty sexy other than that.
Paige Spiranak was also a sexy baseball player. She put that out on her social media today. She's looking good.
Confirmed baseball, not softball.
That's actually a good point. I think it was baseball, but it could have been softball. Who the hell are we to, judge? 615 said my fiance and I are going as Rip and Beth from Yellowstone. And they haven't shaved in 2 weeks.
Dad loves that darn show.
Oh, a lot of people.
Hey, boy, you seen Yellowstone?
It's a popular costume. I think
I don't even watch TV. My whole life, never sat down and watched TV ever. Now, hey, boy, you ever seen that Yellowstone? Yeah, give me one of them jackets.
People are loving Yellowstone.
Those are cool jackets.
So keep those texts flowing. Did have some NFL news to get to you. How about, as we've talked about Brady, and obviously the divorce is going on with Giselle, and last night didn't go well for the Bucs. They lose. But Fox, he's got that deal with Fox where he's going to slide into the broadcast booth whenever he decides to retire.
Are they asking him to come do games when they get bounced?
Yes. Fox wants Tom Brady to call the Super Bowl for them if the Bucs don't make it. Quote,
call
if he's
the game?
Yeah, if he's not playing in the game, I would expect Brady to be part of Fox's Super Bowl coverage.
Oh.
I bet that was a sticking point in their divorce thing. Like, honey, the season's going to be over pretty soon. We're not going to make the playoffs. But, yeah, then you're still going to go do the Super Bowl. You'll never give up the football.
$375 million, sugar.
Yeah.
I mean,
She
come
doesn't
on.
care
That's
about
what
money.
it was.
Yeah.
Time is her currency.
Well, yeah, but Giselle's making a ton, so maybe she doesn't care about the money. She's like, baby, I'm the breadwinner.
I suspect the way they say that with the coverage, maybe he's like pregame showing it. Maybe he, because it's like, hey, your first game ever? Slide into the Super Bowl booth?
Hey,
Move
Kevin,
over Greg Olsen?
Yeah, hello, Kevin Burkhardt. Yeah.
He's like, nice to meet you, Kevin.
Yeah.
This is my
And
first
maybe
time.
they wouldn't disrespect Olsen like that, and it would just be, he'd be on the desk like Gronk was or something.
That's what I would guess. I would guess like the pregame stuff, hanging out with the Fox crew.
Hell, the Fox pregame show is huge anyway, right?
It is
They
pretty
got
big.
Like 12 guys standing there. Sean Payton's on that thing. I mean, they got a lot of folks hanging
They
out.
got Jimmy Johnson from the Florida Keys
Yeah,
just
he's
chiming
Alamarada.
in.
Yeah.
He's zooming in.
Yeah.
With a fishing pole in the water.
He's carved out a place for himself where he
Oh,
doesn't
man.
have to go to the studio. He can just do it right from the sand.
More bad
He's
news.
shirtless with some waders on.
Yeah, bro.
You got to watch that defense.
Sunburnt to hell.
More bad news for Brady and the Bucs is Shaq Barrett has suffered a torn Achilles.
Jeez, and you played him in week 1.
Yeah, he's going to be out for the year. They've placed him on season-ending IR. So
I did see the centers coming back right over the next couple of weeks.
He should be back.
Bad division.
Yeah,
maybe
Ryan Jensen.
maybe they will make the playoffs, but man, with Barrett out now, it's just too much for the team.
Le'Veon Bell is not closing the door on an NFL comeback as he continues to focus on his boxing career. If it's
Did he get
NFL
knocked
teams
out?
are.
Did he get knocked out?
No, he knocked out
He did
Adrian
the knock.
Peterson.
Oh, he knocked
Yeah.
out Peterson. Okay.
Good puncher.
But he recently told NFL.com it would have to be the playoffs, and then I got a starting job. And if it's for a contender and I have a chance to win a Super Bowl, that's the only chance. So he's like picking his spot.
He's like Mr. 3 yard per carry.
He was not good.
He couldn't even get a job at Emmitt Smith's day.
What are you trying to say? What the hell is? What are you doing over there?
I'm just trying to push your button
You
a little
bleeping
bit.
jerkhole. Robert Quinn. and
By
this
the
is-
way, the
yeah.
worst decision ever made by a guy when it comes to a contract that that the Steelers offer him like $16 million. He says, "No, I'm not interested in that."
Right.
I mean, he just
But he sat out the year.
Nah, I'm sitting out. Nah.
He jet skied
backfired
for a
on him a
full
little
year
bit.
in Miami.
He was
Him
living.
and DJ Khaled are just kicking
He was
it for
living the
12 months.
dream in Miami, though.
Things got really weird in Pittsburgh for a couple years.
They did. Him and Antonio Brown and Ben, and things were strange.
Divided locker room.
It really was odd.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown's still out there.
He is still. He's your guy.
He's my
You're
guy.
willing to drive him to and from practice.
I swear, if it helps
Man.
us win games, I'm all about it.
If Gallup doesn't look good this week, I might join Krusty.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, he's going to be sending a lot of shade towards Dak Prescott after every bad game. I'll tell you that. He's still throwing shade at Tom Brady.
Dak won't stand for it. Dak won't stand for it. And you know what? Antonio Brown will be like, you know what? Dak's so cool. I'm not going to do that to him.
Yeah. Until he misses one throw to him, and then it's all hell breaks loose.
I'll do it to that Brady
He's taking his
fella.
damn pants off on the field.
You think Dak misses throws?
And he's twerking. Do I think that, or I don't know?
Tom doesn't confront. Tom's kind of a things are getting weird. Stare at the shoes guy. You know, I'm nice guy. Dak's like, bro, what's going on?
You're right. He only confronts the linemen. With the receivers, he's like, oh yeah, you guys, that was on me. The Eagles this is how they were able to help land Robert Quinn. They avoided the final 2 years of his contract. Yeah. So part of that deal was, okay, Robert, you come over to us. We'll let you be a free agent after this year. So Robert Quinn, more hair and more fuel to the fire. I don't know why I said hair there. More hair on his body. More fuel to the fire there as he's going to be a free agent after this year. So he's going to go out there and be a sack monster for them.
Sound like the Bears picked up
He's
some of
very
that
hairy
selling.
as
Were you
well.
making fun of his patchy beard?
Yes, because I was looking at the picture and it looked like he needed some hair. I got pulled off sides. All right, let's get into the top 10, shall we? Gentlemen, you guys dressing up for Halloween?
Haven't in years.
Yeah, when was the last time you guys...
College?
I was a wine bottle last year.
Ooh, a few years ago. It was the best one, too. I haven't dressed up since.
What were you?
I was Tiger Woods, and it was my girl and her homegirls. It was Tiger Woods and his hoes.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. It was great, man.
Did you wear the Sunday red?
I had all the Sunday red on.
Yes,
yep,
sir.
I was looking great, man.
Good for you, man. Hang him up, retire on top.
They had some Advils with me and like a little medicine bottle joint.
Yes.
I was wilding, fam. The girls were dressing crazy.
I was wilding. That is kind of the best part of Halloween. You go out there and it's like, all women can get away with this.
Oh, yeah.
They look forward to it. They love dressing up like that.
I love it, too. I look forward to it.
Yeah, they should stop waiting for Halloween. Do it every day, ladies.
That's what I'm saying.
Free yourself.
I hear you on that one. Yeah, that's a good idea. I dressed up as Bill Walton about 15 years ago.
Oh, hippie style?
Yeah, I got a bright red wig, like the young Bill Walton with the mane flowing.
The chops? Did he have chops?
I did not do chops.
Yeah.
But that was in Dallas, not in Portland.
That was in Portland.
Did you?
15 years ago.
I thought that was like everyday attire in Portland.
The 1977
Fair
Bill
point.
Walton.
Were you like a thespian, really leaning into the character, and just like chugging,
trying to talk
pounding
like
shrooms and stuff?
Well, I don't think there were any shrooms that night, but just getting hammered and trying to do the voice and like pontificate overly on stage.
Feeling challenged.
Charles,
it was unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. I was so
Not nearly as
stoked.
good as you just did, by the way. Props on that. Yeah.
Number
That's
10.
the mushrooms on this pizza right now.
There you go.
Nice.
Number 10, most popular Halloween costume 2022. Eric's
Nurse.
wearing it.
Oh.
It's Harley Quinn.
Oh.
I'm topical, boys.
There he
What
goes.
has made Harley Quinn so popular?
Oh, Margot Robbie.
And Margot Robbie's damn sexy, fam.
Oh, yeah.
She's potentially the baddest woman to ever walk the earth.
Look up Margot Robbie.
That's Corey Majors'
Margot Robbie ain't no
hall
joke,
pass.
man.
Yeah.
She should be every man's hall pass.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Brian, yeah. You need to go see Wolf of Wall Street if you haven't. Or just Google some scenes.
Wasn't Will Smith seen with her?
Oh, my.
Or is that another
Well, they did
fine-ass
movies.
thing?
They did do a movie together.
Yeah, see?
So, yeah, that goes.
Yeah, some entanglements.
Number 9 is, the entanglements.
Yeah.
Number
I
9
hope he got some of that.
I hope so.
Yeah.
is a
deserve it.
cowboy.
She's Australian.
She's Australian.
It's a cowboy.
So am I, mate.
Yeah.
Good A.
Just dress up like a cowboy.
Oh,
Good day.
Dude.
That's like the crutch line.
Yeah.
Whatever you need me to be, baby.
Absolutely.
I'm John Wang.
Yeah.
I'm John Wayne Casey. Number 8 is a cheerleader.
What was number 9? I'm sorry.
A cowboy.
Oh, cowboy.
Like a Western.
John Wang.
The original cosplay, by the way, Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah, it used to be like a circus thing.
Okay.
Yeah, then it became like something we all like now.
Yeah.
But before it was just a circus thing. Somebody, run through the barrels or rope something.
Yeah.
Yeah, kids play cowboys and commanders now.
Come on, bro.
Number 7 is the
Any birthdays in the house tonight?
Sitting Bull.
Sure, I'm getting thirsty.
Sitting Bull, head of the Commanders.
Number 7 is the rabbit, and that's got to be for the ladies
That's
out there.
lazy.
They want to dress up like a sexy
That's so
rabbit.
lazy.
You're going to think a lot of these are.
And I don't dress up at all, and I'm yelling at them.
Number 6 is the pirate. Arr.
Pirate's good.
Yeah, you got the voice for the Pirate.
Mm-hmm.
So
the R's. Yeah.
You going as Johnny Depp, basically?
Pretty much. Yeah. Where's the rum god? Number 5 is the Fairy.
As long as your girl doesn't go as Amber Heard.
Might cost you something.
She might crap on the bed. Number 4 is Stranger Things. It is the season for Stranger Things.
Don't know that.
Hey, you said Fairy, Tinkerbell, by the way. We think about her being a real nice little thing on Peter Pan.
Yeah.
She was mean, bro.
She kind of slaps everybody around.
She was really mean. She tried to kill Wendy.
She did.
Yeah, she tried to kill Wendy. Yeah, she was jealous because Wendy was a real girl.
Yes.
Yep.
Number 3 is
Captain
a dinosaur.
Hook's a bad man.
He is a bad man.
I do like the dinosaur costumes.
Yeah, I do too. And the inflatables. You could pull off Captain Hook, I think. Number 2 is Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's good.
Does whatever a spider can.
Yeah.
But number 1, the most popular Halloween costume of 2022, and maybe this has something to do with the new Hocus Pocus release, but it's the Witches. At number 1.
Witches.
Yes. Now, gentlemen, I don't want to just bail on you, but I have gotten a text that it is time.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to leave and go be with the family.
All righty, sir.
I love you all.
Thank you for your great broadcasting, and God bless you guys this week and the entire Wolchuk family.
Thank you.
All righty. When we come back here, it is the G-Bag Nation on a Football Friday, and we got to cover some Jerry Jones. He was on with KNC, was hinting around about Zeke's availability and giving his thoughts on going trick-or-treating himself. And we'll give you the best of it next here on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, because this
will save money every day.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
How do you catch up on whatever you feel like you need to know around the rest of the sports world?
I just listen to 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks for the Tolo love, Coach.
Drop the mic.
The Mike McCarthy Show, every Friday morning at 6:30 with the replay at 8:40 on your Turn It On, Leave It On home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's my guy. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in barricade rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Okay, Jerry was on with KNC earlier. We're going to jump right into it. By the way, best of luck and condolences, I believe, will be in order for the Wolchuk family as they, they've had a situation with grandfather for a while now, but it got more, intense this week, and that's where Wolchuk has gone to be with his family. So seriously, our heart goes out to him. Tennessee and Kentucky should be an awesome game tomorrow. You'll hear the play-by-play right here on The Fan, and Flagtober concludes tomorrow. We'll be at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill from 11 to noon, and then Fingers to the Bone Barbecue in Waxahachie at 1. Jerry, do you get concerned when a rival picks up a top-notch player like Robert Quinn?
Robert Quinn is a really top player, and he did a great job for us. And so he'll help them. But we've got a player that can really, really help us uniquely because of his experience and his size in the middle. And that's where we needed some bolstering up. We've really feel good about our outside pressure and what we're doing from our pass rush on the outside, and Quinn was outstanding at that. But we've got some young guys out here that we want to be sure that we get the reps to because they not only are effective, but, boy, they're just coming on like leaps and bounds like Sam Williams.
Yeah, Sam Williams is nice. The Cowboys have some good rushers as well. Do you think Hankins could be equivalent to the Robert Quinn edition? Is Hankins that good?
With Hankins, and we talked to Gang of 7 members, and they like what he can potentially do. And as far as take up blocks, the one thing in the Cowboy running game when they defend it is the biggest problem is those linebackers. And then they get defensive ends that get hooked at times. But they've had some problems with, Van Der Esch. They've had some problems with Barr.
Keeping them clean. And that's what Gang of 7 was alluding to is like, hey, keep linebackers clean. That's the one thing. If you get guys that can take up blocks and then let guys run to the ball, like you let Van Der Esch run to the ball, he can make a play. Well, maybe that would be something. I would be surprised if Hankins could have as much of an impact as Quinn, but if he impacts 2 other players having a much easier job and they're able to shut down the run, maybe it will. But right now what I'm thinking is you need your reinforcement to be Tyron Smith out there staying healthy at left tackle and being able to wrestle some of these teams that have good edge rushers.
Yeah, I'm that's the one we need to start to keep an eye on as the calendar turns to November.
Yeah.
Are we 3 games, 4 games? How many, I need to start asking that question because I've walked away from the Star a couple of different times, and you just take a peek out to the field, and Tyron Smith's out there working on the field with Britt Brown.
I love it. I love it.
But I haven't asked anybody about it because Jerry keeps talking about, December kind of a thing, or later in the season. And
Meat of the season.
And to me, meat of the season is going to be starting in the middle of November.
As soon as you come back from the bye.
Yeah, when you start to get ready for Thanksgiving game, that's when you got to start figuring some of these things out.
Well, I didn't think he looked great at training camp, but I do think there's a pretty good chance in a playoff game he would be more trustworthy than a rookie out there, at least in the pass game. Well, okay, cut 12 from Jerry. What candy did you most steal from the kids when they were little to come back from trick-or-treating?
Well, candy corn had a short life around my house. And I was on the hunt for Red October, but about any of it. But some of that old those Cracker Jack balls, those popcorn balls that they put that syrup with, and whatever. Some of the I can remember homemade stuff when you'd go around trick or treat. But the thing that amazes me today is how much you get.
Yeah.
I can remember back when you did it, and you got a little couple of fingers worth of candy. Man, I'm telling you, it's haul. I've thought about having 4 or 5 of these kids in a truck and going out here and just getting them. But what a time! Halloween's a lot of fun, and it's an exciting time. I've got little kids around that have these Top Gun outfits, and that may be the cutest thing I've seen in a long time.
Enjoying the grandkids. Jerry Jones there. You can tell he's old school by the candy he likes. The candy corn, absolutely old school. My dad likes that. The Cracker Jack balls?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me, man. That's right out of the 50s. Homemade stuff? Who wants homemade stuff in your bag?
Yeah. In the 70s, it was like homemade stuff you had to watch for the razor blades.
There was never a razor blade, though.
There never was, but they scared the hell out of you.
Yeah.
If somebody handed you an apple or something like that, you kind of like, your mom and dad looked at your candy, but when you dumped it out, they separated the potential problem candy.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you got an apple. Boom. That's going in the...
An apple is the most...
Could have a razor blade in there.
How disrespectful are your neighbors to feel like, you know what, let's dial up the apples for these bleep hole
caramel
kids.
apple,
not bad.
Caramel apple,
at least better.
They do that.
Okay.
On the stick and all that, they'd wrap them up. I'll tell you what was so cool was back in the day with full-size candy bars.
Yeah,
that
nice.
I mean, then they invented the little mini ones.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, these are cool to hand out. But
Damn, 1,000 kids. When they invented mini candy bars?
Well, when they started...
What was that day like in America?
But no, that's what I'm saying, though, when they started using them full time.
These aren't fun at all.
No,
they needed the extra chocolate for the war.
Yeah, I guess. But anyway, the full-size candy bars, you'd come back, and Jerry's right. You'd have a sack full of heavy candy.
You would. Yeah. I'll tell you the worst, though, and you mentioned the apple. It made me think of it instantly. The little red boxes of raisins.
Oh.
Yes.
God.
You're like, how the hell did this happen? Not even the sugary raisins, like on Raisin Bran.
Yeah.
Standard raisins.
Not even like a chocolate-covered raisin.
Nope. Okay, and then cut 13. Jerry, do you have a costume this year?
Well, listen, guys, when you see that one out there that stops your clock or looks a little weird or looks like he's moving like he's been hit by a car crossing the street that night, that's old Jerry trying to act like he's 12.
Try to get some of that
on those doors.
Was he into the Johnny Walker already this morning? That got fun, didn't it?
So you're saying like he was the kid that like was kind of like he was a
no, he's talking
guy, or
he's talking about putting a costume on right now and trying to go get the free candy.
I know, but he's talking about like he got hit by a car, so is he like kind of wandering?
Well, that's
around?
how he walks. He's saying if you see somebody and you're like, is that a kid that got that's old Jerry? Yeah, it's the business mind. He can't stand the fact that in Highland Park they're probably going to give out $4 million worth of candy.
Yeah.
He wants to go pick it all up and start a candy shop.
Yeah.
What if Jerry did come to your door? You're handing out candy. And what if you're like, okay, you're in the neighborhood there, and you're handing out, and Jerry shows up? Like, I mean, would you give him candy, or would you?
Of course, yeah.
I'd give him a drink. What do you do?
I'd ask him what did he need. Yeah,
give
absolutely. Might be an opportunity.
You want a cocktail or something like that?
Come on in. I got something.
No, I got to go around. I got
the whole bowl. Let's talk business, bro. I want in. I want in.
You want a shot, Jerry? Got
That's
some
what I'm
tequila
saying.
on deck. I know you want a shot, bro.
Do you ask
I
Jerry?
see that Lexus, that situation you T-boned out there on Harry Hines. I know you want a shot.
That's what I'm saying. Do you give Jerry a shot or you give him candy?
For sure. Whatever he wants.
I'll hand him a ice cold Miller Lite for sure.
100%. He keeps those on deck, so they'll be stacked
on
up in
bus,
Chiafalo's fridge. Come on in. Okay, why I'm more sure than ever, Jimmy will never go into the Hall of Fame. You see what happened today. It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about my friends at Diamonds Direct before we do anything else, though, because Diamonds Direct, they are absolutely the best. The kings.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, my bad. I meant Ring of Honor. Jimmy ain't going into the Ring of Honor. Okay. Of course, he already is in the Hall of Fame. Thank you so much, TruckWreck.com fan text, for picking me up on that. I appreciate you guys. Okay. General at your service. There's former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander. He's in the Pimp Cup, and LA Live is coming up in about 40 minutes. You'll hear Jerry Jones in the G-Bag of the day, one of the most unbelievable clips you'll ever hear. It became comical. It was almost like he was doing a bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was. 540 for that. And, of course, you have Eric Chiafalo doing a bet payoff here on a Football Friday. He is dressed as Harley Quinn, and you can see that on our video stream across multiple platforms. How you feeling over there as Harley?
Feeling good. Harley was hungry. Had to get a little pizza in me. Now I'm back and revved up and ready to rock and roll. I'm trying to see if Wifey's down to keep this attire on and go peruse the city of Bedford later on this evening. We'll see.
Okay. Maybe a little role playing?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I'm hoping she gets into this thing a little bit. All these Twolos are like, hell yeah, I'd hit it. I'm like, honey, how about you?
All right. Well, we look forward to the update on that on Monday.
We'll report back.
Yeah, Jimmy's new book is out. Ed Werder tweeted, Jimmy Johnson reveals in the new book that he had contractual control of all football decisions and that Jerry Jones attempted to negotiate it out multiple times without success. Maybe you've heard versions or alterations of this story over the years, but Jimmy's claiming that in the book. I feel like this is going to make Jerry even more insecure about the championships he did get, and he's not going to want to give Jimmy credit. I feel like there's going to be more stuff in this book that is going to twist the knife. And Jerry's probably thinking, well, if I put him in the Ring of Honor and then he decides to write another book, who knows what else he could say? You know, I think loyalty after the Jimmy situation became number one in Jerry's book. Before that, it was money and Super Bowls. By the time Jimmy buried a dagger in his back, Jerry had taken care of both of those things, and loyalty became the number one most important thing for his head coach. And this is just another reminder. These guys have been growing apart, and I think this book is going to drive a wedge further between them, Brian.
We had Dave Campo on yesterday.
Yep.
And I asked Dave that question about if Jimmy would be in the Ring of Honor, and he is very close with Jerry, and he's very close with Jimmy. Maybe his answer was of hope. You know, maybe it was of hope. And I kind of feel like that I'm with Dave. I think eventually he is going to put him in the Ring of Honor, but then you mention now this book, and Jerry's going to get questioned on the book. And, you know, he's going to have to, well, is this true? Is this true? You know, he's going to have to answer a lot of those questions. I'm interested to see. I'm looking forward to reading that book.
Me too.
And getting an idea of the dynamic between the two. But man, I really do want to believe Dave Campo and what he said, because Dave's really close with both these guys.
Yeah.
And maybe he feels like that, hey, they're, you know, from what I've heard from Jimmy and what I've heard from Jerry, you know, maybe that's something that,
well,
you know,
Dave obviously has a great perspective and more insight, and I would never say, you know, what I think is grounded in more experience than what he's done. But you've seen the divide already happening since Jerry said something 2 years ago, like he was going in. Now he's backtracking it. It's things like this. And the book is going to be like kerosene on what's now a little grass fire.
Yeah, I like I said, I think that, if you had Dave Campo back after the book came out a month or two later, he would say, I think there's no chance in hell now that he's going into the Ring of Honor.
Now, when guys get older, sometimes they soften. Sometimes you start worrying about their legacy, and they want to squash things like this. So who knows what Jerry? But right now, I think this is frosty as it's been in over a decade at least. Okay, and then I had the latest results from the NFL's war on the passing game. Michael Gelkin tweeted, after Week 7 last year, 12 players had a passer rating of at least 100. I'm not going to bore you with the names. This year, it's down to 5. And the names are Mahomes, Allen, Geno Smith, Tua, and Joe Burrow. So the amount of quarterbacks with a passer rating over 100 has basically been cut by more than half. About 60% of them now are gone. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. You probably know mine by now. It's just harder than ever to make plays in the passing game. This does go to why I don't want another wide receiver. Defenses are paying so much attention to it. I think it would be a waste of resources to add another wide receiver to this group. The guys you have are good enough, but you're asking the quarterback, who's a very normal franchise quarterback. Only a couple of guys, Mahomes and Allen, are able to put this off. Teams aren't going back to anticipating the run. That's the thing that we've seen happen. They're like, for a long time, you establish the run. The defense is like, oh, crap, they're running on us, commit extra resources. The light bulb that's come on for teams is, even when they're running, it's still not making it more likely that they're going to score. What would make it more likely they're going to score is if we start playing the run and opening up for chunk plays in the passing game. The scores remain down. The running yards are going way up, but the overall touchdowns are coming down. Defenses cracked the code on exactly what you need to do to rein this in. But again, don't be too bummed out about Dak if he ends up with the season with an 89 passer rating or something like that, because we're going to start to see a lot more of this kind of stuff. As the modern defensive approach is, here's what it is. Brian, tell me if I'm right or wrong. We're going to account for the passing game in most down and distances, and then from that alignment, from that mindset, we'll eventually stop the run. But we're always being prepared for the passing game.
Yeah, I think that teams are saying, you know what, go ahead and run the football because you're not good enough to run the ball all the way down the field without a penalty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That, that these officials are going to stop a drive along the way.
Yeah.
You could have really good success for 5-6 plays in a row, and the 7th one is a offensive holding penalty. It sets it back, and now you got to throw the ball. And now we're ready for you.
We just need a guy to make a play 1 out of 3 downs.
Yeah.
Or a penalty.
Yeah.
A play or a penalty, you're done.
Yeah. That's all we get one stop, and then get put somebody behind the chains a little bit, and then by the way, then they get a penalty, or a motion penalty or whatever, legal, I think that's what the thing is. Teams are betting that you cannot run the ball all the way down the field.
Yeah.
And once they're proving that, because these officials will step in.
Yeah.
These officials will step in. And that's why, the stuff when you talk about Michael Gallup, we remember in the Commanders game, what did they do with Michael Gallup? They threw the ball down the sidelines, and then they got penalties that way throwing the ball.
Yeah.
Teams are not taking those shots anymore. They're trying to say, okay, well, because of clog and cover, we can't get those shots. Well, you still should try and take them, but they're just betting it like, okay, run the ball. That's fine. You'll chew up clock. You'll have less possessions.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a penalty along the way that's going to put you behind the chains, and we're going to get the ball back.
Yeah, and if you try to drop back against this clog and cover, you might end up holding the ball for 5 seconds. You get a holding penalty on your tackle.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the offenses are doing the right thing, but the thing they need to do next, the best teams, is really invest in the running game to where you can get out and dominate. And I don't know, like Lamar Jackson of the Ravens aren't feasting, maybe to the extent of, how the competition committee has to look at it will be reviewed. I thought Reggie did a great job last night talking about the NFL not being immune to what MLB is facing, where defenses are optimizing in a way with the shift, at least up and going into next year, that's not good for entertainment. So the optimal way to win is also bad for the entertainment value, and that's what you're looking at right now in pro football. So I think it's a huge story to track, especially with the Cowboys becoming one of the teams now that is very up for running the ball. I think you got to tip their cap to their coaching staff and front office for being at least in this trend presently.
I'd like to see a study about we get rankings of offensive lines and how good they are. I wonder if the fact that every team might have one good offensive lineman or two good offensive linemen, that the lack of offensive line play has affected offenses in a way that they can't throw the ball.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
I mean, when you talked about it just a second ago, it's like you drop back to pass and when you're a bad lineman, get a holding call.
Yeah.
And now it takes it back. And then you try to throw again and then you get grounding. And then now you have to punt the ball or something like that. But I think offensive line play as a league is probably bad. And then that affects how, it's easier to run the ball with a bad offensive line than it is to throw the ball with a bad offensive line.
And quarterbacks and offenses have countered that recently by getting rid of the ball quickly.
Yeah.
And, and now I think defenses have made the move. I'm just fascinated to see who the offensive mind is going to be that can counter it. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some more content.
Yeah, got some good stuff. And I do think there's something to, we've seen the evolution of these DBs and how Sauce Gardner steps in as a rookie, and this dude is as dominant as any corner in the sport right now. Patrick Surtain, same way. I think you have you said the line the other day, Broadus. We have better corners these days than we do offensive linemen.
Yeah.
And that is kind of part of the evolution of the last decade of football. And now these corners and these safeties too are the real damn deal.
See, it's funny because in college they throw the ball so much, but then we get in the NFL, teams struggle with their pass protection. How many teams have the Cowboys played this year that are just their offensive line? Team that went to the Super Bowl last year, Cincinnati, week 2.
Yeah.
You just obliterated them, and that was a Super Bowl team. And they went out and spent money and draft capital on an offensive line. Yeah. And it didn't, I think that's the thing that, to me, the development, these receivers, I think, are still really good. I think the defensive backs are really good. I think offensive line play it's not the quarterback play, too, because guys like Geno Smith are leading the league in passing.
I think offensive linemen are better than they've ever been, but the defensive linemen are too good. Like the Giants with Jason Pierre-Paul and that group from like 2005 to 2012 set a massive trend of basically basketball players who are 6'6" and 245 pounds and lightning quick being the modern edge, and you just can't stay in front of them as you're trying to shuffle your feet side to side. So your quarterbacks are getting in trouble more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, you have it firsthand right now with the Cowboys. Like, dear God, how do we go about protecting our quarterback when we have Micah Parsons, Alien, Sam Williams, extraterrestrial, DeMarcus Lawrence, and for the Cowboys, they're just, it's just nonstop. They got guys that can, Dante Fowler, extreme athlete.
These guys are coming in fresh. Yeah. And it's only a few offensive linemen that either have the quick feet or the ability to throw that shot that can stun the pass rushers. Like, you have to time that. You have to be quick and very strong in order to throw that and knock a 250-pound guy off of balance, and there's just not very many of them.
It's the truth. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Stat of the day for you. Tom Brady and LeBron James are both on 3+ game losing streaks at the same time for the first time in their careers, and they have played at the same time for 20 seasons now. So there's never been a time where simultaneously Tom Brady and LeBron James are on a 3+ game losing streak. So that's where they find themselves right now, and Father Time is starting to catch up. Though we've done the numbers on Brady. There's a lot about Brady's game that is still very, very impressive, and it seems like there's a lot going on in Tampa Bay right now. And I think you'd say the same about LeBron. It's not like, oh my gosh, LeBron just hit a wall and he's terrible now. We know he's not the same guy that he was maybe 5 years ago, but the Lakers it's just a disaster. Both those guys are in disaster situations right now in team sports.
It sucks, I mean, to watch LeBron end the career like this, if he doesn't get on another contender, it just ain't right, Brian.
LeBron doesn't have shooters around him, and Tom Brady doesn't have blockers around him, or they can't run the ball.
Yeah,
they can't run the ball.
Yeah.
That's the problem with, you watch these guys play, and they, the latter part of their career, they need that. They need people around them to help them, and neither one of them has what they need.
There was also a crazy injury inside the division. Giants tight end Daniel Bellinger. He had a surgery to correct fractures on the lower window of his eye socket, and he had damage to his septum. So this dude literally broke his face.
Yeah.
He has a broken face, and that's going to keep him out 4 to 6 weeks. These guys are absolute gladiators. There's no question about that. I did want to get this sound played, though.
Let's go.
Because Charles Barkley kind of getting called out by Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, for being critical of Klay Thompson and where he's at in his game right now. And the line that was used from Chuck was pretty simply just like, hey, this dude, Klay Thompson, he says there was a time when Klay Thompson was the best two-way guard in the NBA, and he's not the same guy. And that's like the main line that's coming out of this. Word gets back to Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. Here was Klay Thompson after the game and responding basically to the criticisms that Charles Barkley was sending his way.
I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL, my Achilles in consecutive years, and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that, because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, I played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back, and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. So I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
He is having a really nice start, 19.5 points, 42% from three. But it's tough to be Charles Barkley and hear that, because it's like, come on, dude. What do you expect from me? Just because I'm a former player, I can't tell the truth? It's part of who you are. Can the Warriors repeat with Klay Thompson being less than he was in his prime? I think it's a very valid conversation.
The argument that Klay Thompson believes is he was a big part of what they did to win the championship.
Sure.
And Barkley didn't call him out and say that he's done or washed or anything like that. He just said he's not the same player, which is absolutely true. If you listen to other people, the talking heads around the NBA, they're saying the same thing. Charles Barkley is no different than any of these guys that come on these programs and talk about the NBA. He's pointing out, though, that he's not the same player. But to Klay Thompson's argument is like, bro, I fought my way back. I was part of a championship team.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think that Charles wasn't being critical of Klay. I think that Klay took it the wrong way. And Klay, it's not been an easy week for him. He fouls out, he gets kicked out. The games, they've had some games where he hasn't been.
I think he's extra sensitive. This is part of managing success.
Yeah.
Okay, you have the championship. You want everybody to worship you now, and now you can't handle the criticism on the court. Devin Booker, you get kicked out. Charles Barkley's doing his job. You can't handle the criticism. That's what success can do, and that's why managing success as a team and as a coach is more difficult than managing failure.
See, that's the job that we have in our business, is we evaluate what we see.
Yeah.
That's what our job is. It's not, it's not to try and tear people down or anything. It's like say, hey, right now, the Cowboys aren't doing this, or the Mavs aren't doing this, or the Rangers aren't doing this, or they're doing this well. That's our job. And the thing about it is, though, it's hard for these players. Like I say, I don't think Charles did anything wrong.
No.
He's not saying anything that nobody else is saying about Klay Thompson. He's making an evaluation of what he sees right now, as a commentator for his station.
All right, we got to run. G-Bag Nation, thank you for that audio and that topic, Chiafalo. Coming up next, it is the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. It's What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Line up the phones and let's get some texts in as well. It's next on The Fan.
I'm drinking and thinking.